Chapter 1. Kobe's Choice. June 28, 2006. Madison Square Garden Theater, New York. The NBA draft is about to commence. This year's draft is being broadcast live by ESPN to 202 countries and regions around the globe. Despite the annual hype surrounding the event, this year is widely regarded as a lackluster year, with few promising rookies. Consequently, the level of interest is not particularly high. However, no one anticipated that just an hour later, this draft would unexpectedly unveil a shocking revelation that would capture the world's attention. The startling news came from the Los Angeles Lakers. As NBA Commissioner David Stern opened the draft envelope emblazoned with the Lakers logo, his gaze faltered momentarily upon reading its contents before announcing the Los Angeles Lakers have selected point guard Lu Yusheng from the University of Florida with the 26th pick in the first round. Instantaneously, the drowsy media and audience were jolted awake. They exchanged bewildered glances, searching for information on a player whose name they had not even heard before. To their astonishment, the young man had not even attended the draft. Oh my God, the Lakers have chosen an Asian player with their first-round pick. That's not the most astonishing part. What's truly shocking is that he is an Asian point guard. Has the Lakers management lost their minds? It is well known that the NBA has had a complicated relationship with Asian players. Though the successful entries of Wang Zhizhi and Yao Ming into the league have altered perception somewhat, the position of point guard still remains a challenging one for Asian athletes to break into. In terms of speed, explosiveness, and skill, black players possess a significant natural advantage in this role. Before this moment, no Asian player had ever achieved success at this position. In fact, not a single Asian player had ever reached a competent backup level at point guard. Not once. The live camera swiftly panned to the Lakers management team, who appeared equally bewildered. General Manager Mitch Kupchak feigned calmness, yet inwardly, he was in a state of panic. He had anticipated this reaction from the audience. Kupchak himself had not wished to draft the Asian player Lu Yusheng, but he felt he had no other option. This predicament traces back to an unexpected phone call he received just before the draft commenced. A mere 5 minutes prior to the event, Kupchak had been casually conversing with the management and coaching staff. With the Lakers holding the 26th pick in a draft deemed weak, they had not expected to secure any impactful rookie. The team was in dire need of a point guard, and they planned to select one from the remaining rookies. At that moment, Kupchak's phone suddenly rang, but he discovered that the call was from the team's star player, Kobe Bryant. Hello, Kobe. What position are we drafting? Kobe was never one for pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand. However, Kupchak had long since acclimated to this directness. Oh, the position isn't great, we're at 26. Kobe replied, buddy, use that pick to select someone for me. This was peculiar. Kobe had never shown interest in or interfered with the team's operations, particularly when it came to the draft. Firstly, it was because Kobe had never paid much attention to such matters. Secondly, as a traditional powerhouse, owner Jerry Buss had made it abundantly clear that no player was to meddle in the team's affairs. This was a strict rule established by the elder Buss since he took the helm of the Lakers, one that even legends like Wilt Chamberlain and Magic Johnson dared not cross during their playing days. After all these years with the Lakers, Kobe was well aware of his protocol. Yet this time, Kupchak was perplexed as to why Kobe had chosen to cross this line. Nevertheless, Kupchak patiently asked, who do you want us to select? University of Florida, freshman, Lu Yusheng. Who? Kupchak was taken aback that he initially thought he had misheard. In fact, he had never even heard of this unfamiliar name. Kobe repeated himself. Kupchak activated the coaching staff, scrambling to find Lu Yusheng's information amidst a pile of rookie profiles. An Asian player? Yes, that's correct. Kupchak was even more astonished. The team's star player, for the first time breaking protocol and risking interference in team operations, was actually requesting that they select an Asian player. This was truly baffling to him. Hey, Kobe, it's not that I don't respect you, but isn't it a bit risky to use a first-round pick on an Asian point guard? Couldn't we consider using a second-round pick instead? Kupchak said, somewhat hesitantly. A second-round pick won't do, he'll be snatched up, Kobe insisted. Noticing Kupchak's discomfort, Kobe inquired, buddy, do you trust me? Of course. Do you believe in my judgment? Just like I said at the beginning of the season that Smush Parker wouldn't work out. Of course. Kupchak felt embarrassed when they signed Smush Parker last season. Kobe had indeed expressed concerns, but he and the other coaches had high hopes for this physically gifted point guard. However, as the season progressed, reality delivered a harsh blow. Smush Parker's performance was nothing short of disastrous, especially during that playoff series against the Suns, where he could almost be considered an undercover agent. Kobe continued, since you became general manager, I haven't made any requests of you or the team, have I? That's true. Then it's settled. I look forward to your good news. After finishing his conversation with Kobe, he immediately hung up the phone. Kupchak was at a loss for words. He had meticulously crafted a perfect refusal in his mind, Yet Kobe had not afforded him even a moment to voice it. A succession of logically coherent and tightly interlinked questions left him utterly defenseless. This damned sense of oppression. Kukoc was compelled to scrutinize Lu Yusheng's profile closely. Name: Lu Yusheng. Age: 18. Height: 192 centimeters. Wingspan: 211 centimeters. Standing reach: 272 centimeters. Running reach: 359 centimeters. Vertical leap: 80 centimeters. Well, his static attributes are fairly decent. However, upon glancing at Lu Yusheng's freshman league statistics, his expression darkened instantly. Average points: 5.2. Assists: 2.3. Steals: 1.2. Rebounds: 3.8. This was exceedingly mediocre, wasn't it? He could not fathom why Kobe, risking the ire of the team, was so adamantly insistent on selecting such an ordinary player of Asian descent. What could possibly be the reason? Chapter 2. System. Are you jesting with me? Kukoc was in a state of turmoil. Kobe, oh Kobe, are you presenting me with a conundrum? If you were to choose a player of African descent, even a gorilla, I would not be in such a predicament. In any case, with his draft class being lackluster, no one expected to land a potential gem. Even if he selected a complete dud, owner Bus would never blame him. But selecting an Asian player, especially a point guard, was an entirely different matter. This would undoubtedly incite a tremendous media uproar. What if Lu Yusheng failed to deliver? Given those statistics, he was bound to falter. At that point, Kukoc, a general manager, would become the target of public scrutiny. Last season, after the Lakers' playoff defeat, while leading 31 against the Suns, the media and fans had already turned against him and the management. They accused them of failing to provide Kobe with adequate teammates, squandering his prime. This season, if he selected such a dud rookie, it would be a perfect storm of old and new grievances. The fans' vitriol could very well drown him, jeopardizing his own position. Yet, Kobe was, after all, the face of the Lakers. It was rare for him to speak up, and his request was hardly unreasonable. If he did not acquiesce, it might provoke Kobe's desire to leave. Kukoc was acutely aware that, following Shaquille O'Neal's departure, the fiercely competitive Kobe had been eager to prove that he could lead a team to victory without a dominant big man. However, in the past 2 years, the team had not made any significant acquisitions or moves, and Kobe had been left to carry the weight alone. If this matter were to anger Kobe, the one to bear the brunt of the blame would ultimately be him, the team manager. Caught in a dilemma, after much deliberation, Kukoc made a phone call, passing the ball to team owner Jerry Buss that he certainly did not wish to bear this burden alone. When he received the call, old Buss was aboard his yacht, engaged in fishing with several business associates. In his youth, Jerry Buss was brimming with ambition. Fueled by a fervent passion for basketball, he gambled all his fortunes to acquire the Los Angeles Lakers. He toiled diligently, selecting Magic Johnson in the 1980s, thus ushering in the illustrious Showtime, as the new millennium dawned. He astutely brought in Shaquille O'Neal and drafted Kobe Bryant, culminating in a triumphant three-peat. Through a lifetime of relentless effort, the Lakers firmly established themselves as a veritable powerhouse in the NBA. However, following such monumental glory, old Buss gradually lost the fervor he once held for his endeavors. After all, with age comes the desire to savor the pleasures of life, a reluctance to continue the relentless pursuit. He was no longer inclined to lavish exorbitant sums to assemble a championship-contending roster. The Lakers had amassed an abundance of championships. Had it not been for Kobe's extraordinary performance in recent years, had he been paired with a few competent allies, the outcomes would surely have been different. Now, he seldom intervened in team matters, entrusting the management to his son and daughter while granting authority to general manager Kupchak. Unless a significant issue arose, he preferred not to be disturbed. Upon hearing Kupchak's plea, Buss furrowed his brow, fully aware of Kupchak's predicament. Mr. Buss, ordinarily I would refrain from troubling you over such trivial matters, but Kobe insists on selecting an Asian point guard. The risk is undeniably substantial. As you know, I am unable to make a decision regarding an Asian point guard. After a moment's contemplation, Buss replied, then let him have his way. After all, it is not a particularly valuable draft position. He may choose whomever he wishes. Kupchak exhaled in relief. Very well. Wait a moment, Buss interjected, his expression turning serious. Tell Kobe this shall not become a precedent. Kupchak paused. Understood, Mr. Buss. Meanwhile, Lu Yusheng awoke to the startling realization that he was at the epicenter of a media tempest. His name appeared in nearly every sports news outlet. His phone brimmed with countless unread messages and missed calls. Had he not silenced his phone before sleeping, it likely would have exploded with notifications. And he himself was utterly bewildered. The Lakers had actually chosen him, and with a first-round pick? Moreover, This decision was spearheaded by Kobe himself? What on earth was happening? Though he regarded Kobe as one of his idols, he had never even met him. Lu Yusheng was left with an overwhelming multitude of questions. He had only traversed into the body of this individual named Lu Yusheng 3 months prior. This host hailed from a city in southern China, and, at the age of 10, following his father's infidelity and the subsequent collapse of the marriage, his proud mother had relocated with him to America. Upon arriving in the United States, life proved to be fraught with challenges, and my mother fell victim to a fraudulent investment, losing all her savings, which consequently led to her job loss. As a result, we were left to rely solely on each other, with her working various odd jobs in supermarkets to support me. Lu Yusheng, I in this foreign land, the two of us endured the hardships of life together. Blessed with a natural athleticism and a profound passion for basketball, I aspired to enter the NBA and transform our destinies through the sport. Fueled by my physical prowess and relentless determination, I was accepted into the University of Florida after graduating high school. My choice of this university was deliberate. Its basketball program had historically languished in mediocrity, failing to secure even a single NCAA championship throughout its extensive history, and rarely advancing to the Final Four. That I believed that at this institution, I would be afforded ample playing time and opportunities for growth. However, fate had other plans. In a surprising turn of events, the University of Florida, long overshadowed in basketball, suddenly attracted an exceptional cohort of talent during my enrollment, including players like Talon Green, Noah, Brewer, and Horford, who would later shine in the NBA. Competing against such prodigious talent left me feeling inadequate, resulting in minimal playing time and dismal statistics. As the NCAA's March Madness approached, the head coach, Donovan, drastically reduced the rotation to just 8 players, further diminishing my chances to showcase my abilities. Each day, I found myself alone by the water cooler, watching my teammates achieve remarkable victories and rewrite the school's athletic history. Without playing time, I had no opportunity to demonstrate my skills. Without statistics, I could not attract the attention of NBA scouts. This led to a gradual erosion of my confidence in basketball and extinguished my motivation to pursue my dreams. One fateful rainy night, I resorted to taking sleeping pills in a desperate act of suicide. It was in this moment of despair that I inexplicably found myself inhabiting the body of a host. According to the first rule of world traversal, all travelers are equal and entitled to the benefits of the system. Yet, my experience was somewhat unique, as the system was conspicuously absent. That it felt as though I were an unwanted child. If a court for traversers existed, I would have surely lodged a complaint. The system finally made its tardy appearance on the afternoon of April 3rd, coinciding with the NCAA championship game between the University of Florida and UCLA. At that moment, I was in my room preparing for the day. Ding! A crisp, mechanical voice resonated in my mind. The NBA Legend competition system has been activated. What the hell? I inwardly cursed, feeling that this arrival was rather belated. Come on, there's only one game left. The finals are about to conclude. Given my current performance, even getting on the court seemed a challenge, let alone competing for a legendary status. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses the potential and ambition to compete for NBA legend status. The system will periodically bestow the host with a random star signature skill upgrade package. Ding! The first star signature skill upgrade package blind box has been issued. Would you like to open it? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a John Stockton Essence upgrade package, featuring the bounce pass. Lu Yusheng, what the? Of course, Lu Yusheng is familiar with Stockton, the all-time assist leader in NBA history, a record that remains unbroken to this day. But why does this so-called Star Signature Skill Upgrade package contain only the bounce pass? Moreover, is the bounce pass even a challenging skill? This seems to be a fundamental skill for those just beginning to learn basketball, doesn't it? Dear system, not only did you arrive late, but you also provided me with such a lackluster enhancement? Are you kidding me? Lu Yusheng remained preoccupied, pondering the peculiarities of this strange system. Upon regaining his senses, he realized that time was of the essence. The match was about to commence. Although he was merely a substitute point guard and likely to find it challenging to earn playing time today, arriving late would undoubtedly reflect a lack of professionalism. And he would surely face the coach's ire. Upon arriving at the venue, he discovered that the game had indeed already begun. The NCAA Finals held a fervor in the United States that rivaled that of the NBA Finals. The arena was filled to capacity, with an uproar of voices, the cheers rising in intensity with each passing moment. Lu Yusheng changed his clothes and intended to stealthily slip onto the bench. However, the keen-eyed assistant coach, Smith, called him out in front of everyone, reprimanding him without restraint. Lu Yusheng, aware of his own shortcomings, chose not to retort. After joining the school team, He had grown accustomed to such dynamics. The coaches exhibited a marked disparity in their treatment of players. For instance, the team's primary point guard, Tao Lin Green, frequently arrived late, yet not once had he heard a word of reprimand from the coach. Similarly, the center, Noah, had a penchant for nightlife and often absented himself from training without cause, yet no coach had ever confronted him about it. Lu Yusheng is permitted to be late no more than 3 times a year, yet each time he is met with scathing criticism. Alas, such is the price of being a key player. This year marks the most promising opportunity for the University of Florida to secure the NCAA championship since its inception. Who would dare to offend these esteemed individuals? On the court, the University of Florida has been sailing smoothly, leading comfortably at halftime, although the score gap is not substantial. Their momentum utterly overwhelms UCLA. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Yusheng felt increasingly disheartened. The prospect of participating in the second half had become utterly bleak. Tao Green, renowned for his extraordinary stamina, frequently played the entire game. Otherwise, as his substitute, Lu Yusheng would not have been afforded so little playing time. Unexpectedly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded in the second half when the team's point guard, Tao Green, twisted his ankle during a contested rebound and sustained a severe injury, necessitating his removal from the court on a stretcher. Consequently, the position of point guard was left vacant. Lu Yusheng was exhilarated. His opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 3. The Dignity of the Substitute. Lu Yusheng believed that his opportunity had finally arrived, and he eagerly stood up. However, to his surprise, head coach Billy Donovan glanced at him briefly before shifting his gaze to his teammate Martin. "Martin, it's your turn." Lu Yusheng. I had anticipated the opportunity to take the court, yet to my surprise, Coach Donovan still harbors reservations about my capabilities. Naturally, I comprehend the significance of this match, both for the institution and for the coach. Indeed, the more critical the game, the less likely the coach seems to place his trust in a point guard of Asian descent. Lu Yusheng could only sit back on the bench in silence, feeling the weight of embarrassment. The game continued. The University of Florida initiated the serve. Martin, a robust substitute at the number 2 position, displayed a formidable physique. Yet his skills were rather rudimentary, particularly his dribbling technique, which was quite concerning. The opposing team had evidently done their homework and was well aware of this flaw. From the moment Martin received the ball, he was subjected to the relentless, close-guarded pressure from the opposing point guard. For a moment, Martin struggled with his dribbling, relying solely on his strong physique to protect the ball. As anticipated, just as Martin barely managed to advance past half-court, the opposing guard, Alfred, seized the opportunity and deftly intercepted the ball. The ensuing fast break left no time for any defense. Alfred effortlessly scored with a layup, adding 2 points to the scoreboard. The University of Florida served again. Gritting his teeth, Martin vowed not to be robbed of the ball again. He opted for a back-to-the-basket dribble, positioning his body against Alfred, laboriously pushing forward. However, while this method offered some security against one-on-one defense, the drawback lay in his inability to observe any lateral threats due to his posture. The UCLA players, fully aware of Martin's awkward dribbling, swiftly moved in to assist in the defense. The coach and teammates on the sidelines shouted urgently at Martin to be cautious of steals. Hearing this, he instinctively turned to glance at Alfred, and in that fleeting moment, the ball was snatched away by Alan Affalo, who had come over to double-team him. Another easy 2 points for the opposing team. As UCLA prepared for the next defensive round, they scored a 3-pointer during their offensive play. The score suddenly leveled at 50-50. The UCLA players, having endured pressure for an entire half, now sensed the sweet aroma of victory, their spirits soaring. Their coach roared passionately from the sidelines, urging them on. That's the way. They were now struggling just across half-court. Victory belongs to you, boys. The cheers from the UCLA supporters grew even louder. At this point, head coach Donovan could no longer remain seated and strode directly towards Lu Yusheng. Timeout. Substitution. Lu Yusheng. Prepare to enter the game. Lu Yusheng hastily rose to his feet. He had never anticipated that after spending nearly an entire season on the bench, he would be granted the opportunity to step onto the court during the most crucial championship match, safely maneuvering the ball past the half-court line. He passed it to his teammate. "That is your sole responsibility," Coach Donovan advised. Yet, there lingered a sense of skepticism, thus assigning him the simplest of tasks, merely to advance the ball across half-court. "Never mind, I shall not dwell on this. Just wait and see how I dazzle you with my performance of 66, shattering your preconceived notions." Chapter 4. The first trial of the system. The game continues. The University of Florida serves. After receiving the ball, Lu Yusheng swiftly transported it into the front court. UCLA's point guard, Alfred, was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the substitution of an Asian point guard, and he immediately advanced to apply pressure. Their coach vociferously commanded, "Steal the ball. Don't let him cross half court." In the face of Alfred's aggressive pursuit, Lu Yusheng remained utterly composed. His meticulously honed ball handling skills ensured that he would not falter like Martin, who had been clumsily stripped of the ball twice. Moreover, Alfred's reckless, gamble-like approach to defense was bound to expose vulnerabilities. Indeed, as Alfred lunged for another steal, Lu Yusheng seized the moment, executing a deft change of direction that left Alfred trailing behind him. He rapidly crossed the half court, prompting the opposing forward to rush in for support. Lu Yusheng feigned a decrease in speed and executed a deceptive passing motion, causing the defender to instinctively retreat. Seizing the opportunity while the defender shifted his weight backward, Lu Yusheng accelerated with precision, effortlessly bypassing him and driving directly into the three-point line. Observing this, the center immediately abandoned his own mark to provide assistance on defense. Lu Yusheng, without the slightest hesitation, elevated his hand to pass the ball to the unguarded Noah within the paint. With a powerful dunk, Noah unleashed a triumphant roar. The score shifted to 52-50, turning the tide in their favor. The bench and the audience erupted in a chorus of cheers. A satisfied expression graced Coach Donovan's face. However, it swiftly shifted from sunny to overcast. In the ensuing two offensive possessions, Lu Yusheng refrained from passing the ball even once. Indeed, he did not distribute the ball at all. This fellow, after dribbling past half court, took matters entirely into his own hands. He executed a sudden stop jump shot followed by a driving layup. Lu Yusheng's actions were deliberate. He sought to observe the changes the system would bring to his physique. However, to his dismay, he found that neither his physical prowess nor his basketball skills had received any enhancement from the system. The speed of Stockton, his steady mid-range shooting, three-point precision, and vision seemed to elude him entirely. His jump shots clanked off the rim, and his layups were swatted away. He was utterly despondent. This system was utterly futile. As a new offensive play commenced, Noah approached to set a screen for him. At that moment, Lu Yusheng was engulfed in disappointment, devoid of any desire to attack. Following the screen, his instinct was to pass the ball to Noah. Yet, just as Lu Yusheng prepared to make the pass, both his defender and Noah's defender had already discerned his intention to distribute the ball, preemptively intercepting the path of his pass to Noah. The passing lane was nearly entirely obstructed. Drawing from his past experience, he knew that this pass was doomed to be intercepted. However, in that fleeting moment, Lu Yusheng suddenly sensed something amiss. In Lu Yusheng's eyes, an extraordinarily peculiar trajectory suddenly manifested before him. It resembled a zigzag line, with the inflection point resting upon the ground. If the ball were to strike this pivotal point, it seemed conceivable that it could traverse between two defenders. Such a pass was something he had never dared to envision before. A bounce pass that successfully evaded a single defender was already a remarkable feat. To simultaneously bypass two defenders who were anticipating his pass was, in essence, an impossible endeavor. Yet this time was different. This time, he could distinctly perceive such an enigmatic passing route. Perhaps this was what the system referred to as the star player signature upgrade package? Lu Yusheng swiftly made a decision in his mind. He resolved to give it a try. Snap! Lu Yusheng endeavored to strike the ball at that pivotal juncture. The sphere swiftly traversed the first defender. Upon landing, it rebounded, following the predetermined trajectory, heading towards Noah. The entire field was taken aback. None had anticipated that. Under such circumstances, Lu Yusheng would opt for a pass. The precision of the ball's placement and the peculiarity of its curve were indeed remarkable. However, to their surprise, the ball failed to navigate past the second defender. Just as it was about to do so, it was intercepted. The direction of the arc was correct. Yet the force proved insufficient. The ball's trajectory did not align with the line Lu Yusheng envisioned. Assistant Coach Smith was furious, exclaiming, "Lu Yusheng, what on earth are you doing? Can a point guard attempt such a pass through two defenders?" Lu Yusheng, deaf to the surrounding clamor, exerted himself to defend with unwavering determination. Fortunately, this time, his swift response allowed him to thwart the opponent's fast break. During the second screen and roll, he found himself once again confronted by two defenders. Lu Yusheng, with his keen perception, swiftly detected an even more peculiar zigzag trajectory. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his right wrist, executing a ground pass that sent forth an uncanny line. This time, the ball deftly maneuvered past two defenders. However, It did not merely evade the opponents, it even bypassed his teammate. A whistle sounded, signaling the ball was out of bounds. Assistant coach Smith stomped his feet in frustration. "Donovan, we must replace this fool immediately. I can't fathom what he is doing." Donovan, considerably more composed, waved his hand dismissively. "He has just entered the game. Still finding his rhythm. Let us allow him another chance. At the very least, he possesses ample stamina and his defense is commendable." Although he faltered on these 2 plays, he showed a willingness to recover, preventing any points from being lost. In that moment, Donovan's mind replayed Lu Yusheng's 2 recent passes. Despite the errors, they were undeniably imaginative. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such creativity in passing on the NCAA court. He thoughtfully observed the Asian youth who was diligently hustling back on defense. Meanwhile, Lu Yusheng, having failed twice in his passing attempts, found himself feeling quite elated. He finally grasped the system's intention. It provided the vision and technique for Stockton-style ground passes, yet lacked the finesse that comes with experience. Mastering this skill would require dedicated practice to become truly proficient. As the game progressed, Lu Yusheng played with a steady hand, deliberately refraining from further attempts at Stockton-esque passing. He adhered to his usual rhythm, breaking through when necessary and passing when appropriate. The match reached its final stages, with both teams intensifying their defensive efforts. Fast breaks were no longer an option. Every offense had devolved into a battle of attrition, making scoring increasingly arduous, leading to a stalemate. Time ticked away. And in that critical moment, whoever broke the scoring drought would seize the advantage. Players from both sides positioned themselves across the half-court. Noah once more stepped up to set a screen for Lu Yusheng, swiftly rolling to the basket after the pick. A familiar scene unfolded, yet still separated by 2 defenders. The zigzag line before Lu Yusheng became increasingly distinct. With a decisive motion, he raised his right hand and once again sent the ball along that very line. Chapter 5. Is he merely a substitute? In the fleeting moment when Lu Yusheng released the ball, 2 defenders swiftly lunged to intercept. To their astonishment, they both missed entirely. The ball struck the ground in a bewildering zigzag, elegantly bypassing both defenders before landing perfectly in Noah's grasp. A collective astonishment enveloped the crowd. Even Noah himself was taken aback that the pass had reached him, with no one in front of him. He hesitated for a brief moment before rising up for a thunderous dunk. "Well passed, Lu," Noah exclaimed, pointing enthusiastically at Lu Yusheng. Instantly, the arena erupted in a roaring applause and cheers, while everyone understood that the ovation was directed at Noah's spectacular dunk. The greater part of it was indeed in praise of Lu Yusheng's remarkable bounce pass. "What a splendid pass, Lu." As he retreated to defense, Donovan approached him, clapping in appreciation. Lu Yusheng remained remarkably composed, for he alone understood that the previous pass, which had succeeded, was largely a stroke of luck. The trajectory of the pass did not entirely align with the imagined arc in his mind. The defensive player's fingertips were nearly grazing the basketball. A mere inch could have resulted in a turnover. It was evident that he needed to dedicate himself to rigorous practice henceforth. When would he be able to deliver passes that perfectly coincided with the envisioned line? That would signify mastery of the skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Stockton bounce pass skill has been upgraded to level 3. In the time that followed, Lu Yusheng executed 2 more impeccable passes. These plays decisively shattered the stalemate on the court and ignited the fervor of the University of Florida's team. Momentum surged back on their side. They afforded UCLA no further opportunities, surging forth to clinch victory. The University of Florida celebrated the first NCAA championship in its history. All players embraced their coach in joyous celebration. Every ounce of effort and dedication had borne fruit, and both players and coaches shed tears of exhilaration. Coach Donovan regarded Lu Yusheng with a gaze that bore a hint of complexity. In the final moments, this young man had managed to deliver such imaginative bounce passes. Had he perhaps underestimated him? If given more opportunities, perhaps this young talent could rival Talon Green. Of course, there was still time. After all, he was merely a freshman. Next year, he would still be on the team, and then they could explore his potential further. "Lu, thank you. I truly mean it. Your final assistance brought us this championship. It is all so sweet, akin to the exquisite lotus root powder on a bagnet." Thank you. Coach Donovan embraced Lu Yusheng. Yet, Lu Yusheng remained exceptionally calm. Even when his teammates and the coach wept in embrace just moments before, he did not shed a tear. The journey of the team had been fraught with challenges, and winning the championship was undeniably exhilarating. However, this achievement bore little personal significance for him. At most, he had merely added a perfect footnote to the narrative and nothing more. "Trust me, Lu, next year, I will certainly uphold my promise and grant you more playing time. Lu Yusheng merely smiled politely, saying nothing. Promises made in moments of extreme emotion are generally untrustworthy. As soon as he entered, his mother, Lu Yusheng, enveloped him in a warm embrace. Darling, congratulations. Your hard work has not been in vain. You have finally claimed the championship. Congratulations. Just as Lu Yusheng was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Lin Shui and her parents standing behind his mother. Lin Shui, a childhood friend of Lu Yusheng, was strikingly beautiful, with a tall and graceful figure and remarkable features. Her family, also of Chinese descent, had arrived in America earlier than Lu Yusheng's. Lin Shui's mother had been a close friend of Lu Yusheng during their time in Huaxia. It was Lin Shui's mother who had suggested Lu Yusheng move to America after her divorce. The two families enjoyed a cordial relationship, as their circumstances were quite similar, allowing them to grow closer. Lu Yusheng and Lin Shui can be considered childhood sweethearts. Lin's mother holds a deep fondness for Lu Yusheng and fervently wishes for their union. However, Lin Shui remains indifferent to this notion. While their childhood was filled with innocence, as she matured, her interest gravitated towards Caucasian boys, leaving her with the impression that Lu Yusheng, who shares a similar background, is rather unsophisticated. This sentiment is not directed at his appearance, but rather at his conservative mindset. Reminiscent of her parents, Lu Yusheng has always held a rather unfavorable impression of this childhood friend. He perceives her penchant for reckless behavior as excessive, particularly after high school, when her frequency of changing boyfriends surpassed even that of Lu Yusheng changing his undergarments. He harbors no interest in such girls. Yusheng, congratulations. Lin Shui's parents were among the first to extend their felicitations to Lu Yusheng. Lin Zhongyue, Lin Shui's father, patted Lu Yusheng on the shoulder with a smile, remarking that the two passes in the final moments were truly impressive, reminiscent of his own youthful prowess. A seasoned basketball enthusiast, Lin Zhongyue once played for his school team and harbored dreams of basketball glory. Lacking a son of his own, he has invested all his hopes in Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng holds a profound respect for his uncle, who has consistently encouraged him. Noticing his daughter's silence, Lin Zhongyue hurriedly remarked, Lin Shui, why don't you congratulate Yusheng? Look at him. He is remarkable. In his first year at university, he has already helped the school secure a championship. This achievement has indeed made history for their institution. Lin Shui, however, expressed her disdain, murmuring softly, he only played a few minutes throughout the entire season. How is this championship significantly related to him? Lin Mama quickly interjected, Lin Shui, what are you saying? Lin Shui remained silent, while Lu Yusheng chuckled. Lin Shui makes a valid point. I am indeed merely a substitute. Mother Lu chuckled and said, let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us eat. Lin Shui's phone rang, prompting her to step outside to take the call. Upon her return, she announced, I have something to attend to. I shall not be dining. With that, she left without bidding farewell. Lin Shui's parents exchanged awkward glances, and her father remarked, Yusheng, do not take it to heart. Lin Shui. Lu Yusheng, displaying remarkable maturity, chuckled and reassured, rest assured, Uncle Lin, I am not so petty. Besides, what Lin Shui said holds truth. I am fully aware that this championship was not entirely my own doing. Indeed, Lu's mother added with a smile, having grown up alongside Lin Shui, would he truly become upset over such trivial matters? Come now, dinner is ready. The expressions of Lin Shui's parents softened at this. After the meal, Lu Yusheng stepped outside to dispose of the garbage. As he looked up, he spotted a sports car gliding through the night, eventually coming to a halt not far from their home. Lin Shui emerged from the vehicle, driven by a tall young Caucasian. Upon exiting, he warmly embraced Lin Shui, who sweetly rose onto her toes in response. Lu Yusheng was taken aback, watching Lin Shui bid a reluctant farewell to the young man. He quickly turned around, only to find Lin Zhongyue standing right behind him, his expression dark and foreboding. As Lu Yusheng was about to intervene, he observed Lin Zhongyue storming towards Lin Shui with a furious demeanor. Chapter 6. A narrow path for enemies. Lin Zhongyue hastened to Lin Shui's side, demanding, are you going to meet that Markota? Immersed in her sweet reverie, Lin Shui was startled to see Lin Zhongyue behind her. Who was that person just now? Is he the Markota from last time? Are you two in a relationship? Lin Zhongyue interrogated. In contrast, Lin Shui composed herself. Indeed, he is my boyfriend. And we are indeed in a relationship. Absolutely not. Lin Zhongyue declared firmly. I disapprove of your association. Dad, I am grown up now. Who I choose to date is my personal affair, and you have no right to interfere. If you were dating someone else, I would certainly not object. But that Markota is entirely out of the question. Lin Zhongyue asserted with a serious expression. Why not? You enjoy basketball, don't you? Markota is a key player on the school team and has already caught the attention of NBA scouts. He is destined to be selected in the first round this year, far surpassing those you frequently praise. Silence. Lin Zhongyue, infuriated, reddened with rage. You shall not speak ill of Yusheng. He has been more considerate than you since childhood. Indeed. In your eyes, he will always be so exceptional, far superior to your own flesh and blood, Lin Shui retorted coldly. How dare you? Lin Shui continued. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin, for not being a son capable of fulfilling your basketball dreams. However, I must inform you that Lu Yusheng isn't the answer either. You held high hopes for him, yet he hasn't even made the school team. Do you honestly expect him to be chosen by the NBA? Don't be delusional. Stop at this instant. With a trembling body from rage, Lin Zhongyue struck Lin Shui across the face. Lin Shui covered her cheek, but instead of being disheartened, she smiled. Well done, Dad. Now you have no grounds to oppose my relationship with Markota, do you? With that, she turned to leave. Come back. Lin Shui glanced back, a cold smile gracing her lips. Dad, you're mistaken. I am actually helping you. Instead of placing your hopes on a useless Lu Yusheng, you should invest your expectations in your future son-in-law, Markota, who is on the verge of entering the NBA. With that, she turned and departed. After Lin Shui's parents left, Lu's mother rushed to comfort Lu Yusheng, yet momentarily seemed at a loss for words. Lu Yusheng smiled gently. Mom, I understand that you and Uncle Lin hope for us to be together, but I have already told you that Lin Shui and I are not suited for each other. However, this is for the best, as it will spare you from worrying about us in the future. Mother Lu chuckled and said, I am not here to discuss that. Rather, I wish to talk about Lin Shui. This child truly lacks understanding. Please do not take her words to heart. It is perfectly acceptable to be a substitute this year. Just focus on performing well next year. I believe in you. And I am certain you will make it to the NBA and realize your basketball dream. Lu Yusheng felt a deep sense of reflection. It was indeed his mother who understood him best. What truly unsettled him was not the fact that Lin Shui had found a boyfriend, but rather her dismissive attitude towards his basketball prowess. Lu Yusheng grasped his mother's hand, gently caressing the thick calluses that adorned it, with a heart full of compassion. He spoke, Mother, while basketball is indeed my dream, my greatest aspiration transcends the sport. It is to transform our lives, to bring you happiness, and to relieve you of your burdens. Mother Lu's eyes brimmed with tears as she tenderly caressed her son's face, momentarily overcome with emotion. Lu Yusheng silently vowed to exert even greater effort this year, with the support of the system combined with his own diligence. He was determined to shine brilliantly in the NCAA next year and to enter the NBA as the first overall pick. In the time that followed, he devoted all his hours to the gym, pouring sweat with relentless dedication and immersing himself in rigorous practice. Notably, he mastered the signature move of Stockton, the bounce pass, at an astonishingly rapid pace. On days devoid of formal games, he would engage in street basketball, further honing this skill to perfection. Frequently, on the courts, he executed passes that left onlookers in awe, delivering astonishing plays. Coach Smith called him in for a conversation, expressing the intention to enroll him in the NBA draft. Typically, draft spots are submitted by schools, which would usually nominate standout players like Towling Green, Noah, Brewer, and Horford. However, the school's administration, having tasted the sweetness of victory, desired to continue their championship streak to elevate the institution's prestige. They sent representatives to discuss with Noah and the others, earnestly requesting them to remain for another year to compete for the title. To their surprise, Noah and his teammates readily agreed, eager to assist the school in securing another championship, as they were still young. Consequently, the school submitted a list of reserve players, and Lu Yusheng found himself included among them. Lu Yusheng did not voice any opposition, as he held little hope, given his meager statistics. It would indeed be miraculous if an NBA team were to take notice of him. Yet, he could never have imagined that one day he would awaken to find himself at the center of public attention. He had been selected by the NBA. Moreover, it was as a first-round pick for the Los Angeles Lakers, a team he had long admired. To this day, he remains perplexed as to why the Lakers chose him and why the legendary Kobe Bryant, whom he had never met, played a pivotal role in this decision. However, Lu Yusheng is not anxious to unravel these mysteries. Since the outcome is favorable, the intricacies of the process are of little consequence. His only concern at present is that, after such a lengthy period, the system has bestowed upon him but a single skill, although he has nearly mastered it. It would be insufficient to rely solely on this one move in the NBA arena. Time swiftly passes. The NBA Summer League of 2006 is about to commence. The NBA Summer League is a series of training and transitional games held during the offseason. Most teams will send players to participate, although their key players typically do not partake. The roster for the Summer League primarily comprises three types of players. First, the Team's rookies, as nearly all selected newcomers will make their debut in the Summer League, allowing them to acclimate to the intensity of NBA competition and build their reputations. The second group consists of bench players and second- or third-year players eager to prove themselves and secure playing time. The third category comprises overseas players, including G League athletes and international talents who harbor aspirations of entering the NBA and vie for contracts on this stage. Thus, while the competitive level may not match that of regular NBA games, the intensity of the competition remains commendable. After all, everyone aims to perform well on this platform to secure a contract. This year, the Lakers Summer League garners significant attention, primarily due to Lu Yusheng, as he is the first yellow-skinned point guard ever selected in the first round of the NBA draft. Lu Yusheng accompanied his team for training in Las Vegas, where their first opponent was the familiar San Antonio Spurs. Just before the game commenced, Lu Yusheng suddenly spotted a familiar face in the stands, Lin Shui. At that moment, she was engaged in a flirtatious conversation with a Caucasian player from the Spurs. As Lu Yusheng observed closely, the individual before him was none other than Markota, the one who had driven Lin Shui home that evening. Chapter 7. This match proves to be quite challenging. Upon seeing Lin Shui, Lu Yusheng intended to approach her and extend a greeting. However, to his surprise, Lin Shui completely disregarded him. Ever since Lu Yusheng was unexpectedly selected by the NBA, Lin Shui not only failed to congratulate him but has not even sent him a single message. Lu Yusheng understood that Lin Shui harbored feelings of imbalance. Her companion, Markota, had once been brimming with confidence, expecting to be selected in the first round. Instead, he suffered an unexpected setback, ultimately being chosen by the Spurs as the 59th pick at the end of the second round. Conversely, Lu Yusheng unexpectedly emerged as a first-round rookie, selected by the illustrious Lakers. Given Lin Shui's temperament, it was likely that she would be upset for several days, unable to sleep. Since childhood, Lu Yusheng had not particularly favored her, yet due to the relationship between their families, he often found himself enduring her presence. With Lin Shui opting to ignore him, Lu Yusheng decided not to seek out an awkward encounter. Lu Yusheng gazed toward the audience, attempting to locate the striking face of Kobe Bryant amidst the crowd of African Americans. Each year, during the Summer League, prominent basketball stars attend to support their team's rookies. However, Lu Yusheng was unable to spot Kobe. This was hardly surprising. Everyone knew that Kobe was a relentless training enthusiast. While other athletes indulged in vacations during the off-season, he immersed himself in the gym and the training facility, subjecting himself to grueling practice sessions. In the summer of 2003, he even shot a staggering 1,000 baskets daily. Anyone familiar with the game of basketball can appreciate the intensity of such a regimen. Lu Yusheng, even I, a peculiar individual, find him somewhat eccentric. Lu Yusheng's presence in this Lakers team is attributed to him. However, to this day, he has yet to meet Kobe. Consequently, the questions that linger in his heart remain unanswered. Although today's game lacks star-studded attendance, a significant number of reporters still gathered at the sidelines. Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that all eyes were upon him. Even before the match commenced, the cacophony of public opinion had reached a fever pitch. Major sports media outlets discreetly heralded the forthcoming game with prominent headlines, announcing the debut of the first Chinese-American point guard selected in the NBA draft. The pressure mounted on the Lakers management, as the imminent revelation would determine whether their discerning vision was a stroke of genius or a folly of monumental proportions. Renowned sports magazine Sports Illustrated even went so far as to proclaim that this could potentially eclipse the infamous Hawks County incident as the Lakers' most disgraceful scandal. The sensationalism was palpable. Meanwhile, the online discourse among fans was rife with sarcasm and mockery. "Are you ready?" they proclaimed. The Lakers' first Chinese point guard is about to grace the Summer League. Rumor had it that Kobe had spearheaded this draft choice, a decision deemed utterly outrageous, one that eclipsed even his previous season's average of 35 points per game. Perhaps Kobe was emulating his idol, Michael Jordan, who once selected the underwhelming Kwame Brown as the first overall pick. Kobe, not one to be outdone, seemingly sought to make an even more audacious choice in an attempt to surpass his idol. That relentless competitive spirit. Some speculated that this could be a colossal blunder, a misguided attempt by Kobe to express dissatisfaction with the Lakers management for their lack of significant acquisitions this year. If I were Kobe, I would want to dismantle the Lakers too. Does he not yearn for another championship? Does he not aspire to transcend Jordan? Regardless of Kobe's motivations. This selection appeared to be a dismal one, an act of irresponsibility towards himself and the team. I wholeheartedly agree, my friend. This choice is even worse than Kobe's shooting decisions. Hold your horses, brothers. The Summer League is about to commence. And we will soon discern whether the Lakers and Kobe's choice is a case of sifting gold from sand or an act of self-destruction, a moral decline, or a distortion of humanity. Amidst the sea of skepticism, a few voices still rallied in support of Lu Yusheng. Come on, don't underestimate him just because he is of Asian descent. The last person to belittle a player of yellow skin was Barkley. Do you wish to experience the taste of humble pie? Indeed. Since Kobe defied the odds to select Lu, we should trust that he possesses unique qualities that merit our faith in him. However, these voices of support for Lu Yusheng were drowned out by the overwhelming tide of skepticism, quickly becoming imperceptible in the uproar. Lu Yusheng dared not gaze upon these matters, for such scrutiny would only impose excessive pressure upon him. He merely wished to exert his utmost efforts in fulfilling his responsibilities. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the inaugural match of the Los Angeles Lakers 2006 Summer League commenced. The starting lineup for the Lakers featured center Cheick Sambu, a second-round draft pick, power forward Santos, a Caucasian player hailing from the minor leagues, small forward AM, who came from the European leagues, and shooting guard Jordan Farmar, a rookie selected in the second round who was originally a point guard but had been repositioned to the 2 spot due to Lu Yusheng's presence. The point guard position was occupied by Lu Yusheng, who hailed from the University of Florida. It seemed intentional that the venue's DJ had deliberately scheduled Lu Yusheng's introduction as the grand finale. Upon the announcement of his name, a cacophony of boos erupted from the audience. Lu Yusheng's expression remained impassive. He noticed that the Spurs Marcota across from him was fixated on him with an unwavering gaze. From the intensity of his stare, Lu Yusheng could sense an unmistakable hostility. Perhaps he had already learned about him from Lin Shui. The jump ball. Cheick Sambu leaped for the ball, passing it to Jordan Farmar. Lu Yusheng extended his arms, seeking the ball, but to his astonishment, Farmar paid him no heed. Effortlessly dribbling past half-court on his own. Lu Yusheng. Well, it appears that not only the fans are targeting Gank, but even his teammates are joining in. It seems that this debut match for his beloved Lakers may prove to be quite challenging. Chapter 8. The Revenge of Farmar. Farmar dribbled the ball into the front court. Center Sambu advanced from the 3-second zone to set a screen for him. Following the screen, Sambu swiftly rolled towards the basket, anticipating a pass. However, Farmar chose not to deliver the ball to him. Instead, he launched an audacious jump shot from beyond the three-point line. Confronted by the taller Spurs guard, Fade. This three-pointer clanged off the rim. The Spurs seized the offensive rebound and swiftly handed the ball over to their point guard, Fade, who propelled the play forward with great speed. Lu Yusheng hurriedly stepped forward to defend. Fade hardly dribbled the ball. Upon reaching the front court, he directly passed it to the forward. Once the forward received the ball, he promptly distributed it to other players, providing cover. The Spurs' swift passing and strategic screens left the Lakers' defense somewhat bewildered and out of sync. Lu Yusheng and his teammates convened for training only a week ago, and as such, they have yet to establish a sense of cohesion. Consequently, their defense quickly became disorganized and erratic. In an instant, Spurs forward Harrell found himself with an open shot. Lu Yusheng hastily relinquished his defensive assignment on Fade, stepping forward to provide support. Harrell executed a deceptive shooting motion, yet deftly delivered a low pass to the unguarded Fade. At this moment, it was Farmar's turn to assist in defense, yet he failed to fulfill this obligation. Fade extended his arms and unleashed a mid-range jumper. Swish. The basketball didn't even graze the rim, sailing cleanly through the net. The Spurs claimed the first point. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. Lakers head coach Bryant exhibited clear dissatisfaction with his team's prior defensive effort, shouting at Farmar, "What are you doing?" Farmar, with an expression of innocence, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Coach, he's not my assignment." Jordan Farmar was secretly eager to see Lu Yusheng falter. He harbored significant discontent regarding the coach's directives, or rather, he was profoundly dissatisfied with the Lakers' draft decisions. During the tryouts, they had explicitly promised to select him with their first-round pick, yet on the day of the draft, they chose Lu Yusheng instead of him. This left Farmar quite incensed, after all. He had been a key point guard for his NCAA team. How could he be overshadowed by an obscure player of Asian descent? As the Summer League commenced, he found his position overlapping with Lu Yusheng's, and the coach instructed him to cede the point guard role to Lu Yusheng, relegating him to the shooting guard position. Why should he? Over the course of a week's training, Lu Yusheng had sensed the animosity emanating from Famar. But he had not anticipated such overt hostility once the game commenced. This fellow seemed utterly uninterested in achieving victory. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Lu Yusheng was about to receive the ball when unexpectedly, Famar arrived first before his teammate on the serving team and forcefully claimed the ball. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of frustration, yet he could not afford to dwell on it at that moment, hastily sprinting towards the front court. Famar advanced the ball to the offensive zone, with forward AM stepping up to provide a screen. Following the pick, the opposing team swiftly doubled up on Famar. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yusheng called for the ball, but Famar, in a state of panic, glanced at him before passing to Santos, positioned at the three-point line on the opposite side. Santos, as a power forward, possessed no shooting range, let alone the capability to attempt a three-pointer. Unable to dribble, he had no choice but to return the ball to Famar. Famar, stationed beyond the arc, attempted to penetrate the defense, but the defender proved impenetrable, leaving him with no opportunity. As the clock ticked down, Famar was compelled to hastily launch a three-point shot. The basketball struck the front of the rim, bouncing a few times before falling into the net. Lakers fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Famar cast a triumphant glance toward Lu Yusheng, his eyes brimming with provocation. Lu Yusheng felt utterly helpless. At this rate, defeat in the match was inevitable. The Spurs launched their offense, characterized by a seamless series of passes and screens, showcasing their high tactical acumen. The head coach for the Spurs Summer League was Monty Williams, a former apprentice of the esteemed Greg Popovich. The strategies he implemented were a direct continuation of Popovich's philosophy. The ball should never rest, and movement should be relentless, by employing a constant flurry of screens and passes. They aimed to unsettle the opposing defense in search of optimal scoring opportunities. Soon enough, the Lakers' defensive focus was once again shifted, allowing Edward to swiftly locate the open Markota. Without hesitation, Markota raised his hands and executed a mid-range jumper. The ball swished through the net. The Spurs led 4-3. Lu Yusheng soon heard Lin Shue's shout, "Darling, you are incredible! Keep it up." He was extremely frustrated. During 2 offensive attempts, he, as the point guard of the team, hadn't even touched the ball. On the defensive end, he exerted every effort to assist his teammates, yet Famar, that guy, never offered him any support. During this offensive play, Famar showcased yet another impressive display of skill. Lu Yusheng had sought the ball for an extended duration, yet to no avail. A sense of despondency washed over him, as it appeared that this offensive opportunity would slip through his fingers once more. To his utter astonishment, just as the 24-second shot clock was on the verge of expiring, Famar unexpectedly passed the ball into Lu Yusheng's hands. At that moment, he stood merely a meter beyond the three-point line, completely unprepared for such a sudden turn of events. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to launch the shot amidst the interference of the defending players. As anticipated, the ball clanged off the rim. An uproar of boos erupted from the crowd, eager to witness the misfortune of this Asian young man. The Spurs seized the moment for a swift counterattack. Once again, it was Markota who effortlessly scored 2 points with a layup. Bryant immediately called for a timeout. Lu Yusheng was exceedingly infuriated. After the match, he intended to seek out Famar for a theoretical discussion, but to his surprise, Famar was the first to deliver a cutting mockery. "Lu, when I'm dribbling, I kindly ask you not to rush me for the ball. Even if I pass it to you, what good will it do?" "What the hell?" Lu Yusheng suddenly became the center of attention. "What on earth did you just say?" Bryant quickly intervened, stating, "Famar, Lu is our point guard. The ball should be entrusted to him. This is the fundamental quality expected of a basketball player. Do you not possess this understanding?" Famar clearly felt disgruntled. Yet as a rookie, he refrained from voicing his dissent in the presence of the coach. Once the timeout concluded, Famar indeed refrained from overstepping and took control of the ball. The possession finally landed in Lu Yusheng's hands. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, his keen eyes surveyed every direction, searching for his teammates making their runs. Soon enough, he spotted AMU, who had found an open space. With an effortless bounce pass, the ball landed perfectly in AMU's hands. A deft feint deceived the defending player, and with a flick of his fingertips, AMU executed a splendid layup. Points on the board. Yet, despite the beauty of Lu Yusheng's pass, the court remained devoid of jubilant cheers following the score. However, Lu Yusheng remained unfazed by this. His sole desire was to secure victory. In the subsequent offensive play, he orchestrated the team's movements, adhering to their practiced strategies, and assisted Santos in achieving yet another exquisite basket. Lu Yusheng's confidence soared, as he believed that he could now compete smoothly. However, he did not anticipate that Famar had no intention of allowing him any respite. In the subsequent offensive play, Famar unexpectedly stepped forward to set a screen for Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback. After the screen, the ball was swiftly passed to Famar. He then hurriedly made his way towards the basket, ready to seize the rebound. To his surprise, Famar returned the ball to Lu Yusheng just as he was advancing towards the hoop. In a moment of chaos within the 3-second zone, Lu Yusheng received the ball amidst a throng of players, only to be swiftly encircled by the Spurs defenders. He hurriedly attempted to protect the ball, yet was overwhelmed by the sheer number of opposing players. In the ensuing turmoil, the ball was deftly snatched away by Alfred. Chapter 9. Do you want to fight? Throughout the remainder of the first quarter, Famar consistently employed subtle tactics to create difficulties for Lu Yusheng, rather than confronting him overtly. He engaged in various psychological maneuvers to disrupt his focus. In addition to the unexpected passes thrown at moments when Lu Yusheng was unprepared, he also deliberately refrained from launching an immediate attack after receiving a pass, opting instead to showcase his skills before finally making a move. Consequently, Lu Yusheng's statistics reflected a missed opportunity for an assist. Lu Yusheng, however, was not particularly concerned about the statistics of assists. The crux of the matter lay in the missed golden opportunities for offense. Even if he managed to score through sheer personal prowess, the team's offensive rhythm was irreparably disrupted. In stark contrast, the Spurs demonstrated a different caliber altogether, with their players adhering meticulously to the strategies laid out by their coach. Each play was executed with precision, showcasing an exceptional level of tactical discipline, which facilitated a seamless offensive flow that effortlessly dismantled the Lakers' defense. Defensively, they centered their strategy around the towering center, TAM, employing a coordinated zone defense that was intricately interconnected, creating an impenetrable barrier. For the Lakers, whose current offensive approach resembled a disjointed struggle for individual glory, such a zone defense was tailor-made to exploit their weaknesses. By the end of the first quarter, Lu Yusheng found himself utterly exhausted. Yet the team faced a daunting deficit of 14-26. The cacophony of boos reverberated throughout the arena, each wave more intense than the last. After all, what the spectators craved was precisely this outcome. They yearned to witness the Lakers falter, and even more so, to see the Asian player, Lu Yusheng, falter. Lu Yusheng sat on the chair, breathless, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Despite his considerable efforts during the first half, he had only managed to accumulate a mere 4 points, 3 assists, and 1 rebound. In stark contrast, Markota, as the shooting guard, had thrived under the comprehensive tactical system of the Spurs, amassing 12 points. From a statistical perspective, it could be said that he had utterly outperformed Lu Yusheng. Observing Lin Shue's exuberant expression, Lu Yusheng felt a surge of irritation. However, Lin Shue was not the primary source of his vexation. It was Famar. That scoundrel seemed entirely disinterested in victory. His sole aim appeared to be opposing Lu Yusheng at every turn. Yet he undermined the team in such a covert manner that even the coach was left speechless. Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that Coach Bryant Shaw could not possibly overlook the issues stemming from Famar's performance. However, there was no intention on Shaw's part to substitute Famar. For Coach Bryant Shaw, even if he recognized Famar's mindset, he would remain silent. After all, it was merely a summer league game, primarily aimed at honing the skills of newcomers, rendering victory or defeat inconsequential. Thus, he would not voluntarily replace Famar. Yet for Lu Yusheng, the stakes were markedly different. This was his opportunity to prove himself. He approached the game under immense pressure, with every touch of the ball eliciting waves of suffocating boos from the crowd. Those jeers represented skepticism towards him, a disdain directed at players with yellow skin. Therefore, it was imperative for him to lead his team to victory, to silence those who belittled him both in the arena and online. In the current circumstances, if this situation were to persist, the Lakers would stand no chance of winning. A tactical adjustment was essential. Given that Famar seemed indifferent to the outcome, it would be as though he were not on the court at all. Lu needed to rally his 3 teammates, sensing their shared dissatisfaction with Famar's performance. After all, they too aspired to showcase their abilities, to amass impressive statistics in hopes of securing an NBA contract. With Famar's disruptive play undermining the team's rhythm, achieving favorable statistics would be impossible. And so, the second quarter commenced. Lu Yusheng chose to disregard the presence of Famar. He fervently sought out other teammates, engaging in pick-and-rolls with Cheek Sambu. Utilizing his exceptionally honed skill of the bounce pass, he delivered an exquisite assist to Cheek Sambu. Despite the precision of his pass, akin to that of a surgeon's scalpel, the cheers from the audience remained sparse. Lu Yusheng remained unfazed, actively defending, seizing rebounds, and dribbling in search of opportunities. Alongside Fammer, Lu Yusheng coordinated seamlessly with his three teammates, delivering a series of exquisitely precise passes that gradually dismantled the Spurs' zone defense. The other Lakers players grew increasingly confident as the game progressed. By the conclusion of the second quarter, they had given their all, finally narrowing the score to single digits at 43-50. Lu Yusheng felt a wave of anxiety surging within him. His strategy was sound, even in the absence of Famar. The remaining four players exhibited remarkable unity and coordination under his guidance, launching an impressive offensive. However, the issue lay in their defense. While it was feasible to manage an offense with one less player, the same could not be said for defense. Famar, already lacking in defensive skills, became even more negligent when he was not receiving the ball, effectively turning into a liability for the Spurs. How could this predicament be resolved? Back in the locker room, Lu Yusheng continued to ponder. Suddenly, Famar stormed up to him in a fit of rage, seizing him by the collar. "FK, you damn bastard! Why didn't you pass me the ball?" Lu Yusheng forcefully pushed him away, questioning why he wouldn't pass the ball, knowing full well the answer himself. Fammer seized Lu Yusheng by the collar once again, exclaiming, "You damn Asian! Who do you think you are? Do you think you can toy with me?" Lu Yusheng was already seething with anger. "Damn it, I haven't lost my temper, yet you are the one who is getting angry first?" Lu Yusheng was not inclined to indulge him. He was unafraid of a confrontation. At that moment, Santos intervened, pulling Famar aside. "Famar, you cannot behave this way. We are a team." "A team? You acknowledge that we are a team? Then why do you refuse to pass the ball to me? It seems you have been bewitched by this yellow-skinned fellow, deliberately isolating me. Famar, you should reflect on your own performance. In the first half, you played like a fool. You were sabotaging both our offense and defense. You clearly do not wish to win." "FK. Santos, who are you calling a fool?" Famar clenched his fists, his furious face inches from Santos's. Santos, a quintessential heavy forward, towering over 2 meters with an exaggerated musculature, was undaunted by Famar's ire. "I called you a fool. What of it? Do you wish to fight? Come on." The tension between the two was palpable as they prepared to clash. Fortunately, Bryant Shaw, having just returned from the restroom, arrived in time to defuse the impending altercation. Nevertheless, even as the second half commenced, Shaw did not substitute Famar. As long as he remained on the field, the defensive vulnerabilities persisted. Lu Yusheng felt an overwhelming headache. Chapter 10. The Distribution of New Skills. Lu Yusheng and the other players commenced their rotation for rest. When Lu Yusheng was absent from the court, Famar skillfully took on the role of point guard, displaying a commendable performance. Consequently, the score did not widen in favor of the Spurs. In truth, Famar's caliber was adequate for such a match. However, once Lu Yusheng returned to the game, he instantly regressed to his previous lethargic state. Lu Yusheng and his teammates found themselves burdened with the task of salvaging the defense, which drained their stamina significantly. The decline in their physical energy directly led to a surge of errors on the offensive end. The Spurs adeptly seized this opportunity, launching a striking momentum in an instant. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the score had escalated to 69-80, with the deficit widening once again to double digits. As the game approached its climax, the crowd erupted into a fervor of cheers and jeers upon witnessing the Lakers' substantial disadvantage. Amidst the cacophony of boos, Lu Yusheng sat on the bench, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Ding! A crisp voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Stockton's signature bounce pass has reached its maximum level of 10. At last, this move has attained its full potential." Lu Yusheng comprehended that the techniques provided by the system could only be upgraded most swiftly during actual matches on the court. Despite his arduous training over the past few months, he had only reached level 8. However, once he stepped onto the official playing field, he rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of mastery. Yet, the current situation on the court rendered such mastery futile. It was evident that a few elegant passes would not resolve the predicament. Ding! The system is now offering the host a chance to open a blind box containing signature skills from basketball stars. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the signature skill-side steal from NBA star Gary Payton. Lu Yusheng was greatly astonished. In terms of defense, Gary Payton, renowned as the Glove, is a name familiar to anyone who follows the NBA. In the 1996 finals, where the Seattle Supersonics faced off against the Chicago Bulls, Payton took on the formidable challenge of guarding the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Although the Supersonics ultimately fell short against the Bulls, Payton's suffocating defense posed significant difficulties for the legendary Jordan. He managed to limit Jordan's remarkable playoff shooting percentage to a mere 41.5, which marked the lowest of that postseason for Jordan. This serves as a testament to Payton's defensive prowess. Furthermore, he holds the distinction of being the only player in NBA history to receive the DPY Defensive Player of the Year award in the point guard position. Lu Yusheng was elated. At that moment, the system bestowed upon him the signature defensive technique of Gary Payton, akin to a timely gift in the midst of winter. However, he swiftly regained his composure, for he was acutely aware that his flawed system provided only half-baked solutions. The immediate impact was far from guaranteed. Yet, the current situation on the court was nearly stalemated. This was the singular opportunity to alter the course of the game. He had to cherish it fervently. With a sharp whistle, the fourth quarter commenced. The Spurs initiated the play, as Ford received the ball and began to advance dribbling towards the front court. Lu Yusheng did not wait for him to cross the halfway line, but immediately stepped forward to apply pressure on defense. He was eager to experience the transformative impact of Gary Payton's signature techniques on his defensive play. The sudden pressure defense from Lu Yusheng immediately alerted Ford, prompting him to dribble forward with his back turned. Indeed, Lu Yusheng swiftly recognized the opportunity, as he attempted to steal the ball from the left side. Ford instinctively dribbled to the right to evade him. At that moment, a brilliant chance for interception emerged on the right side. For a masterful dribbler, such moments are fleeting. In the past, Lu Yusheng would have been incapable of seizing them. Yet now, he astonishingly managed to perceive it with keen insight. Lu Yusheng was overwhelmed with excitement as he deliberately feigned a move to the left to retrieve the ball. Fader quickly dribbled to the right in response. Lu Yusheng seized the opportunity and struck fiercely. He succeeded. Lu Yusheng unexpectedly intercepted Ford's dribble, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the entire arena. Lu Yusheng swiftly dribbled the ball on a fast break, executing a dazzling solo play to score. Such a one-on-one steal is the most uplifting for team morale. His teammates are invigorated. Well done, Lu. Santos eagerly approached Lu Yusheng to exchange a high five. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Unlike before, this time the jeers were directed at Ford. The audience had come to witness the downfall of Lu Yusheng, and it was utterly intolerable that Ford, a black point guard, was outmaneuvered and stripped of the ball by the underestimated yellow-skinned point guard in a one-on-one confrontation. Naturally, Ford was not pleased with this. And as he received the ball again, he instantly heightened his vigilance. Lu Yusheng continued to apply relentless pressure from halfway through the court. Hey, you yellow-skinned lad. Do you think that by fortunate chance you can steal the ball from me just once and continue to intercept my plays? As Ford became more vigilant while dribbling, indeed, his vulnerabilities became less apparent. Yet, Lu Yusheng still managed to discern them. Once again, he identified Ford's dribbling flaw. After dribbling 3 times to the right, Ford would habitually switch to his left hand, a tendency likely formed through training. This was precisely the opening that Lu Yusheng had detected. Without hesitation, he seized the moment, launching an attack just as Ford was about to switch hands. However, this time, Ford sensed the impending threat. He swiftly executed a behind-the-back dribble, evading Lu Yusheng's attempt to steal the ball. Due to inertia, Lu Yusheng momentarily missed his target. However, this gamble-like steal is a double-edged sword. If successful, it leads to a direct fast-break layup. Yet, if he fails, the opponent will have an advantage, resulting in a numerical disparity on the court. Fade hurriedly accelerated, instantly creating a situation of numerical superiority in the half-court. Lu Yusheng was unable to mount a defense in time, and the Spurs promptly retaliated. A chorus of cheers erupted. Although Ford narrowly escaped a predicament, he was indeed drenched in cold sweat. That last shot had been perilously close to being intercepted by that fellow. He gazed at Lu Yusheng, this young man with yellow skin, and recognized that he possessed considerable talent. Lu Yusheng was not disheartened by the situation. It was, in essence, within his expectations. After all, it was merely a work in progress. The previous play had presented a clear opportunity, yet it still fell short, indicating that further practice and adaptation were necessary to master the skill. However, with time running out in the match and the score still lagging behind, he realized that mastering this skill and regaining control of the game in such a brief period was evidently unrealistic. In another offensive surge, the Spurs once again exploited the Lakers' vulnerability, targeting Farmar. Markota executed a breakthrough, effortlessly bypassing Farmar, driving toward the basket with the intent to score. Lu Yusheng swiftly leaped to bolster the defense. However, Markota feigned an attack, executing a deceptive shot that turned into a genuine pass, delivering the ball to the center of the Spurs' interior. The Spurs center then soared for a thunderous slam dunk. Lu Yusheng landed unsteadily and fell directly before Markota. Leaning down, Markota shook his finger at Lu, saying, "The match is nearing its conclusion. Cease your futile struggles. You are incapable. And only a team with such absurd management as the Lakers would waste a first-round pick on someone like you." Lu Yusheng gazed at the arrogant Markota, his anger boiling within him. Yet, in an instant, a thought crystallized in his mind. Lu Yusheng's eyes brightened. He rose to his feet and, with a slight smile, addressed Markota, "Do not be hasty. The match is not yet concluded, and there will be a time for you to weep." Chapter 11. Lu Yusheng's strategy bore fruit. During the timeout, Lu Yusheng proposed a condition to coach Bryant Shaw. "You need not substitute Famer. However, I request that he and I switch defensive assignments, as I intend to guard their number 6, Markota." Bryant Shaw did not grasp Lu Yusheng's intentions. "You wish to defend their shooting guard, Markota?" "Oh no, Lu. Listen to me." Bryant gently patted Lu Yusheng's shoulder and continued, "I have indeed witnessed his trash talk directed at you. But there is no necessity for you to engage with him in such a manner. Allow me to impart some wisdom from my experience, Lu. As a point guard, you must maintain composure at all times, never allowing yourself to be provoked, for such distractions can impair your perception and control of the game. Do you understand?" Bryant Shaw, a seasoned point guard, had encountered this scenario numerous times. The point guard serves as the brain of the team. Thus, irrespective of the circumstances, the point guard must remain calm and unperturbed. His words were genuinely meant to guide Lu Yusheng. Initially, he had not placed great significance on winning or losing this game. Yet at this juncture, he was indeed astonished by Lu Yusheng. With a clear mind, he was capable of orchestrating effective offense even with one less player in the fray. His relentless defense, every play executed with utmost effort, positioning, help defense, transition defense. This young man truly yearned for victory. In his eyes, Bryant Shaw could faintly discern the shadow of a certain individual. "You are mistaken, coach. I am not vying with him. I merely desire to win this match. It is a strategy." Lu Yusheng spoke with a tranquil gaze. Bryant Shaw was taken aback. Although he had yet to comprehend Lu Yusheng's intentions, he acquiesced to his conditions. "Famer, you shall defend against the opponent's eye fate." The match resumed, and it was the Spurs' offensive play. Markota, noticing Lu Yusheng's decision to guard him, couldn't help but sneer. "Can you not endure a few honest words? Basketball is inherently a sport beyond the reach of you Asians. The genetic endowment is vastly inferior, a deficiency that relentless training cannot rectify, nor can fortune mitigate. Being fortuitously selected by the foolish Lakers is hardly commendable. Boy, do you truly believe you can defend against me? Soon, you shall learn what true prowess entails." Due to Lin Shui, Markota had been eager to teach Lu Yusheng a lesson, yet previously, they had not been matched up, limiting opportunities. Now, with Lu Yusheng deliberately choosing to confront him, Markota was determined not to let this chance slip away. Lu Yusheng remained indifferent to his taunts. Unlike his close and pressing defense against Afade, he allowed Markota some space. Afade quickly located Markota, who was open beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Yusheng finally approached him. Yet, he still opted not to apply tight defense. Observing Lu Yusheng's lack of pressure, Markota decided to take a dribble into the three-point arc. However, as he made his first dribble, Lu Yusheng suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, he executed a swift steal. Markota was taken aback, hastily attempting to regain possession. But it was already too late. After Lu Yusheng made a steal, he effortlessly drove to the basket for a layup. AI Fader cautioned Markota, "Be wary of that quick-skinned lad. He is remarkably swift." Markota felt a surge of irritation, thinking to himself, "That was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Rest assured, there shall be no next time." Lu Yusheng secretly chuckled to himself. This was his strategy. His sideline steal was merely rudimentary, considering the seasoned ball handler that AI Fade was. Attempting to snatch the ball from him would yield occasional success, but frequently achieving such a feat was evidently unrealistic. Thus, he had to seek out the opposing player who dribbled considerably yet possessed inferior ball handling skills. That player happened to be Markota. As a shooting guard, Markota's scoring methods were adequate, yet his dribbling skills were mediocre. Even a rudimentary sideline steal would suffice to handle him with ease. The Spurs reorganized their offense. Lu Yusheng employed an age-old tactic, providing Markota with no defensive pressure whatsoever. His intent was unmistakable, to allow Markota to receive the ball. Deep down, Markota felt a sense of indignation over the previous play. He even raised his hands, signaling to Afade for the ball. Once Afade passed it to him, Lu Yusheng finally approached to defend. Gritting his teeth, Marco Ta resolved to retaliate against Lu Yusheng, determined to reclaim his honor from the earlier play. Standing as a shooting guard, he towered nearly 10 centimeters over Lu Yusheng, making him more than capable of overpowering him. Marco Ta began to dribble, planning to execute a crossover to bypass Lu Yusheng, followed by a signature mid-range jumper to restore his pride. However, just as he feigned a leftward move, Lu Yusheng swiftly swatted the ball from his grasp. By the time Marco Ta turned back, Lu Yusheng had already dashed into the backcourt at lightning speed. That crossover was merely a cross, lacking the over, or rather, he hadn't even had the chance to execute the over before Lu Yusheng had outmaneuvered him. Marco Ta was left dumbfounded, and the audience fell into a hushed silence. The arena, once filled with jeers, transformed into a stillness reminiscent of a library, leaving Lu Yusheng with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Lu Yusheng's consecutive steals and fast break scores ignited an unyielding surge in the Lakers' morale. The score steadily closed in, reaching 76-80, with a mere 4-point gap. This unnerved the composed Spurs coach, prompting him to rise and call for a timeout. Upon the players' return to the bench, Coach Monty Williams unleashed a tirade at Marco. "Marco, what on earth are you doing? Are you sleepwalking on the court? Your clumsy dribbling resembles that of a gorilla. How could you allow them to steal the ball twice? You are utterly useless." Marco remained silent, seething internally. Conversely, the Lakers, despite nearing their physical limits, found their efforts rewarded. They sensed the sweet aroma of victory. Each player was invigorated, as if electrified. "Let us keep pushing. We have less than 2 minutes left. As long as we execute our defenses and secure every rebound, triumph shall undoubtedly be ours." Lu Yusheng inspired everyone with his resonant and powerful voice. Through his performance on the court, he earned the respect of his teammates and established himself as a voice of leadership. Even the disruptive Famar seemed to be swayed by this fervor, although he still harbored some resentment towards Lu Yusheng. The innate drive to win coursed through the veins of every professional athlete. For a moment, Famar found himself wavering. The whistle signaled the end of the timeout. The game resumed. Only 2 minutes remained. Chapter 12. The arena erupted in cheers. Spurs Fade skillfully dribbled the ball into the front court. Under his guidance, the teammates began to execute their strategy, exchanging screens and seeking opportunities. Lu Yusheng maintained the same strategy as before, providing Marco Ta with ample space to receive the ball. At last, the ball found its way into Marco Ta's hands. Lu Yusheng hurriedly stepped forward. However, this time, Marco opted not to attack himself, instead passing the ball. The Lakers executed their defensive rotation splendidly, leaving the Spurs unable to discover the optimal offensive opportunity. As time was about to expire, the forward hastily took a jump shot, which clanked off the rim, concluding this offensive possession. Lu Yusheng leapt high to secure the rebound, initiating an offensive play for the Lakers. Forward Amdi advanced to set a screen for Lu Yusheng. Due to the apprehension regarding Lu Yusheng's exquisite bounce pass, the two defenders from the Spurs instinctively collapsed inward to guard Amdi after the pick. However, this time, Lu Yusheng opted not to pass, with an open shot before him. He confidently rose for a jump shot. It found its mark. 78-80. The Spurs players appeared visibly flustered. On the sidelines, Coach Monty Williams shouted at them, urging them to remain composed, to adhere to the strategies we practiced, and to relax, reminding them that they were still in the lead. "One more basket, and we will secure our position." Encouraged by their coach, the Spurs players recalibrated their emotions and resumed executing their strategy. Lu Yusheng defended against Marco, seeking an opportunity to intercept the ball. However, after receiving the ball twice, Marco did not initiate an attack, but opted to pass instead. This left Lu Yusheng feeling somewhat disheartened. This simply cannot be. Are you conceding so easily? When Marco received the ball once more, Lu Yusheng began to deliberately provoke him. "Did we not agree that you would teach me a lesson? Is this all you have? What happened to your so-called racial prowess? Is being intercepted also considered talent? Or is it a display of talent to timidly refrain from retaliating after losing the ball?" Marco was aware that Lu Yusheng was trying to incite him, and he yearned to remain composed, adhering to the tactical plan laid out by the coach, seeking better offensive opportunities. Yet, each taunt struck like a dagger to his heart, preventing him from maintaining his composure. How could he remain calm when being ridiculed by an Asian player he held in contempt? Lu Yusheng's mouth was never idle. "I'm aware that you have scored 18 points, but those were merely points accumulated from easy shots. As a shooting guard, not a single point was earned through your individual prowess." Marco, overwhelmed by Lu Yusheng's relentless verbal onslaught, finally reached his breaking point and lost all patience. When the ball found its way back to him once more, he ceased to observe his teammates and instead executed a triple threat move. Afade discerned his intent to take the shot himself and hurriedly called out, "Markota, don't fall for it. He is deliberately trying to provoke you." Markota paid no heed to his warning. After another triple threat, he proceeded to dribble the ball. The opportunity had arrived. Lu Yusheng, witnessing the effectiveness of his trash talk, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He hurriedly advanced, seeking an opportunity to strike. However, this time, Markota was fully prepared to avoid being intercepted. He opted to pivot and employ a back-to-the-basket approach. With his long wingspan, Markota dribbled with one hand while shielding the ball with the other, making his way towards the three-point line. In this position, Lu Yusheng found himself at a loss, unable to counter Markota's maneuver effectively. Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that, under such circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to sever the connection. The opportunity would arise at the moment he pivoted to take the shot. After all, no matter how intricately executed the post-up move, it ultimately culminates in turning to face the basket for the shot. Lu Yusheng steadfastly pressed against Markota while simultaneously keeping a vigilant eye on his dribbling. After advancing past the three-point line with his back turned, Markota realized that Lu Yusheng's strength was formidable, rendering further progress impossible. Consequently, he executed a feint with a forward pivot, swiftly followed by a backward pivot, lifting the ball as he leapt backwards. However, before he could fully elevate the ball, Lu Yusheng, with remarkable agility, forcefully swatted it away. The ball ricocheted swiftly towards the spectator stands. "Ball recovery," shouted Afade to the nearest Spurs player. Two Spurs players hastily pursued the ball. Lu Yusheng initiated his move ahead of time, galloping forward with determination as he was the first to chase after the basketball. Lu Yusheng had just struck with tremendous force, sending the ball soaring swiftly out of bounds. Two Spurs players, instinctively sensing that the ball was beyond retrieval, slowed their pace and ceased their pursuit. Only Lu Yusheng relentlessly chased after the ball. At this juncture in the match, Lu Yusheng was nearly consumed by fervor, his gaze fixated solely on the basketball. The moment the ball ricocheted towards the sidelines, Lu Yusheng leaped into the air, managing to touch the ball before swiftly scanning for his teammates. Crack! Lu Yusheng desperately saved a ball that seemed nearly impossible to retrieve, sending it soaring through the air to the swiftly descending Santos. Santos seized the opportunity and effortlessly scored into an open basket, leveling the score. However, in his fervent effort to save the ball, Lu Yusheng crashed heavily against the technical table, producing a dull thud that echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, the court fell silent, all eyes fixated on the daring young man with yellow skin. The impact was indeed severe. The sound alone was enough for everyone to feel the pain. Santos was the first to rush over, expressing concern. "Lu, are you all right?" His teammates hurried to his side as well. Even Femoral made his way over, gazing at Lu Yusheng, who lay there with his jersey drenched in sweat, his body trembling slightly. In that moment, his expression was a mixture of complexity. The disdain he had harbored for Lu Yusheng since the beginning of the match had been profoundly shaken by the young man's remarkable display of determination. Coach Bryant Shaw hurried over, asking, "Lu, do you need us to call the team doctor?" Lu Yusheng's expression was one of anguish. Yet he still gestured with a wave of his hand, signaling for someone to assist him. Just as Santos was about to step forward, to his surprise, Famel swiftly extended his hand first. Lu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Famer before breaking into a smile and extending his hands, which Famer grasped to pull him up. As Lu Yusheng stood and signaled to the referee that he was ready to continue the match, an eruption of fervent applause and cheers resonated throughout the arena. Much like Famer, the audience had been thoroughly won over by Lu Yusheng's unwavering spirit throughout the game. Initially, they had viewed him through a lens of skepticism, yet it is imperative to remember that they were, above all, true fans of the sport. As they witnessed Lu Yusheng's relentless presence on the court, even while the team faced a deficit, he never faltered, calmly orchestrating the offense and delivering exquisite assists to his teammates time and again. On defense, he exhibited an unyielding tenacity, contributing remarkable one-on-one steals and fiercely contesting every play, seizing every opportunity with both composure and fervor. Particularly, his recent selfless save had ignited within them the purest passion of fandom. They were entirely captivated by this young man's zeal and determination. As devoted fans, they cheered wholeheartedly for this relentless and indomitable Asian player. Chapter 14. Go as far as you can. This pivotal play not only equalized the score but also instantaneously shifted the momentum. In the subsequent offensive round for the Spurs, they continued to probe for weaknesses in the Lakers' defense, particularly Famer. However, they were taken aback by Famer's extraordinary effort during this defensive sequence. They could not uncover any vulnerabilities. Afade was left with no choice but to pass the ball to Markota, Yet, for the Lakers, receiving the ball in Markota's hands was akin to a gift. Markota, clearly aware of this reality, dared not linger with the ball and promptly passed it away. The Lakers' collective defense was impenetrable, effectively exhausting the Spurs' 24-second shot clock. The Lakers were on the offensive. Lu Yusheng, with the ball in his possession, advanced into the latter half of the court. He initially intended to signal Santos for a screen. However, to his surprise, Famar proactively stepped up to set a pick for him. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. The offensive capabilities of his other teammates were rather limited. Once the ball reached their hands after a pick and roll, it would often stagnate unless presented with an impeccable opportunity. However, Famar was a different story, possessing a diverse array of offensive skills. Sure enough, following the pick, Famar received the ball, took a swift dribble to evade his defender, and opted for a pull-up jump shot. The ball sailed through the air and found its mark. The Lakers had finally achieved their first lead in the game. In the subsequent offensive play, the Lakers once again thwarted the Spurs' attempts. When it was the Lakers' turn to attack, they employed the same strategy, with Famar stepping up to set another pick for Lu Yusheng. This time, wary of Famar's prowess, the defensive players converged towards him after the pick. Consequently, Lu Yusheng found himself with a vast expanse of open space. Lu Yusheng, with unwavering determination, executed a mid-range jump shot effortlessly. It swished through the net, granting a 4-point lead with little time remaining. The Lakers, showcasing their united defense, preserved their advantage until the final whistle. As the game concluded, Lu Yusheng embraced his teammates in a heartfelt celebration. Lu Yusheng was immensely delighted. Although it was merely a summer league game, its significance to him was profound. He understood that if not for Famel's interference, perhaps the Lakers would not have found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, it was precisely in this extreme adversity that he could truly appreciate the importance of a point guard to a team. Moreover, this match held greater significance for Lu Yusheng as it alleviated the pressure from public scrutiny. His remarkable statistics of 13 points, 16 assists, and 10 steals, coupled with his tenacious performance on the court, seemed to soften the criticism from both the live audience and the online discourse, which was no longer as harsh as before. "I think this kid from the Lakers is not too shabby," one remarked. "Are you referring to Famel?" Another retorted. "Come on. You know I mean the kid with the yellow skin." Famel performed like an undercover agent. "Indeed, that kid named Lu exceeded my expectations. I was initially eager to see him falter, to witness the Lakers' embarrassment, yet he proved through his on-court performance that the one deserving ridicule was, in fact, me. Are you all too easily swayed? After all, it's just a summer league game. What can we really discern from it?" A friend interjected. "I concur with your perspective. A summer league game certainly does not reveal much. However, I must admit I have not witnessed such an impassioned player in quite some time. He evokes the most primal passion for basketball within me. This simply indicates that the Spurs' backcourt lacks intensity. Those two fools were thoroughly outmaneuvered by a Chinese player. Especially that Marco. He played like a novice. My grandmother could handle the ball better." Indeed, this only illustrates the uneven caliber of players in the summer league. I can hardly imagine him being so audacious with the likes of Jason Kidd, Allen Iverson, Francis, or Marbury. I agree with your viewpoint, but my friend, when you compare this rookie to those legends, you have already lost. Despite the lingering doubts, the pressure was significantly alleviated compared to before the game commenced. After showering, Lu Yusheng's teammates sought him out, intending to take him out to enjoy the vibrant nightlife of Las Vegas. However, Lu Yusheng declined, as he had never been particularly interested in such pursuits. As Lin Shui had remarked, despite having lived in America for over a decade, his mindset remained that of a traditional and rigid Huaxia individual. Lu Yusheng reclined on the rocking chair in his hotel room, gazing dreamily at the splendid nightscape of Las Vegas. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door. Lu Yusheng approached the door, only to discover that Lin Shui was standing outside. Lu Yusheng discovered that Lin Shui's cheeks were bruised and swollen, clearly indicating she had been harmed. "What happened to you?" Lin Shui remained silent, bursting into tears. After considerable effort, Lu Yusheng finally understood that it was Marco who had struck her. Following his defeat in the match, Marco was in a foul mood, and when Lin Shui kindly attempted to console him, she inadvertently provoked his wrath, resulting in a brutal assault. "Yusheng, please do not confront him. He has already left with the team," Lin Shui sobbed. "Lu Yusheng, why should I confront him? What does this have to do with me?" Lin Shui, "Hey, we grew up together, and this is how you treat me? Uncle Lin has long forbidden you from seeking him out. You deserve this." Lin Shui, feeling wronged, said, "I was originally staying at their team's hotel, but now that they've left, I have no place to stay. I can only spend the night here with you." Figure it out yourself. It's inconvenient for me. I don't care, Lin Shui declared as she climbed onto Lu Yusheng's bed. Swiftly shedding her outer garments and burying herself under the covers to sleep. Lin Shui, I will count to 3. Leave my room immediately, or I will summon security to escort you out. Lu Yusheng, can't you show a little mercy for my father's sake? Stop with the theatrics. If it weren't for Uncle Lin, I would have thrown you out long ago. No more nonsense, just get out. Realizing Lu Yusheng was serious, Lin Shui had no choice but to rise from the bed. How cold-hearted you are to cast me out like this. Doesn't your conscience ache? Get as far away from me as possible. Lu Yusheng disdainfully opened the door, ushering her out. Chapter 15, A Formidable Opponent. The entire team was in training. Following the match against the Spurs, Lu Yusheng sensed a palpable shift in the spirit of the Lakers. Undoubtedly, the most significant change was the newfound trust his teammates had in him. They were increasingly willing to play under his guidance, adhering to his tactical strategies. This was the tactical authority that came with leading the team to victory. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng remained humble, as their next adversary would be the Celtics. The Celtics were a daunting opponent. They too had triumphed in their inaugural Summer League match, but unlike the Lakers' victory over the Spurs, the Celtics had utterly decimated the Suns by nearly 40 points. It was nothing short of a massacre. During the latter half of the training session, Coach Bryant made it a point to show the Lakers players a video of the Celtics game. It was through this footage that Lu Yusheng discovered that the architect of this route was none other than their newly drafted point guard, Rajon Rondo. Chosen as the 21st pick by the Suns, Rondo was subsequently traded to the Celtics, perhaps driven by a desire for retribution against the Suns for discarding him. Rondo played with remarkable ferocity, exhibiting a combative spirit that nearly led to several altercations. Lu Yusheng had never encountered Rondo in person, yet through the lens, he sensed an undeniable ferocity in the man's gaze, hinting at a formidable adversary. This was to be our next opponent. I trust you are not intimidated. Coach Bryant paused the footage and inquired, from the tape, have you discerned any weaknesses, or perhaps the keys to our victory against them? Speak up. A hush fell over the room, as the players perceived the Celtics as nearly invulnerable in this matchup. Their offense, orchestrated by Rondo, seemed all-encompassing. Teammates merely needed to be prepared to capitalize on opportunities, as the ball would invariably find them when they created space. Defensively, Rondo's relentless commitment was evident, as he engaged in every defensive play with an almost reckless fervor, utilizing his impressive wingspan and strength to achieve one-on-one steals repeatedly. With such a leader, his teammates mirrored his tenacity on the defensive end. Faced with a team that was flawless on both offense and defense, the Lakers players struggled to identify any vulnerabilities. Well then, it appears you have all been intimidated by them, Coach Bryant remarked, turning his gaze to Lu Yusheng. Lu, have you too been daunted by Rondo? Remember, you are our point guard, and you will be directly matched against him. Lu Yusheng remarked, Coach, I am not timid by nature, yet to be candid, the Celtics are indeed a formidable team, and Rondo, he exhibits a maturity that is far from that of a rookie. However, this does not imply that they are devoid of weaknesses. Oh, pray tell, what are their weaknesses? Inquired Bryant with keen interest. I wonder if you have noticed that throughout the entire match, their linchpin, Rondo, engaged in minimal offensive play, Lu Yusheng explained. As a point guard, his primary role is to create opportunities for his teammates, which is entirely understandable. However, my point is this, observe that throughout the game, he did not attempt a single long-range shot. On 2 occasions, he had opportunities beyond the 3-point line and was entirely unguarded, yet he refrained from taking the shot. Perhaps he aimed to provide his teammates with better chances, yet there is also the possibility that he lacks the ability for long-distance shooting, Lu Yusheng elucidated. Bryant nodded in approval, recognizing the insight. That is commendable, but such observations alone will not suffice to secure victory against the Celtics. What should have been an invigorating training session turned somber as they reflected on the recorded footage of the Celtics. The reality of their formidable opponent loomed as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Chapter 16, A Surprise. After training concluded, Lu Yusheng returned to his room only to find it somewhat disheveled, prompting him to rise and tidy up. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Good day. I am a member of the hotel staff, here to attend to your cleaning needs. How delightful. Just as I was beginning to feel drowsy. A pillow has arrived. Lu Yusheng hurriedly opened the door. As the door swung ajar, he stood frozen in place, as if struck by an electric shock. How could there be such an extraordinarily beautiful human being? This was the thought that incessantly echoed in Lu Yusheng's mind at that moment. Her exquisitely surreal visage, those pure and innocent eyes, and the lashes shimmering in the twilight like ethereal dreams were utterly enchanting, despite donning a rather ordinary hotel uniform. Her tall yet curvaceous figure radiated an unparalleled beauty that captivated Lu Yusheng at first glance, akin to a beam of light illuminating his entire being. Lu Yusheng felt as though every pore of her being was inhaling her own beauty. "Sir? Sir?" The girl smiled, interrupting the drooling Lu Yusheng. "Oh, please, come in." Lu Yusheng promptly and courteously invited the young lady inside. She displayed a professional and polite smile, and upon entering the room, she commenced tidying up. Lu Yusheng sat there, somewhat anxious, stealing glances at the silhouette of the young woman. To describe Lu Yusheng, this lad had spent the past year traveling with the team, participating in various competitions. Occasionally, the NCAA events would invite popular female celebrities, yet he had never experienced such feelings for any of them. The tension he felt at this moment stemmed solely from the presence of this extraordinarily beautiful being in the air around him. He longed to strike up a conversation with her, something effortlessly natural. However, after pondering for quite some time, he found himself at a loss for how to begin. This was certainly not his forte. Yet, the allure of such a stunning girl stirred something within him. In life, oftentimes, a mere lack of courage could lead to a lifetime of missed opportunities. Lu Yusheng was rallying himself when he suddenly noticed that the girl had completed her cleaning. "Oh, thank you," he said. "You're welcome," she replied, her smile as angelic as ever. Observing that she lingered, Lu Yusheng was struck by the realization that he had forgotten to give her a tip. He hastily retrieved his wallet. The cash within was scant. Yet he took it all out and handed it to the girl. She appeared somewhat taken aback. "It's too much, sir," she said. "Please, take it." "Your work is quite arduous," he insisted. With that, she finally accepted the money. Lu Yusheng gritted his teeth and urged, "Speak, or she may leave." And this opportunity might never present itself again. He suddenly noticed that the girl, after receiving the money, did not seem eager to depart. Her gaze wavered uncertainly, as if she had something to convey. Lu Yusheng felt a secret joy within. Could it be that she harbored feelings for me as well? Chapter 17. The girl's request. "My name is Avril. Are you the player from the Lakers?" the girl inquired first. "Indeed," Avril replied with a smile. "I truly envy you. Being chosen by the Lakers at such a young age promises a bright future. You must be quite skilled at basketball, right? Did you not watch yesterday's game?" Lu Yusheng boasted. Avril shook her head. "I'm just a part-time worker during my university breaks, constantly on the move. I hardly have time to watch." "Oh," Lu Yusheng replied, feeling the awkwardness linger. After a brief exchange, Avril stated, "I apologize, but I must take my leave. If I get caught, this week's efforts will be in vain." Lu Yusheng, did she truly have nothing to convey to herself? Her earlier hesitation undoubtedly indicated that she had something to express. Perhaps she was feeling a touch shy. Indeed, Avril declared her intention to depart. Yet her feet remained rooted in place. "I'm quite embarrassed," Avril chuckled, "but there is one more thing I must discuss." Lu felt a sense of pride. Thinking to himself, "Have I not fully captivated you? Surely, you do not wish to miss out on me, do you? Could you assist me in acquiring a signed Kobe Bryant jersey?" Lu Yusheng stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. "Is that possible?" Avril implored. "You are teammates. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Please, my brother is a devoted fan of his. Can you help me out?" "All right, I will give it a try. But I have yet to meet him. Once the season commences, I will get in touch with you," Lu Yusheng replied. "Fantastic. That's wonderful," Avril exclaimed, excitedly pumping her fist in the air. She quickly took out her phone to exchange contact information with Lu Yusheng. Observing Avril's exhilarated gaze, Lu Yusheng felt a twinge of jealousy towards Kobe, but he could not help it. The guy was currently at the pinnacle of his career and naturally attracted fans. Avril continued, "Actually, I really want to watch your games too, but the tickets are just too expensive for me to obtain." Lu Yusheng remarked, "I have a ticket here. A player benefit, with seats at the sidelines. If you wish to attend." Avril accepted the ticket, her joy palpable. "Thank you. I will definitely be there." After bidding farewell to Avril, Lu Yusheng felt a surge of complex emotions. On one hand, he remained entranced by Avril's astonishing beauty. She seemed utterly indifferent to his identity as an NBA player. Regardless, he was still a visible prospect, a potential millionaire, perhaps even a multimillionaire in the future. How could he spark her interest in him? Yet, judging by her body language, it appeared she harbored a certain fondness for him. On the other hand, he harbored a deep envy for Kobe's influence, pondering when he might attain such stature. That night, he was enveloped in dream after dream. Of course, upon awakening, traces of those dreams lingered in his mind. The following afternoon at 5 o'clock, The Summer League match between the Lakers and the Celtics was about to commence. Lu Yusheng followed the Lakers into the arena to begin his warm-up. He scanned the stands for Avril's figure, but after searching thoroughly, he found no trace of her. Lu Yusheng felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that she merely sought Kobe's autograph. Of course, perhaps he was genuinely occupied, given his part-time commitments. His gaze shifted towards the Celtics players warming up on the opposite court. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of eyes fixated on him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Rajon Rondo. This fellow's gaze emanated a fierce intensity. Beneath an ostensibly calm exterior, it instilled a sense of trepidation. However, Lu Yusheng was unperturbed. The court was akin to a battleground. Once in the fray, one does not inquire about the adversary, but rather focuses solely on victory or defeat. Lu Yusheng fixed his gaze intently upon Legion Longdu, and in that moment, their eyes met, creating an indescribable sense of suffocation. Lu Yusheng was taken aback when, instead of continuing his warm-up layups, Rondo suddenly approached him after their brief exchange of glances. Chapter 18. A Stifling Opening. As Rondo advanced toward Lu Yusheng, the other members of the Lakers ceased their warm-up routines, directing their attention toward him. After all, even without uttering a single word, the intensity in his gaze suggested a readiness for confrontation. "Hey, Lu," Rondo called out directly. "I watched your game yesterday. You performed admirably." Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this individual to approach him with intentions of goodwill. "Thank you. No need for formality. What I wish to convey is that your commendable performance yesterday was not solely due to your own prowess, but rather because the Spurs' backcourt was remarkably weak. Do you grasp what I am implying?" This was evidently not a gesture of friendship. "Speak plainly. It is nothing significant. I merely wish to remind you that basketball is not merely a game of chance." Rondo did not utter any particularly harsh words. Instead, he displayed a peculiar smile before returning to the Celtics half to warm up. Santos approached Lu Yusheng and remarked, "Do not pay him any mind. Lu, let us execute the strategy we have prepared." Lu Yusheng smiled and replied, "Of course." As the warm-up concluded, the whistle sounded, marking the official commencement of the first quarter. The jump ball. The Celtics center, Laimbeer, hails from the European leagues, standing at an impressive height of 218 centimeters, towering over the Lakers starting center, Sam B. Furthermore, Laimbeer is considerably more robust than Sam B. Consequently, in their jump ball contest, Laimbeer effortlessly swatted the ball away. Rondo takes control. Lu Yusheng hurriedly stepped forward to defend. This was their first official encounter, and both individuals approached it with a hint of caution, refraining from immediately escalating the intensity. Lu Yusheng discerned that Rondo's ball-handling skills are not easily disrupted. Firstly, his dribbling fundamentals are exceptionally refined. However, this is not the primary reason. In truth, any point guard who has reached this level of competition possesses commendable foundational skills. The crux lies in his astonishing wingspan and remarkably large hands, making the basketball appear diminutive in his grasp. One must not underestimate these attributes. For a point guard, having larger hands signifies an enhanced ability to control the ball's trajectory, while an expansive wingspan affords better protection during dribbling. Thus, the combination of these factors renders Rondo's ball handling nearly impeccable. After crossing half court, he did not opt for a personal breakthrough, but rather directly passed the ball. The basketball landed in the hands of the Celtics forward, Nathan, who exhibited remarkable speed. With a feint, he deceived the defender before charging towards the basket. Just as he was about to execute his move, suddenly, a figure clad in purple and gold streaked past him with astonishing swiftness. Lu Yusheng emerged from an unexpected angle, swiftly swatting Nathan's ball away. "What a remarkable interception!" Famer shouted, his body springing into action, ready to launch a rapid counterattack. Lu Yusheng also noticed that Famar was about to shoot, and hurriedly passed the ball. However, just as the ball was halfway through its trajectory, a hand suddenly reached out, instantly obstructing the pass. It was Rondo. Lu Yusheng's pass was unexpectedly intercepted with such force. The entire arena erupted in astonishment at this remarkable interception. Lu Yusheng's passing was, in essence, without fault. Under normal circumstances, the ball would have certainly reached its destination. The issue lay in the fact that Rondo possessed remarkably long arms. As the Lakers were poised to launch a fast break, they were compelled to hastily retreat upon witnessing the situation, yet it was too late. At that moment, the basket stood completely unguarded, allowing Rondo to swiftly deliver the ball to their center station beneath the hoop. A resounding dunk. The Celtics secured the first 2 points. Though the game had only just commenced, a few spectators within the arena began to applaud. This singular offensive play, showcasing the prowess of both point guards, was indeed impressive. The match promises to be exhilarating. "It's all right, your pass was fine," Farmar reassured Lu Yusheng, a gesture that brought him considerable comfort. The Lakers were now on the offensive. Lu Yusheng dribbles the ball. Rondo begins his defensive assignment from half-court. With his exceptional wingspan and formidable strength, Rondo's defense poses a significant threat. As a point guard, Lu Yusheng has encountered various defensive strategies, yet he has never experienced such discomfort before. Lu Yusheng felt that this fellow was like a stubborn plaster, clinging to him incessantly. The ball-handling skills he had once mastered seemed utterly ineffective in the presence of this individual, rendering him remarkably clumsy. Lu Yusheng felt as though every dribble of the ball carried the imminent threat of being intercepted, as he sought to accelerate past his opponent. He realized that the adversary matched him in both speed and strength, consistently positioning himself in the path of Lu's advance. Ultimately, Lu Yusheng managed to navigate the ball past the half-court line, albeit with considerable difficulty. However, when he passed the ball to Farmar, he noticed a light sheen of perspiration forming on his back. Farmar, upon receiving the ball, found himself lacking in favorable opportunities and thus passed it to Santos. Yet, Santos was shadowed closely by a defender who was not only as tenacious but also taller than him, leaving Santos with no choice but to laboriously return the ball to Lu Yusheng. As Lu Yusheng grasped the ball, Rondo swiftly approached, his stance low and grounded, his gaze resembling that of a fierce leopard, poised to pounce upon its prey at any moment. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, he gestured for Sam to come forward and set a screen, executing a strategy they often employed in the past. After the pick, Sam immediately rolled towards the basket, and Lu Yusheng promptly passed the ball. However, this time, instead of directly interrupting the passing lane, Rambis, who was defending Sam, lunged straight at Lu Yusheng. This forced Lu Yusheng to retreat, momentarily hindering his ability to pass and causing a delay in seizing the golden opportunity, allowing Rondo to swiftly provide defensive support. This was a commendable strategy against the pick and roll, where the big man advanced to obstruct early before quickly recovering on defense. It appears that the Celtics had thoroughly studied the Lakers' tactical system, recognizing that the easiest scoring opportunities arose from the wing and Lu Yusheng's pick and roll. Consequently, they had devised a targeted strategy in advance. With the offense thwarted, reorganizing their tactics was no longer timely. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, searching for teammates who might be in open positions. However, he realized that despite each teammate's fervent efforts to provide screens and make dynamic movements, the Celtics players consistently maintained their positions right in front of them. Lu Yusheng then realized that the true terror of the Celtics lay in their remarkable height at every position, which was generally greater than that of other teams. Coupled with formidable defensive capabilities across the board, the pressure exerted by such a defense was unlike anything Lu Yusheng had encountered before. There was no alternative. Lu Yusheng had to take matters into his own hands. Rondo, aware of the dwindling time, swiftly closed in on Lu Yusheng, denying him any opportunity to handle the ball. He would not even grant a moment for a hasty shot. Chapter 19. Countering the challenge. In the final moments, faced with Rondo's relentless defense, Lu Yusheng executed a feigned shooting motion, attempting to deceive Rondo. However, Rondo remained unfazed by the trickery. Left with no alternative, Lu Yusheng was compelled to take a jump shot despite Rondo's staunch defense. Rondo swiftly responded, leaping to contest the shot with an imposing block. Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that he could not rely on the conventional jump shot, waiting until his body reached its apex before releasing the ball, as that would undoubtedly result in being blocked. He had to release the shot prematurely. Despite this early release, Lu Yusheng felt that the rhythm of his shot was quite satisfactory. However, to his astonishment, at the very moment the ball left his hands, he suddenly heard a faint, muffled sound. It was not loud, merely the sound of Rondo's fingertips grazing the basketball. Oh no, he had indeed made contact. This fellow's leaping ability was truly formidable. As Rondo descended, his face was filled with triumph, not even bothering to check if the shot went in, and he simply dashed towards the front court. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yusheng did not await the outcome and promptly followed Rondo. The basketball indeed struck the very edge of the hoop. Beer seized the rebound and was poised to pass it to the swiftly advancing Rondo. However, upon noticing the closely trailing Lu Yusheng, he was compelled to momentarily forego the fast break and entrusted the ball to another teammate. The two teams fell into a stationary battle, and Rondo commenced orchestrating the offense. He instructed their center, Beer, to move forward for a screen, and Beer, with his robust physique, provided Rondo with a solid block. Lu Yusheng was completely obstructed by this cover. Sambu had no choice but to step forward and provide assistance in defense. The defenders of Lu Yusheng and Sambu have switched. Rondo now faces Sambu, engaging in a classic case of small versus large. The other Celtics teammates spread out, allowing Rondo to dribble with finesse, manipulating Sambu's rhythm and balance. With a sudden change of direction, he accelerated, leaving Sambu completely behind. Rondo executed a high bank shot, effortlessly surpassing the leaping Santos, and scored. The score is now 4-0 in favor of the Lakers' offensive possession. Lu Yusheng understood that this offensive round was imperative to succeed. Otherwise, having their initial assaults thwarted would inevitably lead to the gradual erosion of his teammates' confidence in the face of such formidable defensive pressure from the opponents. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, entangled with Rondo, whose movements were reminiscent of a sticky plaster, he pondered strategies for their offense. Their most effective tactic was the pick and roll, the cornerstone of their game plan. Therefore, executing their fundamental strategy would serve to solidify their confidence. However, with the Celtics' towering players advancing to obstruct their path, how might they counter this maneuver? Lu Yusheng suddenly recalled the offensive sequence from the Celtics, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. You may be small, but we can play the same game. With this thought, Lu Yusheng signaled his center, Sambu, to come forward and set a screen. Sambu appeared somewhat perplexed, as this tactic had seemingly been countered earlier. Nevertheless, he stepped up to provide the screen for Lu Yusheng. The Celtics' Lambeer advanced to impede his progress. But as he approached Lu Yusheng, the latter executed a sudden change of direction and surged inward. Realizing the predicament, Lambeer understood that retreat was no longer an option. He had to pivot to thwart Lu Yusheng's advance. Lu Yusheng was compelled to dribble backward, yet at that moment, the defender had completely switched, with Lambeer now guarding Lu Yusheng. Once again, it was the classic scenario of a smaller player facing a larger opponent. Lambeer regarded Lu Yusheng with a disdainful gaze, as if to say, "You, a yellow-skinned lad, think you can surpass me?" Lu Yu dribbled the ball, deftly shifting his movements to unsettle Lambeer's balance. To be fair, Lambeer's lateral speed is surprisingly swift. Lu Yusheng swayed a few times, yet he managed to keep pace with small, quick steps. "You can't do it, can you?" As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Yusheng suddenly accelerated and burst to his right. In a frantic attempt to adjust, he shifted to the right. But Lu Yusheng, having recognized his opponent's complete loss of balance, abruptly changed direction. He surged leftward. Lanbi was already too late to react. Once Lu Yusheng penetrated the defense, he executed a low, sweeping layup, scoring effortlessly. Lu Yusheng turned around and said to Lan Biao, "Brother, your defense is lacking." Lan Biao gritted his teeth and prepared to counterattack. In the next round, after establishing his position in the paint, Lan Biao furiously gestured to Rondo for the ball. Rondo effortlessly lobbed the ball over. With the ball in the paint, Lan Biao faced off against Sambu. Confronted by the taller and sturdier Lan Biao, Sambu braced himself, attempting to hold his ground. However, Lan Biao, being a European center, possessed remarkable agility. After a few powerful dribbles backward, he suddenly pivoted and advanced directly to the basket. Meanwhile, Sambu, having exerted too much force, lost his balance and stumbled out, falling to the ground. Lan Biao executed a resounding dunk. He roared in triumph towards Lu Yusheng. The score was now 6-2. Lu Yusheng, disregarding his grievances, hurriedly went over to lift Sambo off the ground. Sambo appeared somewhat dejected. "Lu, I'm sorry. I failed to guard him. It was just one round. It's not a big deal," Lu Yusheng reassured him. "Just retaliate." "All right. The Lakers are on the offense." Lu Yusheng dribbled past the halfway line. This time, surprisingly, Rondo did not initiate his defense until after the halfway mark. Even after Lu Yusheng crossed the half-court, he maintained a certain distance instead of closely guarding him. It seems that constantly defending this way has become tiresome for him. Lu Yusheng passed the ball to Farmar. Observing that Sambo had already established his position in the paint, Farmar decided to lob the ball to him. Everyone was eager for Sambo to respond, especially given that the brash Rambus had been so audacious. However, just as he was about to make the pass, Lu Yusheng noticed that Rondo, like a specter, was stealthily moving towards Sambo's front. In that instant, Lu Yusheng suddenly understood why Rondo had not been closely guarding him this time. Instead, he maintained a certain distance. It dawned on him that Rondo had anticipated that the Lakers would allow Sambo the chance to retaliate, thus preparing for an interception in advance. This fellow was truly cunning. "Do not pass," Lu Yusheng urgently called out to Farmar. However, Farmar had already released the ball. Rondo, who had been waiting in the middle, leaped high and effortlessly intercepted the basketball. The Lakers hastily retreated on defense, But the Celtics' fast break surged forth like a tempest. Lu Yusheng surged to the forefront, resolutely trailing behind Rondo. 3 players from the Celtics had already raced down to the front court. Lu Yusheng understood that if he anticipated the trajectory of his pass, it would be exceedingly difficult to predict and thus challenging to defend against this swift counterattack. Seizing the moment while Rondo was still deliberating whom to pass to, Lu Yusheng unexpectedly made a decisive steal. Success. The 3 Celtics rushed forward in a fast break, only to be thwarted by Lu Yusheng, who single-handedly intercepted the ball. The crowd erupted in cheers. Rondo, now agitated, did not wait for Lu Yusheng to pass the ball and forcefully shoved him to the ground from behind. Cursing under his breath, Lu Yusheng stood up, his urgency palpable. The adrenaline surged as both teams delivered one exhilarating moment after another, even before the first quarter concluded. Tensions rose, and a confrontation seemed imminent. The crowd's cheers intensified, echoing the escalating emotions within the arena. Chapter 20. Rondo's tactical adjustments score, 18-12. The Lakers trailing by 6 points. The first quarter had devolved into a defensive struggle, resulting in a low-scoring affair. The Lakers sat in silence, breathless and fatigued. The Celtics' defensive intensity was undeniably formidable. Moreover, the height advantage of their opponents meant that the Lakers expended significantly more energy on both ends of the court. After a single quarter, fatigue had set in, leaving everyone gasping for air. Even Lu Yusheng found himself worn out from his tussles with Rondo, who was relentless in his movements. If this was only the first quarter, how would they manage the remaining 3? Stamina posed a considerable threat to their prospects in this match. However, Lu Yusheng's primary concern was not merely fatigue. A more pressing issue loomed, an inability to execute their offensive strategies. The tactics they had successfully employed against the Spurs proved ineffective against the Celtics' staunch defense. The current 12 points were scarcely earned through strategic play, relying instead on unconventional methods, either through challenging one-on-one attempts or drawing fouls for free throws. Clearly, this approach would not lead to victory. But how could they implement their strategies against the Celtics' ironclad defense? Lu Yusheng felt a sense of uncertainty within. At the opposite end of the court, the Celtics coach, Anderson, was articulating strategies to the entire team. However, Rondo was utterly disengaged, his gaze fixated on Lu Yusheng in the distance. The young man's defense was indeed impressive. Rondo, as astute as Lu Yusheng, understood that the team capable of executing a viable strategy first would seize victory in the match. In truth, the Celtics had struggled during the first quarter. In their last game, they had brutally dominated a defenseless Suns team, but now, faced with the tenacity of the Lakers, they found themselves somewhat out of sorts. The pivotal moment ahead hinged on which team could effectively implement their strategy first. Rondo rose and approached Rambis, stating, "Buddy, tonight's fate against the Lakers rests in your hands." Rambis was taken aback, as he was currently listening to the coach's tactical instructions. "You all should pay attention," Rondo interjected, snatching the tactical board from Coach Anderson. "From the start of the second quarter, we shall abandon our previous strategy." Anderson was left bewildered. Who exactly was the coach here? The other players shared a similar confusion. Whose instructions were they to follow? As the second quarter commenced, Lu Yusheng quickly discerned the Celtics' tactical shift. After Rondo dribbled past half-court, he lofted the ball directly to Rambis in the paint. Rambis, leveraging his height and weight advantage, began to back down Sambu. Despite Sambu's relentless defense, the disparity in physique and skill proved too great, resulting in a successful score. When the Celtics initiated their second offensive play, Lu Yusheng observed Rondo employing the same tactic yet again, tossing the ball into the paint for Rambis. Rambis continued to back down Sambu, and it seemed that Sambu was on the verge of succumbing once more. Forward Santos hurriedly abandoned his defense of Nathan to provide assistance. However, unexpectedly, Rambis executed a bounce pass, perfectly finding Nathan as he cut into the paint, allowing Nathan to score effortlessly. The Celtics had executed the same maneuver against the Lakers twice. Lu Yusheng understood that this was a tactical adjustment made by the Celtics. Had they adhered to their previous strategy, centering around Rondo, they would have found it exceedingly difficult to perform as effortlessly as they did against the Suns, especially given Lu Yusheng's staunch defense. This was validated in the first quarter. Despite Rondo's commendable efforts, the results were rather meager. Apart from a meager 6 points, the Celtics failed to establish any significant advantage. Thus, Rondo wisely relinquished his role as the tactical focal point and redirected his attention to the second strategic element on the court, lane beer. This European center possesses a common trait, exquisite technical prowess, capable of dominating individually while also exhibiting impressive passing abilities. In contrast, the defender Sambo lacked defensive strength, allowing Lamebeer to seamlessly execute his tactical role. Should assistance arrive, Lamebeer would effortlessly pass to an open teammate. If no help materialized, he would simply overpower Sambo. This strategy appeared seemingly insurmountable. When the third offensive round commenced, and the ball was once again directed to Lamebeer, the Lakers' defense faltered, caught in a dilemma. Each player was eager to assist, yet they feared that doing so would leave their own assigned defenders wide open for Lamebeer's pass. In the midst of their indecision, Lamebeer once again decisively overpowered Sambo. The Lakers failed to implement their own strategy, yet the Celtics executed the same tactic 3 consecutive times, causing a temporary imbalance in the Lakers' mentality. The referee's whistle echoed as the Lakers called for a timeout. Following the break, Sambo's composure crumbled entirely in frustration. He buried his face in his hands and implored, "Coach, please take me out. I can't defend against him. Let Melody, the Lakers' backup center, try his luck." "Shut up, you softy," retorted Coach Bryant Shaw. "Melody is 10 centimeters shorter than you. Do you want me to send him in to kiss Lamebeer's armpit?" Sambo spread his hands in despair. "But coach, I truly cannot defend against him. If this continues, we will lose." "Fear not," Lu Yusheng interjected with steadfast resolve. "Sambo, continue to defend Lamebeer. They will not be as audacious as before, I assure you." Upon hearing Lu Yusheng's words, a glimmer of confidence returned to Sambo's eyes as he nodded. Coach Bryant Shaw, standing nearby, inquired, "Lu, do you know how to turn the tide from here?" Lu Yusheng did not respond to him. Instead, he gathered the other team members together. "Listen to me. This is how we will proceed." Meanwhile, Bryant Shaw stood to the side, feeling somewhat superfluous, and awkwardly scratched his bald head. The game resumed. The Lakers were on the offensive. Lu Yusheng and Farmar executed a pick-and-roll. This maneuver is undoubtedly their most effective strategy, for Farmar possesses formidable offensive prowess. Consequently, following the screen, Lu Yusheng found himself with a plethora of options to orchestrate the play. In this instance, after the pick, Lu Yusheng reacted with remarkable swiftness, delivering a precise bounce pass to Farmar. Farmar took a jump shot, yet the defender had already closed in. The attempt fell short. The Celtics regained possession, and as they advanced past half-court, Rondo maintained his composure, lofting the ball to an already positioned Rambis in the paint. Rondo even cast a somewhat provocative glance at Lu Yusheng while passing. "With this tactic, you are utterly powerless against me." Chapter 21. Lu Yusheng's complete counter after Rondo had delivered the ball to Rambis. Rambis confidently engaged in a one-on-one against Sampson. Sampson, gritting his teeth, braced himself, exuding an aura of determination to battle it out. However, Rambis regarded him with disdain as he maneuvered closer to the basket. He kept a keen eye on the other defenders, prepared to pass should assistance arrive. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted that the other Lakers players were entirely focused on their respective assignments, showing no inclination to offer help. He inwardly reveled in the opportunity for a one-on-one, relishing the chance to bolster his statistics. Yet just as he prepared to elevate for a hook shot to conclude the offensive play, he suddenly heard Rondo's warning, "Be careful." Instantly, he realized that help defense was approaching, prompting him to hastily secure the ball. But it was already too late. Lu Yusheng, quick-witted and agile, swiftly snatched the basketball from Rambis's hands. The Lakers launched a fast break. Santos scored with a layup, narrowing the deficit by 2 points. How infuriating. During the next offensive play, Rambis's attention was entirely focused on Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng appeared to have signs of coming to assist defensively. He quickly prepared to pass the ball. However, midway through his movement, Lu Yusheng halted his advance. Rambis had no choice but to prepare for another offensive attempt. The referee's whistle pierced the air. 3-second violation. In a moment of hesitation, Rambis was caught in the 3-second zone. The Lakers seized possession of the ball. Rondo approached Rambis and remarked, "He is merely feigning defense. If you do not genuinely attack, he will not pursue you. Next time, I will draw him to the other side." Very well. In the subsequent offensive round for the Celtics, Rondo once again entrusted the ball to Rambis. This time, Rondo darted away, distancing himself from Rambis. With this distraction, Lu Yusheng was compelled to follow Rondo. Rambis, now unencumbered by distractions, established his stance, lowered his center of gravity, and charged forward with the dribble. Despite Sambu's valiant efforts to resist, Rambis executed a deft spin, evading his center of gravity. Observing this, Rambis delivered an elegant layup. Suddenly, a yellow figure soared from the side. Wham! An astonishing block sent the basketball hurtling into the stands. The audience erupted in exuberant cheers and screams at this breathtaking block. In the realm of basketball, Few spectacles ignite such fervor as a slam dunk or a stunning block. Rambis was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing it was none other than Lu Yusheng. He had abandoned Rondo entirely and surged into the paint to provide assistance. "Where is your alertness?" Rondo scolded. "Could you not see him coming to help from your position?" Rambis harbored a storm of frustration. He had not been entirely oblivious to Lu Yusheng's impending support. Rather, he had never anticipated that Lu Yusheng would abandon his defender to arrive from the opposite side. Had he been attentive, a direct pass would have left Rondo with a perfect opening. "You claim to be defending with full effort? Then let me show you the cost of such defense." In the ensuing offensive possession, Rambis executed an exceptionally convincing feint. Lu Yusheng indeed charged into the penalty area once more to assist in defense from a distance. Without hesitation, Rambier instantly delivered the ball to the entirely unmarked Rondo. At this moment, it was evident that Lu Yusheng could not rush out to defend in time. Upon receiving the ball, Rondo took a glance at the basket, feigning an intention to shoot. In his strategy, he expected that the other players of the Lakers would certainly rotate to provide defensive support. The moment someone abandoned their assigned opponent, he would promptly pass the ball. However, after surveying the basket, he discovered that no one was approaching to assist. With no alternative, he had to take the three-pointer himself. Swish. Although his form was somewhat awkward, the three-pointer found its mark. This left the Lakers players feeling somewhat disheartened. Lu Yusheng exclaimed, "Brothers, our defense is solid. Let us maintain this strategy and keep pushing forward." Indeed, this was the defensive strategy devised by Lu Yusheng. Faced with the formidable isolation prowess of Randall, none among the Lakers could assist in the defense. Randall's commendable passing skills and court vision would quickly facilitate ball movement. There was only one individual capable of providing assistance, and that was Lu Yusheng. While the others were not well acquainted with Rondo, Lu Yusheng, having traversed from another time, was quite familiar with him. Throughout the majority of Rondo's career, he had functioned as a core point guard, excelling in nearly every aspect, save for one glaring deficiency, his shooting accuracy. In the famed clash between the Lakers and Celtics in 2010, Kobe even exaggeratedly allowed him a 2-meter cushion. Thus, Lu Yusheng could afford to entirely disregard Rondo and charge into the paint to assist in defending Randall without hesitation. Moreover, he specifically instructed his teammates to refrain from closing out on Rondo when he was open, betting against Rondo's ability to score. Should he succeed, Lu Yusheng would concede. Yet he did not believe Rondo could dismantle the Lakers with his shooting prowess. Consequently, when Rondo made a wide-open three-pointer, the other Lakers players were filled with doubt. Only Lu Yusheng continued to vocally urge them to adhere to the established defensive strategy. In the next offensive possession, when Rondo once again received a pass from Randall while unguarded, no Lakers player stepped up to assist. Rondo resolutely took the shot. Another three-pointer went in. This sent the Lakers into a panic. Farmar confronted Lu. "We can't continue like this. If we do, we'll be utterly defeated." Yet Lu Yusheng remained steadfast, insisting they stick to their tactical plan. Farmar shook his head in resignation. Finally, when Rondo attempted his third shot, he missed. The Lakers secured the rebound and launched a fast break, scoring. Rondo found himself open for yet another shot. This time, it was even more absurd. He shot an air ball. The entire arena erupted in laughter. On his fifth attempt, Rondo clearly hesitated. However, upon seeing the unwavering determination of the Lakers, with no one coming to contest him, he felt compelled to shoot once more. Those who have played the game understand that such a hesitant shot lacks rhythm. A complete miss. The crowd burst into an even louder uproar of laughter. Consequently, the Lakers successfully executed a counterattack. The situation on the court gradually stabilized in favor of the Lakers. Frustrated with his shooting performance, Rondo slammed the ball onto the floor during a timeout, incurring a technical foul. It was then that the other Lakers players comprehended that Lu Yusheng's steadfast strategy was indeed the correct one. Often, a basketball game mirrors the journey of our lives. Once you have devised a strategy that you believe to be correct, it is imperative to adhere to it steadfastly. Do not allow momentary difficulties to instill doubt within you. Nor should you hastily make changes. If you persevere through the challenges, success will undoubtedly reveal itself on the horizon. As the first half of the match unfolded, both teams gradually exhausted their tactical maneuvers. The Celtics maintained a slender lead, with a score of 46-38. Although the deficit was not substantial, Lu Yusheng felt a growing unease, akin to sitting on pins and needles. The Lakers' offense remained stagnant, failing to execute a coherent strategy capable of producing consecutive scores. This could pose a significant risk in the second half of the game. How would Lu Yusheng adjust? Ding! At that moment, a familiar and comforting voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 22. Hardaway's signature move. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a star player skill upgrade mystery box. Would you like to open it now? Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback, for he had yet to complete the upgrade of the signature stealing technique granted to him by the system, that of Gary Payton. To his surprise, the system swiftly provided him with a new skill. Perhaps the system discerned that relying solely on those two moves would render Lu Yusheng ill-equipped for the challenges of NBA-level competition. Upon activation, a chime resonated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a brand new signature skill, Tim Hardaway's crossover dribble. Lu Yusheng was filled with immense excitement. This Tim Hardaway, while not as renowned as the Orlando Magic's former star Penny Hardaway, possesses an extraordinary skill set as a point guard that his namesake lacked, particularly in ball handling and drive abilities. His crossover, though not as mesmerizing as that of the later Allen Iverson, was indeed one of the earliest moves introduced to the NBA, a fact Iverson himself acknowledged. Moreover, his signature move, the between-the-legs dribble, allowed him to skillfully shift his defender's center of gravity before suddenly changing direction and accelerating past them. Many guards in the league during his era found themselves thoroughly perplexed by this maneuver. Although Tim Hardaway never clinched an NBA championship throughout his career, he undoubtedly ranks among the most explosive ball handlers of the Jordan era, possessing unparalleled drive and evasion skills. The acquisition of such formidable star techniques invigorated Lu Yusheng with renewed confidence and anticipation for the impending match against the Celtics. With the sound of the whistle, the game resumed. As the second half commenced, the ball returned to Rajon Rondo's hands. Lu Yusheng effectively neutralized the strategy centered around Bill Laimbeer, compelling the team to seek alternative offensive tactics. Rondo, with clarity of thought, initiated a pick-and-roll with Laimbeer, a strategy bolstered by their commendable one-on-one capabilities post-screen. Following the switch, whether Rondo faced off against the smaller Sam Bowie or Laimbeer handled Lu Yusheng, there was a tangible threat emanating from both scenarios. This was likely a tactic Rondo had meticulously devised during halftime. However, Lu Yusheng was undeterred. A singular strategy sufficed to counter their efforts. Regardless of who was guarding Rondo, the approach remained consistent. Defend against drives, not shots. Consequently, when Bowie found himself matched up against Rondo after the switch, he refrained from sticking too closely, instead allowing Rondo a couple of steps while focusing solely on thwarting his drives. This adjustment severely diminished the effectiveness of Rondo and Laimbeer's pick-and-roll strategy. Following the screens, Rondo's attempts to exploit mismatches resulted only in wayward shots that clanked off the rim. Conversely, the Lakers, benefiting from their defensive success, became increasingly vigorous on the offensive end. As the Lakers steadily closed the gap in the score, Rondo grew increasingly anxious, especially after a series of missed attempts. During one Lakers offensive play, just as Lu Yusheng prepared to drive for a layup and leapt into the air, Rondo unexpectedly shoved him forcefully from behind, sending Lu crashing to the ground. Lu Yusheng's expression was one of anguish, remaining on the ground for an extended period. His teammates rushed forward to assess the situation. This was an egregious foul. In response to this blatant transgression, the Lakers players were incensed, with Farmar taking the lead in confronting Rondo. Rondo, however, maintained an air of defiance, adamantly insisting he had done nothing wrong, displaying a stubborn and aggressive demeanor, accompanied by a stream of invectives. The referee inquired of Lu Yusheng whether he required a stretcher to be brought in. Lu Yusheng waved his hand, and with the support of his teammates, he ultimately managed to rise to his feet with great difficulty. As he stood, his teammates noticed that his complexion had turned ashen. It was evident that he had sustained a serious fall. Lu Yusheng felt an excruciating pain in his waist, as if it were on the verge of breaking. Lu Yusheng was utterly enraged. The reckless act by Rondo just now could very well jeopardize his entire professional career. When a person is airborne, their body lacks any points of support. A forceful shove from behind can lead to severe spinal injuries, potentially forcing one to bid farewell to basketball forever. Initially, Lu Yusheng held some admiration for Rondo, respecting his fierce competitive spirit. Such tenacity is the most precious quality of an athlete. However, when one resorts to unscrupulous tactics to secure victory, including actions that could irrevocably ruin another's livelihood and future, it ceases to be a matter of sportsmanship. Undermining someone's career and destroying their prospects is akin to murder. Lu Yusheng's gaze was fixated intensely on Rondo. He strode purposefully towards Rondo. Observing this, the referee, apprehensive of a potential altercation, hurriedly intervened to prevent Lu Yusheng from advancing further. Lu Yusheng pointed at Rondo with a fierce expression and declared, "I initially thought we could be friends, but now it is all over. You despicable scoundrel." Rondo, unyielding, retorted by pointing back at Lu Yusheng. "You should leave the NBA court at once, you yellow-skinned pig." To put it bluntly, Rondo merely adjusts his approach based on the individual. It is precisely because Lu Yusheng is an Asian player with yellow skin that he resorts to such cruelty. Had he been an older African-American, he would undoubtedly have refrained from such behavior. Liu understood in his heart that a raging fire of anger had ignited within him. He no longer engaged in further entanglement with Rondo, for he knew precisely how to exact a fierce vengeance upon such a player. As Lu Yusheng received the ball, Rondo commenced his defensive pursuit from the backcourt, clinging to him like an insistent shadow. The two had been entangled in a fierce struggle throughout the game, having clashed twice already. Thus, when they faced off once more, the crowd erupted in anticipation. "You better not play like a coward and pass the ball," Rondo taunted, maintaining his defensive stance while hurling insults. "Can you even dribble past half-court?" He relentlessly collided with Lu Yusheng, attempting to disrupt his dribbling rhythm with his lengthy limbs in a bid to snatch the ball away. Objectively speaking, Lu Yusheng's dribbling was indeed a weakness. Merely adequate at best, against a defender of Rondo's caliber, it became a daunting challenge. Throughout the game, Lu Yusheng had been thoroughly unsettled by Rondo's relentless defensive tactics. However, at this moment, Lu Yusheng felt a distinct shift. Especially as he began to execute a between-the-legs dribble, he sensed significant changes in his dribbling rhythm. This newfound variability afforded him greater options when swaying his opponent's balance. Although he was still somewhat unaccustomed to this maneuver, he could clearly perceive Rondo being thrown off by the rhythm shift, his body constantly readjusting its defensive posture. And then, in an instant, Lu Yusheng sensed that Rondo's center of gravity had slightly shifted forward, clearly indicating his intention to attempt a steal. Indeed, Rondo made his move. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yusheng executed a deft crossover, leaving Rondo utterly bewildered. In that fleeting moment of their intersection, Lu Yusheng caught a glimpse of the astonishment in Rondo's eyes. Shaking off Rondo, it became a numerical advantage in the frontcourt. As an opponent approached to provide support, Lu Yusheng swiftly passed the ball to the open Santos, who scored effortlessly with a layup. Rondo, having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lu Yusheng, appeared visibly displeased. His expression darkened as he silently received a pass from a teammate and quietly advanced the ball up the court. Lu Yusheng turned to the pass, his expression serene as he addressed Rondo. "Do not rush. Everything is merely beginning." Chapter 23. Tempered in fire. The Celtics' offense once again concluded in failure. They had not scored for an extended period in the second half. The dynamics of the game were entirely dominated by the Lakers. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, and once again, Rondo lunged forward. This time, his gaze turned more ferocious, evidently determined to reclaim the pride lost from the previous play. Lu Yusheng is truly remarkable. He skillfully dribbles between his legs, continually altering his rhythm. Having learned from the previous lesson, Rondo is clearly hesitant to defend Lu Yusheng closely as he did before. He maintains a step of distance, allowing himself some room to adjust his defense. However, Lu Yusheng's changes in rhythm have left Rondo somewhat overwhelmed. He can only incessantly adjust his steps in an attempt to keep pace with Lu Yusheng. Yet, in the next moment, just as Rondo anticipates Lu Yusheng will move to the left, his body leans that way. Suddenly, Lu Yusheng executes another between-the-legs maneuver and accelerates to the right. This swift change takes Rondo completely by surprise. He reaches out, but it is already too late. Lu Yusheng executed a deceptive crossover, inadvertently propelling the ball out of bounds due to the excessive force applied. This recurring issue emphasizes the necessity of diligent practice to truly master such techniques. Nevertheless, despite the ball's departure from play, it dealt a significant blow to Rondo's pride, as his reputation has long been built upon his defensive prowess. Throughout his NCAA journey, countless point guards have faltered under his defensive pressure, often unable to maintain control of the ball. At the game's onset, Rondo employed an aggressive defensive strategy, making it exceedingly challenging for Lu Yusheng to advance past half-court. However, everything had shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Lu Yusheng showcased an impressive behind-the-back dribble, elevating his ball-handling skills to an entirely new level. Now, even a conservative defense felt inadequate, as simply preventing him from breezing past seemed increasingly difficult. Rondo, possessing a tenacious spirit, refused to succumb to this challenge. To be bested twice by an Asian point guard was an affront to his self-esteem, particularly after the crowd erupted in raucous applause following the second instance. His blood surged with indignation. He was determined to reclaim his honor. In the next defensive sequence, he began to shadow Lu Yusheng from midcourt. This time, His defense was even more ferocious, as he relentlessly challenged Lu Yusheng with physicality. Even after incurring a foul, he showed no sign of restraint. Yet, this aggressive style of defense played directly into Lu Yusheng's hands. For such a gamble would lead Rondo to lose his balance and control over his body. Lu Yusheng executed a simple change of direction, effortlessly deceiving Rondo. And with a mere feint, he left Rondo trailing behind him. Once again, it was a scenario of an advantageous situation, with the Lakers scoring with ease. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos directed at Rondo. Celtics coach Anderson quickly called for a timeout. Upon resuming, Anderson shouted furiously at Rondo. "What on earth are you doing? What is wrong with your defense? Why does he pass you as if crossing a street at dawn?" Rondo, already seething with anger, impulsively kicked a chair in response to the coach's outburst. Bang! The chair collapsed under the force. A confrontation between him and the coach ensued, but fortunately, his teammates intervened to separate them. However, this incident thoroughly enraged Coach Anderson, who forcefully pinned Rondo to the bench, declaring, "Damn it, Rondo. As long as I remain the head coach, you won't set foot on the court for even a minute. I guarantee it." Rondo, having lost all confidence in the game, turned and headed straight for the locker room. The situation escalated, with the crowd's boos growing even more intense, and some fans even resorting to throwing trash at Rondo. Lu Yusheng observed it all keenly. He understood that for a player like Rondo, the most effective form of retribution was not an eye for an eye or sneaky tactics. Such actions would only allow him to find his rhythm. Instead, the best way to retaliate was to shatter his pride, thereby inflicting true damage to his self-esteem and leading him to complete despair. In the subsequent game, the absence of Rondo left the Celtics devoid of their tactical core, resulting in a performance that lacked coherence. Coupled with the relentless jeers from the audience, they quickly lost faith in their ability to win, ultimately succumbing to the Lakers, who overwhelmed them. The Lakers claimed victory in their second Summer League game. This match was a transformative experience for the entire Lakers team, and for Lu Yusheng personally, marking a trial by fire. Throughout this contest, Lu Yusheng gleaned far more than he had in the first. From a basketball perspective, he recognized that when a team encounters formidable defense and struggles to implement their strategy, it is the responsibility of the point guard to penetrate the opposing defense with personal drives. The Lakers had been unable to execute effective strategies in the first half due to this very reason, but once he incorporated Tim Hardaway's signature drive, all issues were resolved. Indeed, this maneuver remained rather unfamiliar to Lu Yusheng, necessitating diligent practice to master it. On a deeper level, Lu Yusheng gleaned from Rondo that a point guard's mindset must remain steadfastly balanced at all times. As Coach Bryant aptly articulated, the point guard serves as the brain of the team. Should the point guard's mentality falter, the entire team is inevitably thrown into disarray. In fact, with Lu Yusheng's adeptness at executing the move akin to Hardaway's, had Rondo maintained even a semblance of composure, his defensive prowess would have certainly afforded him the means to impose limitations. However, his mindset had spiraled into chaos, leading to a series of reckless gambles and pursuit of steals, which ultimately culminated in the team's demise. For Lu Yusheng, these experiences and lessons were invaluable. That evening, Lu Yusheng did not seek rest or leisure, but instead took his basketball to the training facility. The Summer League served merely as an appetizer, far from the intensity characteristic of NBA-level competition. Yet, despite this, Lu Yusheng found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He needed to swiftly assimilate the techniques imparted by the system to better prepare himself for the rigors of the NBA. As he exited his hotel room, he heard a man vociferously reprimanding someone in the hallway. Turning to investigate, he discovered a portly middle-aged man berating a striking figure, Avril. With her head bowed, Avril persistently offered apologies, yet the man continued his tirade unabated. Chapter 24. Into the finals. Lu Yusheng approached. The man, noticing someone was coming, quickly concealed his earlier ferocity while reprimanding Avril and politely nodded to Lu Yusheng. It was evident that he held a position of authority, likely the manager of the hotel. Avril, upon seeing Lu Yusheng, felt a twinge of embarrassment, as she found herself in a rather compromising situation. The manager seemed poised to resume his scolding of Avril after Lu Yusheng passed by. However, to his surprise, Lu Yusheng halted in his tracks, fixing his gaze upon him. "Sir, do you require something?" the manager inquired. "Nothing at all," Lu Yusheng replied, gesturing for him to continue. "Please, feel free to continue humiliating my girlfriend." The manager was momentarily taken aback. "Your girlfriend?" "Indeed, she is my girlfriend." As Lu Yusheng spoke, he approached the man, looking down upon him from his imposing height. Although Lu Yusheng did not utter any threatening words, the overwhelming presence of a tall and robust basketball player immediately instilled a sense of tension in the man. "We are merely discussing some professional disagreements. It is not the humiliation you presume. She was late today, which caused some disruption to our work. And I merely reminded her that such behavior should be avoided in the future, nothing more." Noticing that Lu Yusheng remained silent, fixated on him, the man forced a strained smile and said, "You two carry on. I have other matters to attend to. My apologies for intruding." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Avril chuckled softly. "Hey, you frightened him." "I said nothing," Lu Yusheng replied. "Yet your gaze was lethal." Avril expressed a hint of gratitude. "Thank you, truly. Otherwise, he would likely have scolded me until my 80th birthday." "Why would he scold you?" "For being late." "Being late doesn't warrant such ferocity, does it? You also think he was excessive, don't you?" "I've only been late 3 times this week." "And look how fierce he was." Lu Yusheng glanced at his phone. Today was Wednesday. "I believe that if one were to be tardy every day, it would be quite understandable for others to become irate." Avril herself chuckled, conceding, "All right, I admit I may have been a tad excessive. But this instance of lateness was entirely due to you." "Due to me?" he inquired. "Had you not given me the ticket yesterday, I would not have attended your match and thus would not have been late." "You want to watch the match?" "Indeed, I made a special trip. However, by the time I arrived, it was already the second half, and I witnessed you in a confrontation with the opposing team." "Where were you at that moment?" "I didn't see you," Lu Yusheng asked. "Do you expect me to assist you in a brawl?" "Lu Yusheng," Avril smiled. "And I didn't stay long before the manager called me back. I hurriedly returned, only to be reprimanded." "Did you win the match?" "Yes, we did." "That's wonderful," Avril exclaimed joyfully. "I knew you would definitely win. With Santos on your team, victory was assured." "Lu Yusheng, why are we so certain of victory because of Santos? He is indeed remarkable, performing various dunks on the court. Is he not one of your key players?" Lu Yusheng felt somewhat speechless. Avril was just like the other girls, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of basketball. In their eyes, the one who could dunk fiercely or leap the highest was deemed the most formidable. Noticing Lu Yusheng's expression of exasperation, Avril quickly added, "Of course, you are commendable as well. At the very least, your prowess in combat is quite impressive. I observed how you managed to intimidate the opposing team." "Lu Yusheng, you go ahead with your tasks. I shall head off to practice my skills." Avril called out to him. "Lu." He replied. "Engaging in conversation with you is quite enjoyable. I have a day off tomorrow. Do you have time?" Lu Yusheng smiled, appreciating the young women here who, with genuine interest, boldly invite you out, unlike those from elsewhere. When you take the initiative to pursue them, they feign modesty, employing tactics of bait and retreat, manipulating the situation with calculated precision, and even denying you a straightforward rejection. "No matter," Lu Yusheng readily agreed. Lu Yusheng arrived at the gymnasium alone. Upon entering, he immediately noticed that 2 other individuals were present. One was Rondo, accompanied by his trainer. At that moment, Rondo was already drenched in perspiration. Judging by the time, it seemed they had commenced their training soon after the conclusion of their match. Lu Yusheng observed that the focus of Rondo's training was on defensive techniques. When Rondo caught sight of Lu Yusheng, he paused momentarily, yet remained silent and resumed his training. Lu Yusheng also embarked on his training alone, despite the negative impression that Rondo's poor move on the court today left on him. He understood in his heart that with Rondo's dedication to training, he would undoubtedly emerge as a standout among their cohort of rookies in the future. Lu Yusheng, in addition to his fundamental training, diligently practiced the new star skills imparted by the system. Notably, he focused on Peyton's lateral steal and Tim Hardaway's crossover dribble. The transformation this offensive and defensive duo brought to Lu Yusheng was nothing short of a qualitative leap, elevating him from a conventional point guard to a pivotal figure capable of altering the course of a game. Thus, mastering these 2 moves to their fullest potential became imperative for him. In the remaining matches in Las Vegas, Lu Yusheng's Lakers encountered no further challenges. As he continuously honed these techniques, the teams in the Summer League posed little threat to him. Under Lu Yusheng's leadership, the Lakers effortlessly triumphed, advancing to the finals with ease. His performance and achievements in the Summer League momentarily silenced the media and prejudiced fans who had previously questioned his abilities. Strength remains the most potent weapon to quell dissenting voices. However, a segment of the media and fans still contended that Lu Yusheng and his Lakers' journey to the finals was purely fortuitous. They argued that the Lakers' schedule had been exceedingly favorable, lacking encounters with genuine powerhouse teams. Once they faced the formidable Portland Trail Blazers in the finals, It was inevitable that Lu Yusheng and the Lakers would revert to their original form. The Trailblazers, much like the Lakers, had also surged through to the finals with a series of consecutive victories. However, their path had been significantly easier, winning each match by substantial margins and encountering virtually no opposition. This success was attributed to the exceptional talents of two rookies acquired by the Blazers this year. They first obtained the second overall pick, power forward LaMarcus Aldridge, through a trade with the Chicago Bulls. Subsequently, they secured guard Brandon Roy from the Minnesota Timberwolves. No one anticipated that the simultaneous presence of these two rookies, one inside and one outside, would create a remarkable chemistry that left everyone in awe. Their performances in the Summer League could only be described as dominant, leading some media outlets to dub them the OK Combo of Portland. It was believed that this duo would deliver a devastating blow to Lu Yusheng and the Lakers in the finals. Chapter 25. Building momentum on both sides. As the finals approach, public opinion online has elevated the final match of the 2006 Summer League to a fervent anticipation. On one hand, the Los Angeles Lakers have struck gold with their fortunate selection of an Asian-American superstar point guard. ESPN has even described him with seemingly laudatory headlines such as the Chinese kid poised to rescue the Lakers' point guard position. On the other hand, we have the American prodigies, the Portland Twins, heralded as the perfect duo capable of reshaping the league upon their entry. This clash appears to transcend the realm of a mere Summer League game. American fans attribute Lu Yusheng's extraordinary performance to the inadequacies at the point guard position across various teams in the Summer League. Do not be deceived by that Asian kid, they caution. His impressive statistics stem from the fact that most teams lack a genuine point guard. I concur with your sentiment, my friend. The most outstanding point guard in the Summer League, Brandon Roy, is even a combo guard. Nevertheless, even as a combo guard, Roy is certain to impart a lesson to that Asian kid in the finals. I have faith he will uphold the dignity of the traditional American point guard. At this juncture in the Summer League, Lu Yusheng is no longer the underdog he once was. In the preceding matches, he has rapidly garnered a following with his relentless performance. Beyond the Asian audience and overseas fans from China, there exists a contingent of genuine American youth who idolize Lu Yusheng. They believe that despite his seemingly modest talent and widespread skepticism, he can astonish the world through sheer determination and hard work. The story of Lu Yusheng is imbued with a sense of wonder, representing an ordinary hero to the Americans who project their dreams of heroism onto him. They have begun to rally in defense of their idol. Oh, please. Prior to the last match against the Celtics, you proclaimed that Rondo would decisively overpower Lu. Yet, what was the outcome? Who truly faced defeat? Indeed, the Rondo you placed such high hopes on appeared utterly inept, leaving the court in a state of disarray. No. Royo and Rondo are entirely dissimilar. Who could have anticipated that Rondo, as a point guard, would lack even the most fundamental mid-range shooting ability? Royo, on the other hand, is a player without any discernible weaknesses. When the time comes, he will leave that Asian lad searching for his teeth. For heaven's sake, I advise you to safeguard your esteemed Mr. Royo's dignity, lest he, too, concludes the match in a disgraceful manner akin to Rondo. The fans from both sides are embroiled in heated debates online, yet Lu Yusheng remains largely unfazed. His primary focus has been on rigorous training, striving to master the skills bestowed upon him by the system in the shortest time possible. Moreover, during his leisure moments, he has been enchanted by dates with the lovely Avril. Lu Yusheng, by nature, embodies a somewhat traditional Chinese perspective, graceful and serene, akin to unrefined jade, but comparatively quiet. This aspect has often been a source of jest for Lin Shui and is not particularly appreciated by American women. However, with Avril, these perceived shortcomings seem to transform into virtues. She finds great admiration for a man of Lu Yusheng's disposition, describing such a character as possessing an ineffable composure that evokes a sense of security. Nevertheless, this is not the sole reason Lu Yusheng and Avril swiftly discovered common ground and fell into a passionate romance. The pivotal factor lies in Avril's profound fascination with the ancient and enigmatic Chinese culture. Like her father, she is an aficionado of all things Chinese. During their dates, she often inundates Lu Yusheng with inquiries about the snippets of Chinese culture she has encountered. Fortuitously, Lu Yusheng is more than capable of satisfying her curiosity. Although he arrived in America at the tender age of 10, his heart has always yearned for his heritage. He has gleaned a wealth of knowledge about China from his mother and from literature. The enchanting legends, mysterious tales, Oriental cuisine, and classical poetry all leave Avril utterly spellbound. For Lu Yusheng, life is replete with surprises. Who would have imagined that his prolonged singlehood would swiftly blossom into love, especially with such a beautiful girl? And with an abundance of shared interests? Truly, it is a blessing from the heavens. In Las Vegas, one may indeed find the sweet embrace of love. And if fortune permits, seize the championship of the Summer League while earning the MVP title to validate one's prowess. It would herald a splendid commencement to their impending NBA journey. The former appears to be within reach, yet the latter seems far more elusive. Particularly evident was the pressure felt by Lu Yusheng during the training prior to the finals, as coach Bryant presented footage of the Portland Trail Blazers games. The performance of Brandon Roy left him utterly astonished. This player hardly resembled a rookie. Throughout their previous encounters, he exhibited a remarkable mastery of the game, executing his role with effortless grace. It was glaringly apparent that he had yet to unleash his full potential. His calm assessment of the situation on the court, keen observation of the opposing defense, and demonstrated scoring ability starkly contrasted with those of his peers. He appeared almost omnipotent, always present when the team required his contributions. Such a formidable adversary rendered Lu Yusheng unable to discern any weaknesses. Moreover, one cannot overlook the second overall pick, Aldridge. This towering figure not only possessed exceptional physicality, but also boasted a shooting finesse uncommon among players of his stature. His touch is smooth and delicate as that of a guard. The caliber of such an interior presence poses a grave threat to the Lakers' already feeble defensive front. Lu Yusheng could hardly conceive a strategy to counter the situation. However, having reached this critical juncture, he was determined to vie for the championship. Furthermore, his mother and Uncle Lin had resolved to be present in Las Vegas on the day of the finals to support him, and Avril had also taken leave to cheer him on. He was resolute in his pursuit of the championship, willing to exert every ounce of effort. On the eve of the competition, Lu Yusheng experienced an unusual bout of insomnia, finally managing to catch a few erratic hours of sleep just as dawn approached. Consequently, when he appeared on the finals floor the following day, amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, he felt momentarily disoriented. He glanced toward Roy, who appeared remarkably at ease. Unlike Rondo, who exuded arrogance, Roy seemed amiable, warming up while exchanging light-hearted banter with the staff. Perhaps, in his eyes, Lu Yusheng and the Lakers posed no real threat, which explained his relaxed demeanor. Chapter 26. Humiliation. After Lu Yusheng and the entire team completed their warm-up, he noticed his mother entering alongside Uncle Lin and others. The absence of Lin Shui's presence brought a sense of relief to Lu Yusheng. He hurried over to greet them and assist in finding their seats. "You needn't worry about us. We can find our own spots. Hurry and prepare for the match," Uncle Lin advised. "Understood." As Lu Yusheng was about to depart, Uncle Lin called out to him once more. "Yusheng, disregard the opinions of others and focus solely on showcasing your own abilities." His mother echoed this sentiment, urging him to have faith in himself. Lu Yusheng smiled knowingly. It appears that his mother and Uncle Lin had long been aware of the unfavorable public opinion surrounding him on the internet and in the media, despite their busy schedules. They made a special trip today, clearly recognizing the pressures that Lu Yusheng bore and coming to offer him their support and encouragement. Lu Yusheng contemplated that for the sake of his mother and Uncle Lin, he must perform exceptionally well in this match. As the whistle blew, the finals of the 2006 Las Vegas Summer League commenced. Both teams engaged in the jump ball. Due to Aldridge's undeniable advantage against Sambu, he effortlessly secured the ball. Roy obtained possession and dribbled past half-court. Lu Yusheng hurriedly advanced to defend. He had rehearsed countless times in his mind the match against Roy. When defending a player like Roy, one must not cling too closely. He possesses terrifying speed, and if you get too close, he can effortlessly evade you in a single step. Conversely, one must not allow him too much space. He is not Rondo, and if given ample room to shoot, his mid-range prowess will swiftly teach you a lesson. Therefore, the defense against him requires maintaining a delicate balance, not too far, yet not too close, sufficient to disrupt his passes while also preventing his drives and shots. However, just as Lu Yusheng was contemplating how to intercept the ball, Roy suddenly nonchalantly lifted his dribbling hand. In an instant, the basketball had vanished from his grasp. Lu Yusheng hurriedly turned around, only to find the ball passed into the paint. The Trail Blazers forward, Austin, received the ball with perfect timing after a screen. With a graceful motion, he executed a mid-range jumper. Swish. It found its mark effortlessly. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, not for any other reason, but for the sheer brilliance of Roy's pass, which was simply exquisite. This shot represented a fleeting opportunity, one that only seasoned NBA point guards can seize. Yet Roy, as a rookie, managed to grasp this rare passing chance. Both the fans in attendance and Lu Yusheng himself were left astounded. The excellence of a point guard is often measured by their ability to time their passes, an essential criterion. While everyone can make a routine pass, there exist moments on the basketball court that are ephemeral. Even a delay of half a second can mean missing the opportunity. It is this acute awareness of such instances that truly tests whether a point guard is exceptional. Although Lu Yusheng had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by Roy's play. Roy's experience cannot be fully appreciated from mere video analysis. It is only through competing alongside him on the court that one can truly grasp his formidable prowess. The Lakers have regained possession. Lu Yusheng dribbled past the halfway line. Unlike Rondo, Roy had no intention of advancing to the front court to apply pressure, instead opting to linger in the backcourt. Even after Lu Yusheng crossed the halfway line, Roy continued to refrain from closely guarding him, merely offering a symbolic defense. Lu Yusheng signaled Santos to come forward for a screen. After the pick, Roy circled behind Santos, opting not to contest. This resulted in Lu Yusheng finding himself unguarded beyond the three-point line. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand for a three-pointer. However, perhaps due to just entering the game, his touch was still a bit off, and the shot clanged off the rim. The Trailblazers launched their offensive. Roy dribbled past half-court. Lu Yusheng hurriedly followed suit. Having learned from the previous lesson, he resolved to tighten his defense this time, ensuring that Roy was not afforded such a clear passing perspective. However, just as he drew close, Roy's dribbling hand lifted once more. The ball vanished from his grasp in an instant. As Lu Yusheng turned around, he noticed Aldridge had received the pass, finding himself in a completely open position. With a powerful dunk, the arena erupted into a tremendous cheer. These two passes were almost beyond anyone's imagination, and both were fleeting opportunities. Yet Roy's ability to seize such chances was nothing short of effortless, as if they were merely routine passes. Before coach Bryant could call a timeout, Lu Yusheng took the initiative to call one himself. Although the game had only just begun, this timeout was essential. Otherwise, the Blazers might run away with the first quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, Lu Yusheng loudly addressed his teammates, emphasizing that Roy's passing vision was exceptional, thereby raising the stakes for our defense. Moving forward, I will exert greater effort to restrict his passing, ensuring he cannot deliver the ball with ease. As for our players stationed in the paint, we must afford them no opportunities, not even a fleeting chance like the one just witnessed. Their intricate pick-and-roll plays necessitate that we implement a switch defense, leaving no room for even a brief open shot. Do you understand? Absolutely. The reason the Trailblazers were able to exploit such opportunities was due to the Lakers' strategy of not switching during their pick-and-rolls, creating momentary gaps. In the case of an average team, such transient openings might not be lethal, as the ball may not be delivered in time. However, the Trailblazers are not an ordinary team. On 2 occasions, Roy flawlessly executed his passes without a moment's hesitation. This proved to be fatal. Thus, Lu Yusheng's strategy is to rotate defensively, eliminating any transient openings, no matter how brief. Furthermore, it hinges on limiting Roy's passing vision. He must not be allowed to pass so effortlessly. We must apply greater pressure. Yet, this is no simple task. As a dual-threat guard standing at an impressive 198 centimeters, Roy holds a significant height advantage over Lu Yusheng. The age-old adage that an inch in height translates to an inch in strength rings true, particularly at the point guard position, where taller guards possess an inherent advantage in passing vision. Moreover, when facing a taller opponent, it becomes increasingly difficult to disrupt their passing. As the new defensive sequence commenced, Lu Yusheng adhered closely to Roy, arms outstretched to interfere with his passing lanes. The Lakers' interior defenders rigorously followed Lu Yusheng's devised strategy, switch on screens. Consequently, the Trailblazers found it increasingly challenging to create opportunities. While Roy dribbled and surveyed the court, suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, he executed a pass that sailed directly over Lu Yusheng's head, grazing the top of his scalp. Damn! Lu Yusheng felt a surge of frustration. Such a pass was a blatant humiliation directed at him. Chapter 27. Regaining morale. The basketball grazed Lu Yusheng's scalp as it made its way into the paint. Aldridge received the ball and effortlessly executed a jump shot, securing another 2 points. 6 o'clock. From the onset of the match, the Trailblazers, almost solely through Roy's prowess, left the Lakers astounded. Each of his 3 passes seemed effortless, and once the ball was delivered, it transformed into a straightforward scoring opportunity. The prevailing sentiment was that the Trailblazers had yet to unleash their full potential. Roy merely tossed a few passes, and in doing so, dismantled the Lakers' defense. The other Lakers players were evidently rattled after just these 3 exchanges of offense and defense. It was painfully clear that they were not on the same level as their opponents. In truth, this assessment was accurate. Based on the genuine capabilities of the athletes from both teams, they indeed did not belong to the same echelon. Lu Yusheng felt an intense frustration brewing within him. Certainly, he did not blame his teammates. The fault lay solely with himself for failing to apply pressure on Roy, allowing him to pass the ball with such carefree abandon. The final pass, which sailed over his head, was particularly humiliating. In the stands, the skeptics among the fans, who had never held Lu Yusheng in high regard, began to voice their disdain. "See, I told you so. The Lakers' journey to the finals is merely a stroke of luck. That Asian kid is utterly inept." When faced with formidable opponents, his true colors are revealed. Indeed, in the presence of Roy, he appeared as inexperienced as a novice just learning to play. Completely outmaneuvered by Roy. The ease with which Roy played against him was akin to casually walking a dog in the park. Uncle Lin, seated among the crowd, was incensed by these biting remarks. What on earth were these people thinking? The game had barely begun. Was such fervor truly warranted? Aunt Lin interjected, "They are merely young. Why stoop to their level at your age?" Yet, she pondered, why could they not bear to see others succeed? Was it truly so abhorrent that Yusheng excelled in basketball? Lu Yusheng's mother smiled gently. "Oh, old Lin, do calm down. After all these years here, haven't you learned anything?" Uncle Lin sighed. "Yusheng, you must bring us some pride." On the court, the Lakers launched an offensive. This shot must be made. Otherwise, the morale of the Lakers would plummet to unprecedented lows. Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbled the ball as center Sam but stepped forward to provide him with a screen. Roy, adhering to his usual strategy, maneuvered around for a defensive stance, allowing Lu Yusheng an opportunity for a three-point shot. Lu Yusheng understood that the opponents had evidently conducted research on him. During previous games with the Lakers, he rarely attempted three-point shots, leading them to conclude that his three-point shooting ability was either non-existent or mediocre. In reality, Lu Yusheng's proficiency in three-point shooting was indeed average. However, as a point guard, when such an opportunity is presented by the adversary, it is imperative to seize it. Only in doing so can one alter the opponent's defensive strategy. Lu Yusheng, without a moment's hesitation, lifted his hand and launched a shot from beyond the arc. Swish. This time it found the mark. 6-3. For the struggling Lakers at the outset, this three-pointer was akin to a ray of hope amidst adversity. With this successful shot, confidence surged among the players. The Trailblazers initiated their offense. Roy brought the ball past half-court, with Lu Yusheng closely guarding him. Roy remained vigilant, surveying his teammates' movements and potential cuts, poised to deliver a pass at any moment. Upon witnessing this situation, Lu Yusheng could not help but feel a surge of anger. This simply would not do. He had not exerted any pressure on him. In such a state, he would still pass the ball at any moment. As long as his teammates found themselves in the right positions, the ball would inevitably be delivered. Lu Yusheng suddenly realized that Roy, while dribbling and switching hands, exhibited a habitual gesture of instinctively lifting his gaze to observe the positions of his teammates on the court. This is a commendable habit for a point guard, as from the moment one begins to play basketball. The first lesson imparted by the coach upon assigning the role of a point guard is invariably to keep one's head up and be aware of the teammates' locations while dribbling. Throughout several defensive sequences, Lu Yusheng noted that whenever Roy dribbled to the left corner and transitioned the ball to the right, he would instinctively look up to assess the situation. Likewise, when he approached the right side, he would subconsciously perform the same action. At that moment, it was precisely when he was least focused on controlling the ball. Lu Yusheng keenly observed this habit. As Roy once again dribbled to the right, Lu Yusheng instinctively tensed up. When Roy switched hands, he indeed subconsciously glanced up once more. The opportunity had arrived. Lu Yusheng seized the opportunity, suddenly executing a deft steal. Roy, momentarily caught off guard, realized it was too late to react. He hastily attempted to use his robust physique to impede Lu Yusheng's interception. Yet Lu Yusheng was no novice. Particularly now, he had elevated Gary Payton's signature side steal technique to an impressive level 5, rendering such opportunities almost effortless for him. The ball was swiftly snatched away, racing past half-court for a spectacular layup. 6-5. Marvelous. Lu, what an exceptional steal. His teammates rushed over to high-five him. Such plays are tremendously uplifting for team morale, especially considering that he had just stolen the ball from the opposing team's star player, and in a one-on-one scenario no less. Not only did this greatly boost the spirit of the Lakers, but even the audience, including Uncle Lin and his companions, raised their voices in excitement. Meanwhile, Roy, who had just been stripped of the ball, appeared remarkably unfazed, as if the theft had happened to someone else entirely. He continued to dribble leisurely, surveying his teammates' positions. However, Following the previous steal, Lu Yusheng realized that his influence on Roy had drastically shifted. In earlier plays, when Lu Yusheng defended against Roy, the latter showed little reaction as he subconsciously believed that his adept ball handling skills and height rendered him immune to any threat posed by Lu Yusheng. But now, the situation had changed. As Lu Yusheng approached, Roy's focus shifted back to the ball in his hands, causing him to neglect the positioning of his teammates. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of joy within. No wonder it is said that the best defense is a good offense. Based solely on height and wingspan, Lu Yusheng could hardly disrupt Roy's passes, thus failing to sever the connection between him and his teammates. However, this remarkable steal instilled a sense of caution in Roy, preventing him from passing to his interior teammates with the same reckless abandon as before. Lu Yusheng originally believed that this would disrupt the rhythm of the Trailblazers' offense. However, he was taken aback when Roy, unable to find the same passing opportunity as before, resorted to the simplest method, lofting the basketball into the paint for Aldridge. Aldridge, confronted by the shorter Sambu, executed a series of deft fakes before delivering a clean, smooth turnaround jumper. The ball effortlessly found its way through the net. This exemplifies the advantage of having star players on a team. When tactical plays fail to materialize, the individual brilliance of a star player becomes the most effective strategy, and the Lakers found themselves nearly powerless against it. Chapter 28. The Meaning of Leadership. Almost all NBA teams actively pursue star players during the offseason. The value of a star player lies not only in their influence on ticket sales and marketability, but also in the richness they bring to a team's tactics. A star's offensive prowess is undeniable. They can alter the opponent's defense and create opportunities for teammates. Furthermore, a team can construct a variety of offensive strategies centered around a star player. When tactical plays fall short during an offensive sequence, a star can leverage their exceptional individual skills to resolve the issue. Roy, as a guard, is remarkably astute, so much so that Lu Yusheng finds this opponent somewhat daunting. In the previous possession, when he managed to intercept a pass from Lu Yusheng, a typical star player would certainly seek to retaliate on the next play, as preserving their pride is paramount. Lu Yusheng himself believed that Roy was likely intent on retaliating with that last shot, considering he possessed formidable offensive capabilities as a guard. However, Roy appeared utterly unaffected, continuing to orchestrate the strategy. In the absence of a developed play, he promptly passed the ball to Aldridge for further handling. This calm demeanor in an opponent commanded Lu Yusheng's respect. Roy was undeterred, solely focused on securing victory. In the subsequent offensive sequence, Roy again entrusted the ball to the forward Alex in the paint. Alex engaged in a one-on-one with Santos, who found the defense quite challenging. Consequently, Famar had to provide assistance. In a swift motion, Alex distributed the ball to Roy. Without hesitation, Roy received the pass and directly relayed it to an open teammate. The open shot resulted in an effortless 2 points. The Lakers proceeded to organize their offense. Lu Yusheng executed a series of under-the-leg dribbles, reminiscent of Hardaway's signature move. Although he has yet to master it fully, its potency is already becoming apparent. With a swift change of direction, he deftly evaded Roy's defense. Instantly, Aldridge from the Trailblazers rushed in to provide assistance on defense. As Lu Yusheng prepared to pass, he was taken by surprise when Aldridge feigned a defensive move, swiftly retracting just at the moment Lu Yusheng made his passing gesture. Lu Yusheng had no choice but to raise his hands and take a shot. It went in. In this round, Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbled past Roy and scored. In consecutive plays, he had both a successful offense and a defensive maneuver that humiliated Roy. Lu Yusheng gazed at Roy, thinking that he should finally react. But to his surprise, Roy completely ignored him, swiftly moving to the baseline for a quick throw-in. With the precision of a football quarterback, Roy delivered the ball directly to the fast-moving Alex. Another effortless 2 points. As the first quarter concluded, the score was 21-10. The Lakers bench was engulfed in silence, only broken by heavy breaths. On the basketball court, an 11-point deficit may not seem substantial. However, those who witnessed the match could distinctly perceive that the disparity between the two teams transcended this mere 11 points. The Lakers, in the face of the Trailblazers, or rather, Lu Yusheng confronted by Roy, experienced an indescribable sense of powerlessness, even a suffocating feeling. You yearn to compete fiercely, to engage in 100 direct confrontations. Yet the opponent offers no such opportunity. You may intercept me, surpass me, but it matters not. In the next round, I will still assist my teammate in retaliating. Moreover, my teammates possess superior abilities, effortlessly maintaining the lead. A simple play suffices to resolve issues. There is no necessity to showcase skills or perform intricate maneuvers. Lu Yusheng's strike felt as though it were a powerful punch, yet it landed upon cotton, evoking a profound sense of both fury and helplessness from within. Lu Yusheng and his teammates from the Lakers all sensed a stifling atmosphere. Coach Bryant encouraged everyone, saying, "It's all right, in the next quarter. Let us continue to execute our original strategy. As long as we perform to the best of our abilities, that is sufficient. For we have already demonstrated remarkable prowess in the Summer League." Although Shaw's words were well-intentioned, having observed the considerable disparity between the Lakers and the Trailblazers after one quarter, his aim was to uplift the team. However, Lu Yusheng felt a sense of discontent upon hearing this. Was he not essentially urging everyone to concede defeat prematurely? Indeed, there was a gap between the two teams. Yet the match had only just commenced, after all the effort they had exerted to reach the finals. Was it not the coach's responsibility to devise tactical solutions to the challenges faced? Instead, he seemed to be leading the team to surrender psychologically. "No, coach. It is not the appropriate moment for such sentiments." Lu Yusheng interrupted Bryant's words. Bryant was taken aback, gazing at Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng wiped the sweat from his brow, rose to his feet, and approached his teammates, squatting down among them. "Brothers," he began, "I recognize that this match has proven quite arduous for us. We must acknowledge that their skill level indeed surpasses ours." A profound silence enveloped the group as they gazed at Lu Yusheng. "Yet, let us reflect. Our team has traversed the Summer League facing formidable challenges. Each match has been a struggle, and prior to every encounter, we have found ourselves underestimated. Indeed, we have fought valiantly through each contest." Lu Yusheng paused momentarily before continuing. "However, in every match, we have gritted our teeth and persevered, ultimately reclaiming victory. What does this signify? It signifies that while the triumph in competition is indeed related to our technical proficiency, it does not solely dictate the outcome of the contest. This is the true allure of competitive sports. My brothers, we have approached each game in this manner, and today shall be no different. If we exert our utmost effort and hold on until the final quarter, we shall have the opportunity to emerge victorious in this match. As for the upcoming games, our defensive strategy remains unchanged. We will switch defenses upon encountering screens, ensuring we deny them any open opportunities. The rest will depend on our resolve." Lu Yusheng extended his hand, rallying his brothers. "Today, we speak only once for the journey that has brought us here. For the camaraderie we have forged along the way, let us strive forward. Let us strive." All hands came together in solidarity. The other teammates of the Lakers, inspired by Lu Yusheng, unitedly shouted in defiance. Confronted with an undeniable disparity in strength as the point guard and the leader of this makeshift team, Lu Yusheng must harness the utmost energy of his squad, both on and off the court. With the sound of the whistle, the second quarter commenced. The Blazers possessed the ball. Roy dribbled past half-court, and Lu Yusheng immediately approached to apply pressure. Roy, wary, dribbled while surveying the movements of his teammates. In this offensive play, Roy suddenly sensed that the Lakers before him seemed transformed. The entire team, each individual's body language and gaze, appeared to radiate an indescribable aura. A presence that enveloped Roy with an overwhelming sense of pressure. For a moment, Roy was taken aback. What has happened to them? Caution. Just as Roy was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Aldridge's warning. He jolted back to reality. Lu Yusheng's hand struck with an overwhelming force. Chapter 29, The Mysterious Figure. Roy, witnessing Lu Yusheng's decisive move, swiftly dribbled and turned, attempting to evade the impending steal. However, Lu Yusheng's action was executed with remarkable speed, and he still managed to make contact. The ball soared rapidly towards the out-of-bounds line. Lu Yusheng hurriedly gave chase, accompanied by Famar. Roy stood frozen in place. Stunned, there was no way to retrieve that ball. Bang! Lu Yusheng and Famar were both thrown out of bounds. The ball was out of play. Roy gazed in astonishment at Lu Yusheng and Famar, who were being assisted back to their feet by teammates. Were they out of their minds? With such a playing style, it was inconceivable that they could endure until the fourth quarter. The possession still belonged to the Trailblazers. As Roy received the ball, he noticed Lu Yusheng clinging to him like a tenacious adhesive. A wave of annoyance washed over him. This guy was quite the nuisance. "Hey, is this how you always play?" Roy couldn't help but inquire. "What? If you continue this way, how will you manage the second half? Do you even have the stamina to continue?" Roy pressed on. "If we don't play like this, there won't be a second half at all." Lu Yusheng wiped away a bead of sweat and spoke. Roy was momentarily taken aback, re-evaluating Lu Yusheng before him, as an unfamiliar emotion welled up within him. The Pioneers launched an offensive. Roy passed the ball to Aldridge. Aldridge, with practiced ease, turned his back to Sambo, initiating a one-on-one confrontation. Sambo steadfastly held his ground, shouting, "Bring it on." Aldridge wore a look of resignation throughout this match. He had effortlessly scored countless baskets against him, yet this guy remained fervent in his defense, as if he could thwart the next shot. Aldridge executed a pivot, with Sambo quickly in pursuit. Aldridge then spun again, instantaneously shedding his defender. He turned and took a jump shot. Just as he was about to release the ball, he caught a glimpse of two figures in yellow jerseys soaring towards him, blocking out the light. Before he could react, both Lu Yusheng and Santos leapt into action. Thud. A double block. The ball was sent flying out of bounds. The crowd erupted in a fervent cheer and applause. Aldridge stood frozen in disbelief. This was inconceivable. Just moments ago, while he was engaged in his one-on-one, he had carefully observed the opponent's defense, ensuring that each player was focused solely on him, thus allowing him to play confidently. How could they, in an instant, have transitioned from the perimeter to the paint to deliver such a block? And, no less, two of them, these guys. Roy approached and patted him on the shoulder. As the third quarter concluded, the entire Lakers team sat silently on the bench. At that moment, each of them was gasping for breath, their sweat cascading down like a waterfall. Lu Yusheng experienced for the first time the true meaning of exhaustion. It felt as though the very essence of his being had been entirely drained, rendering him utterly incapable of exerting any effort. Indeed, throughout the first 3 quarters of the game, every member of the Lakers had poured forth their utmost, each player relentless in their pursuit on the court. Every defensive maneuver, every fast break, and every positional shift was approached as if it were the final shot, each athlete exerting themselves to the fullest. Lu Yu's sweat continuously blurred his vision, and despite his attempts to wipe it away, the haze persisted. With his eyes clouded by perspiration, he glanced at the scoreboard above, 69-78. After 3 quarters of fierce competition, the Lakers still trailed by 9 points. Yet for the Lakers, they had exhausted every ounce of their effort. In light of the significant disparity in overall strength between the teams, maintaining the score within 10 points after 3 quarters demanded an extraordinary level of commitment and a fierce struggle, a truth known only to the spectators present. Indeed, every viewer in attendance witnessed the relentless spirit of the Lakers, understanding precisely how they had managed to achieve this score. Their hearts began to be touched by the determination of these players. In the Lakers' struggle, they saw the embodiment of ordinary individuals battling against the world, a reflection of their own lives. Yes, the world has never been fair. It has never offered equality. The culmination of your utmost efforts may not even reach the starting line of another. Most of the Lakers players, Sambu, Santos, AM, are undeniably hardworking, and their journey to this point has required a level of dedication that surpasses that of many. Yet, no matter their efforts, they cannot compare to the likes of Roy and Aldridge, who were born with the glittering gifts of innate talent. They effortlessly secure lucrative contracts in the NBA, basking in the limelight and adoration of the masses, while these players expend their all merely to vie for a minimum salary. Most of our lives mirror Sambu, Santos, and AM. We must exert every effort to have even a chance to stand alongside others. How could one not strive? How could one not fight with all their might? As the fourth quarter approached, the crowd had already risen to cheer for them. On the Blazers' side, Coach Smith was in a furious rage. Though we lead in points, I must say, you were playing like absolute rubbish. You were struggling against these second-rate Lakers players. For heaven's sake, your level is far superior to theirs. You should be beating them by 100 points. With the final quarter ahead, their stamina is depleted. It's time for you to unleash your fury upon them. Do you understand? Wait a moment, Coach, Roy interrupted. I believe we should respect our opponents. What did you say? Coach Smith glared at Roy. I mean, Coach, we ought to honor our opponents. They are putting forth tremendous effort. A profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, I must express that they are the most tenacious team I have encountered since I began playing basketball. We have no grounds to underestimate them, nor should we label them as third-rate players. The score has not widened not due to our lack of skill, but because they have exerted themselves with commendable effort and determination. Such adversaries deserve our heartfelt respect, do they not? Coach Smith remained silent. In the final quarter, we shall undoubtedly give our all, but not with the intent to mercilessly overpower them, rather purely out of respect for their tenacity, Roy remarked. Lu Yusheng cast a glance at his teammates. He was aware that their stamina had reached its limit, yet a whole quarter of the game remained, making victory seem an elusive dream. Nevertheless, a fervent desire burned within him. He yearned for triumph. At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Lu Yusheng's shoulder. Do not give up, young men. I believe you have a chance to win. As Lu Yusheng lifted his gaze, A sudden eruption of fervent applause and cheers filled the hall. This frenzied and unrelenting ovation was entirely dedicated to this individual. Lu Yusheng gazed at the individual before him, his face alight with astonishment. It is he. Chapter 30. The encouragement of a senior. The presence of Lakers legend Magic Johnson elevated the already electrifying atmosphere to its zenith. Lu Yusheng had longed for Kobe's arrival, but to his surprise, the first to appear at the venue was none other than Magic Johnson. The impact of this legendary point guard on Lu Yusheng was no less profound than that of Kobe, especially as he affectionately patted Lu Yusheng on the shoulder, encouraging him. This was a scene Lu Yusheng had never dared to dream of. The other Lakers players were equally stirred and invigorated. Here was the indisputable greatest player in Lakers history, personally present to uplift them. What an immense motivation. Young men, I have watched every one of your games without fail, and particularly today's match. Initially, I was watching from the television in my hotel room, but as I watched, I could not resist the urge to come here and stand alongside you in battle. You are playing exceptionally well. Magic Johnson lavished praise on their performance. Of course, this was not merely courtesy. In fact, he had no intention of attending the game today. After lunch, he had planned to meet with several business associates. However, in a moment of boredom, he found himself watching the live broadcast from his hotel bed. The sight of those players clad in purple and gold compelled him to rise from his seat. He was profoundly moved by their performance and immediately instructed his secretary to cancel his afternoon business meeting. I must be there to cheer these young men on. They deserve to claim this championship. As a Lakers legend, Magic Johnson remained deeply invested in everything concerning the team, despite having long since retired. It was as if every player in purple and gold was a teammate of his. Listen, I know your stamina may be waning, but having fought this far, we must strive for this championship. Some may argue that a summer league title is not worth such effort, but I assure you, there is no hierarchy in championships. The essence of a championship is to prove that you are the finest team. Your performance undoubtedly merits this championship. Magic Johnson's words acted as a potent tonic, instantly invigorating the Lakers players and filling them with excitement. Lu, Magic called out Lu Yusheng's name. Listen, as the team leader, you have performed admirably in the first 3 quarters, setting an example and influencing your teammates positively with your play. However, as a point guard, Roy across from you has outperformed you. Do you understand my meaning? Magic patiently explained to Lu Yusheng. The overall ability of your teammates is indeed not on par with the Trailblazers, and there is no shame in acknowledging that. But remember, they are still your comrades in battle, and only they can help you achieve victory. Therefore, you must trust them. Remember, basketball is always a team sport. As the point guard, our greatest responsibility is to enable every teammate to harness their fullest potential. In order to forge a cohesive team, it is only through this unity that we stand a chance of achieving victory. Do you comprehend? Lu Yusheng gazed into the earnest eyes of the magician, and in that fleeting moment, an epiphany dawned upon him. Indeed, throughout the entirety of the first 3 quarters, every member of the Lakers, spurred on by Lu Yusheng's fervent example, had exerted themselves to the utmost, expending every last ounce of energy. Yet, within Lu Yusheng's heart lingered an elusive sense of something amiss, a thought that had remained unarticulated until now. The magician's enlightening words crystallized his understanding. They were undoubtedly united in spirit, diligent in effort, and relentless in their pursuit. However, the team's offensive cohesion was significantly lacking. This deficiency stemmed from Lu Yusheng's subconscious belief that his teammates were inferior in skill to those of the Trailblazers, leading him to hesitate in entrusting them with the ball, fearing potential blunders. When fewer teammates are engaged in offensive maneuvers, it inevitably results in a dearth of tactical options, rendering the team vulnerable to the opposing defense and hindering the development of offensive unity. In stark contrast, Roy, whether facing a turnover or being bested by Lu Yusheng, consistently sought out his teammates on every possession, striving to create opportunities for them. One must always place trust in one's allies. This, in the magician's eyes, elucidated why Lu Yusheng, as a point guard, did not shine as brightly as Roy. Lu Yusheng was thoroughly convinced by these words. Your criticism is valid, indeed. I have not performed adequately in this regard. No, I am not criticizing you, Lu. I am merely sharing some insights regarding the point guard position. Your career has only just begun, yet you have already faced unwarranted scrutiny and pressure, which is decidedly unfair. Nevertheless, you have excelled remarkably. Your organizational skills and imaginative passes have even earned my applause. Perhaps you shall become the finest point guard in the history of the Lakers. Keep striving, young man. May this championship be merely the beginning of your illustrious journey. Magic Johnson is indeed a venerable predecessor who generously offers praise and encouragement to the younger generation. Hearing Magic's affirmation stirred a deep emotion within Lu Yusheng, causing his eyes to well up with tears. He was overwhelmed with the urge to cry. Yet, in this moment, alongside his teammates, all he desired was to seize this championship and dedicate it to Magic, who had come to support them. A whistle sounded. The final quarter of the game commenced. The Lakers held possession of the ball. Lu Yusheng dribbled past the halfway line and immediately signaled for Sambu to come forward and execute a pick-and-roll strategy with him. Previously, after a similar play, Lu Yusheng had refrained from passing the ball to Sambu. Hence this time, the Trail Blazers defense continued to converge towards Lu Yusheng following the screen. Lu Yusheng seized the moment, executing a splendid Stockton-style bounce pass directly to Sambu. As Sambu rose for a layup, he was unexpectedly met by Aldridge, who swiftly closed in from behind, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball soaring. Sambu felt a twinge of frustration throughout this match. He was on the verge of developing a psychological shadow cast by Aldridge's relentless defense. Lu Yusheng gently patted his shoulder and said, "Sambu, do not rush during the offense. You undoubtedly possess numerous feints to teach him." Sambu paused, seemingly grasping the essence of Lu Yusheng's words. Indeed, when confronted by a more formidable adversary, one's offensive maneuvers can become hasty and erratic, ultimately hindering the true expression of one's capabilities. Lu Yusheng gestured, urging them to execute a screen for him once more. After Sambu set the screen, Lu Yusheng passed the ball to him again. Sambu momentarily hesitated upon receiving the ball, then took a dribble, preparing for a layup. Aldridge, as usual, soared in from behind, ready to deliver a formidable block. However, unexpectedly, just as he leapt into the air, Sambu swiftly retracted his layup motion. It was a feint. Aldridge, suspended in midair, could only watch as Sambu completed the layup from the opposite side. Chapter 31. We are about to win. The arrival of the Magician brought a palpable transformation to the Lakers' young roster. They had seemingly exhausted their energy for the fourth quarter, yet in this moment, they radiated exuberance, appearing anything but fatigued. Roy observed this with incredulity, astonished by the terrifying stamina of these players. What troubled Roy even more was the apparent enhancement in the Lakers' offensive rhythm, something they had lacked in the previous three quarters. In stark contrast, as the score closed in, the mindset of the Trail Blazers appeared to shift. Inexplicable turnovers began to mount, and their offense found itself ensnared in difficulties. Upon receiving the ball, Alex noticed the Lakers' defense was aggressive, and their rotations were swift, leaving him unable to locate any open teammates. Aldridge established position in the paint, vocally demanding the ball from Alex. Yet, Sambu persistently attempted to maneuver around, making Alex hesitant to risk a pass inside. Just as he lingered in indecision, Famer launched a sudden steal. Alex was caught off guard, and the ball was swiftly taken from him. A counterattack ensued. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball while keenly observing all directions, his gaze fixed on the descending Sambu. He lifted his hand to pass. Roy, rushing back on defense, desperately reached out to intercept the pass. However, to his astonishment, Lu Yusheng, while appearing to focus on Sambu, deftly redirected the ball to the swiftly advancing Santos. A no-look pass. This was a signature move of the legendary Magic Johnson. Bang! Santos executed a thunderous dunk. This moment seemed to unleash the pent-up emotions of the entire Lakers team throughout the game, as Lu Yusheng executed a defensive maneuver. He gestured respectfully towards the sideline where the illustrious Magic Johnson observed. A smile of approval graced Johnson's face as he affectionately ruffled Lu Yusheng's hair, exclaiming, "Well done." This remarkable play brought the score to a tie, 82-82. With just 5 minutes remaining in the game, both teams found themselves once more at the starting line. The crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer, akin to a tidal wave. "Why didn't you pass it earlier?" Aldridge bellowed in frustration at Alex, having been trying to maneuver forward without any opportunity to do so. "Enough of the noise, focus on the game." Roy interrupted their dispute. While dribbling, he scrutinized the Lakers' defense, realizing that opportunities were scarce. As the Lakers intensified their offensive efforts, their defensive zeal surged correspondingly. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers players seemed as though they were weighed down by lead, gasping for breath as they were relentlessly pursued by the Lakers, lacking the energy to reposition themselves. Faced with this predicament, Roy had no choice but to lob the ball to Aldridge positioned inside. Having led the game for most of the time, they now found themselves caught up by the Lakers, suffering from numerous offensive turnovers while Aldridge had not touched the ball in several possessions. Frustration welled within him. Upon receiving the ball, he disregarded the Lakers' defensive setup and immediately initiated a back-to-basket play against Sambu. Anxious to resolve the situation with his own prowess, he dribbled, spun, and faked, oblivious to the fact that the Lakers' defensive circle was constricting around him, effectively encircling him. At this juncture, it was too late to consider passing the ball. As a power forward with a penchant for versatility, Aldridge found that dribbling under such duress would lead to only one outcome, a turnover. Sambu, quick on his feet, lunged to snatch the ball from Aldridge's grasp. Despite Aldridge's attempts to shield the ball, his wrist strength paled in comparison to Sambu's. In a swift act of theft, Sambu liberated the ball from Aldridge and, in a surge of excitement, passed it to Lu Yusheng while exclaiming, "I may lack your height and talent, but I will not be outdone in spirit." Irate, Aldridge hastily retreated to defend, yet Lu Yusheng's release was rapid, finding the fast-breaking Farmar who effortlessly scored. The score now tipped in their favor, 84-82. As the Trail Blazers mounted another offensive, Aldridge continued to battle for position inside, demanding the ball. However, Roy refrained from passing it to him, understanding that Aldridge had lost his composure. Delivering the ball to him would likely result in a turnover. With his teammates already drained of energy, there was no one else making a move. Gritting his teeth, Roy resolved to take matters into his own hands. This game could not be lost. He faced Lu Yusheng, employing deceptive maneuvers to shift his weight. Lu Yusheng discerned his intentions. He planned to take the shot himself. Thus, he hastily stepped forward to defend. Roy dribbled to the right and suddenly executed a between-the-legs maneuver, pulling the ball back. Lu Yusheng rushed forward in haste, but ultimately his stamina proved insufficient, resulting in a slight opening being created. Roy seized the moment, executing a mid-range jump shot with precision, effortlessly sinking the basket. The score was once again tied, marking the Lakers' offensive possession. Lu Yusheng utilized his breakthrough to deliver a swift pass to AMU, who penetrated the 3-second area and passed the ball to the unmarked Sambu, who effortlessly scored 2 points. As the Trail Blazers commenced their offensive possession, Roy faced Lu Yusheng. Continuing with his isolation play, Lu Yusheng's stamina had reached its limits, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered in his defensive efforts. Roy maneuvered with agility, and despite his body being pushed to the brink, he launched a shot. The ball danced precariously on the rim before ultimately finding its way through the net. Roy's dazzling individual offensive display instantly elicited fervent cheers from the fans present. However, sitting in the stands, Magic Johnson shook his head with a hint of regret. He turned to Brian Shaw and remarked that if the game continued in this manner, victory would be within reach, urging him to prepare for a celebration. Brian Shaw looked on with confusion, as the current state of the game remained in a stalemate. The next possession was for the Lakers. Lu Yusheng called for Farmar to set a screen, which has proven to be their most effective tactic. After all, both Lu Yusheng and Farmar, as guards, possess exceptional ball handling skills. Following the screen, they can either attack or pass, leaving the opposing defense uncertain as to where to focus their attention. Lu Yusheng passed the ball to Farmar, who feigned a shot after receiving it. Although his act lacked realism, the players of the Trail Blazers, startled like a frightened bird, rushed out instinctively. Farmar immediately dribbled the ball and made a penetrating move. Upon seeing this, Roy hastily abandoned Lu Yusheng to provide support. Farmar then directly passed the ball to the unmarked Santos, prompting Alex to quickly move out for defense. Santos executed a deceptive move and returned the ball to the cutting Lu Yusheng, who was poised to penetrate the unguarded paint. Aldridge could only rush out to offer his defense. Lu Yusheng feigned a pass, but delivered a genuine assist to Sambu, who soared for a thunderous dunk. In this sequence, the ball traversed the hands of 4 Lakers players, unraveling the Trail Blazers' defense, ultimately resulting in a secure basket. As the Trail Blazers initiated their offensive possession, they still struggled to create space, leaving Roy with no choice but to resort to isolation once more. Having already executed 2 consecutive one-on-one plays, Lu Yusheng anticipated that Roy would attempt to take him on again, thus he focused solely on defending against Roy's offensive maneuvers, disregarding any potential passes. Roy dribbled between his legs, altering his rhythm, yet Lu Yusheng remained steadfastly close, always positioned in front of him. With time running out, Roy was compelled to opt for a pull-up jumper. With the last vestiges of his strength, Lu Yusheng soared high to execute a block, exerting every ounce of effort to disrupt Roy's shot. Chapter 32, A Frantic Message. Due to Lu Yusheng's extraordinary block, Roy's attempt arched high, the basketball gracefully tracing an elegant curve through the air. All eyes were intently fixated on the ball. Lu Yusheng, however, dashed towards the rebound ahead of time. With this shot, Lu Yusheng's fingertips grazed the ball. Indeed, it fell short. The basketball struck the front edge of the rim. A rebound. Just as neither center had yet reacted, a figure clad in purple and gold soared into the air. Lu Yusheng had anticipated this moment, securing the rebound with unwavering certainty. The Lakers launched a swift counterattack. The Trailblazers' defense was utterly incapable of keeping pace. Apart from Roy, the other teammates had relinquished their pursuit. Their feet seemed as if weighed down by lead, their spirits entirely deflated. In stark contrast, the Lakers surged forward with unbridled momentum. At this instant, they had cast aside thoughts of securing an NBA contract, momentarily forgetting their apprehensions about the future. All that mattered to them was the desire to triumph in this match. This could very well be the most pivotal game of their lives. Although they had participated in numerous matches before, never had they yearned for victory as fervently as they did today. They had exhausted every ounce of energy, drained every last drop of sweat. And now, they had arrived at this juncture, with victory within their grasp, the championship tantalizingly close. They were unwilling to wait another moment. When the final whistle blew, the score was etched at 94-88. The Lakers had achieved a remarkable comeback victory. All the players of the Lakers embraced one another in uncontainable joy, their voices hoarse from jubilant shouts and roars. Some players even broke down in tears. Lu Yusheng embraced them tightly, unable to discern whether the moisture blurring his vision was tears or sweat. In that moment, they felt an exhilaration akin to winning the NBA championship. Magic Johnson extended his congratulations to them and spoke directly to Lu Yusheng, saying, "Lu, you are truly remarkable. There are many renowned NBA guards who, by the end of their careers, have yet to grasp certain truths. Yet, with just a simple remark, you understood it. This is your innate talent, the gift of an exceptional point guard. I hope you cherish this talent well. The current Lakers need you." Each word of Magic's encouragement resonated deeply within Lu Yusheng, becoming an invaluable treasure for his future. Lu Yusheng was eager to inquire whether he could seek guidance from him in the future, yet the magician, likely preoccupied with pressing matters, hastily departed from the awards ceremony without attending. On the side of the Trailblazers, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. Despite the difficulty in accepting the defeat of the match, both Roy and Aldridge approached the Lakers players to extend their congratulations, resulting in a cordial embrace between the athletes. For this act alone, Lu Yusheng held a deep respect for Roy and Aldridge. "Congratulations to you," Roy remarked to Lu Yusheng. "Thank you. You were remarkable as well." Roy, "Do not be so disheartened. Although victory was ours today, our rivalry has only just begun, has it not?" Roy was taken aback, gazing at Lu Yusheng before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, you are correct. From this day forth, I shall remember you, and in our next encounter, I shall surely triumph over you. I look forward to our next duel, though I suspect victory will still be mine." Roy displayed a rare smile. "Impossible. Roy, will never lose to you twice. Just wait and see." Later that evening, Lu's mother and Lin Shui's parents found a restaurant in Las Vegas to celebrate Lu Yusheng's achievements. Uncle Lin was particularly excited, exclaiming, "Yusheng, I truly never expected that despite being a substitute this year, you have improved so remarkably. This progress is beyond my wildest imagination. It's simply fantastic. You have no idea how the people around me, who were initially staunch supporters of the Trailblazers, were so boastful at first. Yet, as the game unfolded, they became increasingly silent, ultimately reducing to utter silence, and began to curse the players of the Trailblazers instead." Lu Yusheng smiled. Aunt Lin chuckled. "Yusheng, you have no idea. Your Uncle Lin nearly got into a scuffle with those old rascals just to support you. Fortunately, the magician arrived and captivated everyone's attention. Otherwise, your mother and I would have been at a loss for what to do." Uncle Lin remarked, "Those fellows were utterly unreasonable. Supporting you is one thing, but using foul language is another. Speaking ill of Yusheng? Naturally, I couldn't stand for it. I'm not afraid of them, despite their fierce appearance. I could easily handle them with my bagua fist." "Oh, do keep boasting," Aunt Lu laughed. "I'm just worried it might get us into trouble." Suddenly, Uncle Lin recalled something and asked eagerly, "By the way, Yusheng, what about your autograph?" Lu Yusheng was utterly perplexed. What signature? What else could it be but the magician's signature? Uncle Lin urged anxiously, "Do you not know that he is your Uncle Lin's favorite player? Surely you haven't forgotten." Lu Yusheng scratched his head, expressing his sincere apologies to Uncle Lin. "I was so engrossed in the competition at that moment that I completely forgot about it." Uncle Lin wore a look of regret. In his school days, he too played as a point guard. During an era when the NBA was dominated by the legendary duo of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Even to this day, Uncle Lin remains an ardent admirer of Magic, considering him his idol. "Come now, have some sense," Lin's mother interjected. "Yusheng was in the midst of a game. How could he possibly spare time to get your autograph? You really lack awareness." Uncle Lin chuckled. "Oh, I am not blaming Yusheng. I merely envy him a bit." Leaning closer, Uncle Lin asked, "Yusheng, I noticed that Magic was speaking with you for quite some time. What did he say?" He encouraged all of us to strive for victory in the championship and shared some of his game experiences with me. And specifically, what experiences? Uncle Lin probed deeply into every detail regarding magic. He helped me understand what a point guard should do in that moment. He urged me to have greater faith in my teammates and to connect everyone together as a cohesive unit. Only then do we have a chance to win the game. That was essentially it. Uncle Lin listened, entranced, and after a long pause, he remarked, "Indeed, he is the god of point guards." He immediately discerned the Lakers' shortcomings. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yusheng remarked, "No worries, Uncle Lin. I will soon be a player for the Lakers, and I shall encounter him often. Next time, I will surely remember to ask for his autograph." Uncle Lin chuckled and nodded, taking a sip of his drink, and said, "That would indeed be wonderful. However, it is somewhat inconsequential now, for you too shall become one of them. Do you grasp my meaning? I am already a member of the Lakers." No. That is not what I meant," Uncle Lin interjected. "What I intend to convey is that, Yusheng, you will stand alongside the likes of Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and Kobe, ultimately becoming a resplendent star in the illustrious history of the Lakers." Lu Yusheng shook his head with a smile. "Uncle Lin, I dare not contemplate that at the moment. But I shall strive towards that direction." Just as he spoke, his phone suddenly chimed. He received a message from an unknown sender. "You performed well today. Tomorrow morning at 9, we shall train together at the Lakers training facility. Do not be late. Kobe." Although the message was brief and lacked warmth, the mere sight of that name was enough to send Lu Yusheng into a frenzy of joy. The person he had long awaited, the dream he had always cherished, had finally come to fruition. Chapter 33. It is not as you imagine. Lu Yusheng hurriedly replied, "All right, see you tomorrow." Upon witnessing the elation on Lu Yusheng's face, Uncle Lin swiftly inquired, "Whose message is that?" "Kobe. He has invited me to train together tomorrow." Upon hearing that name, Lu's mother and others joined in a chorus of jubilant cheers. Particularly, Uncle Lin appeared even more exhilarated than Lu Yusheng himself. Like a child, he embraced Lu Yusheng and exchanged high fives. "Young man, do you remember what I told you earlier this year?" Lu Yusheng nodded. Earlier this year, he had been disheartened by his lack of playing time, but Uncle Lin had always offered him patient counsel. He informed Lu Yusheng that, due to inherent physical attributes, individuals of Asian descent often find themselves at a disadvantage in the fiercely competitive realm of basketball. The NBA stands as the pinnacle for elite basketball players, where only the most extraordinary talents can hope to gain entry. Yet, regardless of the challenges that reality presents, one must persevere, train diligently, and never relinquish hope. It is only through persistent self-improvement and readiness that one can seize opportunities. Although individuals of Asian descent may face inherent disadvantages, the emergence of talents such as Wang Zhizhi and Yao Ming has demonstrated that one can indeed carve out a place on the NBA stage. Now, Lu Yusheng had finally made his mark, and everything was aligning with Uncle Lin's initial prophecy, becoming increasingly favorable. That night, Uncle Lin indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, sharing countless stories and shedding tears on numerous occasions. He recounted tales from the past, reminiscing about his dreams as a player, the discrimination he faced, the injustices he endured, his unwavering dedication, and how he ultimately succumbed to the harsh realities of life, leading him to bid farewell to basketball and embark on a different path. Nevertheless, the flame of his basketball dreams had continued to blaze fiercely within him, never extinguished. Now, this fire had been passed on to Lu Yusheng, who was about to step into the NBA, carrying the weight of Uncle Lin's former aspirations. Uncle Lin felt genuine joy. Upon returning to the hotel, Uncle Lin remained awake, eager to share a room with Lu Yusheng and engage in endless conversation. "Yusheng, as you know, your aunt and I have always cared for you and hope to see you and Lin Shui together to unite our families. However, I also recognize that my daughter is rather unreliable. Rest assured, we will no longer broach this subject. You should focus solely on your basketball." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief. For years, they had been trying to match him with Lin Shui, yet he had never harbored feelings for her. Out of respect for Uncle Lin, he had felt unable to voice his discomfort, which had become quite burdensome. Now that Uncle Lin had addressed the matter, Lu Yusheng felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. "There is one more thing I must remind you," Uncle Lin continued. "What is it? Once you enter the NBA, you will undoubtedly attract a plethora of admirers. You know that American women are quite enamored with sports stars. You must remain steadfast and not succumb to temptation. Remember, your ultimate goal is to become a champion, and you must keep your vision long-term." Lu Yusheng chuckled and assured, "Rest assured, Uncle Lin, I will certainly handle this matter well." Uncle Lin nodded with relief, the effects of the wine taking hold, and ultimately succumbed to a deep slumber. Lu Yusheng let out a sigh of relief, then took out his phone to hastily call Avril. Earlier, while dining with Uncle Lin and the others, Avril had sent him a congratulatory message. Lu Yusheng had invited her to join their celebration, but she expressed a desire to celebrate privately with him upon his return. However, to his surprise, after the meal, he was detained by Uncle Lin and only managed to fall asleep now. Lu Yusheng was eager to meet Avril and share the joy of victory with her. However, upon connecting the call, Avril informed him that a family matter had arisen, necessitating her immediate return home, and she was already en route. Lu Yusheng reminded her to pay attention to safety on the road. "Rest assured, my dear. I shall be home shortly," Avril replied. "It is truly unfortunate that I cannot celebrate with you. I genuinely wish I could, for your performance today was simply remarkable. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you." "What gift?" "A mysterious one. I cannot possibly disclose it. I promise to make it up to you." "All right. I shall await your gift. Will you still be in Las Vegas tomorrow?" Avril inquired. "No, my dear, I will not. I am heading to Los Angeles tomorrow and must depart in the early hours," she answered. "When shall I see you?" Avril asked. "I will come to find you once training concludes. By the way, I shall also have a gift for you then." "Oh, really? What kind of gift?" "A mysterious one. After you receive yours, we shall exchange gifts." "Very well. I am eagerly looking forward to it." After hanging up, Lu Yusheng hurriedly booked a flight online. The journey from Las Vegas to Los Angeles takes just over an hour. Kobe mentioned arriving at the training facility by 9 o'clock, but to leave a good impression, Lu Yusheng decided to arrive early. Thus, she needed to set off in the early morning. Lu Yusheng decided to retire for the night, for after all, Kobe was renowned for his rigorous training regimen. Lacking sufficient rest, he feared he would not possess the stamina to endure. Just as he settled into slumber, he was abruptly roused by a knock resonating from outside the door. Lu Yusheng assumed it was Lin's mother, likely concerned about Lin's uncle. So she hurried to open the door. To her astonishment, upon swinging the door wide, she was greeted by a stranger, a striking blonde woman. The woman was quite attractive. Her figure alluringly voluptuous, clad in a low-cut, short dress that audaciously revealed her most provocative features. This left Lu Yusheng too bashful to gaze in her direction. Yet the woman unabashedly leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with an enticing allure. "Hello, Lu, do you remember me?" Lu Yusheng was taken aback. "Do you truly not remember me?" She blinked her eyes. "My name is Louise. I am a cheerleader, and I have been fervently cheering for you today. When you made that final shot, you even glanced at me intentionally. Have you really forgotten?" "Lu Yusheng, when did this happen?" "I even took a special glance." "Well, your performance today was truly exceptional. I haven't encountered a player as remarkable as you in quite some time. You led the team to victory single-handedly, which is simply magnificent. I am now your ardent admirer, and I absolutely adore basketball. Shall we retreat to a private room for a more in-depth conversation?" As she spoke, her body language and gaze became increasingly suggestive. Lu Yusheng contemplated. Just as Uncle Lin had reminded him of this matter moments ago, he unexpectedly encountered it upon turning around. As Lu Yusheng was about to decline, he was taken aback when Louise, without waiting for his consent, made her way towards his room. At that moment, an unexpected cough from Uncle Lin echoed through the house. Uncle Lin's head peeked in, playfully greeting Louise. "Hello, Louise." Startled, Louise gazed in astonishment at Lu Yusheng, then glanced at Uncle Lin, who was bare-armed, her expression one of disbelief. "You all, Lu Yusheng, what? It's not what you think." Chapter 34. A Sudden Strike. The airplane arrived over Los Angeles in the early morning. Lu Yusheng sat aboard the airplane, gazing down upon the bustling metropolis of entertainment. The coastline here stretches endlessly, the climate is perpetually pleasant throughout the seasons, and the commercial landscape is thriving, rendering it an ideal locale for both residence and investment. This is precisely why the Los Angeles Lakers have never been devoid of superstar talent throughout their storied history. Joining the Lakers signifies being thrust into the global spotlight. With an unparalleled level of exposure, even with a modest salary, one can expect a plethora of endorsements, resulting in a substantial income. This is the advantage of playing for the Lakers. However, the disadvantages are equally pronounced. Every action and decision is scrutinized under a microscope, drawing the unwavering attention of the public. Thus the pressure is immense. Whether on the court or in private moments, any misstep could lead to severe public backlash. As Lu Yusheng embarked on his NBA journey, he found himself uncertain whether this environment was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. At 8 in the morning, Lu Yusheng arrived at the Lakers training facility an entire hour earlier than his scheduled meeting with Kobe. As Lu Yusheng entered the gymnasium, He was greeted by the rhythmic sound of basketballs bouncing. Upon stepping inside, his gaze immediately fell upon a familiar figure, Kobe. In that moment, he was diligently practicing his three-pointers, accompanied by several staff members who were assisting him in retrieving and passing the ball. At this juncture, Kobe was already drenched in sweat, his training attire completely soaked through. Wasn't it agreed upon to commence at 9 o'clock? He had arrived an hour early, yet judging by Kobe's condition, he had likely been training for at least that long. Truly, a training fanatic, his reputation was well-deserved. Noticing Lu Yusheng, who stood there, wide-eyed and astonished by his practice, Kobe paused in his drills and urged him to change his clothes swiftly, as training was about to commence. "Oh, all right, I shall go now." Lu Yusheng hurriedly dashed off to change his attire and footwear. With the assistance of the staff, he engaged in a brief warm-up. Following the warm-up, the first training exercise commenced, dribbling. Kobe joined Lu Yusheng in a series of shuttle runs, practicing alternating dribbling. This type of training was something Lu Yusheng had encountered frequently during his high school and university days, as it constituted fundamental training. It appeared that even the training routines of these illustrious basketball stars were not particularly extraordinary. Lu Yusheng truly wished to engage in conversation with him. However, during training, Kobe maintained a grave demeanor and uttered not a word, which rendered Lu Yusheng hesitant to speak further. In the subsequent session, they continued with fundamental training, dribbling around cones and sprinting back and forth. These were exercises Lu Yusheng had consistently practiced since he began playing basketball. Initially, he was filled with curiosity regarding the training routines of these superstars, yet it appeared that their regimen was largely akin to that of ordinary players. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng discerned that even in these simplistic foundational drills, Kobe approached them with remarkable seriousness. Each dribble, every sprint, was executed with unwavering standards. This, albeit modestly, constituted a unique insight that Lu Yusheng had gleaned. Lu Yusheng yearned for a brief conversation with Kobe, for the perplexity within him remained unresolved. He was eager to comprehend why Kobe was so insistent on having the team select him. Yet, Kobe remained engrossed in his training, utterly focused and silent. The next round of practice involved dribbling drills and layup contests. Lu Yusheng launched an offensive, while Kobe assumed a defensive stance, as Lu contemplated whether to apply some resistance. He was taken aback when Kobe swiftly reached out and intercepted the ball. Lu Yusheng hurriedly fell back on defense, but Kobe, with a swift dribble, executed a resounding slam dunk. "With your dribbling skills, you won't be able to compete in an official match," Kobe remarked as he passed the ball to Lu Yusheng. "Lu Yusheng, isn't this a form of adversarial training?" At that moment, Lu Yusheng remained silent, yet internally he was engaged in a subtle contest of wills. "Since you are earnest in your approach, I shall not hold back either." Lu Yusheng dribbled once more, this time intending to effortlessly bypass Kobe, leaving him utterly speechless. However, to his surprise, after a series of feints, Kobe remained unfazed, steadfastly maintaining his position right before him. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yusheng had no choice but to commence dribbling beneath his legs, executing the signature move of Tim Hardaway. However, after several exaggerated fakes, instead of losing his footing, Kobe advanced closer. This maneuver was familiar to Lu Yusheng, reminiscent of Rajon Rondo's tenacious, glue-like defense. Such a defensive strategy proves highly effective against those with less adept ball-handling skills, often leading to errors under intense pressure. Yet, for proficient dribblers, this form of close, oppressive defense can easily reveal vulnerabilities and result in positional errors. As Lu Yusheng dribbled while maintaining his distance, he keenly searched for the moment when Kobe would take his shot. The instant he did, it was certain that he would lose his balance. Suddenly, Lu Yusheng noticed Kobe sinking down on his right side. He was about to make his move. The opportunity had arrived. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of joy in his heart as he hurriedly switched the ball to his other hand, simultaneously propelling his body forward. This acceleration was sure to yield a clean breakthrough. However, just as he managed to surpass Kobe by half a body length, Lu Yusheng was astonished to find that the ball in his hand had not bounced to the anticipated position. In a flurry, he turned back only to discover that the ball had already found its way into Kobe's possession. Another interruption. This time, Kobe refrained from attempting a layup. Instead, he secured the ball and passed it back to Lu Yusheng. Is the standard of the Summer League truly this low? It seems to me that you navigate through defenders with such ease in the Summer League. Lu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Kobe had paid no heed to the Summer League. Yet, from that statement, it was evident that he had indeed watched. Simultaneously, a sense of trepidation gripped him. To speak candidly, despite his extensive experience in basketball, Lu Yusheng had never encountered such an intimidating defense. Both exhibited relentless, tenacious guarding. Yet Kobe's defensive prowess was entirely distinct from that of Rondo. This individual employed an array of feints and deceptive maneuvers to mislead you into believing he had lost his position, tempting you to think you could slip past him. However, his true tactics lay concealed, patiently awaiting your moment of vulnerability. It was unfathomable. This sixth selection to the all-defensive first team in 2006 truly underscored his prowess. How could one not be in awe? As a point guard, being stripped of the ball twice in one-on-one situations was simply inexcusable. Lu Yusheng originally believed that he had mastered Tim Hardaway's signature crossover to a certain extent and should be capable of handling NBA-level competition. However, on the very first day of training with Kobe, he was met with a harsh reality check. Finding even the task of dribbling past half-court to be a significant challenge, Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball once more, this time employing a cautious back-to-the-basket technique, intending to securely navigate past the half-court line. However, as soon as he turned his back, he collided with Kobe's solid frame, feeling as though he had crashed into an iron wall, rebounding immediately. This abrupt physical confrontation nearly caused Lu Yusheng to lose his balance. Yet, it appeared that Kobe exerted little to no effort in this encounter. Lu Yusheng finally understood why this guy appeared so effortless when backing down opponents on television. Even when matched up against a power forward like Pierce, he could easily drive forward. It turned out that this individual possessed remarkable strength. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of trepidation as he came to a profound realization. The true essence of the world's finest players was far beyond his previous comprehension. Their formidable strength and terrifying prowess were realms he had never been able to fathom. Lu Yusheng originally intended to apply some pressure on Kobe, but now, under Kobe's staunch defense, even advancing past the halfway line has become a formidable challenge. Chapter 35. Help. I want to go home. Drops of sweat trickled down. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, he faced Kobe's defense as though confronting an insurmountable mountain. Neither skill nor strength provided him a viable means to surpass this formidable opponent. In this moment, Lu Yusheng reverted to the essence of maneuvering past his adversary. Ultimately, the only path to advancing the ball beyond half-court lay in outmaneuvering Kobe with technical prowess. There existed no alternative. Presently, his most distinguished dribbling technique was the under-the-leg hesitation move inspired by Tim Davis. Although he had only mastered it to a level 5, it remained his most lethal offensive weapon. As he dribbled, he sought to recapture the sensation of this newly acquired skill, manipulating the rhythm and executing sharp directional changes to disrupt the defender's balance. However, Kobe's defensive acumen was far too extensive. Conventional rhythm alterations scarcely affected his center of gravity. Even slight adjustments to his balance proved futile, as Kobe's speed and reflexes were extraordinary. Any momentary shift was swiftly rectified, rendering Lu Yusheng unable to surpass him. In that instant, a vivid memory surfaced in Lu Yusheng's mind, the 2001 NBA Finals, where he had witnessed Allen Iverson's mesmerizing dribbles against the more agile and nimble Kobe. Beyond the flamboyant crossovers, what struck Lu Yusheng most were Iverson's dramatic and continuous changes of direction. Lu Yusheng gritted his teeth when confronted with Kobe's formidable defense. One must execute a significant change of direction to thoroughly unsettle his center of gravity. Otherwise, it is virtually impossible to surpass him. With this notion in mind, Lu Yusheng merged this principle with Tim Davis's adept under-the-leg maneuver, simultaneously varying the rhythm of his dribbling while progressively widening his dribble's amplitude. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Lu Yusheng observed that Kobe's lateral movements became increasingly frequent, indicating that his center of gravity was indeed being disrupted. To avoid being easily outmaneuvered, Kobe instinctively retreated, maintaining a certain distance from Lu Yusheng. At last, he had shed the tenacious, sticky defense that Kobe had imposed. Although he had yet to completely bypass him, Lu Yusheng felt a sense of relief. Such defense was exceedingly uncomfortable to contend with. Forcing Kobe to refrain from close marking was undoubtedly the most significant achievement Lu Yusheng had attained that day. It appeared that the skills bestowed by the system must be adeptly applied according to the specific defensive circumstances against the opponents in the Summer League. A straightforward application would suffice, yet against a defender of Kobe's caliber, one must adapt. When he incorporated the substantial change of direction, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. At last, Lu Yusheng's feint to the right successfully deceived Kobe, whose center of gravity distinctly tilted to the right. Lu Yusheng swiftly maneuvered the ball to the left, accelerating with remarkable speed, momentarily creating a half-step advantage over Kobe. He has passed. Lu Yusheng was filled with exuberance, seizing the opportunity presented by the slight positional advantage. He hastily propelled himself forward with all his might, crossing the halfway line and preparing to conclude the play with a thunderous dunk. The suffocating defense he had endured for what felt like an eternity had weighed heavily upon his spirit for far too long. Lu Yusheng leaped high, poised to execute a slam dunk. However, he suddenly sensed a shadow springing up behind him. With a resounding clap, Kobe delivered a thunderous block, sending the basketball soaring out of bounds. Lu Yusheng simultaneously fell to the ground. Kobe smiled faintly, acknowledging the skillful maneuver, yet remarked that your speed was simply too sluggish. Lu Yusheng sat on the ground, breathless. Is this person even human? Just moments ago, when he had passed by him, the man had his back turned. By the time he turned around, Lu Yusheng had already created a distance of 2 or 3 body lengths. Lu Yusheng was remarkably swift, executing a layup past half court. Yet astonishingly, he was caught up with and met with a resounding rejection. Reflecting on it, one might recall Kobe's iconic chase-down block against Ty Lawson of the Denver Nuggets, which seems somewhat justifiable in comparison. Subsequently, they engaged in a series of drills, focusing on passing and shooting. Fortunately, these exercises did not necessitate direct confrontation with Kobe. Otherwise, Lu Yusheng might have been overwhelmed by the defense. Nevertheless, even in mere passing and shooting, Kobe remained intent on outperforming Lu Yusheng in shooting accuracy. Lu Yusheng felt a sense of curiosity, pondering whether this individual was the type who would compete with others even over something as mundane as a meal. After an hour of rigorous training, Lu Yusheng found himself somewhat fatigued, as there had been scarcely any moments of respite. However, a glance at Kobe revealed that he exhibited no signs of weariness whatsoever. It was worth noting that he had arrived much earlier than Lu Yusheng could fathom. The staff accompanying them had begun to show signs of exhaustion and inquired of Kobe whether he wished to take a brief respite. Let us do another set of 3-pointers. Kobe responded. You all can take a break. It's sufficient for just Lu and me to continue. Lu Yusheng. Let us score 3 3-pointers and then take a brief respite, Kobe suggested. 3? Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback. Only 3 shots? It would be better to rest instead. He pondered quietly, could it be that Kobe wished to hone his accuracy from beyond the arc while pushing the limits of his endurance? Perhaps. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, with just 3 attempts, he could soon take a break. The notion of 3 3-pointers did not merely imply sinking 3 shots, rather. It entailed consecutively making 5 attempts from various positions. If even one shot failed to find its mark, the endeavor would need to be restarted. Lu Yusheng was utterly astonished. What kind of bizarre shooting method is this? To consecutively score from all 5 3-point spots in the 3-point contest? And to do so in 3 rounds? If this were at the beginning of the training, when energy levels were still high, it might have been feasible. However, now that fatigue has set in, succeeding in scoring from all 5 points is likely to prove quite challenging. Lu Yusheng felt utterly despondent. It's all right. Just pass me the ball. Consider it a brief respite. I shall take the shot, Kobe remarked. Very well, Lu Yusheng thought to himself. I shall observe how long it takes you to complete these 3 3-point shots under such circumstances. Lu Yusheng began to pass the ball to Kobe, who stood beyond the 3-point line. To Lu Yusheng's astonishment, in the first 2 sets of 3-point attempts, Kobe did not miss a single shot, making every basket. It was only in the 3rd set, at the top of the arc, that he failed to score. Undeterred, Lu Yusheng commenced anew, and this time, every shot found its mark. Lu Yusheng stared in astonishment at Kobe. How could he maintain such precision under these circumstances? This was likely the reason he could still sink the game-winning shot in the final moments of the match. It's your turn. Kobe passed the ball to Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng began to shoot the basketball. He missed the first attempt. After much effort, he managed to score on the first 4, but then he missed the last one, forcing him to start anew. With great difficulty, he finally completed 1 set, but he was already breathless from exhaustion. There were still 2 sets left, seemingly endless. Hurry up, Kobe urged. Don't waste my time. There are other drills to attend to. Lu Yusheng, help, I want to go home. Chapter 36, Kobe's Obsession. It is uncertain how much time has passed, but Lu Yusheng has finally accomplished his 3 3-point shots. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to walk over for a drink of water. If today's training were to conclude here, it would be bearable. However, Kobe had just mentioned that there were more drills to follow. Oh, heavens. In Lu Yusheng's heart, a complex emotion of both fear and admiration towards Kobe surged forth. Previously, he had only heard tales of the man's relentless dedication to training, but today he had the opportunity to experience it firsthand, a trial that few could endure. What was most astounding was that this was not merely a fleeting phase. Since his entry into the NBA, he had maintained such an intense regimen almost every single day. This consistency was indeed the most formidable aspect. Given such unwavering commitment to high-intensity training, it seemed only natural that he would attain remarkable achievements, fully deserving of every honor that came his way. What Lu Yusheng feared was whether he too must subject himself to such torment in the future. After merely half a day, he already felt he was on the verge of yielding. How could he endure such trials day after day, year after year? What kind of unwavering determination would it require to persevere? Could he truly sustain himself through it all? Yet, if he wished to possess the offensive prowess and defensive foundation akin to that of Kobe, it seemed he could only achieve it through relentless training and stringent self-discipline. Just as Kobe did. Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated in his mind. The system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host. Tim Hardaway's signature move, the crossover dribble, has reached level 7. Please continue your efforts, and the system will bestow upon you additional skill blind boxes from other basketball stars. A remarkable leap of 2 levels? This is the first time Lu Yusheng has encountered a situation where his skill proficiency has risen by 2 levels. Moreover, this occurrence took place not during a competition, but rather in training. Lu Yusheng came to the realization that the array of skills bestowed by the system did not imply that upgrades occurred more swiftly during competitions. Rather, it was the heightened intensity of trials that facilitated a quicker advancement. The previous rapid upgrades during contests were attributed to the fact that only in formal competitions could one encounter such formidable challenges. Currently, although it was not a competition, he was confronted with the most formidable level of defense in the world, and thus, the process of upgrading would naturally accelerate. Lu Yusheng eagerly anticipated the system's prompt allocation of new skills. During today's training session with Kobe, he acutely sensed the vast chasm of disparity that still lay before him. At this moment, he could only privately rejoice that not all opponents in the NBA possessed the extraordinary defensive prowess of someone like Kobe. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to despair. Fortunately, this training session had provided him with crucial psychological preparation before he officially embarked on his journey in the NBA. Kobe tossed him a bottle of water and settled beside him. "How is Coach Donovan?" Kobe inquired. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. Did he know Coach Donovan? Could this be the reason the Lakers were considering him? Was he recommended by Coach Donovan? Yet, Coach Donovan did not seem to hold him in high regard. Oh, but things have improved. Our school clinched the championship this year, and he has made quite a name for himself. Do you know him? Yes, I do. When Phil left, the team was searching for a new head coach, and he participated in the discussions, specifically seeking me out to share many insights. I greatly admire his basketball philosophy. But unfortunately, the Lakers did not select him. Nonetheless, I still believe he possesses remarkable talent. His success in leading your team to victory this year confirms that my initial judgment was not mistaken. In Kobe's words, there seemed to be a hint of regret for not having collaborated with Donovan. Coach Phil Jackson is indeed formidable, boasting numerous championships. Certainly, Phil is an exceptional coach. However, life presents many possibilities. Kobe reflected thoughtfully. What I mean is, had the Lakers chosen Coach Donovan over Tomjanovich, perhaps that year we would have achieved commendable success, and consequently, Phil might not have come the following year. Lu Yusheng found himself somewhat perplexed by Kobe's sentiments. With a coach as accomplished as Phil Jackson, what reason could there be to still reminisce about a novice like Donovan? It seemed that Kobe discerned his thoughts, responding, "Phil is indeed remarkable. But by the time we collaborated, he had already achieved significant success. Much like that hefty fellow, their prominence often eclipses the efforts and brilliance of those around them." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusheng grasped Kobe's inner turmoil, despite having secured 3 championships. A considerable number of fans still regarded him as merely riding the coattails of Shaquille O'Neal and Phil Jackson to glory. The situation intensified after O'Neal's departure, particularly after he aided the Heat in clinching another championship, leading to an avalanche of speculation. Assertions such as O'Neal is too powerful, give him a guard, and he would achieve a three-peat proliferated excessively. Kobe, known for his fierce competitive spirit, was naturally attuned to such discourse. This was precisely why, following O'Neal's exit, he was so eager to lead the Lakers to victory, seeking to validate his own prowess. Such opinions belong to those who lack understanding of the game, Lu Yusheng interjected. Anyone who witnessed those finals knows that without you, the Lakers might never have reached that stage. Kobe shook his head, dismissing the notion. Such statements are futile. Let me make it clear, what people value is the outcome. The outcome is that the hefty one is the MVP. And everyone believes he was the one who led the team to 3 championships. That's fine. Without O'Neal, you could still win the championship. However, Even the mightiest require support, Lu Yusheng remarked. As someone who had traversed time, he was aware that in 2008, 2009, and 2010, the Lakers, after acquiring Gasol, reached the finals thrice and secured 2 championships. Yet, at present, Kobe remained oblivious to these details. I will certainly win another championship. I do not need your consolation, Kobe retorted, mistaking Lu Yusheng's words for mere comfort. His demeanor abruptly turned stern. The support you speak of, it cannot possibly refer to you, can it? A point guard struggling to cross half-court exudes little confidence. Honestly, this guy always speaks in a manner that is less than pleasant, especially towards his teammates, with no reservations. Am I really here to console you? Lu Yusheng countered. If you hold me in such low regard, why did you specifically request the team to select me? This statement served as both a rebuttal and an inquiry to clarify the confusion in his mind. Kobe rose to his feet, declaring, "Consider this an opportunity bestowed upon you by fate. You know, given your NCAA statistics, even a second-round selection is far from guaranteed." Lu Yusheng was taken aback. It seemed he had no intention of revealing the reasons behind his selection. "Hurry up and train, rookie." Kobe instructed the staff to toss over a basketball. Given your current performance, focus on securing some playing time at the point guard position for the Lakers. Lu Yusheng drained a last drop of water from the bottle, gritted his teeth, and laboriously rose from the floor. A staff member hurried over, handing a phone to Kobe. It was a call from Mr. Robb. Kobe stepped aside to take the call, and after a moment, returned to Lu Yusheng, saying, "I have an urgent matter to attend to and must leave now. I regret that I cannot continue training with you." Lu Yusheng lamented with a look of genuine regret. Really? What a pity. Internally, he thought, Mr. Robb is truly a good person. Even his name sounds so endearing. "No worries. I still have 20 minutes, Kobe added. "I can join you for a one-on-one match." Lu Yusheng. A murder. Chapter 37. The gifted child with explosive talent. Naturally, Kobe did not truly engage in a one-on-one match with Lu Yusheng. He had pressing matters to attend to and hurriedly departed. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing Lu Yusheng from the psychological trauma of being bested. He had heard numerous accounts of this individual's encounters with his teammates, all of whom emerged with their own psychological scars. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng did not immediately take his leave after Kobe departed. Although he felt fatigued, he dedicated a bit more time to practice. He yearned to relive the exquisite moments of their recent one-on-one duel on the court. The essence of today's training resided within that singular challenge. Within those few exchanges lay a wealth of insights worth savoring repeatedly. Ideally, if there were video footage, he could take it home for further reflection and analysis. Upon the conclusion of practice, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yusheng casually grabbed a bite to eat on the street before searching for a suitable residence near the Lakers training facility. With his impending transition to life and work in Los Angeles, securing a rental was imperative. The NBA is a league characterized by stark disparities in income among its players. Even in 2006, some superstars commanded contracts worth tens of millions of dollars, while many others were relegated to minimum salary agreements. For elite players, relocating to a new city often meant purchasing a lavish mansion, as such expenditures were mere trifles for them. Conversely, players with modest salaries, upon moving to a different city, had no choice but to rent. For a rookie like Lu Yusheng, the contract was even less lucrative. The top pick of their draft, Bargnani, commanded a 4-year $21.05 million deal, while Lu Yusheng, at his draft position, received an even smaller sum. Furthermore, with only the contract signed and no salary yet disbursed by the team, renting an apartment in a city as exorbitantly priced as Los Angeles was evidently the more prudent choice. In no time, the agent found him a well-priced apartment. Lu Yusheng took a moment to inspect his new abode and found that, aside from its somewhat diminutive size, he was quite satisfied with the arrangement. The smaller space was of little consequence, as he was the sole occupant, merely needing it for sleep at night. After renting the apartment and tidying up the room, Lu Yusheng ventured to the supermarket downstairs to procure some essentials for daily living. Upon returning, he succumbed to slumber, only to awaken to the enveloping darkness of night. He descended to partake in dinner. Subsequently, both his mother and Avril called in succession. His mother inquired whether his living situation was adequately settled and if he required any financial assistance. "No need, Mom. I have grown up now and have begun working. You need not worry about such matters on my behalf any longer." He added, "By the way, Mom, I have reflected on my current annual salary. While it may not be substantial, it is certainly sufficient for the two of us. Have you considered resigning from your job?" There was a prolonged silence on his mother's end, leading Lu Yusheng to speculate that there might be an issue with the signal. "Mom, can you hear me? Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. His mother's voice was noticeably choked with emotion. Only then did Lu Yusheng realize that his mother was indeed crying. Mother Lu has endured a lifetime of hardships. After her divorce, she bravely ventured to the United States, raising her son single-handedly. Now, as her son expresses such sentiments, every mother would likely feel a surge of emotion, perhaps even shedding a tear of joy. It's all right, my dear son. I am still young and not yet at the age of retirement. I am still capable, she reassured him. Your salary is indeed substantial, yet it remains somewhat unstable at present. It would be wise to save it for yourself. Once you have firmly established your position in the NBA and amassed a considerable fortune, it will not be too late for me to resign. Lu Yusheng, unable to defy his mother, had no choice but to relent. Lu Yusheng understood that his mother's concerns were not unfounded. The NBA is a realm where the elimination rate among players is exceedingly high. Even some first-round picks fail to make the cut, let alone someone of his draft position. Avril's phone calls were filled with the tender longing of a couple and a myriad of musings. Her brother's situation remained unresolved, preventing her from visiting Lu Yusheng for the time being. However, she did share delightful news with him. She was on the verge of graduating and planned to seek employment in Los Angeles, which would enable her to be with Lu Yusheng. The sweet exchanges of a romantic relationship seemed never-ending, and time slipped away unnoticed as they talked. On the other end of the line, Avril's father called for her several times before she reluctantly ended the call. After hanging up, Lu Yusheng found himself momentarily at a loss. Standing by the window, he gazed out at the dazzling nightscape of Los Angeles, a whirlwind of thoughts enveloping him. He felt the profound solitude and emptiness of being in a foreign land, coupled with aspirations and apprehensions for the future. His current system, after all, was not a super cheat. Whether he could establish himself in the NBA would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Eventually, his gaze returned to the basketball training, when anxiety about the future looms. Doing nothing but overthinking will only exacerbate that unease. Diligence and perseverance are the true remedies for alleviating anxiety. Lu Yusheng donned his training attire and descended the stairs, making his way directly to the training hall. To his surprise, the hall was still bustling with activity in the evening, as a spirited 5-on-5 match was underway. Lu Yusheng discovered that he was unfamiliar with most of the individuals present, none of whom were players from the Lakers. However, one particular child captured his attention. This young boy also played as a point guard, yet his style of play was distinctly different from that of an ordinary point guard. His explosive agility was remarkable. Even when defenders were focused on their tasks, he could suddenly accelerate and effortlessly create a significant gap between himself and the defending player. Yet, that was not the most astonishing aspect. The most impressive feat occurred when he penetrated the paint, regardless of who stood within the 3-second area. He would leap without hesitation and execute a thunderous dunk. The speed of his jumps was almost surreal at the very moment he launched himself. He seemed to soar straight towards the rim. The larger defenders attempting to thwart him always appeared to be a fraction too late, relegated to mere background figures. Moreover, following his dunks, the boy would invariably erupt with exuberant shouts. As Lu Yusheng approached, he finally discerned the boy's face. To his astonishment, it was none other than Russell Westbrook. No wonder. Lu Yusheng recalled that Westbrook was drafted in 2008, selected by the Thunder as the 4th overall pick. By this time, he had just graduated from Lusinger High School. However, to everyone's surprise, this young man was already showcasing extraordinary skills. Such is the nature of talent, it is undeniable. After observing for a while, Lu Yusheng began to train alone in the adjacent court. As he practiced, he pondered how he might contend with such an explosively talented guard in the future. After much contemplation, it appeared that there was no effective strategy to restrain him. After training for some time, he suddenly noticed a pause in the activity over there. It seemed someone had departed, leaving the court with one less player. A voice called out to Lu Yusheng, "Brother, we are short one player, come join us." Chapter 38. A lesson in humanity. Just as Lu Yusheng was about to approach, someone at the entrance of the training hall suddenly spoke up, saying, "Allow me to take care of this." As Lu Yusheng turned around, he beheld a tall African-American player entering the room. This individual was none other than Smush Parker, the current starting point guard for the Los Angeles Lakers. Smush had officially joined the Lakers last year, during a time when the team was undergoing a rebuilding phase and was severely lacking in talent at the point guard position, with only the veteran JaVale McGee available. However, during the preseason, the aging McGee struggled to keep pace with the team's rhythm, prompting the Zen Master to elevate Smush Parker to the starting point guard role. Throughout the regular season, Smush's performance was deemed satisfactory, averaging 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists per game. Yet, in the playoffs, when he faced the Suns' prodigious playmaker Steve Nash, he endured a rather harsh reality. At that time, Nash was a 2-time regular season MVP, performing at the peak of his powers, and the Suns' roster was vastly superior to the makeshift ensemble of the Lakers. Meanwhile, the team's star player, Kobe, had never held Smush in high regard. Lu Yusheng has thoroughly watched that series from years past. He believes that Smush Parker possesses commendable physical attributes. However, his technical skills and defensive awareness are somewhat lacking. Lu Yusheng surmised that Kobe's disdain for him stemmed from his lackluster training attitude, as Kobe had always held a disdain for teammates with poor work ethics. However, he was taken aback to see Kobe training at such a late hour. It appeared that the issue with this individual might not solely pertain to his training demeanor. Westbrook and his companions, of course, recognized him. Noticing that Smush Parker had yet to change into his attire and sneakers, one remarked, "Forget it. You are a professional player." To which Smush Parker retorted while settling on the sidelines to change his shoes, "You may also have the opportunity to become professional players in the future. Wouldn't you wish to learn from a professional ahead of time?" He cast a glance at Lu Yusheng and added, "Or are you merely intent on picking on that Asian lad? Lu Yusheng, this scoundrel. As a teammate, he doesn't regard him at all." It is unclear whether he is oblivious to the fact that Lu Yusheng is already a Lakers player, or if it stems from a sheer disdain for players of Asian descent. "Then let us see what you've got," Westbrook remarked. His gaze towards Smush Parker was laced with a hint of contempt, likely provoked by the arrogance typical of a professional player like Parker. Smush Parker swiftly changed into his shoes, took a few warm-up shots, and then joined the gang. He found himself directly opposite Westbrook, their positions perfectly aligned. In the first round, it was Westbrook's turn to attack. He dribbled the ball leisurely, his eyes fixed on Parker. Suddenly, he executed a swift change of direction, instantly leaving Parker behind. He charged into the paint and launched into a thunderous dunk. To all appearances, there was no difference from their previous matchup. A faint, cold smile appeared on Westbrook's lips as he half-heartedly guarded Parker, continuously engaging in physical confrontations while muttering, "This is what a professional player is all about." Parker merely smiled in return. "Kid, I'm just warming up. Don't rush me." After halftime, the previously languid Parker suddenly quickened his dribbling rhythm. In a flash, he performed a dramatic change of direction identical to Westbrook's earlier move, effortlessly leaving Westbrook in his wake as he surged into the lane for his own emphatic dunk. It was clear that Parker had deliberately mirrored Westbrook's actions, returning the favor. "Next time, I'll be right here, using the same method to score again," Parker chuckled. "Shut your mouth," Westbrook retorted stubbornly. "If your move is so great, why didn't I see you use it against the Suns? Kid, if you talk to your seniors like that, I want you hold back." Westbrook replied as he dribbled while assessing Parker's defense. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground with force. Yet again, he executed an exaggerated and explosive change of direction. However, this time, Parker was well prepared. He anticipated Westbrook's path and swiftly followed, delivering a physical challenge. Westbrook, still in the early stages of physical development with a lean frame, found himself unable to compete with the robust Parker, stumbling momentarily as he struggled to maintain control of the ball, nearly losing his balance. Lu Yusheng pondered to himself. How remarkable it was that Parker, having played in the NBA for 2 years, could exhibit such foresight. His experience was indeed profound. At Lu Yusheng's current level, he found it difficult to make such predictions. Westbrook, naturally, was unwilling to concede. He adjusted his dribbling once more, though Westbrook appeared somewhat inexperienced at that moment. A fierce determination akin to that of a tortoise began to emerge on his face. He dribbled back and forth with both hands, while Smush Parker maintained a low center of gravity, despite the fact that his opponent was merely a high school student after a single round. He recognized the young man's prowess and did not allow himself to be complacent. Westbrook surged forward again. This time, his acceleration was even swifter than before. His body darted forward with the speed of a leopard. Even Lu Yusheng, watching from the sidelines, was astounded by this explosive burst of energy. After all, having only witnessed this individual's exaggerated skills on television before, the reality was far more impressive than any broadcast could convey. Lu Yusheng speculated that Smush Parker would be unable to keep up. Indeed, Smush Parker was lagging behind. Yet, in the next moment, Westbrook rushed past, only for the ball to come to a halt in Smush Parker's hands. It had been intercepted. This maneuver was a testament to experience and foresight. Upon witnessing the ball being stolen, Westbrook, filled with frustration, uttered a curse and quickly retreated on defense. Meanwhile, Smash Park leisurely dribbled the ball, wearing that infuriating smile. The lad seemed oblivious to the fact that speed alone in basketball is futile. Otherwise, the tribesmen of the African savannah would have long since found their way into the NBA. Lu Yusheng thought to himself, how absurd. This individual, as a black man, not only looks down upon individuals of Asian descent, but also harbors disdain for fellow black individuals, affectionately referring to them as savages. Pray tell, are they not your ancestors? Westbrook closely guarded Smash Parker. Although he lacked the latter's physical strength, he emanated an undeniable vigor, making it equally challenging for Parker to control the ball. As they crossed half-court, Parker began to alter his dribbling rhythm, attempting to unsettle Westbrook's balance. Suddenly, with a swift change of direction and acceleration, he executed a breakthrough reminiscent of his previous play. Westbrook hastily moved to block him, only to be taken by surprise when Parker abruptly halted for a jump shot. It found its mark effortlessly. Westbrook had anticipated that Parker would employ the same breakthrough move he had previously used against him, so he lunged forward to obstruct his path. Instead, Parker shot, leaving Westbrook to stumble awkwardly, nearly losing his footing. With a smug grin, Parker taunted, "Do you suffer from a leg affliction? Why can you never seem to stand firm?" Just as Westbrook received a pass from his teammate, he was incensed by Parker's words and charged forward, forcefully shoving him. What did you just say? Lu Yusheng also felt that although the ball had been scored, Smash Parker's actions were rather despicable. Were you not here to teach him a lesson? It was agreed that we would play in the same manner once more. Yet you resorted to shooting and attacking him like this. With Westbrook's fiery temper, do you think he would let you off easily? Though the two, charged with intensity, were separated by others, Westbrook's fury remained unquenched, cursing vehemently. If it weren't for your inept play, could the Suns have staged a comeback? You foolish one. Had delayed Kobe's playoff aspirations. The children of Los Angeles, for the most part, are Kobe fans, and Westbrook is no exception. Upon hearing these words, Smash Parker was instantly incensed. Kid, don't be stubborn. If you're a man, resolve it on the court. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. One-on-one. Westbrook violently shrugged off his teammates, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 39. Breaking the deadlock, a classic American one-on-one game to 21 points. 3-pointers count as 2 points, while 2-pointers count as 1. A maximum of 3 dribbles is allowed, and the offense must be completed within 10 seconds. The first to reach 21 points wins. However, Smash Parker proposed a change in the rules, stating that there would be no restrictions on dribble count or offensive time. His reasoning was that both of them were point guards, and the competition was a testament to their ball handling skills. In a fit of rage, Westbrook agreed without a moment's hesitation. At first, Lu Yusheng found himself perplexed as to why Smash Park would propose such a rule. Although Westbrook was younger, his ball handling and penetrating abilities were evidently superior to those of Smash Park. Wasn't this granting Westbrook an advantage? The match commenced, with both sides brimming with fervor. Thus, this one-on-one duel was charged with intensity. One need not witness the proceedings. The mere sound of muscle colliding was sufficient to send one's blood racing. As a high school student, Westbrook's willingness to accept this challenge revealed his fearless disposition, one that seemed unperturbed by any obstacles. Emotionally, Lu Yusheng naturally hoped for Westbrook's victory. On one hand, Westbrook's straightforward and passionate character was quite endearing. Moreover, given his youth, it was commendable for a high schooler to take on the challenge posed by a professional NBA player, embodying the spirit of an underdog. On the other hand, Lu Yusheng harbored a distinct aversion towards the team's current starting point guard, Smash Park. This individual, in both speech and demeanor, was rather off-putting. It was no wonder that Kobe felt irked by him. However, in the early stages of this one-on-one encounter, Smash Park initially held a decisive advantage. Utilizing his seasoned experience and robust physique, he effectively contained the explosive Westbrook, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Westbrook managed to penetrate successfully only once, while the remainder of his attempts were thwarted by Smash Park. Breathless and incredulous, Westbrook found it hard to believe he could not surpass this opponent. Throughout his basketball career, he had never encountered anyone he couldn't overcome. He refused to accept such a fate. Seizing an opportunity, Westbrook planted his feet firmly and, with a forceful thrust, attempted to break through to his right once more. Although Smash Park's speed had slightly diminished, he had already discerned Westbrook's patterns of attack, foreseeing the crucial positioning of Westbrook's feet prior to his breakthrough. For such an explosive move, Westbrook needed to plant his feet with utmost stability to generate the necessary power. With his left foot forward, he aimed for the right side. With his right foot forward, he intended to veer left. Armed with this foresight, Smash Park effectively blocked Westbrook's path to the basket. With a swift motion, he knocked the ball away. Westbrook's companions simultaneously expressed their dismay. Triumphantly, Smush Parker declared, "I told you, your breakthrough skills are lacking. It's time to concede. Don't waste your energy." Gritting his teeth, Westbrook resolved to silence the chatter and focus on scoring 21 points first. As Smush Parker commenced his offensive maneuver, he began to leverage his physique and strength to back down Westbrook. Despite Westbrook's vigorous defense, he was gradually pushed further inward by Smush Parker. At that moment, Lu Yusheng suddenly comprehended why Smush Parker had initially sought to amend the rules to permit unrestricted dribbling. He had long discerned that Westbrook's most formidable offensive tactic was his drive to the basket. Furthermore, Smush Parker had thoroughly grasped Westbrook's habitual approach to breaking through defenses. With Westbrook's impetuous nature, the more he struggled to penetrate, the more he yearned to vanquish his opponent through his signature drive, an offensive method of which he had always been immensely proud. Compounding this, Smush Parker incessantly taunted Westbrook, asserting that his drives were ineffective, which only intensified Westbrook's urgency to prove himself. Yet, the more frantic he became, the more hasty and reckless his technical execution turned, leading to a greater likelihood of being scrutinized and, consequently, resulting in increased errors. This created a vicious cycle. On the offensive end, Smush Parker could rely entirely on his physical and strength advantages to execute his backing down strategy. With no help defense, no 3-second violations, and the ability to dribble indefinitely, he could steadily inch his way closer to the basket. Before long, the score reflected a commanding lead for Smush Parker at 14-6. Had the rules not allowed for unlimited dribbling, Westbrook would undoubtedly have refrained from his incessant, reckless drives. Presently, it appeared that the prospect of a comeback was rather dim. It was not that the score was insurmountable, for there was no time constraint. Rather, the issue lay in Westbrook's palpable disappointment, as the pressure within him teetered on the brink of release. This was evident in his body language, with his defensive footwork becoming increasingly sluggish. Under such circumstances, mounting a comeback seemed exceedingly challenging. "Let us take a break and hydrate," suggested one of Westbrook's companions, likely aiming to use the respite to help Westbrook regain his composure and recalibrate his unsteady mindset. Smush Parker, however, was unfazed, for the situation was entirely within his dominion. As Westbrook stepped off the court to drink water, Lu Yusheng approached him. "You ought to try shooting some hoops." Lu Yusheng spoke to Westbrook, who was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Lu's. In truth, players with a high success rate in breakthrough plays tend to possess a formidable shooting ability. This dynamic is inextricably linked. Only when opponents respect your shooting can they hesitate to fully commit to thwarting your drives. This is why we frequently observe players like Jordan and Kobe, whose explosive speed and elaborate dribbling may not be particularly impressive, yet they navigate through defenses with remarkable ease. Their effortless maneuvers can sometimes create the illusion that defenders are not fully engaged. The respect for their shooting prowess compels opponents to employ a more cautious defense. Should they lower their stance to guard against a drive, these players can simply elevate for a shot. Consequently, maintaining a higher defensive stance allows them to glide past with relative ease. As the two resumed their positions on the court, Lu Yusheng felt a twinge of concern. He worried whether Westbrook had grasped his point and feared that this impetuous youth would stubbornly attempt to outmaneuver Smush Parker through sheer force. With the ball in his possession, Westbrook dribbled, constantly altering his rhythm. He feinted, accelerated. Westbrook again charged right. Smush Parker anticipated the move, swiftly shifting his body to the right while attempting to swipe the ball. Suddenly, Westbrook executed a sharp stop, pulling the ball back with remarkable speed. Parker, believing Westbrook would veer left, hurriedly adjusted his weight and shifted in that direction. Yet, at that moment, Westbrook refrained from dribbling, launching himself into the air. A quintessential signature jump shot unique to Westbrook. The release was instantaneous, propelled by an explosive leap. As Parker continued his lateral movement, Westbrook had already assumed his shooting stance in midair. With unwavering precision, the ball found its mark. Unbeknownst to Parker, Westbrook's sudden shot went uncontested. "Afraid to drive?" Parker taunted. "Well, considering your driving skills, perhaps it's best you refrain from attempting to best me." His words were evidently laced with intent. This time, Westbrook chose not to retort verbally, instead preparing himself defensively. Parker continued to attempt backing him down. Yet, Westbrook, having gathered his strength, resisted Parker's advance with notable effectiveness. A seamless offensive flow can significantly enhance one's defensive tenacity, a truth that remains mutually reinforcing. Indeed, despite Parker pushing through with considerable force, the resulting shot fell short due to the excessive exertion. Westbrook initiated another offensive play. Following that previous jump shot, Parker was now hesitant to lower his stance, solely anticipating Westbrook's drive. Westbrook swiftly changed direction, darting left. Parker rushed to block him. However, Westbrook once again pulled the ball back, raising his arm, preparing for another shot. Smasher Park felt an urgent need to act, leaping into the air to block the shot. However, just as Westbrook was about to release the ball, he suddenly pulled it back. With a perfect execution of the praying maneuver, Smasher Park could only watch helplessly as Westbrook charged into the paint, delivering a thunderous dunk. Westbrook turned to Smasher Park, letting out a fierce roar. How can you not defend against such a simple breakthrough? He did not miss the opportunity to taunt Smasher Park. Realizing the precarious situation, Smasher Park attempted to maintain his composure, retorting, "Apologies, but I am still in the lead." As the game progressed, the momentum shifted entirely. Westbrook's offensive prowess, blending both shooting and driving, left Smasher Park disoriented in his defensive efforts, struggling to keep up. This turmoil caused Smasher Park to falter on the offensive end as well, with Westbrook's fervent defense forcing him to miss numerous shots. Westbrook, unrelenting, unleashed a barrage of trash talk, leaving Smasher Park flustered and devoid of the desire to retort. Lu Yusheng seemed to envision the silent Smasher Park facing Nash during the playoffs. Ultimately, Westbrook effortlessly reclaimed the lead, triumphing in this one-on-one contest. His companions surrounded him, exuberantly celebrating. For a high school student to prevail against an NBA player, this was indeed a tremendous source of inspiration and motivation for them. Lu Yusheng was not the least bit surprised by the outcome. Although Westbrook was merely a high school student in terms of innate talent, he was in an entirely different league compared to Smash Parker. The initial deficit was merely a result of Parker leveraging his experience. Once the tide turned, he stood no chance against Westbrook's prodigious abilities. With a grim expression, Parker silently began to change his shoes, evidently deciding against further training. Westbrook refrained from humiliating him further, understanding that provoking Parker could lead to an altercation fueled by embarrassment and anger. After changing his shoes, Parker departed the training facility without uttering a word. Westbrook's companions gathered around him, launching a barrage of taunts directed at Parker. While Westbrook relished the moment, he chose not to join in the mockery and suggested they continue playing. "Aren't you tired?" one of them asked. "Not at all," Westbrook replied. However, they realized they were still one player short. Their gazes simultaneously turned towards Lu Yusheng. "Come on, buddy," Westbrook called out to him. Lu Yusheng shook his head, saying, "You all go ahead, I will practice for a while." Westbrook suggested that the others engage in a 4-on-4 match while he made his way to Lu Yusheng's area. "Brother, thank you for your earlier reminder. Otherwise, I might not have emerged victorious," Westbrook remarked. "It was nothing. Your talent is inherently superior to his." "You were just a bit too caught up in the moment," Lu Yusheng replied. "You were right. That guy talks too much trash. It's hard not to get flustered." Westbrook acknowledged. "You certainly indulge in your fair share of banter as well," he added with a smile. "Are you part of the training facility staff?" Lu Yusheng believed that, given the immense public outcry following his selection by the Lakers and the impact of the recent Summer League, his visage would be widely recognized in Los Angeles. However, he found himself mistaken. "No, I am a player for the Lakers, a rookie selected this year," Lu Yusheng clarified. It was then that Westbrook realized, "Oh, you are the Asian point guard they have been talking about." "Indeed, that is I," Lu Yusheng replied, reflecting on what was deemed the most significant draft blunder in the history of the Lakers. With a grin, Westbrook responded, "Do not underestimate yourself, my friend. The potential within each individual is boundless, and even we may not fully comprehend the extent of our capabilities." Lu Yusheng chuckled, surprised that this young man was encouraging him. Nevertheless, he had complete faith that Westbrook's encouragement was genuine. In the realm of the NBA, perhaps there were only a few individuals who bore no prejudice against Asian athletes, and Westbrook was undoubtedly among them. After all, during the Mori incident, he had donned traditional Chinese attire on multiple occasions to express his stance. It was truly unfortunate that the Lakers faltered this year. Our point guard position was exceedingly weak, having been utterly dismantled by Nash. Had I been on the court, the Suns would never have had the chance to stage a comeback. Westbrook's words brimmed with confidence, and Lu Yusheng did not mock his unwavering self-assurance. On the contrary, such confidence is an essential trait for any athlete. Without it, one is destined to fail. "I will be chosen by the Lakers in the future, and I will help them secure another championship," Westbrook declared confidently after making a shot. Lu Yusheng chuckled softly. For every young basketball enthusiast in Los Angeles surely dreams of playing for the Lakers. However, little did Westbrook anticipate that he would eventually join the Lakers, albeit in a manner that attracted widespread criticism, such as the unpredictability of life. Of course, that moment has yet to arrive. I must first secure a championship for UCLA. This year, our success hinges on you. My friend, give it your all and do not let me down. I have faith in your capabilities. I'll do my best. Lu Yusheng replied with a faint smile. By the way, there is one more thing you must heed if you wish to aid the Lakers in their quest for victory. Westbrook suddenly remarked, lowering his voice mysteriously. Lu Yusheng was taken aback and inquired, "What?" He cautioned against heeding Kobe's words too attentively, insisting that one should not pass the ball to him for every play. A point guard must possess their own vision and strategy. Lu Yusheng erupted into laughter. In the days that followed, he diligently attended the training facility each day, occasionally encountering renowned NBA superstars honing their skills there. Kobe had not returned to seek his training assistance, and Lu Yusheng learned through the news of Kobe's journey to Huaxia, where he was met with overwhelming adoration. Phil Handy, the Lakers' esteemed trainer, took the initiative to approach Lu Yusheng, inviting him to train alongside him. Phil Handy is highly regarded for his expertise in training point guards, and many prominent guards in the league seek him out for specialized training during their off-seasons. Lu Yusheng inquired whether he needed to make a payment, but Phil Handy informed him that someone had already covered the training fee on his behalf. However, he declined to disclose the identity of this individual. Lu Yusheng speculates that this is likely Kobe, although the system has temporarily ceased to distribute blind boxes to Lu Yusheng. The period spent training under Phil Handy has undeniably been immensely beneficial, significantly enhancing his skills. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the new season is about to commence. With the return of the players, Zen Master Phil Jackson has also rejoined the team, and team training is set to begin shortly. Lu Yusheng understands that the performance during team training and the preseason games will determine the starting position of the point guard for the Los Angeles Lakers in the upcoming season. Currently, there are 4 contenders for the point guard role: last year's starter, Smush Parker, the white guard Hans from the European League, and this year's draft picks, Lu Yusheng and Farmar. Whether he can secure the starting position or, at the very least, enjoy consistent minutes in the rotation hinges on Lu Yusheng's forthcoming performance. Chapter 41, Media Day. The piercing questions. The Media Day for the Lakers heralds the new season. As Lu Yusheng stepped into the training facility, he was taken aback by the throngs of reporters and the multitude of cameras surrounding him. He had never encountered such a plethora of lenses before. The Lakers' Media Day has always been the most prestigious event in the league. Even though the team's performance has been less than stellar over the past 2 seasons, they remain the most talked-about franchise in the league. The staff allocated jerseys and lockers for the newly arrived players. Lu Yusheng donned his customary number 6 jersey for the summer league. He and Farmar found their lockers situated in the corner. There is little to elaborate on, as both he and Farmar are mere rookies. As Lu Yusheng entered the changing room, he beheld the impeccably dressed monk engaged in conversation with Kubuchek. Kobe, seated atop a locker, was on the phone with someone, his face radiating joy. Lu Yusheng observed that Kobe's jersey hanging in the locker had transitioned from number 8 to 24. This marked a pivotal moment in Kobe's career. From this season onward, he matured significantly, both in his style of play and in his character. He began to temper his insatiable desire for scoring, evolving into a more mentally fortified leader. The other players engaged in lighthearted conversations, creating a relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere. It appeared they were unfazed by the previous season's defeat to the Suns. Kobe ended his phone call and called out to Lu Yusheng and Farmar, "You 2 rookies, come over and greet everyone." Lu Yusheng and Farmar hurried over to greet their teammates. The other players responded with great enthusiasm, particularly Luke Walton and Chris Mim, who were especially welcoming. "Welcome to our team. Welcome to the NBA. Don't forget to pass the ball to me often." However, Smush Parker maintained a rather indifferent demeanor, likely surprised to discover that Lu Yusheng was his teammate. This season, the Lakers roster had not undergone significant changes compared to the previous season. Although Lu Yusheng was a staunch fan of both the Lakers and the Rockets in his past life, he realized that some of the players were unfamiliar to him. Seizing the opportunity, he acquainted himself with the Lakers roster for the season. Starting lineup: shooting guard, 24, Kobe point guard, 1, Smush Parker small forward, 4, Luke Walton power forward, 7, Lamar Odom center, 54, Kwame Brown bench. Point guards: 6, Lu Yusheng, 5, Jordan Farmar, 11, Tony Harness shooting guards, 18, Sasha Vujasic, 9, Pinnock centers, 17, Andrew Bynum, 31, Chris Mim small forward, 2 Aaron McKee power forwards, 21 Ronny Turiev, 10 Radoslav Nestorovic. Lu Yusheng gazed at his teammates before him, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Although he had already signed with the Lakers, being amidst a cadre of teammates adorned in the illustrious purple and gold uniforms still filled him with an almost dreamlike sense of wonder. Lu Yusheng was eager to approach the legendary coach Phil Jackson for a greeting, but the latter was engrossed in conversation with Kupchak, leaving Lu without an opportunity to interject. Following the photo session, the media interview segment commenced. Kobe occupied the center stage, besieged by a flurry of inquiries from various journalists. One question posed by a reporter from Hoop Colony was particularly intriguing. Kobe, this year you relinquished the number 8 jersey that you wore for a decade and opted for 24. Does this choice hold any special significance? After all, Michael Jordan's jersey number is 23, and yours is 1 number higher. Is there any deeper meaning behind this? Kobe took the microphone and responded, "There is no connection. It has nothing to do with Michael. In truth, I abandoned number 8 to signify a new beginning in my career. I chose 24 because there are 24 hours in a day, and time is precious. To achieve championships, we must seize every moment. That is all." The reporter, evidently unsatisfied with this answer, pressed further, "Are you certain there's no relation to Michael?" "No," Kobe replied, yet a meaningful smile emerged afterward. Everyone present understood the unspoken implications and refrained from further probing. The second question came from a middle-aged journalist at ESPN, bearing a sharper edge. "Kobe, you just mentioned that your sole goal every new season is the championship. I don't wish to revisit last year's playoff setback against the Suns, but it's hard to overlook, especially for a fiercely competitive star like yourself. The issue is, we've noticed that the Lakers haven't secured reliable support for you this year, which might lead to yet another wasted year of your prime. How do you view this? If the Lakers fail to win the championship this year, would you consider a trade?" Kobe's expression grew somewhat serious. "When will ESPN enhance its emotional intelligence? Please, such questions are disrespectful to my teammates." The bespectacled journalist appeared unfazed by Kobe's demeanor, continuing, "But I speak the truth, Kobe. Frankly, most of the media are not optimistic about the Lakers' prospects this year. We generally believe that you lack championship-caliber players at the point guard and center positions. Are you truly relying on the newly drafted Chinese guard to lead you to a championship?" Lu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback as all eyes converged upon him. This scoundrel. Fortunately, Kobe did not wait for him to finish and promptly interrupted, moving on to the next question. The journalist, with a resigned shake of his head, took his seat once more. Lu Yusheng pondered to himself, it is no wonder that Kobe's relationship with the media has always been strained. His intolerance for the insipid inquiries posed by unscrupulous journalists is evidently absolute, leaving no room for leniency. However, the other reporters did not alter their questioning approach due to Kobe's demeanor. Suddenly, all attention appeared to converge upon Lu Yusheng. A reporter from Fox promptly inquired, "Mr. Smith just mentioned your Chinese rookie, Lu Yusheng. Kobe, there have been persistent rumors suggesting that you orchestrated this draft. Is there any truth to this? What distinguishes him to warrant such a gamble on your part?" General Manager Kupchak had already noted the increasingly grim expression on Kobe's face. If this continued, it seemed likely that emotions would spiral out of control. Thus, he swiftly seized the microphone, donning a professional smile, and stated, "This is merely speculation from the media. There is no substance to it. Our decision to select Lu Yusheng was the result of thorough deliberation and consensus within the organization. We firmly believe that Lu's playing style and approach align seamlessly with our current tactical framework, and that is all there is to it." Nonetheless, this did little to quell the reporter's curiosity. Another journalist directly confronted Lu Yusheng. "Although you led the Lakers to victory in this summer league, there remains considerable skepticism surrounding you. Many believe that you may not even secure any playing time at the point guard position in the upcoming season. What is your perspective on this? Do you believe you can earn minutes amidst the competition with your teammates?" Lu Yusheng, "Well, isn't this merely stirring up trouble? This matter is inherently sensitive. And yet you insist on bringing it up in front of everyone? You look down upon me in this manner. And then you have the audacity to inquire about my opinion? Naturally, my response is quite unrefined." Lu Yusheng was instantly filled with a surge of anger. Chapter 42. 2 gifts. As Lu Yusheng was about to seize the microphone and unleash his ire upon the reporter, he was intercepted by Kobe, who shook his head, signaling for Lu to remain calm. Kupchak then took over the microphone, continuing to smile benignly while delivering his official rhetoric. "Regarding our starting lineup and rotation for the new season," he began, "the Lakers have always evaluated based on performance. Each individual is treated fairly, and ultimately, the coaching staff will deliberate and determine their playing time. His words, reminiscent of an intricate dance, seemed to convey much while, in truth, revealing little. What began as a jovial media day took an unexpected turn when the discussion shifted to Lu Yusheng, abruptly altering the atmosphere. The event had to be hastily concluded. Upon returning to the locker room, Kobe turned to Lu Yusheng with utmost seriousness and said, "Hey, rookie, you mustn't be impulsive when facing reporters. Their questions may sometimes appear rather foolish, yet it is essential to learn how to interact harmoniously with them." Lu Yusheng nodded outwardly, yet inwardly pondered, "Brother, it seems as though your rapport with them is quite harmonious." Upon witnessing Kobe remove his jersey, Lu Yusheng suddenly recalled his earlier promise to Avril to procure a signed Kobe jersey for her. Consequently, he eagerly approached, with a beaming smile, and inquired, "Boss, might you be willing to part with that jersey for me?" Kobe furrowed his brow in response, asking, "What do you need my jersey for?" Lu Yusheng replied, "A friend of mine is an ardent admirer of yours. She has tasked me with requesting a signed jersey." Kobe, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "You lot. Each of you presents me with the same excuse for wanting my jersey. Lu, refrain from such trivial pursuits and focus your energy on basketball. Our new season is about to commence. If you apply yourself as diligently as I do, you too may one day have the opportunity to sign for others." Despite being admonished by Kobe for what felt like an eternity, he ultimately granted Lu Yusheng the signed jersey, offering the chance for his friend to meet him for a photograph. Such is his nature, sharp in words yet tender at heart. Lu Yusheng understood him well. Lu Yusheng removed his jersey and hung it in the locker, gazing at the fabric with a heart full of emotions. Finally, he was about to don this purple and gold uniform and step onto the court. He wished his number 6 jersey could one day be as beloved as the iconic number 24. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You are about to embark on the official NBA stage." Lu Yusheng was filled with immense excitement. This broken system had finally developed a semblance of humanity. Knowing that he was about to engage in an official match, the 3 skills at his disposal felt rather inadequate. To his delight, a new skill package was about to be bestowed upon him. It was like a timely blessing. He eagerly anticipated which star athlete's signature skill the system would grant him this time. Ideally, it would be the skills of a legendary figure. Perhaps the likes of the esteemed Joe or the mesmerizing dream shake of Olajuwon. Skills that could turn the tide with a single move. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new star skill upgrade package. Would you like to open it now? It was imperative to open it. Lu Yusheng could hardly contain his impatience. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the signature skill of Comet Washington, a comprehensive combat technique centered around Russian boxing. Lu Yusheng, wait. Who is this Comet Washington? How can Lu Yusheng have no recollection of this star player? And why does this individual possess a signature skill in martial arts? Ding. This skill has been specifically granted to the host to safeguard themselves in unexpected situations during competitions. The host is urged to practice and upgrade it promptly. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. After eagerly anticipating the star athlete's signature move, it had transformed into a martial arts technique? Goodness, I came to play basketball, not to engage in a brawl. However, upon reflection, the system's reasoning was not entirely unfounded. Individuals of Asian descent often face underestimation and may be bullied on the court. Acquiring self-defense skills could indeed prove advantageous. Furthermore, such abilities could also be useful in everyday life. With this thought, Lu Yusheng felt a slight sense of equilibrium within himself. He took a moment to search for information on Comet Washington on his phone, and to his astonishment, he discovered that this individual was an NBA player from the 1980s. Drafted by the Lakers in 1973 and retiring in 1987. From a young age, he had trained in Russian boxing and various martial arts. Throughout his 14-year career, he played for several teams but never made a noteworthy impression on the court. His career's most illustrious moment occurred in 1977 during a game against the Rockets, where he famously knocked out the star player, Tomjanovich, with a single punch. Tomjanovich later recounted that it felt as though he had tasted his own brain matter. This incident catapulted him to fame, being dubbed one of the most brutal brawls in NBA history. Lu Yusheng mused that if he were to struggle in the NBA, perhaps he could simply transition into the world of combat sports instead. That evening, after finishing his meal, Lu Yusheng returned to his apartment only to discover that the hallway lights appeared to be malfunctioning, enveloping the area in an ominous darkness. He unsteadily fished out his keys, preparing to unlock the door. Suddenly, he felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him from the shadows. Could it be a robbery by an intruder? One would think that the safety in this neighborhood was relatively acceptable, yet one could never be too certain. A jolt of fear surged through him. He whirled around. The empty hallway, however, seemed devoid of any presence. Well, it was best to enter his apartment and lock the door. As he opened the door, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. He glanced back again, yet once more, there was nothing. Could it possibly be a haunting? Just as he was about to step into his apartment, a shadow leaped from the darkness, lunging towards Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng had not yet lowered his guard. And at that moment, he caught a glimpse of a shadow rushing towards him. Acting on instinct, he seized the arm and executed a swift back throw. This was the hallmark technique of Comet Washington. In the darkness, a woman's piercing scream echoed. Avril. Lu Yusheng hurriedly turned on the light and, illuminated by the dormitory's glow, he indeed saw Avril lying in pain in the corridor. He rushed over to help her up, feeling a mixture of surprise and concern. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? Are you all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was you. I thought it was a robbery. I wanted to give you a surprise, she replied. Thankfully, the corridor was carpeted, and despite Lu Yusheng's clumsiness in this maneuver, Avril's fall, though painful, resulted in no serious harm. Having spent considerable time in Philadelphia dealing with family and school matters, Avril had finally found a moment to rush to Los Angeles. Eager to surprise Lu Yusheng. For two individuals deeply in love, the long separation ignited an intense reunion, their lips and bodies entwined, unable to part. Just as they were on the verge of becoming one, Avril suddenly paused, recalling, "Do you remember when you won the championship? I mentioned I would gift you something to celebrate?" At her words, Lu Yusheng quickly responded, "Right? I have a gift for you as well." Simultaneously, they presented each other with their gifts, 2 pieces of clothing. The item belonging to Lu Yusheng is Kobe's signed jersey. As for the one prepared by Avril, she adorned it herself. It is the kind of garment that, upon a mere glance from Lu Yusheng, ignites a fervor within him. No, rather a passionate blaze. Recently, it seems she has gained some weight while at home, making the clothing feel a tad snug, Avril mused. Lu Yusheng's gaze was fixated on Avril's upper body, which was neither small nor insignificant. Chapter 43. The internal training match commenced. Following their fervent encounter, the two embraced tenderly. Avril informed Lu Yusheng that she would be residing here for the time being and would reach out regarding work in the coming days. Lu Yusheng naturally welcomes this with open arms. I truly envy you. Being only a sophomore and already free from future worries is quite remarkable. I have reached out to several companies, yet they appear to show little interest in me. It remains uncertain when this job will be finalized. Avril seems somewhat apprehensive about her prospects in job hunting. Lu Yusheng shook his head. Let us not rush things. I am still at the beginning of my journey. It is uncertain whether I will secure consistent playing time this year. Have faith in yourself, Lu. You are extraordinary. You led your team to victory in the Summer League. This year, you will undoubtedly guide the Lakers to triumph. Avril encouraged him. Lu Yusheng smiled. It was hardly a competition of the same caliber. Yet, I firmly believe you can succeed. Lu, you must have faith in your own abilities. The following morning, while Avril remained in a blissful slumber, Lu Yusheng rose from his bed. He felt a twinge of fatigue in his lower back. Alas, it seemed that the upcoming training match might not go well. Lu Yusheng rose early and arrived at the training facility, eager to immerse himself in his routine before others arrived. To his surprise, however, he found that Kobe, Vujasic, Walton, and several others had already gathered and were warming up. Alas, his early start would likely result in playful mockery from Kobe. Lu Yusheng donned his gear and joined the warm-up training. Fortunately, Kobe remained silent this time, focusing intently on imparting the technique of post-up play to Vujasic. This maneuver was indeed his signature move, and Lu Yusheng diligently tuned in, absorbing the nuances. Kobe demonstrated the technique several times, urging Vujasic to follow suit. However, the Slovenian star struggled to grasp the fundamentals. After all, such advanced skills are not easily mastered by everyone. Kobe, growing a tad impatient, nonetheless maintained his composure and continued to guide him. Ultimately, Vujasic failed to comprehend the intricacies, yet Lu Yusheng seemed to glean some understanding. The essence of post-up play lies in the ability to perceive the opponent's defensive balance. Once this is sensed, one must employ feints to deceive the defender, subsequently deciding whether to drive for a layup or pivot for a jump shot. The crux of the matter is how one discerns the opponent's center of gravity while in a back-to-basket position. The answer resides in the legs. However, this understanding cannot merely be gleaned from Kobe's explanations, it must be felt through experience. Vujasic appeared utterly bewildered, leading to a wave of sardonic remarks from the increasingly impatient Kobe. In contrast, Lu Yusheng seemed to grasp some of the concepts, albeit still based on personal intuition without practical application. As other teammates gradually arrived, Zen Master Phil Jackson and his coaching staff joined as well. In contrast to yesterday's formal attire, today he donned a relaxed training outfit. Upon arrival, he first gathered all the players to share some words. He commenced by welcoming Lu Yusheng and the other new players, followed by a brief summary of the previous season's gains and losses, urging everyone to cast aside past regrets and regroup for the new season ahead. The Zen Master's speech was remarkably eloquent and inspiring, invigorating the audience. However, as he delved into philosophical musings later on, some players began to feel drowsy. This fellow always wrapped everything in a shroud of mystique. No wonder he earned the moniker Zen Master. Lu Yusheng observed that the majority of individuals displayed no interest in the matter, while only Kobe was wholeheartedly engrossed in listening. Lu Yusheng was filled with confusion, pondering whether he could truly comprehend the words of the Zen Master. Once the speech concluded, Kobe shared a few remarks as well, albeit in a more straightforward manner. The essence of his message was clear, regardless of how the outside world perceives us. Now that we have arrived here, our singular goal is none other than the championship. Following the conclusion of the address, the training commenced in earnest. Initially, it consisted of fundamental physical conditioning and ball handling drills. After participating in several sets alongside the others, Kobe joined the Zen Master on the sidelines to offer guidance to the rest of the team. Despite the simplicity of the exercises, Lu Yusheng and the other newly arrived players exhibited remarkable diligence. They understood that from this moment forward, every second of their performance on the court would be scrutinized by the coaching staff, serving as a benchmark for their evaluation. After the regular training session, trainer Phil Handy began individualized instruction and corrections. 2 hours had elapsed by the time this segment concluded. Following a brief respite, the Zen Master organized an internal scrimmage. One team comprised last year's starters, including Kobe, while the other team consisted of the remaining players who would face off against them. The center for the second team was Andrew Bynum, wearing number 17. The power forward was Radmanovi in jersey number 10. The small forward was Aaron McKee, and the shooting guard was Vujasic. As for the point guard position, the Zen Master and coaching staff hesitated momentarily before deciding to let Lu Yusheng take the lead, considering he was a first-round draft pick. Although Farmar and Hans felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to adhere to the coach's decision. Lu Yusheng silently encouraged himself. The opportunity to earn playing time had finally arrived. He must seize it. The jump ball. Andrew Bynum, the center from the bench team, was a rookie selected by the Lakers last year. Although merely 18 years old, his physical prowess was quite impressive. In the jump ball against Kwame Brown, he gained the upper hand, deftly tapping the ball into the hands of Vujasic. Vujasic passed it to Lu Yusheng, who advanced with the dribble. Smush Parker stepped up to defend. Even before their bodies made contact, Lu Yusheng could perceive an unmistakable air of disdain in Parker's eyes. He charged forward, applying tight pressure, using his robust physique to impose constant physical challenges on Lu Yusheng. This guy still hadn't changed his ways. He was inexplicably arrogant, completely disregarding Lu Yusheng's capabilities. After his previous setback against Westbrook, he clearly hadn't learned his lesson. Such oppressive defense could easily be outmaneuvered. And Smush Parker evidently assumed that a yellow-skinned player like Lu Yusheng would never surpass him. How ridiculous. During the day of individual training, even Kobe had ceased to defend me in such a manner. Did he really think he could use this tactic against me? Lu Yusheng subtly adjusted his dribbling technique, feeling compelled to teach him a lesson. It was not solely due to the attitude of this individual towards him, but primarily because Lu Yusheng sought to secure playing time in official matches. Gaining an advantage over the current starting point guard was the most effective means to achieve that goal. Lu Yusheng began to alter his dribbling rhythm, executing a feint to the left, while Smush Park swiftly made his move. Lu Yusheng swiftly changed direction and accelerated with remarkable speed, leaving Smush Park utterly outmaneuvered. As Lu Yusheng had just maneuvered past Smush Park, before he could revel in his triumph, a figure suddenly darted out from the side, intercepting his ball with remarkable swiftness. It was Kobe. He had astutely anticipated Lu Yusheng's path of advancement, seizing the opportunity while he was still off balance to execute a seamless double-team steal. Following this, Kobe unleashed his trademark banter. "Rookie, it seems you haven't made any progress at all in these 2 months." Lu Yusheng executed a splendid dribble, only to be met with a regrettable misstep, leaving him filled with chagrin. Smush Park, having been outmaneuvered, could not help but feel a sense of humiliation, his eyes reflecting his frustration. As the substitute team prepared to serve, he immediately closed in, his gaze exuding an intensity as if he were determined to devour Lu Yusheng whole. Chapter 44. The Unbearable. Smush Parker advanced with ferocity. From a purely technical standpoint, Lu Yusheng held no fear. Should he dare to approach with his tight defense once more, Lu Yusheng would not hesitate to outmaneuver him again. This time, however, Smush Parker evidently learned from his previous encounter, opting against an aggressive close-guarding approach. Instead, he employed his swift lateral movements, robust physique, and a series of deceptive feints to continuously disrupt Lu Yusheng's dribbling. Although Lu Yusheng successfully advanced the ball past the halfway line, he indeed caused a delay. This resulted in a reduction of the offensive time for the substitute team, ultimately leading to an ineffective attack characterized by a hurried shot. It was then the turn of the starting team to mount their offense. Smush Parker dribbled the ball, and Lu Yusheng similarly stepped forward to disrupt the play. Lu Yusheng attempted to disrupt Smush Parker's dribbling with a steal. Smush Parker, using his body as a shield, pressed forward with strength. He muttered, "Kid, you are too naive. Do you really think you can intercept my ball?" Lu Yusheng had encountered this tactic before. During his previous one-on-one with Westbrook, he had employed a similar strategy against him, leveraging his robust physique and considerable strength to keep Westbrook at bay, making it quite challenging to snatch the ball. Westbrook had struggled to counter this approach at the time. In that earlier encounter, Lu Yusheng had observed closely. He had grasped most of Smush Parker's technical characteristics, such as shooting timing during offense, positional awareness in defense, and the appropriate moments to strike. However, there were two aspects in which Lu Yusheng currently fell short: physicality and experience. Although he stood tall as a rookie, his build was still somewhat slender, rendering him less formidable than Smush Parker in terms of strength. Furthermore, Smush Parker had several seasons of NBA experience under his belt, particularly after being named the starting point guard for the Lakers last year, where he frequently faced off against the league's elite guards. The practical experience gained from these high-level encounters was something Lu Yusheng lacked. Thus, despite Lu Yusheng's eagerness to gain an advantage in their matchup, the reality was that he only managed to hold his ground, without establishing any significant superiority. The starting team, benefiting from a clear edge in player strength, quickly took the lead in the score. Consequently, Smush Parker intensified his trash talk during their confrontation. "I told you. You yellow-skinned players are simply not cut out for this sport. You should head home and help your mother wash dishes. She needs you. Did you see my pass just now? You could never make a play like that in your lifetime." Lu Yusheng certainly does not indulge him. "Should I reveal to everyone that not long ago you lost in a one-on-one match to a high school student? If only you had managed to deliver a decent pass during this year's playoffs, we would not have faced a reversal against the Suns. I watched you being overwhelmed by Nash, resembling a forlorn child unable to find his mother." As the trash talk escalated, the tension between the two of them intensified. Lu Yusheng was determined to teach a lesson to this pretentious individual, who, despite his lack of ability, often looked down upon others. However, the unfortunate disparity in skill between his substitute teammates and their opponents proved insurmountable. The swift passes he delivered were repeatedly squandered, leading to an escalating score gap. As a result, Smush Parker's taunts became increasingly relentless, further infuriating Lu Yusheng. Following a failed offensive attempt from the substitutes, Smush Parker dribbled the ball while derisively remarking that the Zen master should never have allowed a weakling like Lu Yusheng to take the court. Even Farmar was far superior, and had he been playing, they would not have suffered such a dismal defeat. "Shut your foul mouth, fool. Your lead has nothing to do with you." Lu Yusheng, while speaking, suddenly seized the opportune moment, executing a deft side interception, swiftly snatching the ball from Smush Parker. He launched into a fast break, completing a graceful layup. As Lu Yusheng prepared to execute a powerful dunk, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Smashing Parker, who, in a fit of rage after being thwarted, shoved Lu from behind with considerable force, sending him sprawling to the ground. Such an egregious foul from behind was utterly intolerable for Lu Yusheng. Enraged, he sprang to his feet and charged forward, intent on delivering retribution to Smashing Parker. However, his teammates intervened just in time, restraining him firmly. Smashing Parker, feigning innocence, nearly shrugged with a smirk. Bryant remarked, "Phil, I sense some tension between those two. Perhaps we should substitute Lu." Yet, the Zen master shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Conflict is an inherent part of the game. Our internal training is designed precisely to simulate the conditions of a formal match. Lu Yusheng, filled with fury, was restrained by his teammates, and his frustration simmered within him. Luke Walton approached, gravely addressing Lu Yusheng. "Lu, rein in your emotions. This is merely a practice session. There is no need to take it so seriously." Before Lu Yusheng could speak, Kobe interjected, "Shut up, Walton. A scrimmage is still a game. Let them resolve their own issues." Kobe's sentiment echoed that of the Zen master. Although Lu Yusheng was filled with anger, he gradually regained his composure. He understood the implications of a newcomer, particularly one who had struck a teammate during the very first training session. He made a conscious effort to suppress his emotions and remained committed to the game. He could not tolerate the widening score gap and his teammates' inability to score. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. Initially, he executed a swift crossover dribble to bypass Smush Parker, delivering a splendid assist to Bryant. On the subsequent offensive play, under a preordained tactical setup, his teammates unexpectedly passed the ball to Lu Yusheng, who was positioned low and preparing to secure a rebound. Smush Parker immediately closed in on him. In this position, Lu Yusheng received the ball, devoid of any opportunity for dribbling. Suddenly, he recalled the signature back-to-the-basket move that Kobe had taught Vujasic that morning. Consequently, he initiated a back-to-the-basket dribble, employing Kobe's iconic maneuver to engage in a one-on-one showdown against Smush Parker. As Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball, he reminisced about the essential techniques imparted by Kobe, attuning his legs to the balance of the defender behind him. Following their earlier confrontation, Smush Parker's defensive maneuvers became increasingly exaggerated, filled with various fouls and subtle infractions. Yet, this presented Lu Yusheng with an opportunity. When defending against someone with their back turned, the greater the movements, the more likely one is to lose their balance. Lu Yusheng exerted forcefully backward, continuously challenging Smush Parker. Behind him, Smush Parker responded with even greater intensity. In the next confrontation, Lu Yusheng suddenly eased his strength, executing a feigned pivot to the right. Smush Parker immediately adjusted his center of gravity and swiftly moved forward to the right. However, Lu Yusheng followed up with a swift turn to the left, leaving Smush Parker trailing behind. Lu Yusheng faced the hoop directly. Observing this, the interior defender Kwame Brown hurriedly rushed over to provide assistance. With a deft feint, Lu Yusheng took flight. The paint area was suddenly devoid of any defenders, allowing Lu Yusheng to rise for a layup. Just then, the pursuing Smush Parker forcefully shoved Lu Yusheng in the back. Thud. The floor echoed with a dull thump. Lu Yusheng lost his balance in midair and fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, he was utterly enraged. Having been subjected to such malicious tactics aimed at undermining his livelihood not once, but twice, he could no longer afford to contemplate the consequences. His blood surged with fervor, and a singular thought consumed his mind: to deliver a severe beating to that scoundrel. Suddenly, he sprang from the floor, darting towards Smush Parker, and unleashed a fierce punch aimed squarely at his face. The force of this blow was so tremendous that even Lu Yusheng himself was taken aback. Smush Parker was felled by the punch, his body rolling several meters across the floor. Chapter 45. Retribution. The whistle blew. The match was suspended. Smush Parker lay on the ground in agony, and it took a considerable amount of time for his teammates to help him back to his feet. Lu Yusheng initially believed that he would be met with an excited charge from his opponent, ready to engage in further combat. However, to his surprise, the individual remained still. It appeared that Lu Yusheng's recent strike had instilled a sense of trepidation in him, rendering him notably subdued. As a consequence of this blow, both Lu Yusheng and Smush Parker found themselves unable to participate in the subsequent training match. Smush Parker was sidelined due to the coach and team physician's concerns regarding a potential concussion, deeming it too risky for him to continue. Despite Smush Parker's insistence that he was unharmed, the coach insisted on taking him for a thorough examination. Lu Yusheng was firmly reprimanded by several assistant coaches at the sidelines. Bryant expressed his fury, stating, "Do you understand that such behavior could jeopardize your career? I assure you, the team will impose severe penalties for your actions." Lu Yusheng silently wiped the sweat from his brow, remaining utterly speechless. Although he was acutely aware that his decisive strike would undoubtedly lead to grave consequences, he felt no remorse in that moment. Smush Parker had executed his treacherous maneuvers twice without any of you voicing condemnation. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to deliver justice. Meanwhile, the master remained aloof, offering no commentary on the matter from beginning to end. He continued to sit impassively at the sidelines, observing the events unfolding in the arena, as if nothing had transpired at all. Lu Yusheng sat beside the elderly monk, his heart fluttering with a tinge of anxiety. Initially, he had harbored the intention of proving himself to the venerable man, but unexpectedly, the outcome had unfolded in such a manner. He found himself pondering what the old master might think of him. However, at this moment, he could scarcely afford to dwell on such thoughts. This matter was, after all, not one that could be approached with mere rationality. Lu Yusheng sat at the sidelines, reminiscing about the punch he had just thrown. It was only then that he suddenly recalled the signature move of Comet Washington, a blend of Russian boxing and mixed martial arts, which the system had bestowed upon him the previous day. In a moment of anger, he had unconsciously unleashed the signature technique of this individual. Lu Yusheng felt that this was the most formidable of the signature techniques bestowed upon him by the system. The astonishing effectiveness he experienced, despite having hardly practiced it, was truly remarkable. One could only imagine the heights he might reach with further training and advancement. The Los Angeles Lakers did not impose a swift penalty upon Lu Yusheng. However, the Zen master found his own method to discipline him. In the subsequent days of regular training, Lu Yusheng participated as usual, even engaging in tactical positioning. Yet, when it came to the intra-team scrimmage, the Zen master did not allow Lu Yusheng to take to the court. Lu Yusheng could only sit on the sidelines, observing his teammates bursting with vitality on the court. Though a sense of disappointment lingered in his heart, he understood that this was a consequence he must bear. Therefore, he resolved to train even harder and with greater diligence. Each evening, Lu Yusheng would venture to the training facility to engage in solitary practice. Day after day, he remained the last to depart from the gymnasium. Before long, the preseason arrived. This year, the Los Angeles Lakers had become a focal point for the media, largely due to the presence of the rookie Lu Yusheng, who had single-handedly led the team to victory in the Summer League Championship. Opinions regarding this remarkable newcomer were sharply divided among the press. A faction represented by Sports Illustrated believed that the Lakers had made a shrewd choice in what was widely regarded as a lackluster draft year. They argued that Lu Yusheng's exceptional performance in the Summer League demonstrated a maturity and skill level that rivaled any of the more highly ranked rookies. They anticipated that he would bring a refreshing change to the Lakers' traditionally weak point guard position in the upcoming season. Conversely, a larger contingent, spearheaded by ESPN, remained skeptical of Lu Yusheng's prospects. The renowned journalist Cassidy Hubbarth, in her preseason prediction article, did not hesitate to criticize her colleagues who expressed optimism about Lu Yusheng. She argued that if one were to gauge a player's abilities based on Summer League performance, then Kwame Brown would have long since led the Lakers to a championship, as his Summer League display had been comparable to that of Michael Jordan. "Mark my words," she proclaimed. "The intensity of preseason games will reveal the true nature of that Asian lad, and the Lakers will pay dearly for their misguided choice." Lu Yusheng himself was not particularly concerned about the public opinion surrounding him. However, he harbored a hope that, amidst the fervent discussions about him, the coach and the team would lift the imposed sanctions against him. While he did not expect to start, he at least wished for some minutes in the rotation. On October 11th, 2006, the Lakers were set to commence their new season with the first preseason game against the Utah Jazz. The day before the match, Lu Yusheng traveled with the team to Salt Lake City. Despite the media's intense scrutiny, the coach still did not allocate any playing time for Lu Yusheng. Smush Parker was granted a starting position, while Farmar and Hans received their share of rotation minutes. Yet, Lu Yusheng remained sidelined, entirely devoid of any court time. Although he did not step onto the court, the eager media began to speculate wildly. It seemed there was no need to wait for the preseason. His abilities had already been unveiled during team practices. Clearly, the Lakers wished to avoid becoming a national laughingstock due to their choices, opting instead to keep him off the court and allow the matter to fade from public memory. The coach, being astute, did not wish to bear the burden of the management's folly on his record. Subsequently, in the preseason matches against the Seattle Supersonics and the Phoenix Suns, Lu Yusheng again found himself without any opportunity to play. Lu Yusheng could not help but feel a twinge of concern under the current circumstances. Would he even secure playing time when the regular season commenced? After training concluded that day, Lu Yusheng resolved to seek a private conversation with the Zen master. He arrived at the Zen master's office and was about to knock on the door when he suddenly heard Kobe's voice emanating from within. "Hey, Phil. The preseason is almost over, and I believe it's time for Lu's punishment to come to an end," Kobe remarked. Lu Yusheng peered through the crack of the door and beheld Kobe clad in training attire, standing before Zen master's desk. It appeared that he had entered the room ahead of Lu Yusheng. The Zen master was engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the words, he lifted his gaze to Kobe and smiled. "You're not here to plead on his behalf, are you?" "Oh no, Kobe, that's rather out of character for you." "I am not advocating for him," Kobe replied. "I simply believe that engaging in a scuffle on the basketball court is not an egregious act. Moreover, it was that fool Smush who instigated the altercation. Under those circumstances, I find no fault in Lu's response. Were I in his position, I too would have been compelled to retaliate." Lu Yusheng stood outside the door, listening to the team leader speak up for him. And a wave of warmth surged within him. Chapter 46. The Zen Master's Plan. Upon hearing Kobe's words, the Zen Master smiled slightly. Kobe, I have my own arrangements for this matter, but it's all trivial. There are some recruitment issues I wish to discuss with you. Kobe was momentarily taken aback. Recruitment? Indeed. The Zen Master replied. I have observed the team's training and preseason games over the past few days. How do you assess our team's strength this year? Before Kobe could respond, the Zen Master continued. I believe it remains largely unchanged from last year, particularly at the point guard and center positions. Given the current caliber of our players, it is nearly impossible to advance further in the playoffs or even contend for the championship. Kobe sighed. That is why I sought you out. I want Lu to play. The kid has potential. Perhaps he could be the answer at the point guard position. Regardless of his potential, it is improbable for him to immediately become a piece of the championship puzzle. After all, he is merely a rookie, the Zen Master countered firmly. I acknowledge that the boy possesses commendable physical attributes and the potential of an excellent point guard. His passing vision displays a degree of imagination, and with proper development, he might indeed evolve into a proficient guard. At the very least, he would surpass our current starting point guard. Hearing the Zen Master's affirmation, Lu Yusheng felt a sense of gratification. The old man truly understands the game. Temporarily keeping him on the bench was merely an effort to temper his temperament. I recognize that he was not at fault that day. On the court, if others maliciously foul you and you do not react, it only leads them to perceive you as weak, allowing them to bully you further. However, an explosive temper can also be detrimental. In critical moments, succumbing to impulsiveness may result in significant losses for the team. The Zen Master's concerns were entirely comprehensible to Lu Yusheng. Take, for instance, the World Cup final that year. France had a genuine opportunity to win, but Zidane's head ultimately cost them the trophy. Such instances abound in basketball as well. Key moments lost due to one's impulsiveness can lead to the team falling short in crucial games, much like Draymond Green that year. So, you will let him play, right? Kobe inquired. Certainly. Once the regular season commences, he will take the court, the Zen Master affirmed. Moreover, I will gradually allocate more playing time for him and Farmar. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yusheng could not help but feel even more elated. This old man, though outwardly silent, possessed a clarity of understanding akin to a polished mirror. What is your relationship with Lu? The Zen Master inquired. Nothing significant, Kobe replied. He possesses some talent and trains diligently. So I do not wish for him to be hindered by trivial matters. The Zen Master nodded in acknowledgement. Kobe, you must reflect upon yourself more. An athlete's prime lasts only a few fleeting years. Even for someone of your caliber, it is not prolonged. You are aware that after Michael's prime, he largely relied on experience. He approached and patted Kobe on the shoulder, continuing, I have once again agreed to lead the Lakers, and our shared aspiration is the championship. However, given the current configuration of the team, we are still far from our goal. I have been in discussions with Kupchak regarding potential acquisitions, but we currently lack substantial assets. Next year, we will possess draft picks, and if we diligently cultivate our current rookies, trust me, Bynum, Farmar, and Lu have considerable potential. With proper development, coupled with their rookie contracts, they will become valuable assets for us. Perhaps next year we can trade for a center that suits your needs. As for the point guard position, I have privately spoken with Fisher, who is also willing to return to Los Angeles. This would enable us to form a formidable team capable of contending for the championship. Lu Yusheng, upon hearing this, felt a pang of realization. The old man's insistence on nurturing him was, in fact, a means to elevate his value, making him a trading chip for the upcoming year. Although he was aware that the Lakers' ultimate narrative was indeed unfolding as the Zen Master had orchestrated, first welcoming back the veteran Fisher and later acquiring center Gasol from the Grizzlies in February to complete their championship puzzle, he still felt a tinge of sorrow at the thought of being traded as a mere pawn. He understood that, as the head coach, the Zen Master's considerations were rooted in the greater good, and he recognized the harsh realities of professional sports. Yet, hearing all this stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Most players who are traded likely experience similar feelings. After all, in his previous life, he was a fervent supporter of both the Lakers and the Rockets, and in this life, having the opportunity to step into the NBA, he naturally yearned to contribute to the Lakers. Kobe, of course, chose not to voice his thoughts, for he understood better than anyone the current strength of the Lakers. And the Zen Master was indeed considering his best interests. Upon returning to the apartment, Lu Yusheng felt a tinge of melancholy, only to find Avril had prepared dinner. However, Avril herself was not in high spirits. She had been searching for employment for some time, but had yet to find a suitable company, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. After finishing their meal, Avril suggested they take a stroll. Typically, Lu Yusheng would head to training after dinner. Yet today he seemed devoid of motivation and acquiesced to Avril's proposal, accompanying her onto the streets. As they ambled hand in hand through the dazzling streets of Los Angeles, Avril suddenly remarked, "Lu, I wish to try my luck in Hollywood. What do you think?" Lu Yusheng found himself at a loss for words. Upon their first encounter, he was struck by Avril's stunning beauty, which he believed rightfully belonged to Hollywood. Yet now, as she had become his girlfriend, he was reluctant to see her venture into that world, a place rife with fame and fortune, where one could easily become lost. He mused that, despite the absence of suitable job opportunities, he would support her desire to try, even if it meant starting with minor roles. Noticing Lu's silence, Avril gently inquired, "Lu, do you not want me to go? If you wish, I shall refrain and continue searching for work. There is no rush for you to find a job. I can support you," Lu Yusheng replied. Avril beamed sweetly, kissed him lightly, and linked her arm with his as they continued their stroll. However, the silence soon enveloped them again, as both harbored lingering worries about their respective futures. On the way back, Lu Yusheng came to a resolution, regardless of what lay ahead. He vowed to dedicate himself to basketball. With the opportunity to play, he must strive to prove his worth. If he could distinguish himself, the Lakers would surely consider retaining him. Chapter 47, the story officially begins. The preseason concluded swiftly, although the Lakers had only suffered a single loss. The preseason was merely a warm-up. The main players had scarcely played 2 quarters, rendering the results inconclusive. The 2006-2007 NBA regular season was on the horizon. The Lakers' season opener would see them face off against the Phoenix Suns, the very team that had eliminated them in the previous playoffs. It had become a tradition in the NBA for the opening game of each new season to feature popular teams matched against their playoff rivals from the prior year, generating intrigue and excitement. Last season, the Lakers had nearly pulled off an upset, holding a 3-1 lead in the series before ultimately being overturned due to their overall lack of strength, resulting in a disappointing exit. The first game of this season would pit them against the Suns, with most of the players who had experienced that reversal still on the roster. Thus, there was an undeniable determination among the team to seize victory and redeem themselves for last season's embarrassment. This opener was also a focal point for various media outlets. Even before the match commenced, journalists and fans from both sides had already engaged in a heated war of words. After overcoming the Lakers 4-3 in the previous playoffs, the Suns had subsequently triumphed over the Clippers in a grueling 4-3 series to reach the Western Conference Finals. Although they ultimately fell to the Dallas Mavericks 2-4. They had proven to be a formidable team. Consequently, the Suns fans adopted an air of superiority, dismissing the Lakers as a significant threat, boasting that they had managed to overturn a 3-game deficit in the previous season. The fans of the Lakers, naturally, are discontented. Come on, my friend. Last season we merely ranked 6th in the Western Conference, yet we nearly toppled you, the 2nd seed, on the verge of executing a Black Six. You are truly a team of false strength. Can a pretender reach the Western Conference Finals? Brother, you underestimate the prowess of the regular season MVP, Nash. Please. Had it not been for our Lakers point guard, Smush Parker, performing so abysmally, Nash would have truly been ineffective. His performance in the Western Conference Finals attests to this. He is, at best, a counterfeit superstar. The regular season MVP from last year should undoubtedly have been awarded to our Kobe, averaging an extraordinary 35 points per game. A scoring spectacle for the ages. I concede that Kobe's performance last year was indeed phenomenal. Yet there exists a crucial criterion for MVP selection, the team's performance, enhancing the team and its players. Clearly, Kobe did not excel in this regard as Nash did. You are correct, but I find the league's stance rather absurd. The best player is undoubtedly the one who performs best. As for team performance and elevating teammates, surely those teammates must possess at least a modicum of NBA-caliber talent? With the likes of Smush Parker and Kwame Brown on the Lakers, who would struggle in overseas leagues, how could they be improved? Can Nash truly elevate their game? I have my doubts. Let us cease the bickering. I am a neutral fan, and we should simply enjoy the game. I believe both Nash and Kobe are exceptional superstars, and we ought to take the time to appreciate their artistry. Nonetheless, I still perceive the Suns as the stronger team, especially since the Lakers have not made any significant reinforcements this year. Relying solely on Kobe, it will undoubtedly be a challenge to overcome the Suns. Who says there have been no enhancements? A Phoenix fan scoffed, stating they have secured a super rookie this year. A Chinese-American point guard. How could Nash possibly compete with that? Surely, this force from the mysterious East will assist the Lakers in clinching the championship. Another Suns fan chimed in, exclaiming, haha, indeed, brother, you are absolutely right. The Lakers' first-round pick, the Chinese point guard, must be something extraordinary. If they hadn't selected him, I doubt any team would take him in the second round. Do not get ahead of yourselves. Kobe will silence you all with his relentless scoring. In a state of urgency, you have reduced yourselves to relying solely on Kobe. Please, basketball is a team sport. One individual, no matter how talented, cannot alter the outcome alone. What of Kobe's idol, Michael Jordan? Without the support of his teammates, did he not merely accompany the playoffs year after year? In terms of public opinion, although Lakers fans constitute the majority, engaging in mere banter is not a match for the fans of Phoenix. Ultimately, it is the strength of the team that speaks volumes. Lu Yusheng has always been indifferent to such matters, most of which were conveyed to him by Avril. While idling at home, she often peruses these public opinions. Lu. The fans of the Suns are exceedingly arrogant. You must teach them a stern lesson. Lu Yusheng shook his head helplessly, still uncertain about how much playing time he would garner in this match. However, before the game had even officially commenced, the Lakers were beset by a series of unfortunate news. The team's starting center, Kwame Brown, was suspended for 2 games due to inappropriate remarks, rendering him unable to participate in the season opener. An even graver piece of news arrived when, during a training session the day before the match, Kobe Bryant inadvertently sprained his ankle while vying for a rebound, leaving his condition uncertain and preventing his participation in the inaugural game. Kobe himself was immensely frustrated. But injuries are an unavoidable aspect of the sport. The successive misfortunes cast a shadow of concern over Lakers fans regarding this opening match, dubbed the Revenge. Not to mention, the media, which had never been particularly optimistic about the Lakers, was even more skeptical. On November 1, 2006, the season opener between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Phoenix Suns finally unfolded at the Staples Center, the home ground of the Lakers. This marked Lu Yusheng's inaugural official NBA game, and he was exhilarated by the prospect of facing off against Steve Nash. Although he could not take the court alongside Kobe, he was still so thrilled that he hardly slept the night prior. In the locker room before the game, Coach Phil Jackson announced the starting lineup. Bynum would step in for Kwame Brown as the starting center, with Odom at power forward and Luke Walton at small forward. Vujacic would replace Kobe as the starting shooting guard, while the point guard position would be filled by Smush Parker. The Suns starting lineup had not changed significantly from the previous year, featuring Stoudemire at center, Dial at power forward, Sean Marion at small forward, and Rajabel at shooting guard. At the point guard position was their regular season MVP, Steve Nash. Lu Yusheng made his debut at the team's entrance ceremony. The event at Staples Center was as grand as a ceremonial expedition, as the home DJ called out the names of the Lakers players with a powerful and impassioned voice. An epic sense of awe enveloped the atmosphere. Although Lu Yusheng's name was mentioned last, when announced, "Welcome from the University of Florida, number 6, Lu Yusheng." The Staples Center erupted in a cacophony of cheers and boos. Lu Yusheng slowly entered the arena. The blinding lights, the opulent floor, and the gaze of the multitude were all upon him. Lu Yusheng understood that his story had officially begun. Chapter 48, The Inner Demons of Steve Nash. With the referee's whistle, the game commenced. The 2 centers leaped for the tip-off. The little overlord, Stoudemire, and Andrew Bynum soared into the air simultaneously. Despite Stoudemire's shorter stature and lesser wingspan compared to Bynum, he astonishingly reached the ball first with an incredible vertical leap, deftly tapping it to Rajon Rondo. Although Lu Yusheng was not present on the court, the recent jump ball was even more astonishing from the sidelines. He had never witnessed such remarkable vertical leap before. The last individual he recalled with such extraordinary bounce was that high school player, Westbrook. However, it is undeniably more impressive for Stoudemire, as an interior player, to possess such leaping ability. Nash, with poise, dribbled past half court while Smush Parker advanced to defend. This was a classic matchup from this year's series. Prior to that series, Parker's performance had been relatively decent. However, the series against Nash changed everything. Nash brought Parker to a level of disdain among countless Lakers fans, subjecting him to scorn throughout the entire offseason, fueling Parker's pent-up frustration. Coupled with the fierce competition for the starting point guard position in the new season, he felt compelled to seize the moment to prove himself and secure his place in the starting lineup. Thus, from the outset, Parker's defense was highly proactive and aggressive. Nash sensed the pressure of Parker's defense. Yet, given Nash's current stature, he would never engage in a direct confrontation with Parker. Their levels were simply not comparable. Nash had already claimed back-to-back regular season MVP titles, and with the onset of the new season, his focus shifted towards attaining his first championship title. In truth, like Kobe, he yearned for a championship to affirm his worth. During the 1998 to 1999 season, Steve Nash was traded to the Dallas Mavericks. There, he gradually established his value, forming the tactical foundation of the Mavericks alongside Dirk Nowitzki. Nash spent 6 years in Dallas, developing a profound bond with the team. Throughout these 6 years, amidst intense competition in the Western Conference, Nash excelled as the team's point guard. However, he never anticipated that in 2005, when his contract ended and renewal was necessary, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban would only offer him a 4-year intention contract worth approximately $9 million annually, with partial guarantees in the 5th year. This contract was nothing short of a blatant humiliation for Steve Nash. It is worth noting that during the 2003 to 2004 season, Nash played 78 games for the Mavericks, averaging 14.5 points, 8 assists, and 3.0 rebounds, earning a spot on the league's all-second team. Such a performance undoubtedly merits a more lucrative long-term contract. However, owner Mark Cuban believes that Steve Nash has surpassed his peak, and his abilities are poised to decline in the future. Consequently, he does not intend to offer Nash a long-term deal, as a substantial contract would jeopardize the team's competitiveness. In summary, due to Cuban's underestimation of Nash, he extended an insulting offer that effectively forced Nash out. In a fit of anger, Nash accepted a 6-year contract worth $63 million with the Phoenix Suns. Upon joining the Suns, he harbored a determination to prove his worth to Cuban. After joining the Suns, Nash transformed a previously mediocre Western Conference team into a formidable contender, achieving remarkable success. As a result, he was awarded the regular season MVP title for 2 consecutive years. Such accomplishments would undoubtedly leave Cuban filled with regret. Nevertheless, for Steve Nash, this was far from sufficient. He understood that what Cuban truly valued was the championship, a long-held aspiration since acquiring the Dallas Mavericks. Yet, years had passed without realization of that dream. Nash was acutely aware of this, which fueled his fervent desire to lead the Suns to a championship, thereby proving Cuban's initial folly. Last season, the Suns fought valiantly through the playoffs, reaching the Western Conference Finals, where they faced the Dallas Mavericks head-to-head. Unfortunately, they were eliminated by the Mavericks, who ultimately fell to the Miami Heat in the finals. However, the defeat in that direct confrontation was particularly hard for Nash to accept. Following their loss in the Western Conference Finals, he and head coach Mike D'Antoni meticulously reviewed game footage to identify the issues. Their conclusion was clear: the depth of the Suns' bench was significantly inferior to that of the Mavericks. Indeed, the depth of a team's roster can determine how far they advance in the playoffs. Thus, this season, while maintaining the core roster, the Suns invested heavily in acquiring players such as Marcus Banks, Jalen Rose, Eric Piatkowski, Jermaine Jones, and Shawn Marion. The inclusion of these players distinctly strengthened the Suns' bench depth for the upcoming season. As the leader and strategist of the team, Nash must swiftly integrate these new players into the Suns' tactical framework. Only then will he have the opportunity to fulfill his championship dream this year. Smush Parker relentlessly constrained Nash's dribbling space, while simultaneously waving his arms to obstruct Nash's line of sight. He was acutely aware of Nash's prowess. Any slight concession of space could result in an instantaneous assist to a teammate. Despite Smush Parker's advantages in height, strength, and wingspan, Nash, as one of the league's premier point guards, remained unfazed by such defensive pressure. His dribbling fundamentals were impeccably solid, effortlessly executing maneuvers with finesse. Regardless of Smush Parker's relentless attempts to apply pressure, Nash managed to navigate through with ease. Observing Nash's impeccable ball handling from the sidelines, Lu Yusheng couldn't help but marvel at the countless repetitions and dedication required to reach such a refined level of skill. Marion stepped forward to set a screen for Nash, a classic tactic employed by the Suns during half-court play. Nash's proficiency in executing pick-and-rolls rendered this strategy nearly indefensible. After the screen, Marion rolled towards the basket. Having faced each other in a grueling 7-game series last season, the Lakers players were well acquainted with this tactic. Walton and Smush Parker immediately focused their efforts on blocking Nash's passing lane. The Lakers' defense was remarkably astute, with 2 long-armed players effectively obstructing any potential passing opportunities for Nash. From Lu Yusheng's perspective, there was only one distinct angle through which the ball could be passed. It was a passing route reminiscent of Stockton's bounce pass, capturing an unconventional trajectory. That was, through Walton's legs, executing a bounce pass. With a swift action, Nash's passing path aligned perfectly with the angle Lu Yusheng had envisioned. The basketball executed a precise bounce pass, gliding through Walton's legs and finding the unguarded Marion. Bynum in the paint attempted to close in for a defensive stop, but was firmly held back by Stoudemire. Marion soared for a thunderous dunk. The arena erupted in a cacophony of boos and cheers. Lu Yusheng was left utterly astonished by Nash's remarkable bounce pass, struggling to regain his composure. One might ponder how it would feel if he were the one executing such a pass. However, the distinction lies in the effortless grace with which Nash delivered it. Akin to a routine pass, his expression betrayed no hint of emotion. Indeed, for Nash, this was merely a standard maneuver. Observing from afar on television had not conveyed the full extent of its brilliance, but witnessing it firsthand, seated just behind him, illuminated the sheer magnitude of the moment. In Lu Yusheng's heart, he immediately felt a sense of reverence towards Nash, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Chapter 49, Fast Break. The Lakers' offense. After dribbling past half-court, Smush Parker passed the ball to Walton, who was positioned near the free-throw line. Walton, with his back to the basket, became the focal point as his teammates began to move in a series of crossovers and screens. This exemplifies Coach Phil Jackson's triangle offense. In essence, the triangle offense consists of 3 players forming a triangle on one side and 2 players operating on the other side. The foundational principle of this strategy requires a towering player to serve as the tactical pivot, holding the ball at the free throw line. Meanwhile, the other teammates weave in and out of positions, with some moving to the corner and others to the top of the arc. When a teammate becomes available, the core ball handler must deliver the pass immediately or exploit the defensive distraction to attack the basket directly. This necessitates that the pivotal player possesses excellent passing skills and court vision. Before Pau Gasol's arrival, Phil Jackson had no choice but to temporarily appoint Walton as the tactical axis. After all, Walton's passing awareness and ability were commendable. However, his natural disadvantages, particularly his height, posed challenges. Standing at only 2.03 meters as a small forward, he lacked the physicality typically required for that position. This inherent physical limitation adversely affected his passing vision and capability. When matched against taller opponents or subject to targeted defense, it became increasingly difficult for him to deliver the ball promptly, even if teammates found open positions. Not to mention, it was a daunting task for him to initiate post plays when teammates were not in advantageous spots. Passing vision and post play are the 2 most critical indicators of the tactical axis in Phil's triangle offense. This is precisely why, in 2005, when Yao Ming's contract with the Rockets expired, Phil and Kobe eagerly sought to persuade him to join the Lakers. Yao's height, playmaking abilities, court vision, and post dominance made him the quintessential candidate for the triangle offense's tactical core. Unfortunately, Yao ultimately opted to re-sign with the Rockets, leading to Gasol's eventual acquisition. Of course, this represents Lu Yusheng's preliminary understanding of the triangle offense after participating in the team's training camp and a brief preseason. Phil's triangle offense had previously enabled Jordan to secure 6 championships and Kobe to claim 5. It cannot be succinctly encapsulated in mere sentences. Unlike rigid conventions, it embodies a fluidity of movement and expression during offense, capable of evolving various countermeasures in response to distinct defensive strategies. This demands a profound comprehension of tactics from the players on the court, as well as the individual prowess of the stars. Moreover, the paramount factor is the basketball acumen of the head coach. This explains why, since the era of the Zen Master, no coach in the NBA has successfully inherited and further developed this strategic approach. Returning to the court, as long-standing adversaries, the Phoenix Suns are equally well-versed in the Lakers' triangle offense. The 7 intense encounters from the previous season have gradually led them to devise strategies against this offensive scheme. Their tactic involves deploying a defensively adept player to disrupt the tactical fulcrum, Luke Walton. The other players, when confronted with the Lakers' screens and pick and rolls, switch defensive assignments to prevent Walton's teammates from finding open shots. Tasked with defending Walton is the Suns' defensive stalwart, Shawn Marion. Although Marion stands at a height comparable to Walton, his explosive athleticism rivals that of a guard, coupled with an unfathomable strength. Indeed, Marion's most formidable asset as an elite defender is his astonishing wingspan. At 2.02 meters tall, He boasts a wingspan of 2.21 meters. Such exceptional physical attributes, alongside his acute defensive instincts, create considerable discomfort for Luke Walton. He must handle the ball with utmost caution. Any lapse could result in Marion's long arm snatching the ball away from behind. Furthermore, once Marion's wingspan is unleashed, Walton's passing vision becomes severely compromised. In other positions, the Suns' starting players also exhibit remarkable defensive skills. Rajabel, Dia, and Stoudemire all began their careers with a foundation in defense. Consequently, during this play, not only did Walton's teammates fail to find open space, but he was also continually harassed by Marion, leaving him with no opportunity to pass the ball. With no alternatives, Walton was compelled to drive towards the basket to attract and alter the Suns' defense, hoping his teammates could create an opening. Yet, Marion's formidable strength made it exceedingly difficult for Walton to penetrate into more threatening offensive territory. As the shot clock dwindled, Walton had no choice but to hastily conclude the possession with a hook shot, although the ball ricocheted a few times before finally finding its way through the hoop. The strategic play was entirely unexecuted, prompting the assistant coach, Bryant, to shake his head in resignation. Lu Yusheng cast a glance at the Zen master beside him, observing him thoughtfully sketching something on the tactical board. The Suns launched another offensive, engaging in a positional battle, still employing the pick-and-roll strategy. However, this time, it was center Stoudemire who set the screen for Nash. Following the screen, the Lakers' defense steadfastly adhered to their pre-game defensive strategy, double-teaming Nash and obstructing his passing lanes. This time, the passing route to Stoudemire was utterly sealed off. Even Lu Yusheng could discern no possibility of a successful pass. A hasty attempt to pass would likely result in a turnover. Lu Yusheng expected Nash to deliver a more exquisite pass. However, to his surprise, Nash, in that situation, chose not to pass to Stoudemire but instead directed the ball to the cutting Rajabel. As a point guard, one must never take risks with passes unless it is an extraordinary moment. Lu Yusheng silently noted every detail he could learn from Nash. While he was aware of these theoretical concepts during his time with the university team, it is only in the crucible of such high-level competition that one can truly grasp their significance. After receiving the ball, Rajabel was closely defended by Vujacic, but the latter's defensive maneuver was evidently too aggressive, causing him to lose his footing. In an instant, Rajabel perceived this opening. Without waiting for Vujacic to regain his balance, he accelerated past him. Smush Parker rushed in to assist defensively, yet Rajabel swiftly passed the ball to Nash, who was positioned beyond the three-point line and unmarked. Nash raised his hand to shoot. The Lakers were unable to mount a timely defense, and all eyes were fixed on the hoop, anticipating a rebound. However, in a moment of urgency, Nash spotted Marion cutting towards the basket. A deceptive shot turned into a genuine pass. In midair, he delivered a precise feed. The basketball nearly grazed Smush Parker's body as it reached Marion's hands. Another emphatic dunk followed. Lu Yusheng marveled once more, although only 2 offensive plays had transpired. He had already discerned a multitude of nuances from Nash, particularly those befitting a point guard. He was perpetually observing and seeking out teammates in open positions. Even when he himself could take a three-point shot, his gaze remained fixed on the movements of his colleagues. After all, scoring beneath the basket is invariably more reliable than shooting from beyond the arc. The Lakers initiated another offensive play, adhering once again to the triangle offense, with Walton at the free throw line holding the ball. Following a previous thwarted attempt, the other Lakers players displayed even greater enthusiasm in their movements this time. Walton, coolly surveying the scene, finally witnessed Smush Parker elude Nash's defense and make a cutting move towards the basket, a splendid opportunity. Walton hastily prepared to pass the ball, but in the next instant, it was swatted away by Marion, who had crept up from behind with his long arms. The basketball landed before Dia, who, with remarkable quickness, seized the ball and promptly passed it to the trailing Nash. With the ball in hand, Nash surged forward with speed. Prior to his acceleration, both wings, Rajabel and Stoudemire, had already dashed down the court. A fast break. As the Suns, renowned for their run-and-gun style, Lu Yusheng understood that this was their most formidable and lethal tactic. The moment they successfully defended, Nash held the ball, and the forwards immediately sprinted down the court. As long-standing rivals, the Lakers were acutely aware of the threat posed by the Suns' counterattacks. In the very instant the ball was lost, Walton and Smush Parker desperately scrambled back on defense, each taking one side to guard against the advancing Bell and Stoudemire. Other players, including the center, also hustled back to defend. While dribbling, Nash remained vigilant, scanning the court. He feigned a pass to Bell, prompting Smush Parker to rush in defensively. However, Nash refrained from passing the ball. Realizing Nash intended to deliver it to Stoudemire, Walton quickly tightened his defense to obstruct the passing lane. Indeed, Nash exhibited an intention to pass to Stoudemire. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, the ball miraculously found its way to Marion, who was trailing behind. Once again, it was Marion. Another thunderous dunk. Chapter 50. A heavy burden. Section 1. In the time that followed, the Phoenix Suns maintained an undeniable supremacy. Last season, they were unexpectedly bested by the Los Angeles Lakers, having initially led 3-1. It seemed as though they had suddenly unlocked the secrets to their game, discovering effective strategies against the triangle offense while fully unleashing their own run-and-gun tactics. This was the pivotal factor that enabled their remarkable comeback. However, in this match, the Lakers appeared unchanged, resembling the final 3 games of that fateful series. Despite the Staples Center being filled with Lakers supporters, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Devoid of any fervor, an indescribable sense of oppression permeated the home ground. Indeed, they had hoped for surprises in the new season. Yet it seemed everything mirrored last season's struggles, showing no signs of improvement. Confronted by the Suns, they felt as if they had returned to that series from months prior. A profound sense of helplessness and despair surged anew. The Suns remained overwhelmingly powerful. Visually, they seemed to be operating on an entirely different level than the Lakers. However, sitting on the bench, Lu Yusheng observed with clarity. The reason behind the Suns' dominance lay not only in the individual skills of their players on both offense and defense, which undeniably surpassed those of the Lakers, but more crucially, it resided in Steve Nash. Nash was the engine of the Suns' run-and-gun system, adeptly assessing the dynamics of each possession and deciphering the Lakers' defensive schemes. Nearly every time down the court, he made the correct decision. With a mind as meticulous as a computer and passes as precise as a scalpel, he dismantled the Lakers' defense. Conversely, the Lakers' triangle offense was thoroughly disrupted. Whenever their strategic fulcrum, Walton, attempted to orchestrate play, Marion would employ his formidable defensive prowess to interfere. From the commencement of the match until now, the instances of successful execution of the Lakers' triangle offense were few and far between. Lu Yusheng glanced up at the scoreboard. The Suns were leading by 11 points, 20-9. He turned to his companion, the Zen master, Phil Jackson. Logically speaking, given the Suns' fluid offense and the Lakers' struggles to score, it seemed an opportune moment to call a timeout. A timeout would not only help stabilize his players' mindset and adjust their tactics, but also disrupt the momentum of the opposing team. Yet, the Zen master remained composed, silently observing the unfolding drama on the court, as if the score held no significance for him. Was this the aura of a great coach? It wasn't until there was just over a minute left in the first quarter that the official timeout was called. Only then did the Zen master contemplate making adjustments. However, this was not a tactical maneuver. It was simply customary at this juncture for both teams to rest their starters and substitute in the bench players. The adjustments made by the Zen master were as follows. At the center position, Bynum was replaced by Chris Mim. At power forward, Odom was substituted for Turiev. Walton continued to play small forward, and Vujasic remained at shooting guard. As the point guard position approached, Lu Yusheng was filled with anticipation. Yet, the Zen master directed his gaze towards Farmar. Farmar, you're in. Lu Yusheng could hardly conceal his disappointment. Although he and Farmar were both rookies, he was nonetheless a first-round pick. Yet, with the coach's arrangement set in stone, he remained silent, resigned to the solitude of the water cooler. After Smush Parker left the court, the coach's gaze remained fixated upon him. Smush Parker inquired, "Is there something on your mind, coach?" The coach replied, "I've consistently emphasized the importance of defending Steve Nash. Why have you failed to heed my advice?" Smush Parker shrugged. "I'm defending him just as you instructed." The coach appeared ready to respond but hesitated, shaking his head. "Forget it. Just wipe the sweat." It was evident that the coach was dissatisfied with Smush Parker's recent performance. Taking a seat beside Lu Yusheng, Smush Parker wiped his brow with a towel while muttering complaints. "Come on, he's a player with a multi-million-dollar salary, and what do I earn? Besides," he asked the MVP, "how can I possibly defend against him? Who can comprehend your nonsensical theories? Do you really believe that following your methods would allow me to stop him? Damn it, why don't you give it a try yourself?" Lu Yusheng gazed at the Zen master. The surroundings were exceedingly noisy, and it was likely that the master had not heard him. Lu Yusheng cast a glance at Smush Parker, who, despite his lack of skill, exhibited an audacity that was utterly unfounded, showing blatant disregard even for the Zen master. "What are you looking at?" Smush Parker shouted at Lu Yusheng. I see not only your inadequacies on the basketball court, but also a character that leaves much to be desired. What did you say? Rookie. Do you really think you can guard Nash? Nonsense. You won't even get the chance to step onto the court. Since their last altercation, the two had exchanged not a single word. Their renewed confrontation was once again charged with tension. True, I may not be able to defend against Nash, but I can surely use my fist to silence that foul mouth of yours, Lu Yusheng retorted, showing no mercy to the fool. Still want to fight, do you? Are you completely ready to forfeit your chance to play? Lu Yusheng let out a cold laugh, remarking that it did not matter. After all, he would not be receiving any playing time, and administering another beating to him was certainly not out of the question. At the very least, it would prevent him from embarrassing the team further. Go ahead, test me with another word, he challenged. All right, young man, please calm down. I have no desire to argue with you, but I am not intimidated. My reluctance stems solely from not wanting to disgrace myself in the season opener. Nor do I wish to face league penalties for assaulting a teammate, replied Smush Parker, though he verbally dismissed his fear of Lu Yusheng. The sight of Lu's clenched fists made him internally falter. He had already experienced the force of Lu Yusheng's punch during their last encounter. Lu Yusheng, observing his reluctance, chose to disregard him further. It was hardly worth his time to engage with such a fool. He sat there, watching Famer dart across the field. Feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, he turned his gaze towards the Zen Master, pondering when the old man would finally allow him to take the stage. Hadn't it been promised that his playing time would be increased? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had returned to his school team. The agony of being overlooked and neglected by the coach resurfacing once more. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Zen Master also turned his head, directing his gaze towards him. Lu Yusheng was taken aback as the Zen Master beckoned him over with a gesture. Lu Yusheng, did he overhear the argument I just had with Smush Park? This is it. There's no hope left now. Lu Yusheng steeled himself and approached, ready to assert that it was Smush Park who instigated the conversation, should he be questioned. After Lu Yusheng arrived, he crouched beside the Zen Master. The Master gazed at him and inquired, "Well, what were you arguing about?" Indeed, he had heard it. Lu Yusheng hastily replied, "It is nothing serious. My discussions with him regarding tactics are purely related to basketball." The Zen Master remarked, "Is it that you were anxious because you weren't given the opportunity to play?" "Not at all. I am fully compliant with the coach's arrangements," he responded. The Zen Master nodded thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, "You believe that Smush Parker's defense against Nash is inadequate. Do you think you could defend him any better?" "Well, it seems this old man is still protective of that young fellow, Smush Parker." Lu Yusheng had yet to contemplate his response when the Zen Master suddenly interjected, "Why not give it a try?" Lu Yusheng. It seems that the words of the emotional Zen Master just now were neither an accusation nor a defense of Famer. "The reason I assigned Famer to lead the second string was to allow you to join the starting lineup shortly. I understand that Nash is not easily contained. Yet the defense of Smush Parker leaves much to be desired. I would like you to give it a try, if you don't mind." Lu Yusheng, Chapter 51. Isaiah Thomas's perspective. The Zen Master conversed with Lu Yusheng in a remarkably tranquil manner. However, within Lu Yusheng's heart, a tempest akin to a tsunami was raging. It turned out that the Zen Master had no intention of assigning him to the bench. Instead, he aimed for Lu Yusheng to replace Smush Parker and face off against the starting lineup. The earlier feelings of disappointment and frustration were instantly swept away. He would be directly matched up against Nash. Lu Yusheng never imagined that all of this would arrive so swiftly. The Zen Master instructed Lu Yusheng, "Lu, you attentively listened to our pre-match tactical analysis against the Suns, and I noticed that you have been keenly observing Nash from the sidelines." Lu was taken aback. How remarkable it was that this old man, who had seemingly never cast a glance in his direction, was fully aware of everything. He even knew the intricate detail of Lu Yu's ongoing observations of Nash. Lu Yusheng momentarily doubted whether the old man's spectacles were specially crafted with high technology. Thus, you should be able to discern the source of the Sun's intimidation. "Fast break counterattack," Lu Yusheng remarked. The Zen Master nodded in agreement. "Therefore, minimize errors to deny them opportunities for a fast break." Additionally, at this point, the Zen Master leaned closer to Lu Yusheng's ear, as if to share a confidential whisper. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. Was there truly a need for this? This scene was so raucous, with the Suns' coaching staff and players nearby, rendering it improbable for them to hear anything at all. Nevertheless, he leaned in closer to listen. When tactics become stagnant, one may judiciously target Nash. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. "Huh?" Yet the Zen Master said nothing further, merely gesturing for Lu Yusheng to return to his position. He needed to continue observing the situation on the field. Lu Yusheng returned to his seat, his heart surging with emotion, leaving him utterly incapable of calming down. The previous night, he had spent the hours in anxiety, unable to find rest. He envisioned countless scenarios for the day's match, imagined the responsibilities he would bear, and contemplated his performance. Yet, he could never have anticipated that he would be entrusted with such a significant role right from the start. Facing off directly against the MVP-level Nash. Excitement, exhilaration, tension, and confusion intertwined within Lu Yusheng's heart at that moment. He could only strive to restrain his emotions, to steady himself, and continue to observe the dynamics unfolding on the court. Currently, the teams were engaged in a contest between their respective bench lineups. This year, the Phoenix Suns had focused their recruitment efforts primarily on strengthening their bench. Players like Marcus Banks, Jalen Rose, Eric Piatkowski, Jermaine Jones, and Sean Marion possessed formidable skills, their individual capabilities far surpassing those of the Lakers' reserves. However, as they had only recently integrated into the team, their understanding of the tactical framework remained superficial, resulting in a lack of fluidity in their gameplay compared to the starting lineup. Among the Suns' bench, the point guard was the Brazilian sensation known as Leandro Barbosa. As Nash's backup, this Brazilian star boasted remarkable physical attributes, particularly an astonishing speed and explosiveness. However, as a point guard, his deficiencies were equally pronounced. He had a tendency to dominate the ball and exhibited poor organizational skills, catastrophic flaws for a player in his position, as it meant he could not effectively engage his teammates or execute cohesive strategies. Thus, despite the heightened prowess of the Suns' second unit, they struggled to gain an advantage under Barbosa's leadership, merely managing to match the Lakers' second unit. As the second quarter approached its latter stages and the starters prepared to rotate in, the score stood at 38-29, with no significant gap between the teams. Observing that the Suns had brought Nash onto the court, the Zen master beckoned Lu Yusheng to enter the game. Lu Yusheng hastily rose to his feet, leaving his teammates somewhat taken aback. Even Smush Parker, who was just about to enter the arena, stood frozen in confusion. He questioned the master, "Phil, what is going on? Why am I not allowed to play?" The master, however, offered no explanation, simply gesturing for him to return to his seat. Smush Parker shot an angry glare at Lu Yusheng before ceding back to his position. Upon the arrival of Lu Yusheng, the Staples Center reverberated with a cacophony of cheers and boos. Supporters who held faith in his abilities erupted in applause and anticipation, while those who harbored skepticism met him with derisive jeers. Lu Yusheng felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as he stepped onto the pristine floor of the Staples Center, following the lead of other key players. Standing upon the emblem of the Lakers beneath his feet, he was instantly enveloped by an almost surreal sensation. The decision to have Lu Yusheng face off against Steve Nash astonished not only Smush Parker but also the commentators present at the scene. The broadcast of this match was handled by Turner Network Television, TNT, featuring the renowned sports journalist Vince Cain as the commentator, alongside former NBA star Isaiah Thomas as the analyst. Vince Cain was visibly exhilarated by this unexpected lineup change orchestrated by the Zen Master. "Goodness, this is utterly insane." True to his reputation, the Zen Master has benched their starting point guard, Smush Parker, for the season opener, allowing a rookie who has yet to play a single official game to confront Nash. This is simply madness. Only the Zen Master could make such a bold decision. Thomas, what are your thoughts on this? Isaiah Thomas, one of the most notable point guards in NBA history and the undisputed leader of the infamous Bad Boys Detroit Pistons, had eliminated Michael Jordan's Bulls multiple times, the head coach of which was none other than the Zen Master himself. Thomas chuckled. "Indeed, it is rather audacious. We all know Phil is a great coach, but I still believe this decision is somewhat misguided. First, it shows extreme disrespect to their starting player, Smush Parker, which could severely undermine his confidence. Secondly, pitting a rookie who has never played in the NBA against Steve Nash is also disrespectful to Nash. Oh my, he is an MVP." Vince Cain responded with a smile. "Thomas, do you think there is a possibility that this Asian rookie they selected this year possesses extraordinary abilities? After all, the Lakers draft certainly shocked the world, and Lu did lead the team to victory in the Summer League Championship." "Please, my friend, I do not share that sentiment. The level of competition in our Summer League may not even match that of high school games across the nation. What relevance can that have?" Thomas retorted. "Have you watched that kid play? Do you believe he has the requisite skills? Will he be the solution for the Lakers at the point guard position?" "Certainly. I have seen some of his games," Isaiah Thomas replied. "My assessment is that, like many Asian players, he possesses some skills, but his physicality is lacking. rendering him incapable of adapting to the NBA level of competition. No, Thomas, your perspective is rather myopic. After all, Yao Ming's performance is widely recognized. Vince Kane interjected hastily. However, Isaiah Thomas appeared unfazed, continuing, Yao Ming's performance was not extraordinary either. He can at best be considered a competent center. But the point guard position is different, Kane. As a fellow point guard, I understand all too well the qualities required to excel in that role. Are you not optimistic about the Zen Master's choice? Or do you harbor doubts regarding the Asian rookie point guard of the Lakers? Isaiah Thomas chuckled, remarking that you are intentionally provoking me to speak incorrectly. However, I must assert that I am skeptical of both. In the forthcoming matches, Steve Nash will illuminate for the Lakers and the Zen Master the folly of their decisions. Ultimately, Isaiah Thomas has laid bare his views without any pretense. The whistle blows. The game commences. Chapter 52, a calm prediction. The Lakers are on the offensive. Yusheng passes the ball to Lu Yusheng from the baseline. Lu Yusheng dribbled past half court. Following the established strategy, he passed the ball to Luke Walton after crossing the midline. Walton was to orchestrate from the low post, implementing the triangle offense tactic. With the ball in hand, Walton, along with Lu Yusheng and his teammates, alternated screens. The Suns remained steadfast in their defensive principles, switching on screens. Consequently, it was challenging for the Lakers' other players to find open space. As time dwindled, Walton, recognizing the situation, resorted to backing down, attempting to penetrate the paint. However, he was unable to overpower Marion. His post-up was merely a feint, intended to deceive the Suns and draw defensive attention away from his teammates, allowing them to continue their movement. This was well understood by the Lakers, yet the Suns were even more aware. Thus, no one from the Suns came to provide help defense. Walton found himself in a somewhat awkward position, compelled to force his way inside. Observing the impending failure of the strategy, Lu Yusheng hurriedly attempted to shake off Nash's defense. Lu Yusheng stands at a similar height to Nash, yet possesses a superior physique and strength, attributes that most NBA players excel in compared to Nash. Seizing the opportunity, he gently nudged Nash, propelling himself forward and evading his defense. Utilizing Bynum's screen, he swiftly maneuvered beyond the three-point arc. The 24-second shot clock was nearing its conclusion. Walton, hindered by Marion, found himself in a predicament regarding how to handle the ball. Suddenly, he spotted Lu Yusheng emerging from the perimeter and hurriedly passed the ball out. Lu Yusheng received the pass, raised his hand to shoot. However, the buzzer sounded, indicating that time had expired, leaving no opportunity for a shot. The Lakers committed an offensive violation, and the Suns were granted possession. A collective sigh resonated through the arena as Nash took control of the ball. With Lu Yusheng advancing to defend, Lu Yusheng did not engage in half-court defense like Smush Parker, as it was entirely unnecessary. The Suns' offensive plays predominantly stemmed from Nash initiating pick-and-rolls, thus requiring minimal time for offensive possessions. Any delay would be of little consequence, merely an exertion of energy without purpose. Indeed, once Nash dribbled the ball past half-court, Marion promptly advanced to set a screen for him. Despite having observed the game from the sidelines for over a quarter and studying the Suns' tactics through pre-game footage, Lu Yusheng remained poised. Lu Yusheng had long been well-versed in the pick-and-roll tactics employed by the Suns. However, familiarity does not equate to effectiveness. Defending against it is far from straightforward. Just as one might anticipate Jordan's shot or Iverson's drive to the right, such knowledge often proves futile in preventing their execution. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng possessed a distinct advantage. During the summer league with the Lakers, he had been immersed in similar offensive strategies that mirrored those of the Suns, allowing him to grasp the essence of the pick-and-roll more profoundly. Marion's robust physique effectively obstructed Lu Yusheng, presenting Nash with an exceptional screen. Following the screen, Marion immediately cut towards the basket. In accordance with their pre-established strategy, Lu Yusheng and Walton advanced to double-team Nash, aiming to thwart his passing lanes. Lu Yusheng felt that his blockade alongside Walton was remarkably flawless. From Lu Yusheng's perspective, Nash had absolutely no space to make a pass. Thus, Nash was compelled to either continue dribbling or pass the ball to a teammate other than Marion. Consequently, although Lu Yusheng was focusing on pressuring Nash, he did not entirely fixate on him. His peripheral vision remained attuned to the movements of the Suns' other teammates. Suddenly, Lu Yusheng's keen perception caught sight of Lagable utilizing Stoudemire's screen to create an ephemeral opportunity. This moment was fleeting, as Vujacic had already maneuvered around the screen to contest the play. Thus, the chance existed only in a flash. If the ball were passed to Lagable, he could either drive or shoot. or draw the defense, thereby creating an open opportunity for Stoudemire beneath the basket. This pass would be challenging for an average point guard. Given the awkward angle, threading it between two Lakers players, the opportunity was indeed transient and required exceptional bounce pass technique to execute. However, Lu Yusheng believed Nash would make the pass. He was Nash, undeniably capable of such feats. Like the exquisite bounce pass he executed at the beginning of the game, Lu Yusheng instantly perceived the intricate trajectory of the pass, and Nash executed it with remarkable ease. Consequently, Lu Yusheng was prepared to intercept the pass at any moment. He discerned the passing angle as well, thanks to the influence of Stockton in his mind. It was another peculiar trajectory. Suddenly, Nash raised his hand. Yet, the intent of this pass was evidently directed towards Marion. Luke Walton's center of gravity had subconsciously shifted in Marion's direction. In an instant, Lu Yusheng remained remarkably alert. This was surely a feint. Thus, as Walton instinctively reached out to interfere in that direction, Lu Yusheng remained perfectly still. Indeed, his intuition proved correct. It was a deceptive maneuver. At the moment Nash raised his hand, he swiftly lowered his wrist, delivering a bounce pass towards Legable. Moreover, the trajectory matched precisely with what Lu Yusheng had envisioned. Lu Yusheng swiftly reached out to intercept. The basketball bounced off the ground, grazing Lu Yusheng's fingertips, and soared towards Rajurbel at a remarkable speed. Although Lu Yusheng anticipated the play, he merely grazed it with his fingertips. The ball, though decelerated, was still deftly delivered to Rajurbel. Positioned near the free throw line, Rajurbel found himself unmarked. He raised his hands to execute a feigned shot, prompting Bynum to rush out in defense. The ball was then passed to the unguarded Stoudemire beneath the hoop, allowing the Suns to score once more. Commentator Vince Kane exclaimed in astonishment, "Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Nash's pass resembles a magical performance." It wasn't that the Lakers' defense was lacking. To be frank, their defense was commendable. Yet, they remained unable to contain Nash's passing prowess. Is this the allure of an MVP? It is simply exquisite. I beg your pardon, for I am at a loss for more suitable words to describe such a masterful pass. Isaiah Thomas interjected, noting that this game had already showcased several such passes. The Lakers' backcourt appeared as mere wooden stakes before Nash, as I have previously stated. The foolish substitutions by the Zen master only served to make it easier for Nash to humiliate them. Thomas's commentary seemed purely negative. While it might be excusable for casual fans to miss the brilliance of the previous play, it is inconceivable for a historically significant point guard like him to overlook the fact that Nash's pass was nearly intercepted by Lu Yusheng. Even Nash himself cast a second glance at the rookie before him. In that fleeting moment, the lad had not been deceived by his lifelike feint, but had instead anticipated the trajectory of Nash's pass and attempted the steal. Unlikely, Nash mused. He must not have reacted in time, thus falling for the feint. Furthermore, as a rookie, he could not possibly have predicted that particular pass. Absolutely impossible. The young owner must be mistaken. The Lakers now held possession of the ball. Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbles the ball forward. Chapter 53, Breaking the Deadlock. Lu Yusheng advanced the ball past the halfway line. Walton had already positioned himself near the free throw line, extending his arms towards Lu Yusheng, signaling for the ball. However, this time, Lu Yusheng did not immediately pass it. Up to this point, the Lakers' triangle offense had been thoroughly stifled by the Suns, with Marion effectively neutralizing Walton. Given the dismal success rate, Lu Yusheng deemed it unnecessary to persist with this strategy. After waiting for some time for the ball, Walton, sensing Lu Yusheng's hesitation, anxiously exclaimed, "Hey, Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Yusheng waved his hand and gestured for Walton to come up and set a screen for him. The unexpected move took everyone by surprise. Assistant coach Bryant Shaw, in a fit of urgency, rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Lu, pass the ball." Even Zen Master displayed a hint of mild astonishment in his gaze, yet he restrained Shaw, signaling him to take his seat. Commentator Vince Kane, observing the scene, chuckled, noting that the Lakers' sixth overall rookie indeed possessed some audacity, directly abandoning the triangle offense to adopt a pick-and-roll strategy akin to that of the Suns. However, it was understandable, given that the Lakers' triangle offense had been effectively contained by the Suns, prompting a tactical shift. "Thomas, do you think this is feasible?" Isaiah Thomas shook his head and replied, No, the pick-and-roll is not so easily executed. Only the Suns and the Hornets excel at it in the entire league. And that is due to their possession of superlative point guards like Steve Nash and Chris Paul. Do you believe a rookie can master such a sophisticated strategy?" His assertion held merit. While the pick and roll is a common tactic in the NBA, few teams employ it as their primary strategy in half-court situations. Most often, it is treated merely as a supplementary tactic. The reason lies in the significant demands it places on the point guard's skill set. In the instant of the screen, how to handle the ball requires a profound passing foundation, as NBA-level players possess their own defensive schemes against the pick and roll, making effortless passing quite challenging. Moreover, it tests one's timing and judgment, whether to pass or not, whether to deliver the ball to the rolling teammate or to seek out others. It necessitates rapid decision-making within a fleeting moment. Furthermore, if the opponent opts for a switch rather than a double team, it also assesses one's ability to exploit mismatches effectively. If any aspect falters, the tactic fails to yield results. In modern NBA history, only the Utah Jazz of yesteryear, the current Phoenix Suns, and the New Orleans Hornets have adopted the pick and roll as their principal half-court strategy, owing to their possession of elite point guards such as John Stockton, Steve Nash, and Chris Paul. Walton, infuriated at not receiving the ball, reluctantly stepped up to set a screen for Lu Yusheng, as time was already slipping away. Luke Walton's fundamentals remained robust. He created ample space for Lu Yusheng. Since the Lakers had not previously employed the pick and roll, the moment it unfolded, Nash and Marion converged to double-team Lu Yusheng, having unconsciously concluded that a rookie of his caliber would struggle to effortlessly pass to an open teammate. Lu Yusheng passed the ball with an elegant upward motion toward Walton. Marion leaped urgently to intercept. However, Lu Yusheng deftly controlled his wrist, withholding the pass. A feint. Nash was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of déjà vu. He quickly grasped Lu Yusheng's intention, recognizing it mirrored his earlier thought process perfectly. Swiftly, he scanned for a Lakers player breaking free. Odom, the defender, Dia, seemed momentarily bewildered by the Lakers' unexpected pick-and-roll strategy, allowing Odom to slip unnoticed towards the basket. By the time he realized, he hurriedly pursued. Nash assessed the situation. The conditions for this pass were nearly identical to his previous attempt, with two Suns defenders in between. Delivering the ball to Odom posed a significant challenge. Nash subconsciously doubted whether this rookie possessed the audacity, capability, and determination to make such a pass. But in an instant, Lu Yusheng subtly lifted his hand. He truly passed it. Nash quickly lunged to intercept, but he missed. The basketball struck the floor, bouncing up in a remarkably peculiar trajectory into Odom's hands. Odom leaped high, with Stoudemire hastily closing in. Yet, instead of passing to the already open Bynum, Odom executed a sudden pull-up in midair, scoring a reverse layup. The Lakers scored. The Staples Center crowd, having endured a frustrating game, suddenly witnessed a spectacular play. In an instant, the arena erupted with thunderous applause. In stark contrast to the fans' exhilaration, the commentators fell into an unexpected silence, as if they had not witnessed the basket at all. After a considerable pause, Vince Kane finally cleared his throat and slowly remarked, "Well, Thomas, to be frank, that was quite a lovely play." This rookie displayed remarkable creativity, countering the Suns with the same maneuver as Nash earlier. "What are your thoughts, Thomas?" Isaiah Thomas, still obstinate, conceded, indeed, that pass was commendable, but objectively speaking, it did involve an element of luck. "Oh, you believe it was a fortunate pass?" As I mentioned earlier, the pick-and-roll strategy truly tests a point guard's caliber. In that situation, I wouldn't have been certain I could make that pass either. His decision to pass indicates he had no better options and had to take a risk. It's not that I underestimate him. There was a degree of fortune involved. After all, you saw, Nash had already anticipated his pass and reached out to intercept. It was a narrow escape from a turnover. Isaiah Thomas insisted that Lu Yusheng's pass contained a stroke of luck, yet he refrained from mentioning Nash's earlier pass, which almost fell prey to Lu Yusheng's interception. "Well played, Lu." Odom approached and exchanged a high-five with Lu Yusheng. Walton stepped beside Lu Yusheng and remarked, "Lu, that last shot was indeed impressive, but Luke, listen to me." Walton paused, intending to convey to Lu Yusheng that while the pass was remarkable, he should adhere to the established strategy and pass the ball to him for execution. Unexpectedly, Lu Yusheng interrupted him. "Luke, when Marion comes up to set a screen with Nash, you should move up early to disrupt Nash, and then fall back to defend against Marion," Lu Yusheng stated. "What?" Walton was even more astonished upon hearing this. Not only was the offensive strategy deviating from the triangle offense, but even the defensive strategy for double-teaming Nash was to be altered? Has this kid lost his mind? "What are you talking about?" "Luke, trust my judgment." Lu Yusheng, with determination, moved forward to defend Nash. Luke Walton stood rooted in disbelief. As Nash dribbled, He regarded the rookie number 6 before him with an incredulous gaze. If the previous round's interception of his pass had caught him off guard, this time, that same rookie had mirrored his thoughts to score, suggesting that the earlier steal was no mere fluke. This newcomer seems to possess a certain intrigue. Chapter 54. Still stubborn, the Suns continued their offensive onslaught. After Nash crossed half-court, Marion advanced to set a screen for him. Walton hurriedly tried to keep pace. Following the screen, Lu Yusheng anticipated that Walton would, as previously discussed, step up to momentarily hinder Nash before swiftly returning to defend Marion. Thus, he prepared solely to guard Nash. However, to his astonishment, Walton did not impede Nash but adhered to the pregame strategy of double-teaming him. This deviation resulted in a significant defensive gap. Such a catastrophic defensive blunder. For a point guard like Steve Nash, opportunities of this nature are never squandered. With a deft flick of the wrist while dribbling, Nash effortlessly passed the ball to the descending Marion. Marion took 3 steps, rising against Bynum's attempted block and unleashed a fiery shot. The basketball soared over Bynum's head, kissing the backboard before finding its way into the net. Just when the Lakers seemed to find a glimmer of momentum, their spirits lifted. They were caught off guard as the Suns executed such an effortless play. This easy ball was undeniably demoralizing. Before Vince Carter could utter a word, Isaiah Thomas remarked, "Did you see that? The Lakers have no answer for the Suns' pick-and-roll strategy." Indeed, the ease with which the Suns executed that play was reminiscent of a practice drill. As echoed by Vince Carter, the defensive efforts of Lu and Walton were nothing short of catastrophic. It was a grievous oversight. I have always maintained that while Smush Parker struggled to contain Nash on the court, he never committed such a blunder. Lu, after all, is merely a rookie. Phil Jackson's decision to substitute him is certainly open to discussion. Isaiah Thomas remained steadfast in his viewpoint. The Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Lu Yusheng, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Luke Walton, "Luke, why are we not adhering to the strategy we had previously discussed?" Luke Walton, visibly displeased, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Come on. Our original strategy was to double-team. I fail to comprehend what exactly you were trying to achieve. However, our double-team strategy has utterly failed to contain Nash," Lu Yusheng retorted. "The first half of the game is nearing its conclusion, and our double-team has proven ineffective." He continues to orchestrate the entire team's play. "We ought to consider making some adjustments and modifications." "That is the coach's prerogative," Walton exclaimed. "Remember, you are merely a rookie, Lu. You possess no authority to direct us. Each of us has far more experience than you." Lu Yusheng comprehended that Luke Walton's refusal to heed his advice stemmed from his sense of pride, feeling belittled by a novice attempting to dictate strategies. "No, Luke, my intention was never to command any of you. You are all my seniors. If my previous remarks were offensive, I sincerely apologize. My sole desire is to achieve victory. All I aimed for was merely a tactical exploration." Lu Yusheng spoke earnestly. Luke Walton shook his head and said nothing further. Lu Yusheng advanced the ball into the front court. Luke Walton subconsciously sought to position himself low for a pass. Yet Lu Yusheng gestured for Bynum to come up and set a screen for him. Reluctantly, Walton retreated beyond the three-point line, creating space for Lu Yusheng. Bynum, with his robust physique, effectively shielded Nash behind him. The quality of this screen surpassed that of Walton's. Bynum immediately cut towards the basket. Stoudemire and Nash swiftly converged upon Lu Yusheng, meticulously obstructing the passing lane to Bynum. With Bynum unguarded, the opportunity was fleeting. However, delivering the ball was far from straightforward. Stoudemire, utilizing his exceptional athleticism and wingspan, teamed up with Nash, forming an intricate web that entirely enveloped Lu Yusheng. Nash, intent on testing Lu Yusheng's mettle, intensified his defensive pressure. If Lu Yusheng chose not to pass, a turnover was highly probable. Yet, he found himself devoid of any viable passing lane to the unguarded Bynum. Walton, concerned about the potential for Lu Yusheng to falter, hurriedly attempted to offer support. Just then, a sharp sound echoed, as Lu Yusheng deftly dribbled backward to evade interference. His wrist suddenly flicked. In an instant, the ball was released. This pass, once again, struck the ground. It seamlessly glided through Stoudemire's legs, landing accurately in the hands of the descending Bynum. "Wow!" A gasp echoed throughout the arena. Moments ago, the spectators had witnessed Lu Yusheng being double-teamed, seemingly devoid of any passing options, leading them to believe that this play was destined for failure. Yet, to their astonishment, Lu Yusheng executed a remarkably clever pass. Bynum received the ball and charged towards the basket, preparing to leap for a thunderous dunk. However, the defensive-minded Ragabell denied him that opportunity, forcefully pulling Bynum down from midair. The whistle blew. Free throw. Although the shot did not result in a basket, and thus did not add an assist to Lu Yusheng's stats, his two imaginative passes during these offensive sequences ignited the fervor of the home crowd. Initially disheartened by the prospect of the game's outcome, the fans now seemed to rekindle hope due to Lu Yusheng's presence. They appeared to transcend mere concern for the game's result, eagerly anticipating the surprises this rookie might bring. A sense of hopeful anticipation quietly brewed and blossomed within the Staples Center. Bynum approached the free throw line, seizing the moment. Commentator Vince Kane remarked, "Thomas, I initially shared your perspective, doubting that this Lakers rookie could shoulder the burden placed upon him by the Zen Master. However, after witnessing those two plays, I must concede that my viewpoint may have shifted. Thomas, if his first pass was perhaps a stroke of luck, the fact that he has now made two such passes suggests that it may be more than mere fortune, don't you think?" No, Isaiah Thomas chuckled. "I still stand by my opinion. The defense from Stoudemire was utterly abysmal. His footwork was far too wide. Under such circumstances, any NBA-level guard could have made that pass." "Oh, Thomas," Kane replied, "while you are indeed a historically great point guard, I must say that I am beginning to feel a sense of anticipation for this Lakers rookie. I imagine the fans here share my sentiments at this very moment." Thomas shook his head with a smile. "Kane, it is too early for you to change your mind. Given that atrocious defense that allowed the Suns to score so easily, he certainly does not possess the qualities of a game-changing point guard." Bynum missed his free throw. Nash approached Stoudemire and quietly said, "Next time they set a pick, let us not double team. We'll switch directly." He then turned to Diaw, saying, "Diaw, remember, after we switch, we need to rotate our defensive assignments." Dior nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Stoudemire. The two exchanged a glance, each detecting a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. Nash had altered the defensive strategy due to the Lakers rookie? Chapter 55, Countering the Moves. On the Lakers bench, all eyes were now fixed upon Lu Yusheng. The coaching staff gathered to reassess this promising newcomer. Shooting coach Mike Penberthy remarked, "This Chinese lad we selected this year seems quite capable. His passing fundamentals are solid, he possesses speed, and his court awareness is commendable. Shaw, it appears you have provided him with considerable guidance during the summer league." Brian Shaw chuckled, "Indeed, this young man has potential, which is why I invested extra effort in his development. After all, our talent pool at the point guard position is somewhat lacking this year. Nurturing new talent may yield positive results. It's evident that his presence has invigorated our offense." With a mere statement, he equated Lu Yusheng's performance with his own mentorship. In truth, throughout the summer league, the guidance Shaw offered Lu paled in comparison to the invaluable insights from Magic Johnson. Shaw's gaze shifted to the sidelines where Phil Jackson, the Zen Master, remained detached from their discourse, his focus unwavering on the court. He responded coolly, "It is premature to draw conclusions." Shaw felt a twinge of disappointment at not receiving Jackson's endorsement. After a moment's hesitation, he could not resist adding, "During the summer league, I noticed the kid's passing ability. So I specifically trained him in pick-and-roll tactics. It appears he has indeed mastered this strategy." The implication was clear. Lu Yusheng's adeptness in this tactic was a direct result of his training. However, Jackson frowned slightly and remarked, "Altering established strategies on the court can foster poor habits. While we often assert that the point guard should adapt tactics based on the opposing defense, this pertains to minor tactical adjustments. Major strategic alterations should be orchestrated by us." His actions seemed to overstep the boundaries. "Do you comprehend my point?" Shaw felt a twinge of dissent but countered, "Our triangle offense has been effectively neutralized. The Suns have completely restricted it. If we do not implement changes, it will be exceedingly difficult to make progress." Jackson met his gaze calmly and responded, "How can you be certain that I lack a counter strategy? The pace of the game has unfolded precisely as I anticipated. The Suns are employing their strategy from last season against us, rendering our efforts ineffective. However, I am not without preparation. In fact, I was on the verge of making tactical adjustments when unexpectedly, this young man took it upon himself to alter the strategy on the court." Bryant Shaw was taken aback. He knew that the Zen Master was not merely a wise man speaking retrospectively, having followed Phil Jackson for many years. From his playing days to his current role as an assistant coach for the Lakers, he was acutely aware of the Zen Master's basketball acumen. His insights into the game always surpassed those of everyone else. It seemed that Lu Yusheng's unilateral adjustment of tactics had indeed disrupted the Zen Master's own strategic plans. The Zen Master spoke with gravitas. "Shaw, there is an issue with your previous statement. It is not that the triangle offense was stifled by the Suns. Rather, it is Luke Walton who has become the target. The triangle offense is far more intricate than just a couple of plays. Bryant inquired. Should we continue with Lu's alterations, or should we substitute him and revert to your original strategy? That is unnecessary, the Zen master replied. I truly did not anticipate that this young man possesses such adept screen and roll skills. Let him continue for now. After all, I suspect adjustments will be necessary soon. Bryant, puzzled, asked, are you suggesting that the Suns can effectively counter Lu's screen and roll tactics? The Zen master chuckled. Do not forget that they were the team in last year's Western Conference Finals, boasting a player like Nash. Moreover, the screen and roll is their signature tactic. Surely they possess the means to dismantle it. Bryant nodded in agreement, convinced. The Zen master gazed with keen interest at Lu Yusheng on the court, remarking, I am indeed curious to see how Lu will respond to the Suns' adjustments. With that, the Zen master turned his attention back to Lu Yusheng. As the Lakers continued their offensive possession on the court, Lu Yusheng, with the ball in hand, saw Bynum advance to set a screen for him. Following the pick, Bynum swiftly maneuvered towards the basket. Lu Yusheng had prepared himself to face a double team, seeking an opening for a pass. However, to his astonishment, the Suns opted not to double-team him this time, but instead executed a switch in defense. This caught Lu Yusheng off guard. For the new matchup placed Nash against Bynum and Stoudemire against Lu Yusheng. Consequently, whether Bynum exploited his size advantage over the relatively diminutive Nash or Lu Yusheng battled Stoudemire in a case of small versus large, opportunities arose on both fronts. Moreover, Bynum, a robust American center, held a distinct advantage against the already undersized Nash. The Suns' strategic adjustment left Lu Yusheng perplexed, yet he did not dwell on it. With a deft feint, he delivered the ball to the cutting Bynum, recognizing the latter's greater advantage. What Lu Yusheng did not anticipate was that at the very moment he passed the ball inward, Dia abruptly moved in, swiftly exchanging defensive assignments with Nash to guard Bynum. Nash, without pausing, quickly switched again with Rakibel, leaving him to defend Vujasic. This shift positioned Nash against Vujasic, a wide shooting guard lacking the singular scoring prowess of Kobe, thus rendering Nash's defense unscathed. Dia, a physically imposing power forward, was well equipped to defend Bynum, especially since Bynum was yet to enter his comfort zone for attacking. Meanwhile, Rakibel, a tenacious defender at the two-guard position, effectively limited Odom at the three. This instantaneous trio of defensive switches left Lu Yusheng and the Lakers utterly unprepared, as the advantage of mismatches dissipated in an instant. Lu Yusheng secretly admired that this was yet another reason for the immense success of the current Suns team. While people are often dazzled by their spectacular and fluid offensive play, they frequently overlook the fact that their defense is equally remarkable. At every position, except for Nash, they possess tenacious defenders capable of versatile defensive maneuvers, allowing for seamless rotations. This not only serves as the foundation for their ability to execute a defensive counterattack, but also instills them with the confidence to respond adeptly to various strategies. The young Bynum, with his back to the basket, faced off against Dia, whose strength matched his own, firmly keeping him at bay outside the 3-second zone. Lu Yusheng hurriedly reached out for the ball, but at that moment, Bynum was somewhat caught up in his own fervor. As a center, he struggled to contend with the opposing power forward, feeling somewhat out of place, and he paid no heed to his teammates, immersing himself in relentless attempts to score. He was completely oblivious to the quietly approaching Nash. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Nash struck and deftly swiped the basketball away from the side. Simultaneously, Rakibel and Marion were already sprinting down the court at full speed. Whoosh! The entire Suns team launched into a fast break almost in unison. The Thunder's counterattack was underway. This was the rhythm they knew so well. The wind child, Nash, had his long hair flowing behind him as he executed a precise long pass to Rakibel. A thunderous slam dunk. Although Lu Yusheng had rushed back on defense at the very first moment, he was still unable to thwart the Suns' full-scale fast break. Lu Yusheng gritted his teeth. The offensive error that cost him 2 points was, in truth, not a cause for despair. However, what rendered Lu Yusheng's situation particularly vexing was the Suns' defensive adjustments. His pick-and-roll strategy had, for all intents and purposes, become untenable. Chapter 56. The dilemma on both ends of the court in just 2 exchanges. The Suns, employing their rotational defense, dismantled the pick-and-roll tactics that Lu Yusheng had honed during the Summer League. Lu Yusheng could not help but exclaim from the depths of his heart, "This is the caliber of a team at the NBA level. Their ability to decipher tactics is truly formidable." As Lu Yusheng diligently defended against the Phoenix Suns' offensive maneuvers, his mind raced to devise a strategy for the impending counterattack. However, within the fleeting moments, he found himself unable to conjure a solution to unravel the Suns' rotational defense. After all, in the annals of NBA history, multiplayer rotational defenses are a rarity, often elusive. To execute such a defensive scheme, a team must first possess players of exceptional defensive prowess at every position. These athletes not only excel in guarding their direct opponents, but can also adeptly switch to defend adversaries in other positions. Why, then, are such teams scarce throughout NBA history? The answer lies in the fact that players with remarkable defensive abilities often exhibit comparatively weaker offensive skills, excluding prodigious talents like Joakim Noah, who excel in both realms. If one strives to assemble defensive stalwarts at every position, a significant compromise in offensive capability is inevitable. In most scenarios, one cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. However, the current roster of the Phoenix Suns, with the exception of Steve Nash, boasts players at nearly every position who are well-rounded, possessing not only formidable defensive skills but also commendable offensive capabilities. This is an exceedingly rare and invaluable asset. Consequently, it is only teams of such caliber that can implement such sophisticated defensive strategies. Lu Yusheng, a burgeoning talent. How could he possibly unravel such a formidable defense in such a brief span? However, the Lakers' aspiration to dismantle the Suns' pick-and-roll strategy using a similar approach appears rather implausible. This is due to the fact that their players lack the versatility required to defend multiple positions. The game presses on. Nash summons Marion to engage in a pick-and-roll with him. Lu Yusheng cast a glance at Wharton, hoping he would adhere to his wishes, opting not to double-team Nash but instead to delay the play. However, Wharton paid him no heed and, after the pick, resolutely chose to continue his double-team on Nash. Lu Yusheng felt utterly helpless and had no choice but to accompany him in defense. However, Nash's passing ability quickly found Dior, who had maneuvered into an open space. Upon receiving the ball, Dior attracted the defense but did not hold on to it. With a nonchalant pass, he delivered it to Ragabell, a mid-range shot. It was successful. Lu Yusheng approached Walton once more, expressing, "Luke, our current defensive strategy is utterly ineffective. Would you consider listening to me just this once? Even if we could merely test it out, it would suffice." Walton, feeling helpless, replied, "Lu, I understand your perspective. But you must consider this. The reason the Zen Master wants us to double-team him is to leverage our collective strength in defending against a player of Steve Nash's caliber. Do you truly believe that as a rookie, you can handle him alone?" Luke Walton, an exceedingly seasoned player, quickly grasped Lu Yusheng's thoughts. The plan was for him to front Nash initially and then shift to defend Marion, which implied that Lu Yusheng intended to take on Nash by himself. If seasoned players like Smush Parker struggled to contain Nash, how could a rookie like Lu Yusheng, who has yet to play a single NBA game, possibly succeed? Luke Walton harbored no faith in Lu Yusheng's abilities. Meanwhile, the Lakers were on the offensive. Bynum, not fully comprehending the dynamics on the court, still attempted to set a screen for Lu Yusheng. However, the Suns swiftly rotated, employing the same strategy as before, ultimately resulting in Diaz switching to defend Bynum. Lu Yusheng, fearing that Bynum might recklessly drive inside once more as he had just done, hurriedly reached out for the ball. Having just suffered a setback against Dior, Bynum, realizing he could not withstand the opposing forward strength, was unwilling to risk another blunder. As Lu Yusheng called for the ball, he swiftly passed it, as if it were a scalding hot potato. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Yusheng found himself momentarily at a loss for strategy. His teammates were thoroughly marked, unable to create any open space. Even attempting a pick-and-roll yielded the same lackluster results, rendering it nearly futile. Moreover, time was of the essence. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He initiated a dribble reminiscent of Tim Hardaway's signature move, weaving from side to side to unsettle Nash's balance. However, Nash maintained a low center of gravity, showing little susceptibility to Lu Yusheng's feints, compounding the challenge. The flanking defenders, Ragabell and Marion, were poised to provide support at any moment, leaving Lu Yusheng with little room to maneuver. Glancing at the shot clock, he realized only 3 seconds remained in the possession. Seizing the opportunity as Nash lowered his stance, Lu Yusheng abruptly executed a jump shot. It was his only option. Although Nash did not interfere with Lu Yusheng's shot, the latter felt it was somewhat short upon release. It was likely the result of his anxiety stemming from the failed execution of their strategy. Fortunately, the basketball grazed the front of the rim and managed to bounce in. A score. This marked Lu Yusheng's inaugural point in the NBA, yet he felt no elation. After all, that shot was a desperate attempt made under the duress of a failed tactical play. While this offensive effort had fortuitously found its mark, he pondered the next time. If they could not decipher the Suns' transition defense, would every subsequent shot hinge on such strokes of luck? Lu Yusheng was in a state of turmoil, for he was about to confront the formidable pick-and-roll tactics of the Suns once more. Walton appeared utterly resistant to adapting, even in the face of this ineffective trapping strategy. He remained steadfast in his unwillingness to make adjustments. It was truly exasperating. During the remaining moments of the second quarter, the Lakers found themselves once again subdued by the Phoenix Suns. Offensively, they struggled to unravel the Suns' rotational defense. Defensively, they were equally incapable of countering the Suns' pick-and-roll strategy. They were ensnared in a dire predicament on both ends of the court. Upon Lu Yusheng's entrance onto the court, the momentum he generated, coupled with the fervor of the home fans, gradually sank once more into the depths of despair. In the commentary booth, Isaiah Thomas beamed with delight, exclaiming to Kane, "What did I just say? Were your expectations perhaps a tad premature? I had mentioned earlier that this pick-and-roll strategy is not easily executed. A rookie simply cannot master it." The Suns effortlessly dismantled them, and since then, they have failed to execute a single pick-and-roll play. "Winsight," Kane replied with a chuckle. "It seems professional players possess a keener insight. Nevertheless, I still harbor some anticipation for Lu Yusheng's forthcoming performance. I am eager to see if he can find a way to break the stalemate under such circumstances." "Oh, Kane, do not hold on to any hope. In this situation, I doubt even the Zen Master could find a solution, let alone a rookie. This is simply beyond his capacity to resolve. Allow me to assert that the Lakers' game today is essentially over. It is merely a matter of how much they will lose by." As the second quarter approached its conclusion, Isaiah Thomas had already drawn a definitive conclusion regarding the Lakers' performance. Assistant coach Bryant, sensing the precariousness of the situation, inquired of the Zen Master, "Should we call a timeout to devise a strategy?" The Zen Master shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. "Let them resolve it on their own. Do you believe Lu can remedy the team's current predicament?" "I, as a coach, cannot even discern a solution," Bryant responded with a perplexed expression. The Zen Master, however, smiled and remarked, "The Suns' rotating defense is formidable, yet it is not devoid of vulnerabilities. I have actually discussed the means to counter it with him. It all hinges on Lu's ability to comprehend. If he can unravel it before halftime, this young man will truly prove to be invaluable. The Suns are on the attack." Lu Yusheng understood that the pick-and-roll strategy would still prevail. Lu Yusheng once again directed his gaze towards Luke Walton. In nearly every defensive possession, Lu Yusheng sought Walton's support, yearning for a shift in their defensive strategy. Yet, Walton consistently disregarded his pleas. This time, it was uncertain whether Walton had come to the realization that their double-team strategy could not contain Nash, or whether he was moved, perhaps even exasperated, by Lu Yusheng's persistence. Suddenly, he remarked, "All right, Lu, we shall proceed with your approach this time, but only on this occasion." Upon hearing this, Lu Yusheng could not contain his joy. The opportunity to shatter the team's current predicaments had arrived. Chapter 57, The Master's Aspirations in the midst of the second quarter, as the Lakers found themselves in dire straits. A conversation unfolded on the Lakers bench. Bryant, somewhat perplexed, inquired of the Zen Master, "Phil, do you truly possess a method to counter the Suns' pick-and-roll tactics?" "Indeed," the Zen Master replied. "Let us not forget, I once led the Bulls against the Utah Jazz, where the prowess of Stockton and Malone's pick-and-roll far surpassed that of Nash and Marion. Yet, in the end, we emerged victorious." Bryant remained visibly skeptical, pondering why. If the Zen Master had knowledge of countering the pick-and-roll, he had not employed it in the previous season's playoffs, allowing the Suns to stage a comeback. Was it a deliberate act of benevolence? The Zen Master seemed to sense his thoughts and chuckled. "I know what you were contemplating. Last season, it was not that I lacked the desire to counter the Suns' pick-and-roll. Rather, we were missing a crucial element." "What element?" Shaw inquired. "There are two methods to neutralize the pick-and-roll strategy. The first involves a rotating defense, as the Suns demonstrated, employing aggressive switches to negate the advantages of mismatches. However, this requires our team to have at least 3 players capable of defending mismatches, a condition that most teams do not meet. The Bulls of yesteryear did not possess this capability, and regrettably, neither do we with the current Lakers. Thus, we must resort to the second method." "What is that?" Shaw asked. "The second method necessitates a formidable point guard defender, one who can effectively limit the opposing point guard. Be it the Stockton of old or the Nash of today," the Zen Master explained slowly. "Then shall we not simply acquire a defensive stalwart to match up against Nash?" Shaw suggested. No, the Zen Master shook his head. Pay attention to my wording. I said limit, not defend. These are entirely different concepts. Do you grasp my meaning? Shaw shook his head, finding the distinction somewhat elusive. To defend means you might allow Nash to score fewer points, or even none at all. However, to limit means you must prevent him from orchestrating plays and facilitating his teammates. Shaw began to grasp the concept. For players like Stockton and Nash, their individual scoring may hold little significance. Rather, their ability to engage and elevate their teammates is the crux of their team's potential for victory, the Zen Master asserted. Shaw finally understood, realizing that merely assigning a defensive enforcer to guard Nash could indeed reduce his scoring output, but would be of little consequence. To effectively counter the Suns' pick-and-roll, they required someone capable of limiting Nash's facilitation of his teammates, correct? Precisely. But what kind of player possesses the ability to restrict his facilitation of others? Bryant Shaw inquired. The answer lies in a person of similar style. Similar in style? Indeed, this individual must also possess exceptional passing vision and skills, along with the ability to elevate the entire team. Only then can he anticipate Nash's next move, as if he were privy to his own thoughts, allowing him to preemptively counteract. The Zen Master remarked that during his tenure with the Bulls, they had Ron Harper, who, while not completely stifling Stockton, certainly troubled him significantly, making his performance arduous. As for last season's Lakers, who do you think could achieve such a feat? Relying on Smush Parker? Bryant Shaw nodded but soon added. Yet who among our current roster could accomplish this task? Before the Zen Master could respond, Bryant Shaw suddenly gasped. Are you suggesting, Lu? The Zen Master chuckled. To be candid, Shaw, I am not entirely certain myself, but based on the few sequences we just witnessed, I believe it is worth giving him a chance. He may indeed possess those attributes. Bryant Shaw was taken aback, never having anticipated that the Zen Master would hold such high expectations for the rookie, Lu Yusheng. Back to the game. The first half was nearing its conclusion. The Suns were making their final attempt. Nash advanced past half-court, and Marion continued to set screens for him. This time, Luke Walton finally heeded Lu Yusheng's advice, moving up to disrupt Nash, forcing him to dribble backward to evade. With this precious 2-second delay, Lu Yusheng quickly closed in, while Luke Walton circled back to guard the already descending Marion. Commentator Wendy Kane immediately exclaimed, "Look, the Lakers have adjusted their defensive strategy, abandoning the double team on Nash." Isaiah Thomas quickly discerned the strategy, realizing it was futile after the preemptive delay. It was solely the rookie against Nash, and he could hardly contain him. Lu Yusheng confronted Nash directly. Nash was somewhat taken aback by the Lakers' sudden defensive shift. Yet with his vast experience, he understood that this was an attempt by the opponent to disrupt the pick and roll, which posed no challenge for him. Nash promptly began to dribble towards the left, actively seeking his teammate's screen. Rajabel, in perfect synchrony, intentionally shifted his body backward as Nash passed by, obstructing Lu Yusheng's pursuit. This was, in fact, another variant of the pick-and-roll strategy. The distinction lay in the fact that previously, it was his teammates who initiated the screens for Nash, whereas now, it was Nash who was proactively searching for his teammates' assistance. Once again, Lu Yusheng found himself blocked behind them. In a critical moment, Lu Yusheng shouted towards Vujasic, urging him to switch defenses. Vujasic, understanding the situation, did not pursue Rajabel but instead went directly to defend Nash. Lu Yusheng switched his defense to guard Lagable. Nash initially believed he could execute a pick-and-roll and pass the ball to Lagable, but unexpectedly, Lu Yusheng directly exchanged defensive responsibilities with Vujasic. Consequently, the strategy faltered once more. The impact of switching between the 1 and 2 positions is generally minimal, as the height, strength, and weight differences between most point guards and shooting guards are negligible. Lu Yusheng defending Lagable and Vujasic guarding Nash posed no significant challenge. However, in that fleeting moment following the pick-and-roll, to swiftly analyze the situation and direct teammates to switch defenses is no trivial feat. Typically, point guards lack such reflexes. The Suns' 2 tactical attempts ultimately failed. And with limited time on the shot clock, Nash, in desperation, had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and go one-on-one against Vujasic. In 2006, Vujasic's defense was still commendable, particularly in containing Nash's isolation plays. Nash could not shake off Vujasic and was forced to hurriedly attempt a jump shot. It clanked off the rim. The first half concluded. Given the earlier deficit, Lakers fans did not react significantly to this defensive success. Yet, the astonishment on the coaching bench, particularly from Bryant Shaw, was beyond description. Lu Yusheng, the rookie, took the reins personally, successfully thwarting the Phoenix Suns pick-and-roll on 2 occasions. The method employed to dismantle the Sun's strategy was entirely in accordance with the Zen Master's earlier analysis, remarkably identical. Bryant gazed in astonishment at the perspiring Lu Yusheng approaching him. An inexplicable surge of excitement swelling within him. He is merely a newcomer. This is just his inaugural game. Chapter 58. Tactical Vulnerabilities of the Suns Halftime. Lakers Locker Room. The final score at the end of the first half was fixed at 52-40, with the Lakers trailing by 12 points. Everyone anticipated that the Zen Master would make tactical adjustments during the intermission. After all, he had not initiated any strategic changes in the first half, allowing the players to adapt on their own. However, to everyone's surprise, the Zen Master refrained from making any tactical modifications during halftime. Guys, you performed admirably in the first half, exhibiting great effort and enthusiasm. Let us continue in this manner for the second half. You made clear judgments regarding the Sun's strategy on the court, which is commendable. Keep up the excellent work. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. Although it was not explicitly stated, he could discern that the Zen Master seemed to acknowledge the tactical adjustments he had made on the court. Smush Parker, unable to contain himself, directly questioned the Zen Master. Coach, I am eager to understand why I am not permitted to take the floor during my designated rotation time. The Zen Master, with a calm demeanor, replied, Parker, listen closely. Before the season commenced, I informed you all that due to the renewal of our broadcasting contract, the management has set higher expectations for our team's performance this year. We must secure a minimum of 50 wins in the regular season and reach at least the Western Conference semifinals. What does this have to do with my rotation time? Was my performance in the first half subpar? I have been giving it my all, Parker retorted. The atmosphere grew tense, and all eyes turned to the Zen Master. Let me finish. The significance of achieving 50 wins in the regular season is something I believe you understand better than I do. Therefore, we must pursue victory in every game with unwavering determination. Consequently, we will adjust each player's time on the court based on the tactical needs posed by our opponents. This is not a matter of who is superior or inferior. It is purely about adapting to the opponent's strategy. Our sole objective is to win. If that means allowing me to play, I am open to it. Hence, everyone must adhere to the coaching staff's directives. Is that clear enough? Though Smush Parker felt a sense of injustice, he refrained from further comments, recognizing that the Zen Master, as the highest-paid coach in the league, held a position within the Lakers that he could not contest. However, discomfort lingered in his heart, as he grappled with the reality that in the very first game of the new season, his rotation time had been overshadowed by a rookie. The atmosphere in the locker room became quite delicate. Odom, Turieff, and Tony Hans, who shared a solid rapport with Parker, naturally felt for him. Conversely, figures like Luke Walton and JaVale McGee, along with the likes of Manovich, were also displeased, not necessarily due to their camaraderie with Parker, but because they had previously been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Zen Master as crucial orchestrators of the team's strategy. Now, witnessing a rookie like Lu Yusheng freely altering tactics on the court while the Zen Master remained oblivious and even encouraging, they too felt a sense of discontent. Such emotions, though unspoken, were palpable to Lu Yusheng. The pressure was immense. In the second half, he must perform better to justify the trust bestowed upon him by the Zen Master. Ideally, he should secure a victory in this match. Meanwhile, within the Suns' locker room, the atmosphere was far more jovial. After all, they had yet to exert their full strength in the first half, yet they held a substantial lead. To the Suns, the current Lakers were hardly considered adversaries. Thus, during the halftime break, Stoudemire entertained his teammates with amusing anecdotes unrelated to the game, eliciting cheerful laughter from everyone. Only Nash and head coach Mike D'Antoni remained somewhat secluded, engaged in a hushed discussion. Their dialogue, however, was not about tactics. Mike, I believe you should propose to management that Steve Kerr, the then general manager of the Suns, has been attempting to find me a backup. I think this young fellow has potential. His reflexes are quick, and he possesses a strong understanding of tactics. While he has yet to make a name for himself, perhaps we could acquire him from the Lakers at a minimal cost, Nash suggested. No, Nash. We cannot decide to sign a player based on a single half of basketball. Everyone has their moment to shine, and besides, he is still a rookie. A trade cannot be executed in such a short time frame. But if we wait until he proves himself, will the Lakers still be willing to let him go? D'Antoni replied. Nash nodded, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. The Suns had indeed been scouting for a backup for Nash, as the Brazilian Lightning, Barbosa, displayed severely lacking organizational skills and tactical understanding, resulting in chaotic offensive play whenever Nash was off the court. Although they had bolstered their bench depth this year, without a competent orchestrator, it would be challenging to tap into their full potential. Despite having only faced Lu Yusheng in a few encounters, Nash, as a historically significant point guard, keenly recognized the innate talent within Lu. This quality was invaluable for a point guard, and Nash believed many renowned point guards he had encountered lacked such a gift. If he could bring Lu Yusheng to the Suns as his backup, the bench would no longer be a liability. Therefore, despite D'Antoni dismissing his notion, Nash remained undeterred. He resolved to discuss the matter further with the team's general manager, Steve Kerr, upon his return. As the second half commenced, teams typically continued with their starting lineups. The Zen Master, perhaps to alleviate the grievances of Smush Parker, opted to substitute Lu Yusheng for Parker. Lu Yusheng harbored no complaints regarding this, for there remained certain aspects of the Suns' tactics that eluded his understanding. Remaining on the sidelines to observe and meticulously devise a strategy to counteract these tactics was indeed a prudent approach. The Lakers initiated their offensive. With Lu Yusheng absent from the court, the Lakers refrained from executing the triangle offense, as this strategy had been thoroughly stifled in the first half. Smush Parker, attempting to emulate Lu Yusheng, called upon Bynum to join him in executing a pick-and-roll. However, the Suns' defensive rotations afforded them no opportunities, and once again, this tactic proved futile, culminating in Bynum's awkward mid-range shot, which was not his forte. In the Lakers' second offensive possession, the pick-and-roll strategy faltered yet again. Lu Yusheng observed anxiously from the sidelines, fully aware that if the game continued at this pace, a defeat was inevitable. With just over a quarter remaining, the key to narrowing the score and securing victory lay in disrupting the Suns' rotation defense. But where exactly was the weakness in the Suns' defensive system? As the Lakers executed another pick-and-roll, Lu Yusheng scrutinized the Suns' rotation. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. He was nearly on the verge of leaping from his seat in excitement. Indeed, despite their rotation defense appearing impenetrable, there existed a hidden flaw. Chapter 59, The Lakers Rise. In the third quarter, the clash between both teams' starting lineups still saw the Suns maintaining a significant advantage. Commentator Winston remarked, "Thomas, it seems your predictions have come to fruition. This year's Lakers are indeed struggling against the formidable Suns. While it is evident they yearn for a victory at home, the disparity in overall strength is an undeniable reality." Isaiah Thomas expressed his satisfaction, stating, "This is a match whose outcome could be anticipated even before it began. After all, both teams faced each other in a grueling 7-game playoff series last season, and they are well acquainted with each other's strategies. Without powerful reinforcements, it is challenging for the Lakers to achieve any unexpected results. I completely understand the Lakers fans' desire for redemption, but the reality remains that, with the current roster showing little difference from last season and no actions taken by the management, the outcome of this game is already determined. I find myself worrying about their future prospects." "What do you mean?" Kane inquired. "I mean, given the Lakers' current paper strength this season, it is uncertain whether they can even make the playoffs in the highly competitive Western Conference. Other teams in the West have made significant improvements during the offseason. Even if they manage to sneak into the playoffs thanks to Kobe, I fear they would still face a devastating defeat against a team of the Suns' caliber." Isaiah Thomas had already concluded that the Lakers would suffer a humiliating loss, and he had begun to fret over their postseason prospects. Indeed, on the court, the Suns led by a staggering score of 72-54, nearly a 20-point advantage. The Lakers fans have long since lost their vigor, their voices now mere whispers of disappointment regarding today's game. This discontent extends beyond just this singular match. It reflects a deeper concern about the team's prospects for the season. Some fans have begun to express their dissatisfaction with boos, and a few impatient supporters have already started to exit the arena prematurely, grumbling under their breath. Despite Smush Parker's reluctance to accept the Zen Master's first-half strategy, once he took to the court, the deficit against the Suns only widened, leading him to lose all confidence. The Suns called for a timeout, substituting their starting lineup, with Nash being replaced by Barbosa. On the Lakers' side, the Zen Master also initiated a rotation, bringing in center Chris Mim, shooting guard Pinnock, and Lu Yusheng onto the court. As Nash departed, he noticed Lu Yusheng entering the game and discreetly gestured for Barbosa to come over, cautioning him to be wary of the Lakers' number 6. Barbosa nodded in acknowledgement, yet internally dismissed Nash's warning. After all, how long had the Brazilian Lightning been in the NBA? Why should he be concerned about a rookie from the opposing team? While he observed Lu Yusheng's performance from the sidelines, he only registered that Lu had scored a mere 2 points. failing to recognize the tactical battle unfolding between Lu and Nash on the court. Thus, he did not regard Lu as a threat. Conversely, Lu Yusheng firmly believed that facing the Suns' bench players was the perfect opportunity to close the gap. When Barbosa led the second unit onto the floor, Lu sat on the sidelines, attentively analyzing the situation. He clearly discerned that the Suns' bench was not formidable. This was not to say that their substitute players lacked ability, rather. The issue resided with Barbosa, whose leadership skills paled in comparison to Nash's. Barbosa had a tendency to dominate the ball and was prone to impulsive decisions. Therefore, he felt that this moment was crucial for the Lakers to catch up in the score. The game continues. The Suns are on the offensive. Lu Yusheng addressed Luke Walton, saying, "Luke, if they set a pick, you must delay them in advance." Although Walton was somewhat reluctant, he nodded in agreement. After all, they were significantly trailing in points. And there was no time to dwell on other matters. Narrowing the score was paramount. Moreover, Yusheng's strategy had proven effective in prior instances. As Barbosa brought the ball up, confronted by Yusheng's defense, he indeed called for Marcus Banks to execute the pick-and-roll tactic. Walton promptly moved to impede Barbosa, compelling him to dribble backward, and then swiftly shifted to cover Banks. Lu Yusheng faced Barbosa alone. The pick-and-roll strategy failed to materialize, prompting Barbosa to immediately lower his head and dribble the ball. Lu Yusheng observed Barbosa and realized that when he lowered his head to dribble, it indicated his intent to penetrate the defense. Consequently, he promptly lowered his center of gravity, preparing to thwart Barbosa's advance. Barbosa executed a series of swift directional changes while dribbling, his rhythm accelerating and the amplitude of his movements progressively increasing. Lu Yusheng felt the weight of pressure. After all, competing on a stage as prestigious as the NBA requires exceptional skill. Indeed, when Barbosa altered his rhythm, causing Lu Yusheng's center of gravity to shift slightly, he suddenly accelerated. In an instant, he surpassed Lu Yusheng. Such speed, truly deserving of the title Brazilian Lightning. Lu Yusheng hurriedly pursued, for Pinnock had already prepared to abandon his defensive assignment to assist against Barbosa. At that moment, should Barbosa pass the ball to the unguarded Jalen Rose, it would result in a completely open shot. However, to everyone's astonishment, Barbosa, who had just evaded Lu Yusheng, suddenly pulled back and halted right in front of him. A collective gasp filled the air. This was a blatant act of provocation. Commentator Kane exclaimed immediately, "He is toying with Lu." Indeed, Barbosa harbored such intentions. He sought to demonstrate to Nash that this rookie was utterly insignificant. In his presence, Lu felt like a mere toy. "I've maneuvered past you, yet I shall not proceed any further. Instead, I will dribble back to your front and surpass you once more." A wave of boos erupted from the crowd. Lu Yusheng continued to defend, while Barbosa executed a dazzling array of dribbling maneuvers right before him. As the shot clock neared its end, Barbosa suddenly concluded the offensive play with a mid-range jumper. After scoring, he even performed a cheeky hip-swaying dance as a taunt. The Suns bench erupted in laughter. Commentator Isaiah Thomas was nearly brought to tears from laughter, exclaiming, "Oh no. Barbosa, you ought not to be so merciless towards a rookie." Meanwhile, Nash observed from the sidelines, shaking his head in resignation. Walton, during the inbound pass, remarked to Lu, "See, you simply cannot contain him. Perhaps we should consider a double team next time?" Lu Yusheng shook his head, saying, "No, Luke, just now, I intentionally let him go. In the next round, we shall adhere to the same strategy. Please trust me." Luke Walton was momentarily taken aback as Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball forward, prompting him to hastily follow suit. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. Barbosa initiated a relentless, close-range defense, his movements exaggerated and brimming with provocation directed at Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng executed merely 2 swift changes of direction beneath his hips, effortlessly surpassing Barbosa. Let us not forget that Lu Yusheng has faced the formidable pressure of defense from players of Kobe's caliber. Engaging in such defensive maneuvers against a player like Barbosa, who is notoriously known for his defensive shortcomings, presents no significant challenge for Lu Yusheng. After bypassing Barbosa, Rose from the Suns hastily advanced to provide support, leaving Pinnock completely unmarked. Lu Yusheng observed the situation. Under normal circumstances, he would have passed the ball immediately. However, this time, Lu Yusheng opted against the pass. Instead, he executed a deceptive feint to outmaneuver Jalen Rose and took a mid-range shot for himself. It was a perfect hit. Lu Yusheng, emulating Barbosa's recent antics, performed a cheeky dance of his own. The two engaged in a spirited showdown. Kane chuckled. "Foolish," Isaiah Thomas scolded. "Barbosa acts that way because they hold a 20-point lead. What right does this rookie have to do the same?" Nevertheless, The Lakers' home crowd paid no heed to such concerns, erupting in a chorus of cheers. Just moments ago, Barbosa had taunted Lu Yusheng in that manner, and now Lu Yusheng responded in kind. They both sensed the rookie's audacity. The rivalry was palpable. Indeed, in the subsequent play, as the Suns advanced, Barbosa, after crossing half-court, didn't even spare a glance at his teammates, launching straight into a one-on-one confrontation with Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of delight within. This was precisely the effect he had desired. He stepped up to defend fiercely against his opponent. Barbosa continued to showcase an array of dribbling skills, yet Lu Yusheng remained steadfast in his defense. Despite Barbosa's intricate maneuvers, he could not surpass Lu Yusheng, ultimately resorting to a forced shot that clanged off the rim. The Lakers seized the rebound, passing the ball to Lu Yusheng, who advanced past the half-court line. Once again, Barbosa closed in with relentless defense, this time with even greater ferocity and exaggerated movements. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng effortlessly maneuvered past him. At that moment, Pinnock stood unmarked beyond the three-point line. However, the Suns players presumed that Lu Yusheng, caught up in the moment, would emulate Barbosa and take the shot himself. Thus, two defenders committed themselves wholeheartedly to Lu Yusheng. To their surprise, he executed a swift behind-the-back pass. Pinnock, open for a three-pointer, made the shot. Lu Yusheng danced with unabashed delight before Barbosa, igniting a fervor among the Lakers' home crowd. This surge of enthusiasm was not solely due to the Lakers' 5 consecutive points, but rather, it was the emergence of the rookie Lu Yusheng that transformed the previously stagnant atmosphere into one of exuberance. Little did they know, this newcomer was poised to deliver even greater surprises. Chapter 60, The Decisive Moment. As the Suns prepared for their offensive turn, Barbosa dribbled past half-court, only to be met with a cacophony of boos from the Lakers fans. Upon passing Nash, he could not help but rise to shout, "Hey, brother, keep your cool. Don't ruin the game." The overwhelming jeers rendered Barbosa unable to fully comprehend Nash's words, yet he grasped the essence of the message nonetheless. However, he was already consumed by the moment, having been outmaneuvered twice by a rookie who had the audacity to provoke him. How could he tolerate such an affront? Yet, upon noticing the scrutinizing gazes of Nash and Coach D'Antoni from the sidelines, he chose to pass the ball, recognizing that his teammates had yet to touch it in the previous 2 plays. No sooner had he made the pass than the crowd erupted with an even louder chorus of boos, clearly interpreting his action as a sign of cowardice, a retreat from confrontation. This uproar infuriated Barbosa beyond measure. The rookie defending him, Lu Yusheng, taunted, "Hey, why have you stopped dancing?" This only served to further ignite Barbosa's ire. "Shut up, rookie. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Thus, when the ball found its way back to him, Barbosa disregarded his teammates entirely and recklessly initiated his offensive onslaught. He felt urgency. In the previous 2 plays, he had failed to shake off Lu Yusheng's defense. In the first play, he had effortlessly slipped past the young player. Why had his defense suddenly strengthened? Barbosa, undeterred, thought to himself, "I am the Brazilian Lightning. I must reclaim my honor." But just as he became lost in thought, Lu Yusheng seized the moment and deftly intercepted the ball from Barbosa. The Lakers fans erupted into an even greater roar of jubilation. Fast break. As Lu Yusheng intercepted the ball, his gaze immediately sought out a teammate making a fast break. He spotted the swift Pinnock and was poised to deliver the pass. However, the anxious Barbosa abruptly yanked him down. The whistle blew. A foul. Witnessing Barbosa's desperation, the home crowd erupted with heightened fervor. Nash could no longer bear to remain seated. He stood and addressed D'Antoni. "Coach, let me in. Barbosa is no match for that young player. He is being utterly outplayed. This situation is unacceptable." D'Antoni gestured for him to sit back down, stating, "We are ahead by 20 points, and you've barely rested for 2 minutes. Substituting you now would be ludicrous." Though he spoke thus, he nonetheless called for a timeout. Once Barbosa was on the bench, D'Antoni erupted, exclaiming, "WTF? Barbosa, what on earth are you doing on the court? You're being outperformed by a rookie. Can you not muster some pride?" D'Antoni's tirade was extensive, but Barbosa only fixated on one phrase, "outperformed by a rookie." Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, the Zen master merely offered some motivational words without devising any tactical strategies for the team. Lu Yusheng wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced up at the scoreboard. 74-64, a mere 10-point gap. If this momentum continued, he could bridge the score before the Suns' starting lineup returned. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The proud D'Antoni refrained from reinstating his starting players. After all, they had only been off the court for a little over 2 minutes after leading by 20 points. Recalling them so soon would seem rather undignified. Moreover, it was essential for the second unit to seize this opportunity to gain experience during the regular season, allowing them to integrate swiftly into the team. This was the current priority. Yet, he underestimated Barbosa. Upon re-entering the game, Barbosa remained oblivious, fixated on competing with Lu Yusheng, entirely neglecting his responsibilities as a point guard to orchestrate and uplift his teammates. Although Lu Yusheng's individual defensive capabilities are not particularly strong at present, this is a relative assessment. If one is aware that the opposing point guard is inclined to engage in isolation plays rather than distribute the ball, the task becomes significantly simpler. While Barbosa possesses formidable driving skills, this is not a one-on-one contest, even if he manages to bypass Lu Yusheng. The other Lakers players are always poised to provide support, and since he refrains from passing, he can only attempt a challenging shot. The Suns' offense has come to a complete standstill. In stark contrast, Lu Yusheng seizes this opportunity to continuously leverage his passing and court vision to create opportunities for his teammates, resulting in a flourishing offense for the Lakers. The score steadily narrows. The fervor of the Lakers' home crowd surges with each passing moment. The players of the Lakers grow increasingly exhilarated, while the other members of the Suns, deprived of the ball for an extended period, find themselves running back and forth. And as the score continues to tighten, they become increasingly disheartened, leading to a more passive defense. During the Lakers' offensive possessions, Lu Yusheng emulates Nash, actively dribbling to seek out his teammates for screens. As it becomes apparent that the Lakers are poised to score once more, Barbosa, in a fit of urgency, swiftly navigates around the screen and lunges toward Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng suddenly noticed and came to an abrupt halt. Barbosa, in his haste, was unable to stop himself and collided directly with Lu Yusheng. The whistle blew. Foul. Lu Yusheng approached the free throw line, poised to take his shot. Suddenly, he felt a jolt run through him, for he heard the sparse yet resounding chants of MVP emanating from the stands of the Lakers' home crowd. Lu Yusheng was suddenly captivated. Despite the sparse sounds, he felt an immense tremor. It is crucial to note that at the Staples Center, this title exclusively belongs to that man. Commentator Kane exclaimed joyfully. Thomas, I believe you should reconsider your opinion of the Lakers' new rookie number 6. Observe how he has revitalized the Lakers' offense on the court during this period. It is the key reason they are able to close the gap in the score. No, Kane. I contend that the Lakers' ability to recover the score hinges primarily on that fool Barbosa, who has not taken the game seriously at all. Isaiah Thomas, witnessing the Lakers narrowing the score, began to feel anxious. Winsakine chuckled. Thomas, if my memory serves me right, during his contest with Lu Yusheng, you seemed to assert that Lu was the fool, didn't you? Thomas couldn't help but smile awkwardly, admitting, to be honest, Lu has indeed been performing slightly better than Barbosa during this stretch. Merely slightly better? Winsakine laughed. I must assert that Lu's demonstrated control over the game is in a league of its own, far beyond Barbosa's capabilities. Thomas, I must say, I have developed a profound admiration for this rookie of the Lakers. Lu Yusheng successfully converted both free throws. As the third quarter drew to a close, the score stood at 79-80. D'Antoni could no longer remain seated and promptly summoned his starting lineup. Once Nash and the other key players of the Suns entered the game, the Lakers also replaced their lineup with their primary players. However, the Zen Master chose to keep Lu Yusheng on the court. Witnessing Nash take the floor, Lu Yusheng felt an overwhelming excitement, for he understood that the ensuing moments would be pivotal in determining the outcome of this contest. Lu Yusheng has already identified the vulnerabilities in the Suns' rotational defense and has conceived strategies to disrupt their lineup's defensive scheme. However, whether these plans will succeed remains uncertain. The whistle blows and the game resumes. The Suns are on the offensive. Lu Yusheng dashed towards Nash, a wave of exhilaration surging within him once more. Chapter 61. The Key to Victory. In this battle of attrition, the Suns continued to execute their pick-and-roll strategy. Nash signaled for Marion to come up for the screen. This time, Lu Yusheng did not glance towards Walton, who had already moved to disrupt Nash's rhythm. At this moment, Walton cast aside any notions of veteran dignity. After being overturned by the Suns last year, he had endured an entire offseason of regret and frustration. He was fervently determined to win this match. Moments ago, Lu Yusheng had single-handedly leveled the score, a powerful testament to his leadership. After the disruption, Lu Yusheng found himself alone once more against Nash. Nash dribbled while assessing his teammates' movements. Under Lu Yusheng's command, the Lakers executed seamless defensive rotations, denying the Suns any opportunities for open shots. Consequently, Nash took the initiative to dribble, seeking out his teammates, while Stoudemire stepped forward to set a screen for him. Lu Yusheng shouted to Bryant, urging him to switch defenses. Without hesitation, Bryant immediately took on the challenge of guarding Nash. Consequently, Lu Yusheng found himself matched up against Stoudemire. Upon noticing the height disparity with Lu Yusheng, Stoudemire wasted no time and began to dribble assertively towards the basket. Despite Lu Yusheng's earnest efforts to stand his ground, he was ultimately outmatched in strength. As Stoudemire propelled him inward with ease, Lu Yusheng exerted all his strength to push. The whistle blew. Foul. Stoudemire stepped up to the free throw line. This is the advantage of the Suns. After switching defenses, they possess numerous players capable of initiating an offense. Indeed, it poses a conundrum. Stoudemire made the free throw. The whistle sounded again. It was the Zen master who called for a timeout. Lu Yu was somewhat taken aback, for throughout the entire match, the Zen master had rarely called for a timeout. Yet, after just one round of play, he had abruptly requested a pause. Upon returning to the sidelines, the Zen master addressed Walton, saying, "Luke, in the next round, Nash should actively seek out his teammates for screens, creating a mismatch against Lu. Your task is to feign support defense and continually disrupt him. Do you understand?" Walton nodded, but inquired, "What if he doesn't pass the ball?" The Zen master replied, "Then double-team him without hesitation. His passing ability is not particularly strong." Lu Yusheng suddenly realized. Marvelous. Walton released Marion to assist in defense. As Stoudemire's passing ability is rather limited, he seldom passes the ball. Thus, Walton could directly double-team him alongside Lu Yusheng. If he were to pass, it could only be to the open Marion, whose shooting, known for its peculiar form, is notoriously unreliable. Should he opt for a drive? The Lakers' other players could swiftly provide support in defense. Lu Yusheng quietly admired the old man. His prowess in securing 11 championships was indeed commendable. His acute perception on the court was nothing short of remarkable. With remarkable ease, he neutralized the Suns' counterattack. After devising the strategy, the game resumed. Stoudemire's second free throw failed, allowing the Lakers to seize the rebound, which was then entrusted to Lu Yusheng for advancing the ball. Nash approached to defend. This time, Lu Yusheng called for a pick and roll, but unlike before, he did not signal Bynum. Instead, he summoned Walton to join him. Following the screen, without waiting for the Suns to rotate, Lu Yusheng swiftly delivered a bounce pass to Walton. Walton found himself matched against Nash. Although Walton's physique did not present a significant advantage at the three position, he nonetheless held a considerable edge when facing the shorter Nash. This was the vulnerability Lu Yusheng had identified in the Suns' defensive rotation. The weakness lay in Nash. While the other players in the Suns' starting lineup possessed formidable defensive skills, enabling them to rotate seamlessly, Nash was the exception. He represented the most fragile link in their defense. Thus, any player Nash switched on to became the Lakers' focal point of attack. However, this was merely theoretical. Executing it was far more complex. Heavyweights like Bynum and Mim struggled to initiate an offense against Nash once they departed from the paint. This was why, in this offensive sequence, Lu Yusheng opted not to call for Bynum's screen but instead chose Walton. By bringing Walton up for the pick, his expansive attacking range allowed him to confront Nash from any position. Indeed, faced with Nash's defense, Walton commenced a back-to-the-basket play against him. Nash's strength was insufficient to withstand Walton, who pushed him back to the free throw line. Observing this, the Suns had no choice. Marion had to abandon Lu Yusheng to provide assistance. Walton promptly passed the ball to Lu Yusheng, who was open beyond the three-point line. Lu Yusheng, with unwavering determination, launched a three-pointer. Success. The score was reversed. This marked the first instance in the game where the Lakers took the lead, igniting a fervent uproar among the Lakers fans. On the sidelines, the Zen master displayed a look of satisfaction. "See, Xiao? The triangle offense is back in action." Bryant Xiao nodded in agreement. The strategy, which had been stifled by the Suns, was suddenly revitalized. The Zen master expressed a hint of regret. "Had we possessed a player like Lu last season at the point guard position, our struggles would not have been so arduous." "Indeed, Phil. This young man's performance has far surpassed my expectations. It has been a mere short while, yet he has matured significantly compared to his summer league appearances. It is hard to fathom that this is merely his first official game. Phil, do you think we can entrust him with significant responsibilities this season?" "It's premature to say such things. The season is still long. Let us take it game by game." The Zen master clearly had further ambitions in mind. On the court, the Suns were on the offensive. After being suppressed throughout the game, they found themselves suddenly trailing the Lakers, and the crowd at Staples Center surged with waves of enthusiasm, placing considerable pressure on the Suns players. They had initially approached the game with a casual demeanor, but now they were compelled to reevaluate their stance. For Nash, the pressure was even greater. He understood all too well why the score had been caught up and surpassed. Underestimating the opponent was only a minor factor. The primary reason was that their strategy had been dismantled. Both offensively and defensively, their tactics were in disarray. Based on the performance in the second half, this rookie had far exceeded his expectations. He was uncertain whether Lu Yusheng's tactical prowess stemmed from the Zen Master's guidance or from the young man's own instincts. If it were indeed his own instincts, it would be astonishing, for Nash himself had only possessed a rudimentary grasp of tactics during his rookie year. Marion stepped up to set a screen for Nash, while Walton continued to delay, with Lu Yusheng defending Nash. Commentator Kane remarked, "Thomas, have you noticed how the dynamics seem to have shifted in the second half? The Lakers' tactics have come alive, while the Suns' strategies appear to have faltered. They haven't scored directly from their screen and roll plays in several rounds. Continuously employing a single strategy can certainly lead to it being countered. This is quite common. The Lakers are currently flowing smoothly in their offense, making it difficult for the Suns to execute their defensive counterattacks. Moreover, their set plays are rather limited, making it truly challenging," Isaiah Thomas observed. Kane remained silent, yet internally reflected, "It seems as though you just mentioned that the Lakers have no answer to the sunscreen and roll tactics." Stoudemire advanced to set a screen for Nash, leading to Stoudemire isolating against Lu Yusheng. This time, Walton executed the tactical arrangement devised by Zen Master, allowing Marion to feign help defense while persistently harassing Stoudemire. However, Stoudemire was no pushover. He dismissed the ruse of the feigned defense and boldly advanced, driving towards the basket against Lu Yusheng. Observing this, Walton wasted no time and rushed in to double-team him. Stoudemire was compelled to halt his dribble, seeking to pass, but Lu Yusheng and Walton swiftly closed in for the double-team. In the ensuing commotion, Walton deftly stripped the ball away. The Lakers launched a fast break. The atmosphere among the home crowd surged to a crescendo, with all Lakers fans rising to their feet in exuberance. Chapter 62. The awakening comes too late. The Lakers' fast break. Lu Yusheng executed an exceptionally discreet pass, swiftly locating the fast-breaking Vujacic. In that moment, Vujacic was filled with exhilaration, intending to culminate the offensive with a thunderous dunk amidst the roaring cheers of the home crowd. However, to his surprise, Ragabell, in a fit of urgency, denied him that opportunity, forcefully shoving him from the side, propelling Vujacic into the spectator area. A nearby photographer's equipment was unfortunately caught in the chaos. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Commentator Winsicane immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, Ragabell's action is not commendable. It contravenes the ethics of sport." Clearly, the players of the Suns were still grappling with the abrupt reality of their lead being snatched away. Vujacic, hailing from Slovenia, was no pushover and could hardly tolerate such a foul play. He quickly scrambled up from the lap of a cameraman, turning back to retaliate against Ragabell with fervor. Yet, he was taken aback when a golden figure suddenly charged towards him, forcefully shoving Ragabell aside. Ragabell stumbled, crashing to the ground, leaving even Vujacic momentarily stunned. Lu Yusheng? Perhaps La Jabel never anticipated that this rookie from the Lakers would be the first to stand up for his teammate. Enraged, he pointed at Lu Yusheng and exclaimed, "You dare to lay a finger on me? Come here. I swear, I will make you regret ever crossing me." Lu Yusheng showed no sign of fear, sneering, "I'm right here. Feel free to give it a try. Let me tell you, scoundrel. This time it's merely a warning. Next time, don't blame me for being impolite." The referee and other members of the Suns quickly intervened to separate the two. Yet their verbal altercation persisted unabated. In light of this confrontation, the jeers from the Lakers' home crowd reached a crescendo. Before the game commenced, all Lakers supporters had characterized this match as a quest for revenge. However, they could scarcely have anticipated that the second half would unfold with a level of excitement and complexity far beyond their expectations. After reviewing the replay, the officiating crew swiftly convened and rendered their judgment. Ragabell's foul on Vujacic was deemed a C4 unsportsmanlike foul, granting the Lakers 2 free throws and 1 additional shot. Conversely, rookie Lu Yusheng's actions against Ragabell also resulted in a technical foul, awarding the Suns 2 free throws. While the ruling was sound, the home crowd continued to jeer relentlessly, particularly targeting the increasingly agitated Ragabell. Commentator Winsicane expressed a hint of exasperation, stating, "To be honest, the first half of this game was rather dull, but I never anticipated that the second half would be so vibrant, encompassing a myriad of elements." Analyst Isaiah Thomas remarked, "This rookie for the Lakers is far too impulsive. This was a trivial matter, and he had no need to escalate it. Winston chuckled, "Oh, Thomas. It's quite astonishing to hear the leader of your notorious bad boys express such calmness." Isaiah Thomas replied, "Kane, our era was vastly different. The competitive environment was harsh, demanding our unity. When a teammate was under attack, we all had to stand up. However, the current atmosphere has changed." He truly did not need to react in that manner. "Not at all, Thomas," countered Winston. "I hold a different perspective. I believe Lu's actions were entirely justified. To stand up for a teammate in his debut game reflects strength and fosters trust among his peers. As a professional athlete, you surely understand the significance of this in the locker room." "Oh no, Kane, that's a different matter altogether," Isaiah Thomas responded. "You must recognize that the Lakers are in a favorable position. He shouldn't have acted so impulsively, as it could jeopardize his teammates' efforts throughout the night. I suspect he was aware of this, which is why he merely pushed Raguabel instead of resorting to punches or more extreme measures." Initially, Winston seemed to align with Isaiah Thomas's viewpoint, given his stature, yet he later discerned that the former legendary player harbored a clear bias against Lu Yusheng, exhibiting a narrow mindset. Consequently, he ceased to echo his sentiments. Back to the game. Following the conflict, the momentum on the court shifted entirely in favor of the Lakers. Lu Yusheng meticulously orchestrated the Lakers' offense, and the fluidity of their attacks invigorated their defensive tenacity. As the third quarter came to a close, the Lakers held a lead of 96-88. During the timeout, head coach D'Antoni erupted in anger, expressing his profound dissatisfaction with the Phoenix Suns players' performance, even resorting to harsh language to reprimand each one of them. However, this did little to resolve the underlying issues, as the Suns players' mentality displayed evident imbalance. Consequently, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers continued to maintain their advantage on the court. Seizing the moment during the timeout, Nash gathered his teammates. "Hey, brothers. We cannot be swayed by their momentum. We must remain composed and focus on the game. Even though they have caught up in the score, our strength still surpasses theirs. If we play diligently and establish our rhythm, they will not stand a chance. Do you understand? With limited time remaining to close the gap, we must execute our favored fast break offense. But the key to achieving that lies in our proactive defense. Do you understand, brothers? Let us go." Upon returning to the game, the Suns indeed exhibited a renewed spirit. They gradually regained their composure and began to play aggressively on defense, effectively launching their trademark fast break offense. The overall prowess of the Suns players was inherently superior to that of the Lakers, as many of them possessed exceptional talent far beyond the Lakers' capabilities. However, in the latter half of this match, their earlier significant lead had been eroded, leading to a slight imbalance in their mindset. Yet, when they reawakened, their strength remained that of a formidable contender in the league. The score began to narrow. The predicament, however, was that their awakening came a tad too late. Furthermore, during a rebounding tussle, Stoudemire suddenly twisted his ankle, leaving them without a reliable rebounding presence. The young Bynum immediately wreaked havoc in the Suns' interior, allowing the Lakers to firmly seize control of the rebounding advantage. Without that edge, the Suns' ability to fast break was fundamentally compromised. With just 16 seconds remaining in the game, Lu Yusheng made a decisive drive, drawing a foul from Marion of the Suns. Lu Yusheng stood at the free throw line, confidently sinking both shots. The score rose to 116-108. With an 8-point lead, the Suns made no further attempts to contest, and after the inbound, Nash chose to forego the offensive play. As the final whistle blew, the home crowd at the Staples Center erupted into resounding cheers. Lu Yusheng, having exerted himself throughout the second half, found his stamina utterly depleted and was on the verge of exhaustion. Yet, when he first experienced the tsunami-like cheers of the home crowd celebrating their victory, a sense of solace washed over him, making the fatigue seem less burdensome. His teammates exchanged high-fives and embraces, while Luke Walton beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Hey, rookie, you performed admirably. You led us in a splendid act of retribution." Although Vujasic said nothing during their embrace, he no longer referred to Lu Yusheng as a rookie, but rather as a brother, which spoke volumes. Among the teammates, the only one visibly displeased was Sima Shapaik, who did not join in the celebrations and chose to leave the venue prematurely. Lu Yusheng was wiping away his sweat when he suddenly noticed Nash approaching him. He quickly discarded his towel and went to greet him. "Brother, congratulations. You performed remarkably well, and I can hardly believe this is your first match." Despite the loss in the inaugural regular season game, Nash took the initiative to congratulate Lu Yusheng, showering him with praise for his performance. In his previous life, Nash had been one of Lu Yusheng's most cherished basketball stars. Witnessing his idol, even after a defeat, set aside his disappointment to commend a junior was a true testament to the spirit of sportsmanship, which filled Lu Yusheng with profound admiration. Furthermore, receiving such affirmation from Nash stirred an immense excitement within him. Lu Yusheng humbly remarked, "Steve, you are too kind. You are the finest point guard of this era, and I have always sought to learn from you. In particular, during this match, I gleaned an abundance of knowledge from your play, and I ardently desire your guidance." Nash chuckled, "You possess a humility akin to Yao Ming. This trait among your people is truly a commendable quality. Congratulations, my brother. Given your performance today, I believe you require no further instruction from me. However, if you could refine your shooting skills, that would be the icing on the cake. I wager it won't be long before you ascend to the ranks of the league's elite point guards. Keep pushing forward." After embracing Lu Yusheng once more, Nash turned and departed. Lu Yusheng gazed at the silhouette of Steve Nash, a tumult of uncontainable excitement surging within him. Truly, Steve Nash exemplified humility. He had just remarked on Lu Yusheng and Yao Ming's modesty, yet he himself embodied the essence of a true gentleman. Even in his criticism of Lu Yusheng's shortcomings, Nash exhibited a level of subtlety that was admirable. Currently, shooting remains a significant weakness for Lu Yusheng. While his shooting performance during the Summer League was commendable, upon entering the rigors of an official NBA game today, facing superior defensive intensity and greater physical demands, he discovered that his shooting was marked by instability. Although he had yet to review the statistical data, he was acutely aware that he had squandered several open shots during this match. Lu Yusheng understood that for Nash, such open opportunities would undoubtedly be converted into points. The gap between him and Nash, a premier point guard, was indeed considerable. He pondered whether the system would provide him with additional shooting signature skills. However, he recognized that, irrespective of the system's assistance, diligent practice could lead to steady improvement. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, following the Lakers' victory, announcer Winsakane appeared exuberant. "Thomas, can you guess what Nash just said to that rookie from the Lakers?" Isaiah Thomas replied, "I suspect he offered some encouraging words. It is a tradition among NBA point guards to extend encouragement to promising newcomers. This reflects the cultural legacy of the NBA and embodies the spirit of sportsmanship. I take pride in Nash." At that moment, Winsakane felt a profound disdain for Isaiah Thomas. Despite the opportunity to discuss Lu Yusheng's performance, Thomas chose to divert the conversation to Nash's sportsmanship, which seemed rather shameless. What did he mean by the cultural legacy of NBA point guards? Was he truly worthy of invoking the term sportsmanship? Everyone was aware of his past transgressions. In his prime, Michael Jordan faced defeat in the playoffs for 2 consecutive years at the hands of the Bad Boys Pistons, led by Isaiah Thomas, returning home in disappointment. Yet, undeterred, Jordan devoted the off-seasons following those defeats to relentless training, ultimately leading the Bulls to triumph over Thomas's Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals of 1991. What astonished the media and fans alike was that Isaiah Thomas, instead of congratulating the Bulls and Jordan, let his teammates off the court prematurely. In stark contrast, during the 2 years the Bulls were vanquished by the Pistons, despite his fierce competitive spirit, Jordan accepted defeat graciously and extended his congratulations to Isaiah Thomas and the entire Pistons team. Reflecting on this, Winsakane deliberately remarked, "Thomas, you just stated that the tradition among NBA point guards is to encourage potential rookies. So, does that imply you acknowledge the Lakers' 6th-round rookie possesses potential?" Isaiah Thomas recognized that he had fallen into the trap set by Winsakane. However, at this juncture, he had to acknowledge the performance of Lu Yusheng. After all, the audience in front of their screens are not fools, and to continue twisting the narrative due to personal biases was becoming rather irksome. Of course, Winsakane. Up until this moment when the match concluded, I must concede that the Lakers' rookie number 6 indeed played admirably. The Lakers' ability to catch up and ultimately win this game owes much to him. Initially, I may have underestimated him, yet his performance compelled me to silence my previous judgments. After saying this, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, and Winsakane joined in his laughter. It is indeed no small feat to get the proud Thomas to utter such words. "Thomas, as a veteran, could you offer Lu some advice, or what heights do you believe he might achieve?" Isaiah Thomas, somewhat vexed by Winsakane's probing, reflected on how he had previously underestimated this Lakers rookie. Yet, Lu Yusheng's repeated displays had slapped him in the face, rendering his position increasingly awkward. And now Winsakane relentlessly forced him to confront this reality. "Winsakane, I must say, this is merely his first game. Although he performed commendably, it is just the beginning and does not signify much. I certainly hope he has a splendid career ahead, but the road is indeed long. Let us hope he perseveres." With that, he hastily bid farewell to the audience, and as soon as the live broadcast concluded, he left silently, his sleeves brushing against one another in a flurry. Lu Yusheng was on the verge of departing with his teammates when, unexpectedly, a throng of 5 or 6 media outlets encircled him, all eager to conduct interviews. Such attention is reserved for phenomenon-level stars within the league. Indeed, Lu Yusheng's performance in the match warranted such a claim, since being drafted by the Lakers. He has been a focal point for the media. Among the gathered outlets, his gaze immediately fell upon the familiar logo from Huaxia. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the interview from the media representing his homeland. The female host, named Mingxia, was strikingly beautiful, possessing a graceful figure and exuding the unique charm characteristic of Huaxia women, polite and dignified. Mingxia began by congratulating Lu Yusheng, commending him on his triumphant debut in the NBA and his remarkable performance. She then proceeded to pose several professional questions regarding the game, to which Lu Yusheng responded thoughtfully. Subsequently, Mingxia inquired, as a Chinese-American star showcasing such brilliance on the NBA stage, all Huaxia fans are immensely proud of you. We understand that you moved to the United States at a young age. Could you share your sentiments towards your homeland? Additionally, do you have any words for your fans in Huaxia? Lu Yusheng contemplated briefly before responding. Indeed, it is true that at a tender age, I accompanied my mother here due to certain familial circumstances. Yet, my affection and fascination for all things Huaxia have remained steadfast. It will always be my homeland. I fervently wish for Huaxia to flourish and for its people to find increasing happiness. I can scarcely believe that I have garnered fans, given that I am merely a newcomer. However, I am profoundly grateful for any supporters who appreciate my efforts, and I urge them to trust their judgment and continue to stand by me. I assure them that I shall not disappoint. Mingxia regarded Lu Yusheng with newfound admiration. This young talent indeed exuded an appealing charm. His handsome visage, coupled with a humble demeanor that was not devoid of confidence, made it difficult not to be fond of him. As the interview drew to a close, Mingxia softly inquired of Lu Yusheng, "May I have a means of contact?" In response to Mingxia's final question, Lu Yusheng certainly did not decline. This was not due to him being the type of man who would unconditionally welcome all. Lu Yusheng merely wished to spare Mingxia from embarrassment, for after all, the latter might simply be considering the convenience of future endeavors. Upon returning to the locker room, many teammates had already finished their showers and were engaged in cheerful conversation. It was evident that their victory over the Suns had lifted a weight off their shoulders, filling the atmosphere with joy. As Lu Yusheng entered, Walton chuckled, "Hey, everyone. Look who's back. Our Lakers star of tomorrow has arrived. I haven't witnessed a rookie being so fervently pursued by the media after their debut. It's quite extraordinary. Lu, tell me, did you hire those journalists yourself?" This elicited hearty laughter from the group. Lu Yusheng couldn't help but chuckle. With Kobe absent, you've stolen his spotlight. He would undoubtedly be displeased, so tread carefully. Bujasic laughed, remarking on the well-known competitiveness of the individual in question. He certainly does not wish to be outdone by anyone in this regard. Are you suggesting that he would spend more than I would, hiring more media? Lu Yusheng inquired with a smile. His teammates burst into laughter, unexpectedly discovering that this usually reticent fellow possessed a touch of humor. After the laughter subsided, Bujasic said, "Hurry and take a shower. We are all waiting for you." "Waiting for me? Why? We are all quite pleased to have triumphed over the wretched Suns. It has been a satisfying release. You may not be aware, but after they overturned us last season, even our underwear was ridiculed by the Los Angeles media. Having won against them today, a celebration is in order, and we plan to enjoy a few drinks. You should join us and experience the nightlife of Los Angeles." "I think I'll pass. I don't have any money." "Come on, you are a first-round rookie. Surely you have enough for a night out?" Lu Yusheng shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, acknowledging that he did have funds, but had allocated them to hire the media today. His teammates erupted into laughter once more. Wujijixi chimed in, "No worries, my friend. I shall treat you. Given your boldness in confronting that scoundrel Lagable today, it is the least I can do. You must grant me this favor." Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, Lu Yusheng reluctantly acquiesced. Lu Yusheng dialed Avril's number, intending to inform her that he would be out with his teammates and would return home later than usual. He was eager to share his joy with Avril, as it was his inaugural NBA game, which he had won through great effort. However, to his dismay, Avril's phone remained unanswered until he finished his shower and prepared to leave with his teammates, at which point she finally returned his call. The background noise was quite loud. Avril informed Lu Yusheng that she was auditioning for a role in a film, and the director seemed to show considerable interest in her. Yet, she still had to go through another round of selections, and at that moment, she was waiting alongside a dozen other actresses. She mentioned that she might return quite late and reassured Lu Yusheng not to wait for her dinner. She did not inquire about his game, seemingly having forgotten about it, which left Lu Yusheng feeling somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, he wished her well in hopes of being selected. In a nightclub in Los Angeles, women with exaggerated physiques were dancing energetically on stage. The music pulsed vibrantly, while a black singer passionately performed. In a booth, Luke Walton, Vujasic, and Radmanovic were indulging in drinks and playful banter with the alluring women. Lu Yusheng sat alone, sipping his drink, somewhat out of place in the surrounding environment. Vujasic noticed this and approached, taking a seat beside Lu Yusheng, saying, "Hey, brother, why not call a girl to keep you company?" Lu Yusheng remarked, "I have a girlfriend now." "Come on, brother, you need to acclimate to the nightlife of Los Angeles." Walton chimed in, "A girlfriend is merely temporary. A man's nightlife is eternal." "Indeed, especially for you," Vujasic added, "you must adjust to this lifestyle sooner." "Why must I adapt earlier?" he inquired. "Because, my friend, you are destined to become a star, and countless female fans and alluring women will come knocking at your door. Don't joke around. You too? I am but a rookie." Lu Yusheng chuckled. "Oh, shit," Luke Walton replied. "Lu, please refrain from reminding us that you are still a rookie. It bruises our egos. I truly do not wish to acknowledge that we, seasoned players, are being bossed around by a novice." "Exactly," Vujasic concurred. "We also do not want to admit that this rookie led us to victory against that wretched Suns team." Laughter erupted among them. Naturally, Lu Yusheng felt elated to receive their affirmation. "Believe me, Lu, as long as you maintain today's performance, I suspect it won't be long before, during our away games. Enthusiastic and attractive ladies will be knocking at your door," Walton said. "Do you often receive such knocks?" Lu Yusheng inquired. "Occasionally, only stars enjoy such frequent visits," Walton responded. "And what about that guy?" Lu Yusheng asked. "Which one?" "Kobe." Vujasic shook his head. "No, Lu, he is unlike us. He is a superstar in the league. Afforded special protection, no one can knock on his door, especially after that incident in 03. "Oh," Lu Yusheng nodded. The group reveled in the nightclub for a while. Walton and Vujasic indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, intending to take a few women with them. Thus, Lu Yusheng bid them farewell, cautioning them not to overindulge and jeopardize tomorrow's training. Upon returning, Lu Yusheng discovered the rental apartment to be desolate and devoid of any presence. Avril had yet to return. Lu Yusheng opened his computer and began to watch the game footage of the Golden State Warriors. The day after tomorrow, they would be flying to California to face their next opponent, the Golden State Warriors. Although the Warriors are not considered a dominant team in the West, the Lakers are still missing their key players, Kobe and Kwame Brown, making the team's strengths relatively comparable. Moreover, as the Zen Master has pointed out, the Lakers' performance in the regular season this year is critical to their next broadcasting contract. Thus, winning this game is imperative. For Lu Yusheng, the opposing point guard presents a significant challenge. While the Warriors may lack depth in other positions, they possess considerable talent at the point guard spot. The formidable Baron Davis, a quintessential American-style point guard, boasts a robust physique, remarkable strength, and astonishing speed, making his game exceptionally spirited. Additionally, last year's 40th overall pick, the diminutive Monta Ellis, delivered an outstanding performance last season that belied his draft position, attracting interest from various teams across the league. He, too, is a guard endowed with exceptional skills and lightning speed. If players like Nash epitomize intelligence on the court, then Davis and Ellis represent the archetype of raw talent. Facing such physically gifted guards indeed poses a considerable challenge for Lu Yusheng. Chapter 65. Different voices. Avril cautiously opened the door and entered. Discovering that Lu Yusheng had fallen asleep beside his computer, which was still playing the game footage of the Golden State Warriors, she intended to lay him down and cover him with a blanket to ensure he slept more comfortably. However, upon touching him, Lu Yusheng awakened. "Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart." Avril apologized. "I just wanted to help you sleep better. Otherwise, it might affect your training tomorrow. I didn't mean to wake you. It's all right." Lu Yusheng replied with a smile. "Did you finish your audition? How did it go?" Avril beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Celebrate with me, darling. I triumphed over them. Out of a dozen contestants, I was the one chosen." She then embraced Lu Yusheng passionately. "Congratulations, my dear. You have no idea how perfect my performance was today," Avril excitedly recounted. "Lu, I didn't even realize I had such potential in acting." The crew was astonished. Asking if I had prior experience in theater, as I didn't come across as a novice at all. I always knew you would succeed. Indeed. Lu Yusheng held this belief. Upon first encountering Avril, he was struck by the notion that her beauty was destined for the silver screen. Darling, look. I have signed the contract with them. The filming location is in Hawaii and will span 25 days. Of course, I will also partake in the film's promotional activities. And I shall receive a remuneration of $50,000. $50,000? Goodness. I have never laid eyes on such a sum before. Avril exclaimed joyfully, presenting the contract to Lu Yusheng. Although $50,000 might not be substantial for Hollywood actors, for Avril, a recent university graduate, it represented a fortune. Especially considering that just a few months prior, she had been working part-time as a cleaner in a hotel. My filming begins the day after tomorrow. I must board a flight to Hawaii tomorrow. It's such a pity you cannot accompany me, as you have a competition to attend, she lamented. Suddenly, she recalled. Oh dear, I've been so busy today that I nearly forgot. Did you win or lose against the Suns today? We won. Wow, that is wonderful, Avril exclaimed, embracing Lu Yusheng once more. I never expected both of us to achieve such splendid results today. In your culture, what do you call it? Ah, yes, a double happiness. Am I right? Lu nodded. If it weren't so late, he would truly wish to celebrate with a few drinks. Avril remarked, life is indeed wondrous. Just a couple of days ago, I was fretting over the lack of suitable employment, and now I find myself with a fortune of $50,000. The executive director assured that this film is bound to be a tremendous success, and with my appearance, countless opportunities will surely follow. Lu Yusheng outwardly congratulated him, yet internally felt a tangle of emotions. In the future, he would be traveling far and wide to compete, while Avril would likely be off filming in various locations. This reality of frequent separations left him uncertain whether their bond could remain as strong as it was now. After retiring for the night, Lu Yusheng tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Out of boredom, he opened his phone and perused the news. To his astonishment, he discovered that the online discourse surrounding him had dramatically escalated following the match. The most fervent reactions came from the Lakers fan base. Their comments were predominantly filled with excitement over Lu Yusheng's performance against the Suns. I could scarcely believe that this young man of Chinese descent held his own against Nash. It was truly astonishing. I must admit, when the Lakers management selected him with a first-round pick, I, along with many others, had vehemently criticized their decision as foolish. Yet now, I found myself soundly slapped in the face by reality. Indeed, I relished such a wake-up call and hoped he would once again deliver a resounding slap to my face in the upcoming match against the Warriors. Upon reading this comment from a netizen, Lu Yusheng couldn't help but chuckle. I too did not anticipate that this young man of Chinese descent would emerge as the solution for the Lakers' point guard position. It seems that the management of the Lakers possesses a greater understanding of the game than we do. They must have recognized this young man's potential long ago. It is not merely the management that comprehends the game, but rather Kobe Bryant's insight that shines through. Have you forgotten the rumors that circulated previously? This matter was orchestrated under Kobe's direct influence. Lu Yusheng also noted a piece of news after a game involving the Rockets. A reporter interviewed Yao Ming and asked for his thoughts on Lu Yusheng. Yao's response was that he had been closely following Lu since he was drafted, as there are not many yellow-skinned players in the league. However, due to recent training sessions focused on integrating new tactics, he had not yet had the opportunity to watch Lu's debut game. Nevertheless, given the considerable buzz surrounding it, it must have been quite impressive. At the very least, it was certainly better than his own debut, where he found himself as mere background footage in the top 10 plays for an entire month. Lu Yusheng smiled, seemingly amused that Dayo still held a grudge about being outmaneuvered by Marbury during his NBA debut. Lu Yusheng discovered that the media, ever eager to celebrate his debut performance, had interviewed numerous NBA stars and legends. Upon seeing his idol from a past life, Allen Iverson, among those interviewed, he eagerly opened the news article. Iverson remarked, I watched that game, and his performance truly surprised me. The kid possesses an excellent sense of rhythm and displays imaginative passing. When he drives past defenders, one can faintly see the shadow of Tim Hardaway. I believe he will deliver even more impressive performances in the future. An expert indeed. Iverson immediately recognized that Lu Yusheng's dribbling style mirrored Hardaway's signature moves. There was no denying it. With such encouragement and praise from his idol, Lu Yusheng's spirits soared. Naturally, most players responded with politeness and friendliness. However, two responses stood out as rather harsh. One came from the former Phoenix Suns legend, Charles Barkley. Barkley opined that Lu Yusheng's performance was solely a result of Barbosa's foolishness, stating, Barbosa's foolish play handed the team's first victory over to the Lakers. Lu Yusheng's performance was quite average. He merely faced the most inept point guard in the league today. He even asserted that Lu Yusheng would not replicate such a performance for the rest of the season, or even throughout his career. Whether for the sake of entertainment or due to a genuine disdain for players of Asian descent, having previously underestimated Yao Ming and likened him to a donkey, Barkley remained unyielding in his views towards Lu Yusheng. The other came from current star player Deron Williams, the Jazz's leading point guard. Drafted 3rd overall by the Jazz in 2005. He had quickly ascended to the ranks of the league's elite point guards under Coach Sloan's guidance. When asked for his opinion on Lu Yusheng, Williams replied, "I'm sorry, but I have no idea who this person is. Are the standards for point guards in the league really that low now? Can anyone play point guard?" The reporter, sensing his rudeness, interjected, "Deron, he actually defeated the Suns led by Steve Nash directly." Williams remained unfazed, retorting, "I'm sorry, but I genuinely believe Nash's abilities are somewhat overstated by the media. That MVP should have gone to Kobe. You might think my words are exaggerated, but the truth is, most players in the league feel the same way. Believe me, if I were to face that rookie, I would show him what a true NBA-level point guard is." Ironically, Deron Williams had been one of Lu Yusheng's favorite players in his past life. However, it was astonishing to witness his arrogance, particularly in dismissing Nash. It was no wonder he ultimately drove away the very coach who had nurtured his talent. Lu Yusheng checked the schedule for the game between the Lakers and the Jazz, which is set to take place on November 25th, swiftly approaching. Lu Yusheng silently clenched his teeth. "DeLong, we shall meet on the court." Chapter 66. The furious Baron Davis. After the regular practice game the following day, the Zen Master commenced a meticulous analysis of the Golden State Warriors' overall roster and playing style. He first emphasized that, although this year's Golden State Warriors had yet to officially compete, their style was entirely predictable. Their head coach, Don Nelson, was one of the earliest in NBA history to integrate the run-and-gun strategy into his team, even preceding Mike D'Antoni of the Suns. In fact, many of the intricacies of D'Antoni's run-and-gun tactics were derived from Nelson's philosophy. Yet, why was it that D'Antoni managed to harness this strategy to lead the Suns to the pinnacle of the Western Conference, while Don Nelson did not achieve similar success? The answer lies in a significant flaw within the run-and-gun approach. It places an overwhelming emphasis on offense while neglecting defense. It is well understood that for a team to achieve commendable results, a balance between offense and defense is imperative. This necessitates the presence of numerous players with strong defensive capabilities within a run-and-gun team to compensate for its vulnerabilities. Unfortunately for Coach Nelson, his fortune did not mirror that of D'Antoni. The teams he coached, namely the Bucks, Knicks, and Mavericks, never boasted a cadre of players akin to the Suns' Marion, Stoudemire, or Raja Bell, who excelled in both offense and defense. Consequently, despite his extensive tenure in the NBA, Nelson did not attain significant accomplishments, while D'Antoni's run-and-gun strategy flourished. However, this year is different, the Zen Master remarked. "Brian Shaw and I have studied this year's roster, and I believe they fully meet the conditions that Coach Nelson requires for a successful run-and-gun approach. They possess commendable individual defensive skills, and their physical attributes are exceptional. Therefore, under specific circumstances, the strength of this Golden State Warriors team should not be underestimated." As a successor, Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that the Zen Master's analysis was astute. For this very Warriors team had entered the playoffs as the 8th seed in the West and astonishingly toppled the first-seeded Mavericks, executing an extraordinary Black 8 miracle. Of course, there was no need for excessive anxiety, for this Warriors team also harbored significant shortcomings, which could prove pivotal to their success this year, the Zen Master noted. "What is it?" "Their defensive coordination is lacking," Bryant responded. As Coach Phil just mentioned, players like Baron Davis, Jason Richardson, Andris Beedry, Donald Foyle, and Barnes exhibit commendable individual defensive skills, yet their awareness of team defense has consistently been weak. Therefore, when facing them, we must implement deeper strategies to engage their defensive efforts. Lu Yusheng nodded. Moreover, the Zen Master continued, the Golden State Warriors fall short of reaching the caliber of the Phoenix Suns due to the disparity between their primary point guard, Baron Davis, and Steve Nash. Baron Davis possesses exceptional skills and remarkable physical prowess, yet his performance is often inconsistent. At his best, he can orchestrate a fluid and dynamic offense, but at his worst, the team's attack becomes sluggish, and he frequently becomes invisible. As the Zen Master spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yusheng, emphasizing that such inconsistency is fatal for a point guard, as your instability reflects the instability of the entire team. Lu Yusheng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the Zen master outlined specific tactics for the warriors, prompting everyone to commence targeted practice. At the break of dawn the following day, Lu Yusheng boarded the plane with the team, bound for Golden State. By 3 in the afternoon, the Lakers bus arrived at the Oracle Arena, the home ground of the Golden State Warriors. Despite the Warriors' historically lackluster performance, the basketball culture here was vibrant and deeply rooted. Numerous fans had arrived early at the arena, eager to witness the players' pre-game warm-ups. As the Lakers conducted their training, Lu Yusheng observed the Warriors players engaging in a spectacular display of dunks during their warm-up, soaring through the air and eliciting fervent cheers and screams from the home crowd. True to their reputation as the Golden State track team, these athletes exhibited remarkable physical prowess. Once the Lakers completed their warm-up, a swarm of media approached Lu Yusheng for interviews, but he courteously declined each request. He preferred not to bask in the limelight or become the center of attention in such a manner, and he wished to remain undistracted by the reporters' probing and peculiar inquiries that might disrupt his focus and rhythm for the game. In contrast, Bryant Davis relished the adoration of the crowd, as he was the unequivocal core and leader of the Golden State Warriors. However, today's interviews took him by surprise. The questions posed by the reporters scarcely touched upon the Warriors' tactical preparations or other relevant matters, focusing almost exclusively on the Lakers' rookie, Lu Yusheng. Moreover, the inquiries seemed to lack consideration for his status as a seasoned veteran in the league. Davis, did you catch the last game between the Lakers and the Suns? Their rookie Lu performed exceptionally well, even holding his own against Steve Nash. Do you think you can contain him today? Davis: We know the Golden State Warriors also employ a fast-paced game strategy, but the Suns failed to gain an advantage against the Lakers last time, unable to execute their tactics. Do you believe you have a strategy to counter the Lakers? Davis: The Lakers rookie Lu exhibits remarkable skill in orchestrating the team's offense. Do you think you can effectively limit his impact in this match? At this point, Bryant Davis felt a surge of irritation. Come on. I have played in this league for 7 years. Is it not a bit disrespectful to compare me to a rookie who has only played 1 game? If you insist on asking me this, let me clarify. I have faced off against the league's elite point guards like Steve Nash, Chris Paul, and Jason Kidd. And in some matches, I have successfully contained them. If you believe I cannot handle a rookie, then open your eyes and watch how I teach him the game tonight. With that, Bryant Davis's frustration peaked. For the next question, I do not wish to hear anything further about this rookie. Do you understand? The next reporter, sensing the moment, remarked, All right, Davis, rest assured this question doesn't pertain to Lu. Bryant Davis, witnessing the effectiveness of his intimidation, nodded in satisfaction. Very well, please proceed with your inquiry. The reporter continued, with Kobe absent from this match, do you believe it presents a significant opportunity for your team? Chapter 67, Electrifying Opening. On November 2nd, 2006. At 5:30 p.m. Pacific Time, the game between the Lakers and the Golden State Warriors officially commenced. The Warriors' starting lineup featured center Donald Foyle, power forward Andris Biedrins, small forward Jason Richardson, shooting guard Monta Ellis, and their emblematic point guard, Bryant Davis. Meanwhile, the Lakers maintained their starting 5, center Andrew Bynum, power forward Lamar Odom, small forward Luke Walton, shooting guard Sasha Vujasic, and the formidable point guard, Smush Parker. Though it was clear that Lu Yusheng had been the standout performer at the point guard position in the previous match, the Zen master did not elevate him to the starting lineup. Lu Yusheng fully comprehended this decision. After all, it adhered to the NBA's traditions, where starting players are rarely replaced unless due to significant errors or injuries. Moreover, substitutions typically occur only after the season has progressed to a certain point. There is no precedent for a starter being benched after just 1 game. As the referee's whistle echoed, the match officially began. The centers faced off of the jump ball. Bynum, towering half a head above Foyle, was expected to secure the tip-off effortlessly. However, to Lu Yusheng's surprise, Foyle, with his astonishing leaping ability, managed to touch the ball first, redirecting it to their shooting guard, Monta Ellis. The Warriors initiated their offense. Monta Ellis passed the ball to Bryant Davis from the half-court. Confronted by Parker's defense, Davis exhibited no hesitation. With a swift change of direction and burst of speed, he effortlessly maneuvered past Parker, advancing toward the paint with determination. Odom rushed to provide support. Davis halted abruptly, altering his rhythm, and skillfully evaded Bynum as well. Only Bynum remained beneath the basket. Bryant Davis rose to take his shot. In the face of Bynum's soaring defense, he executed a beautiful reverse layup off the backboard. This seamless display of agility and finesse culminated in thunderous applause from the home crowd at Oracle Arena, who erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Seated on the sidelines, Lu Yusheng was taken aback. In this first round of offense, Baron Davis astonishingly opted not to pass but to take the shot himself. Comparatively, while both Davis and Barbosa of the Suns are renowned for their speed, Lu Yusheng sensed a profound difference in their styles of maneuvering. Barbosa heavily relies on the speed and explosiveness of his first step. If he fails to outpace his defender initially, subsequent actions become considerably arduous. In stark contrast, Baron Davis possesses an equally explosive first step, yet his repertoire of follow-up moves is remarkably diverse, demonstrating an exquisite blend of rhythmic variations, gaze, and feints that is nothing short of perfection. Lu Yusheng believed that had he taken on the defensive role himself, he would not have fared much better than Smush Parker. Now, he felt a sense of relief that the Zen Master had not included him in the starting lineup. To effectively defend against Baron Davis, he needed to keenly observe his characteristics and the subtleties of his skills from the sidelines. It was now the Lakers' turn to launch an offensive drive. After dribbling past half-court, Smush Parker passed the ball to Luke Walton, positioned at the free-throw line, continuing their triangle offense. The player defending Walton for the Warriors was Jason Richardson, a name that resonates with many as the former slam dunk champion, endowed with explosive athleticism. However, compared to the Suns' Shawn Marion, Richardson's defensive prowess and ability to disrupt Walton's playmaking were evidently less formidable. Having nearly succumbed to Marion's relentless pressure in the previous game, Walton appeared markedly more composed when facing Richardson. The other Lakers strictly adhered to the tactics devised by the Zen Master, executing a series of intricate screens to unsettle the Warriors' defense. At last, an opportunity arose for Sasha Vujasic, and Walton swiftly delivered the ball to him. Vujasic took a mid-range shot. It clanked off the rim. Bynum was poised to seize the offensive rebound when a shadow suddenly leapt up beside him, surging ahead. It was Baron Davis, who snatched the rebound right off the top of Bynum's head. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A point guard claiming a rebound over the opposing center's head. Such athleticism was simply terrifying. The Warriors launched a fast break. Lu Yusheng observed that their fast break strategy mirrored that of the Suns. The point guard, Baron Davis, held the ball while the wings, Richardson and Monta Ellis, swiftly dashed down the court, one to the left and the other to the right. Meanwhile, the remaining players fervently joined in the fast break. Naturally, the Lakers had prepared for this. As the Warriors initiated their onslaught, Vujasic, Smush Parker, and Walton immediately engaged in defense, attempting to obstruct the passing lanes on the wings. However, to their surprise, Baron Davis executed a mere feint, effortlessly deceiving the Lakers' defense. Rising into the air, he delivered a thunderous dunk that sent the home crowd into a frenzy of ecstatic cheers. Following the opening, the Golden State Warriors successfully executed 2 consecutive offensive plays, both culminating in spectacular finishes by their star, Baron Davis. Crucially, each score was more dazzling than the last, igniting the fervor within the Oracle Arena. Amidst the roaring applause of the fans, Davis, while retreating on defense, provocatively flexed his muscles towards the Lakers bench. The Lakers substitutes, incensed by this taunt so early in the game, found such displays rare. Farmar responded with a dismissive thumbs-down gesture. Lu Yusheng was unaware that Baron Davis was putting on a display specifically for him. After crossing half-court, the Lakers continued to execute their triangle offense. Although they managed to create an open shot, Smush Parker's three-pointer failed to find its mark once again. Turning back, Baron Davis effortlessly broke past Smush Parker, scoring with a mid-range jump shot that accounted for all the Warriors' points since the game's outset. 6-0. Mirroring their previous game against the Suns, the Warriors seized the initiative, establishing a commanding presence on the court from the very beginning. Bryant Shaw inquired of the Zen Master, Phil, whether a timeout was warranted. The Zen Master shook his head, asserting that there was no issue with their tactical execution, thus rendering a timeout unnecessary. He maintained his calm demeanor as always. Yet, after uttering these words, he turned to Lu Yusheng beside him. Lu, do you believe you have the capability to defend against Baron Davis? The Zen Master asked. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. Although he had been meticulously observing Baron Davis since the beginning, he had yet to devise a strategy to counter this formidable opponent. The sheer strength of this individual's offensive prowess was truly overwhelming. Lu Yusheng shook his head, indicating that he was not yet prepared. The Zen Master remarked, when it comes to defending against guards like Davis, one must remember that it is nearly impossible to completely restrict their capabilities. However, their ability to penetrate is always far more lethal than their shooting. Do you understand? Lu Yusheng appeared contemplative. Reflecting on the Zen master's philosophy, one may release the shot, yet not forsake the breakthrough. However, Byron Davis possessed a commendable shooting percentage as well. He had yet to fully grasp the Zen master's strategy and pondered that perhaps once he stepped onto the court and engaged in the game, the understanding would dawn upon him. Yet, it was evident that the formidable task of defending Byron Davis was entrusted to Lu Yusheng by the Zen master. Chapter 68, A Retort to Provocation. The media broadcasting the game between the Lakers and Warriors today was ABC, American Broadcasting Company. The commentator for this match was Christopher, while today's analyst was the former NBA star renowned as the mid-range king, Allen Houston. The entirety of the first quarter unfolded as a personal showcase for Byron Davis, who demonstrated an impressive blend of drives and shots, amassing 14 points and maintaining the Warriors' firm grip on the game. The Lakers, on the other hand, executed their triangle offense. Although their strategy was not curtailed, they struggled with poor shooting accuracy, concluding the first quarter trailing by 8 points with a score of 15-23. Media personnel and fans eager to witness the showdown between Lu Yusheng and Byron Davis were inevitably disappointed, as the Zen master had not allocated any playing time to Lu Yusheng during the entire first quarter. Commentator Christopher remarked that despite Lu Yusheng's stellar performance in the previous game against the Suns, the Zen master had yet to feel them, eliciting a sense of disappointment among viewers, much like himself. Nonetheless, he added, although Lu was not on the court, the match remained captivating, as Byron Davis entered the game with unrelenting aggression, igniting the Lakers' competitive spirit. One could almost sense the palpable tension in the air. Indeed, Byron Davis delivered an outstanding performance throughout the game, yet after several successful shots, he often indulged in provocative gestures directed at the Lakers' bench. Many, including Christopher, seemed perplexed by Davis's taunts. Nevertheless, his actions undeniably intensified the atmosphere of the contest. The first quarter was marked by intense physicality and numerous fouls, particularly highlighted by an instance where Davis was unceremoniously brought down by Vujacic during a drive, nearly inciting a conflict. Commentator Allen Houston stated that while the reasons behind Davis's reactions remained unclear, he speculated that it might stem from his exposure to the media's adulation of the Lakers rookie prior to the game, driving him to assert dominance over the newcomer. It is well known that many established NBA players harbor such sentiments, viewing it as a rite of passage to educate the rookies, a fundamental lesson in the NBA. Christopher chuckled, inquiring if Houston recalled his own painful experiences of being educated by seasoned players, inviting him to share. Allen Houston chuckled, acknowledging that many are likely familiar with this story. Yet he was more than happy to share it once more. After all, the individual who educated him was none other than Michael Jordan. Back when Allen Houston was still in college, on the verge of entering the draft, he led the collegiate all-star team in a practice match against the newly formed Dream Team. In their initial encounter, the esteemed members of the Dream Team approached the game with a casual mindset, inadvertently leading to their defeat against the collegiate stars. Houston's performance in that match was nothing short of remarkable. Consequently, the footage of this practice game was inexplicably leaked, prompting the media to sensationalize the event, downplaying the Dream Team while lavishly praising Allen Houston. During the second game, the competitive Michael took it upon himself to guard Allen Houston. It is not an exaggeration to say that throughout that match, I scarcely touched the ball, let alone scored. Allen Houston recounted that after the game. Michael advised him to practice diligently, as his current performance would make it challenging to succeed in the NBA. Christopher laughed heartily upon hearing this, remarking that he could now comprehend Byron Davis's mindset. Evidently, during that game, the bearded player was intent on imparting a fundamental lesson about the NBA to the Lakers rookie. As the second quarter commenced, both teams featured predominantly their second units. At this juncture, the Zen master chose to send Lu Yusheng onto the court. His counterpart was the Golden State Warriors backup point guard, Kelenna Azubaike, who, like Byron Davis, exemplified the quintessential American point guard, athletic and passionate in his style of play. The Warriors initiated their offense, with Kelenna Azubaike dribbling across half-court, while Lu Yusheng hurriedly approached to defend him. From the sidelines, Byron Davis stood up and shouted to Kelenna, "Hey, Kelenna, show him what a true point guard is all about." Lu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the bearded man on the sidelines. He found himself puzzled, wondering why this individual harbored such animosity towards him. After all, they had yet to face off against one another and had no history of conflict. Though Azubaike said nothing, he dribbled the ball while signaling an okay gesture to the bearded Byron Davis on the sidelines. Lu Yusheng observed the unfolding events with a growing sense of discontent. Gritting his teeth, he silently adjusted his stance. Although the playing styles bore a resemblance, the tactical approach of the Golden State Warriors differed significantly from that of the Phoenix Suns. The Suns primarily relied on pick-and-roll plays initiated by Nash, while the Warriors' offensive strategy hinged largely on the individual prowess of their point guards. This was evident in both their starting player, Baron Davis, and their substitute, Azubike, who possessed remarkable abilities to penetrate defenses and score, capable of creating opportunities for their teammates. After several fruitless ball rotations, the ball found its way back to Azubike. He resolved to take matters into his own hands, and facing Lu Yusheng, attempted to unsettle him with rapid dribbling. However, Lu Yusheng maintained a low center of gravity, impervious to his feints. Despite Azubike's elaborate maneuvers, he failed to outmaneuver Lu Yusheng, instead rousing the crowd's enthusiasm. Observing this, his teammates moved in to set a screen, but Azubike waved them off, signaling them to retreat. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yusheng felt a surge of determination. Damn it, he was clearly being underestimated. As his opponent disregarded even the most fundamental screens, convinced that he could easily feast upon him. Thus, he took a proactive step closer. Seizing the moment while his adversary was engaged in elaborate dribbling, and struck decisively. The steal was successful. Positioned at the apex of the three-point arc, Lu Yusheng accelerated with a singular focus, soaring towards the unguarded basket for a resounding dunk. This spectacular slam momentarily hushed the fervent crowd at the Jiaguan Arena. As the Warriors prepared to inbound, when Azubike dribbled past half-court, the frustrated Bryant Davis could no longer contain his exasperation, shouting furiously, "What on earth are you doing? Kirana? Your dribbling resembles that of a feeble shrimp. How could you possibly let him steal the ball from you?" Beside Azubike, Lu Yusheng defended him. And upon hearing Bryant Davis's remarks, he could not contain his indignation. "Hey, Big Beard. There's no need for you to sit on the sidelines instructing him on how to play. If you have what it takes, come face me yourself," Lu Yusheng provocatively retorted. "What?" Bryant Davis was instantly enraged, rising abruptly from his seat. Chapter 69, Volunteering for the Challenge. The fervent reaction of the bearded Bryant Davis was swiftly captured by the broadcast. The massive screen above the arena simultaneously displayed this moment. Although the audience was yet to grasp the reason behind Davis's agitation, his actions were sufficient to stir the atmosphere among the spectators. A tremendous uproar erupted from the home fans at Oracle Arena. Commentator Christopher remarked, "Davis seems to be upset, likely displeased with Azubuke's recent turnover." However, Alan Houston astutely observed, "Yet, I sense that the furious gaze from Davis was directed at the Lakers rookie, Lu Yusheng. Did Lu say something that provoked his ire?" The diligent broadcast team quickly replayed the footage for further clarity. It became evident to all that it was Lu Yusheng, the Lakers rookie, who first uttered something to Bryant Davis, inciting such an impassioned response. At that moment, the media finally captured the scene they had been seeking, and the crowd erupted into an even louder chorus of boos. Commentator Christopher exclaimed, "Oh no, Lu, that was inappropriate. You should not provoke a veteran like that. It is quite disrespectful." Alan Houston countered, "Chris, I believe it's premature to draw conclusions without fully understanding their exchange. Lu does not strike me as someone who seeks to instigate trouble. I noticed that Davis had been vocal from the bench prior, and indeed, it was Davis who initiated the impolite gestures toward the Lakers bench." Christopher replied, "Perhaps. But Lu has now placed himself under greater pressure. The Oracle fans are continuously booing him. A typical player might buckle under such strain, especially considering he is merely a rookie." Alan Houston chuckled, "It is indeed amusing. A rookie playing only his second game is receiving treatment akin to that of a superstar. If Kobe were here, I believe Lu could certainly seek his counsel on how to navigate psychological pressure, as that man excels in such matters." Returning to the game, the Warriors commenced their offensive possession. Lu Yusheng diligently defended Azubike while simultaneously directing his teammates in their defensive efforts. The Warriors' offensive tactics proved far more defensively sound than those of the Suns. As previously mentioned, their half-court strategy relies heavily on the prowess of their point guard to create opportunities for his teammates. Therefore, as long as Lu Yusheng could contain their point guard, it would suffice for the other teammates to engage in man-to-man defense, preventing any Warriors players from finding open shots. Indeed, after several passes, a better offensive opportunity remained elusive. The basketball found its way back into Azubike's hands. Ultimately, it was Azubike who needed to break the deadlock. However, Lu Yusheng's defense against Azubike was exceptionally effective. Maintaining the appropriate defensive distance is crucial when guarding such explosively agile players. This concept of defensive distance is somewhat nebulous. It entails maintaining an optimal distance from the ball handler, ensuring he cannot easily drive past you while simultaneously being close enough to disrupt any sudden shooting attempts. Yet, this distance must be meticulously controlled by the defender. Lu Yusheng considers himself rather gifted in this aspect. At the very least, he has effectively contained players like Barbosa before and now Azubuike, both explosive in their speed. Brian Shaw, observing from the sidelines, nodded in approval and remarked to Zen Master, "Phil, had we started with Lu defending Davis, I believe our situation would be significantly better." Zen Master replied, "Not necessarily. While Azubuike and Davis are of the same ilk, their individual capabilities differ considerably. For now, we can only assert that Lu may be our finest defender against this type of player on the perimeter." "Are you planning to have him guard Davis soon?" Shaw inquired. "Certainly," Zen Master affirmed, "but not too early. After all, the flow of the game remains within our control, and our strategy is not set in stone." Meanwhile, Azubuike struggled to breach Lu Yusheng's defense, ultimately resorting to a hasty jump shot as the shot clock dwindled. It clanged off the rim. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound, and Lu Yusheng swiftly initiated a counterattack. Azubuike, visibly anxious, pressed closely to Lu. Yet, Lu chose not to engage in a confrontation. Instead, he feigned a move and delivered a precise bounce pass to the fast-breaking Pinnock, who scored with an upward thrust. In 2 consecutive offensive possessions, the Warriors' own tactics faltered, allowing the Lakers to capitalize on 2 counterattacks, which only heightened Byron Davis' frustration. He turned to Coach Nelson and pleaded, "Coach, let me in." Nelson chuckled, gesturing for him to remain seated. "Davis, why are you so impatient? We are still leading. You're an experienced player. Why engage with a rookie? This kid is too arrogant to provoke me. I must teach him a lesson. I'm right beside you, Davis." "It seems you initiated the provocation," Nelson smiled, then spoke earnestly. "Buddy, we've collaborated for quite some time now. Do you remember the key word I keep emphasizing? Calm down." Davis replied with some impatience. "You even stress it while I'm in the restroom." "Indeed, I continuously remind you of this because it is what you most lack." Nielsen spoke to his son with a gentle affection, saying, "You possess a flawless physique. In the position of point guard, few in the league are as robust as you. What is even more commendable is that alongside your strength, you also exhibit remarkable speed and explosiveness. If you could cultivate a touch more composure, your achievements would far surpass what you have attained thus far." Nielsen paused mid-sentence, refraining from continuing, as he noticed Byron Davis was not listening. His gaze was entirely captivated by Lu Yusheng on the court. Moments ago, Lu Yusheng had passed the ball to Walton, then deftly evaded his defender, Azubuike. Cutting toward the basket, Walton, with a deft pass over his shoulder, delivered the ball directly to Lu Yusheng, who was now making his way to the hoop. Lu Yusheng scored with a deft move. Byron Davis slammed his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it." Azubuike's performance today was utterly dismal. He was toyed with by a rookie like a headless fly, displaying an appalling lack of skill. He glanced up at the scoreboard, which read 22-23. Under Lu Yusheng's leadership, the Lakers bench had completely closed the gap. He stood up once more, imploring the coach, "Let me in." Nelson, somewhat exasperated, replied, "It's not yet your turn to rotate in." "I must play," Byron Davis insisted. "Just 1 second. "Fine," Nelson relented. "Go ahead." Byron Davis's face lit up with joy as he gritted his teeth and cast a glance at Lu Yusheng on the court. Nelson, standing behind him, watched with a look that shifted from helplessness to a gentle disappointment. He shook his head in resignation. With a timeout called due to a foul, Byron Davis finally got his wish to re-enter the game, substituting for Azubuike. As Azubuike left the court, he attempted to high-five Davis, only to be met with cold indifference. Feeling somewhat awkward, Azubuike recognized that his recent performance had displeased the team leader, leaving him no room for complaints. Once on the court, Byron Davis fixated intently on Lu Yusheng. "Kid, don't utter any unnecessary words. Let your basketball speak for you," he stated icily. "How did you know I had something to say?" Lu Yusheng queried. "What? How is it that your beard can grow so long?" Lu Yusheng curiously gazed at Davis's long beard and inquired, "When you eat, does your beard not dip into the soup?" Byron Davis, Chapter 70, The Exposure of Technical Shortcomings in the Lakers' Offense. Lu Yusheng advanced the ball past the halfway line, passing it to Luke Walton while maneuvering to create space, attempting to engage in a cross-screen with his teammate. However, Byron Davis closely shadowed him, adhering to Lu Yusheng like a stubborn adhesive, leaving him with no opportunity to break free. Commentator Christopher remarked with a chuckle that it appeared the bearded player was genuinely focused this time. noting that it had been years since he had witnessed such a dedicated defensive effort from him. Allan Houston also laughed, stating that Lu Yusheng's tuition for this game was well worth it, as the bearded mentor was truly imparting valuable lessons. Lu Yusheng found himself breathless as he was pursued by Byron Davis, pondering to himself how this fellow was reminiscent of another bearded player, Harden, who had long been criticized by the media for his defensive shortcomings. How could the Lakers exhibit such formidable defense? Davis's relentless pursuit ignited the defensive intensity of the Golden State Warriors. With the leader exerting himself so fervently, how could the others dare to slacken? The Lakers' offensive strategy was thoroughly dismantled. The ball could not be circulated, leaving Luke Walton with no choice but to attempt to penetrate himself. Although Jason Richardson could not restrict Walton's passing like Marion could, he was more than capable of single-handedly defending Walton, given his superior height and strength. Walton's post-up play became an arduous endeavor, as Richardson's defense was impeccably executed, providing no opportunity for a shot. If this continued, he would be reduced to desperate attempts at scoring. Just as despair began to set in, he suddenly spotted Lu Yusheng exploiting Byron Davis's momentary lapse in attention. Sprinting into an extreme open position, Walton quickly passed the ball, as Lu Yusheng had just received the ball and had yet to secure his grip. A shadow suddenly darted out from the side. It was Davis. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. The speed of this individual was nothing short of terrifying. Despite having seemingly evaded him and distanced himself significantly, he was still able to close the gap with astonishing swiftness. Lu Yusheng hurriedly attempted to seize control of the ball, but was swiftly dispossessed by Davis. In the same instant, Davis, unable to halt his momentum, collided with Lu Yusheng, sending him sprawling to the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Davis. Although the official ruled it a defensive foul on Davis, the Warriors' defense had already achieved its objective, leaving the Lakers with a mere 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Lu Yusheng had never anticipated that although Davis typically shunned defensive duties, when he committed himself to defense, his formidable physical attributes still rendered him an imposing force. Ultimately, during this offensive possession, following the serve, there was scarcely time to orchestrate a strategy, compelling Lu Yusheng to hastily conclude with a clumsy three-point attempt. The Warriors initiated their offense. Byron Davis dribbled past the half-court, confronting Lu Yusheng's defense, and commenced his dribble without hesitation. Lu Yusheng continued to defend Byron Davis in the same manner he had employed against Azabuk, maintaining a manageable distance. As Byron Davis dribbled and feinted, he noticed a slight shift in Lu Yusheng's center of gravity. With a swift deception, he suddenly accelerated. Lu Yusheng was taken aback. The speed. In the blink of an eye, Byron Davis had already surpassed him by half a body length. Lu Yusheng hurriedly chased after him. However, Davis had already drawn the attention of the other Lakers players for support, executing a no-look pass directly to Barnes beneath the basket. The Warriors scored. As Davis retreated on defense, he made a muscular gesture towards Lu Yusheng. Fortunately, Lu Yusheng was focused on receiving the ball and did not notice. In this sequence of offense and defense, Davis completely dominated Lu Yusheng and the Lakers in just 2 plays. The momentum of the home crowd surged back instantly. Commentator Christopher chuckled, remarking that it appears Davis is giving Lu a lesson on both ends of the court. That recent maneuver was truly spectacular. Allan Houston added, "Indeed. When I played, I often found players like Davis to be quite troublesome. Their speed and explosiveness are simply astonishing. One moment of inattention, and you could easily be left behind, which is undeniably embarrassing. It remains to be seen how this Lakers rookie will respond." As Lu Yusheng dribbled, his gaze remained fixed on the bearded player, still reeling from the recent exchange. The speed and explosiveness of this individual were truly terrifying. Although both he and Azabuk shared a similar style, reliant on swiftness and power, the disparity between them was stark. In truth, Lu Yusheng's previous defense had not revealed any significant flaws. A mere slight shift in his center of gravity had been enough for the bearded player to seize the moment. Moreover, the velocity and explosive force of this player far surpassed that of Azabuk. In an instant, he had already advanced half a body length past Lu Yusheng. Such terrifying explosiveness was something Lu Yusheng had never encountered before. He suddenly pondered if even the bearded Davis was such a formidable presence. How fearsome must have been Allen Iverson in his prime. The Lakers were on the offensive. Byron Davis persistently shadowed Lu Yusheng like an unyielding adhesive, leaving him no opportunity to receive the ball unimpeded. Walton made a desperate pass to the interior, targeting Bynum, but by the time Bynum received the ball, he had been pushed to the edge of the 3-second area by the Warriors' center, Foyle, rendering him entirely out of his attacking zone and unable to launch a direct offense. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to pass the ball back to Walton. When Walton caught the ball, time was running short on the shot clock. The Warriors' relentless defense had once again stifled their strategy, forcing him to focus on Richardson as he struggled to find a teammate breaking free for an opportunity. It was Lu Yusheng once more. Seizing the moment while Bryant Davis was momentarily distracted, he suddenly emerged from behind a teammate's screen. Without hesitation, Walton swiftly delivered the pass. As Lu Yusheng received the ball, it was only then that Bryant Davis became aware, for he believed that the Lakers' shot clock was on the verge of expiration, and that Walton was unlikely to pass again. Thus, he focused his attention on securing the rebound. To his surprise, Lu Yusheng eluded him, prompting Davis to hurriedly lunge towards him in a desperate attempt. Lu Yusheng positioned himself to receive the ball, and as the offensive countdown commenced, he acted without hesitation, swiftly releasing a mid-range shot. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Davis lunging at him with fierce intent, which stirred a flicker of anxiety within him. Nevertheless, at that distance, Davis was incapable of disrupting his shot. The trajectory of the attempt was accurate, yet regrettably, it fell short, by no small margin, resulting in a complete air ball that sailed out of bounds. The Warriors' home crowd erupted in a chorus of boos. Lu Yu, out of breath and visibly angry, was met with a cold sneer from Bryant Davis, who remarked, as a guard, even O'Neal couldn't manage to make a shot as absurd as yours. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of frustration within, yet he found himself momentarily bereft of a valid retort. After all, as a defender, such a missed open shot was undeniably embarrassing. From the commencement of the match against the Suns until now, Lu Yusheng had orchestrated offensive plays and defended fiercely, revealing little in the way of technical shortcomings. Yet, at this juncture, his most pressing concern had indeed come to light. Under the intense rigors of competition, his lack of stamina had manifested, resulting in an erratic shooting performance. He had been diligently maneuvering, attempting to elude the relentless pursuit of the bearded Davis. But the latter's unyielding chase had drained him of too much energy. Coupled with the distraction of Davis's fierce defensive pressure, it ultimately led to his ludicrously poor shot. Lu, quickly fall back on defense. Vujasic shouted urgently as he noticed Lu Yusheng momentarily lost in thought. Lu Yusheng regained his composure and fought back with all his might. He understood that the true challenge had arrived. Chapter 71. The tension escalates. Commentator Christopher was quick to share his thoughts on Lu Yusheng's recent airball. I believe Lu might be feeling a bit too anxious. After all, Bryant Davis has been relentlessly targeting him since his entrance onto the court. As a rookie, he is clearly unaccustomed to this level of defense, which has understandably flustered him. Christopher continued, let me clarify. My intention is not to suggest that Bryant Davis surpasses Steve Nash. We all know that Nash is not renowned for his defensive prowess, and the skills he possesses are also not attributes of Davis. However, in the context of these two games, the defensive pressure Davis has exerted on Lu Yusheng is evidently far greater than that of Nash. Allen Houston concurred with Christopher's assessment. Indeed, when we discuss a player's shooting consistency, we refer to their shooting percentage when faced with high-intensity competition or formidable defense. This is the truest measure. Lu's recent air ball undoubtedly correlates with the defensive pressure imposed by the beard, but there is another contributing factor. Oh, what factor? Christopher inquired. His shooting mechanics, Allen Houston replied. I noticed that Lu's shooting form is rather constrained, and his hand positioning lacks stability. This is detrimental for mid-range shooting. Christopher chuckled, of course. When it comes to mid-range shooting, I doubt anyone could hold a candle to you. No, Chris. I am not boasting. In fact, if Lu wishes to rectify his shooting issues, he is welcome to enroll in my training camp. Of course, others are welcome as well. All right, Lu, if you hear Houston's advertisement while reviewing the footage later, remember to sign up for his camp. Christopher laughed. And of course, Houston, don't forget to settle our advertising fees after the broadcast. The two shared a hearty laugh. On the court, the Warriors were on the attack, with Davis dribbling past the half-court line. After being effortlessly bypassed by Bryant Davis previously, Lu Yusheng was determined to prove himself. This time, he adjusted his defensive strategy, no longer maintaining a cautious distance but instead closing the gap. He attempted to use feints to disrupt Davis, pressuring him into a position where he could not easily break through. Bryant Davis chuckled, kid. You're rather naive if you think this will contain me. As a seasoned player, he dismissed Lu's feigned attempts at a steal with ease. No sooner had he spoken than Davis executed a deceptive move to the right, suddenly darting to the left with breathtaking speed. This time, due to Lu Yusheng's overly aggressive positioning, he was completely outmaneuvered, left a full body length behind. Once again, Bryant Davis exploited his breakthrough to create an opportunity for his teammates. The Warriors have scored once again. The whistle blows. The Lakers have called for a timeout. Surprisingly, the Zen Master has shown restraint this time, opting to call a timeout as the Warriors gain momentum. Commentator Christopher remarked that it seems even the Zen Master can no longer remain composed. During this recent stretch, Baron Davis has proven why he is the leader of the Golden State Warriors, dominating the game on both ends of the court. Houston, what adjustments do you believe the Zen Master should implement to curtail the current momentum of the Golden State Warriors? Allen Houston responded that, from a purely tactical perspective, restraining the Warriors is not particularly challenging, as it is evident that their advantage stems entirely from Baron Davis's extraordinary individual prowess. Therefore, if the Lakers can devise a strategy to contain Davis, it would effectively limit the Warriors as well. However, the pressing issue is that the Lakers do not seem to have a suitable candidate at the point guard position. Were such a player available, I believe the Zen Master would have deployed him during this timeout. Lu Yusheng sat on the chair, panting heavily as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had not been playing for long today, he felt an inexplicable exhaustion, a fatigue that resonated deep within his soul. From the moment he began playing under the sun until now, Lu Yusheng sensed he was confronted with an insurmountable challenge for the first time. While Nash and the Suns displayed a masterful tactical performance, which he could still contend with, the sheer physical prowess of Baron Davis left him momentarily at a loss for effective countermeasures. His once proud defense, bolstered by the signature skill of Gary Payton's lateral steal, seemed adequate when facing players like Azubaik and Barbosa. Yet now, against a top-tier penetrator like Davis, it was evidently insufficient. Payton's lateral steal was designed for situations where opponents turned their backs to him. However, Davis had no need to turn his back when facing Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with anxiety, for he could not devise an effective strategy in that moment. The Zen Master did not impart tactical wisdom. Rather, he continued to utter ambiguous phrases that hovered between motivational platitudes and philosophical musings. Lu Yusheng believed that the Zen Master would substitute him, considering he had clearly been overpowered by Baron Davis on the court. However, to his surprise, after the timeout, the Zen Master did not replace him. Instead, he addressed Lu, saying, "Lu, while Davis's individual defense is indeed formidable, it is limited to one-on-one situations." Lu Yusheng was taken aback. What does this mean? Why is this old man always so vague in his speech? Can't he be a bit more straightforward? Even at this moment, he is still playing his cryptic games. The match continues. The Lakers are on the offensive. After Lu Yusheng advanced the ball past the halfway line, he chose not to pass it to Luke Walton. With the Warriors' defense intensifying, the triangle offense was entirely curtailed, rendering it unnecessary to persist with that strategy for the time being. However, this does not imply a complete abandonment of the triangle offense. After all, it is now the moment for the Warriors to gain momentum, and their defense can only maintain such intensity for a limited duration throughout the game. Lu Yusheng gestured for Walton to come up and set a screen for him. Following the previous game as practice, the two had developed a significant rapport regarding this tactic. After the screen, Walton swiftly rolled down the court. Although the Warriors' defense was tenacious, it lacked the discipline exhibited by the Suns. In the fleeting moment when Richardson hesitated to double-team Lu Yusheng, Lu executed a brilliant bounce pass through him, delivering the ball with precision to Luke Walton. With a deceptive feint, Walton outmaneuvered the Warriors' help defense, feeding the ball to Bynum underneath the basket. Bynum unleashed a thunderous dunk, rekindling some much-needed morale for the Lakers. "What a splendid pass!" exclaimed the commentator, Christopher, expressing hope that it would elevate the team's spirits and halt their current decline. Yet, before he could finish his thought, as the Warriors launched their counterattack, Davis once again broke through Lu Yusheng, creating yet another scoring opportunity for his teammates. Lu Yusheng exerted every effort to defend, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Davis seemed perpetually equipped with the means to deceive Lu Yusheng's balance with feints, thereby bypassing him. When the Lakers commenced their offensive, Lu Yusheng continued to seek his teammates for pick-and-roll plays. Following the pick, the Warriors opted for a double team. Yet Lu Yusheng unexpectedly delivered an astonishing bounce pass, successfully finding his descending teammate. In a situation where the Lakers had a numerical advantage, they persisted in scoring. "Damn it, Richardson, you shouldn't have come to double team. We could have switched," Baron Davis exclaimed in frustration at Richardson. In the subsequent play, when Lu Yusheng executed the pick-and-roll strategy once more, Richardson chose to switch defenses, but Lu Yusheng still managed to seize the passing opportunity in an instant. Davis gradually became disheartened. Although he possessed formidable individual defensive skills, it was exceedingly difficult for him to prevent Lu Yusheng from receiving the ball during the Lakers' triangle offense. However, after Lu Yusheng adjusted his tactics, Davis found himself unable to thwart the synergy between Lu Yusheng and his teammates in the pick-and-roll. Regardless of whether it was a switch or a double team, Lu Yusheng could always deliver sublime passes to locate his teammates. Lu Yusheng gradually regained some confidence. He comprehended the Zen master's earlier words. Indeed, Davis's one-on-one defense was formidable, yet his awareness during pick-and-roll situations was markedly inferior to Nash's. You have your stratagems, and I possess my own means. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams engaged in a back-and-forth, with the score oscillating in a tense contest. In Chapter 72, Nelson's Ferocity. The Lakers and the Warriors, under the guidance of their respective point guards, established an offensive showdown. Commentator Christopher remarked that it appeared Lu had discovered a method to contend with Richardson by focusing on his own performance. Your offensive prowess is undeniable. And while I may struggle to contain you, it matters little. I shall lead my teammates to score through my exceptional organization and passing abilities, thus preventing any significant gap from forming. The exchanges between the teams were indeed thrilling. Allen Houston noted that Davis and Lu exemplified two distinct styles of point guards currently seen in the NBA. One being an offensively potent player who invigorates teammates by creating opportunities, and the other being the team's cerebral leader, utilizing court vision and exquisite passing skills to elevate the play of others. Truly remarkable. Houston, in light of this nail-biting scoreline, who do you believe will seize the advantage first? After a brief contemplation, Allen Houston replied, I believe it will be the Lakers. Why? Christopher inquired. It's quite simple. It's a matter of stamina, Houston elucidated. Currently, the Warriors' strategy heavily burdens Davis's physical endurance, as he must continuously initiate attacks to create opportunities for his teammates. However, the second quarter is not yet concluded. He has not rested at all in the first quarter and has only had a brief respite in the second. Whether he can maintain this level of intensity in the second half remains uncertain. Conversely, Lu is effortlessly facilitating scoring for his teammates through pick and rolls. Thus, I contend that Davis's stamina may ultimately be the decisive factor in the Warriors' offensive struggles. However, Allen Houston's prediction did not materialize at halftime. Despite Byron Davis having nearly played the entirety of both quarters, he appeared far from fatigued, with his offense still razor-sharp. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 56-50, with the Warriors leading by 6 points. Yet, it was evident that Davis was dissatisfied with this scoreline. After all, he had gone all out, determined to educate the Lakers rookie and those naive media members who lacked basketball acumen. Even his typically lackadaisical defense had been elevated to playoff-level intensity. To find himself only 6 points ahead after such a vigorous effort was simply unacceptable. He erupted in anger within the locker room. Richardson, how many times must I tell you not to double the rookie after the pick and roll? Are your ears stuffed with cotton? Richardson felt quite aggrieved, as he was merely adhering to Davis's directives on the court. He could not suppress a quiet murmur, stating, after you mentioned it, I ceased to double-team him and switched to another assignment, yet in the penultimate possession, you still chide me for not doubling him. Then there was you, Pietrus, who was wiping sweat from his brow, nearly let his towel fall to the ground. And what about me? Why do you remain rooted like a statue in the paint? Never proactively assisting on defense? You never come to set a screen either. Pietrus replied, excuse me, didn't I come up to set screens for you? When I attempted to set a screen, you insisted I spread out for your isolation play. Now you criticize me for not screening for you? Of course. He kept these thoughts to himself, mindful of his standing within the team. And you? Davis bellowed, pointing at Andris Biedrins. After the pick and roll, every offensive move by Walton inside is merely a feint designed to mislead you into helping, allowing him to pass to Bynum inside. Every time he fakes, you leap without hesitation, like a program machine. After being deceived so many times, don't you retain any memory of it? Andris Biedrins, the tall Latvian center, furrowed his brow at this. Generally, Russians are known for their volatile tempers, and Andris was no exception among them. In the next moment, he abruptly stood up. Hey, brother. I'm just discussing tactics with you. You don't need to stand up to listen. Realizing he had wronged the wrong individual in his anger, Davis indicated for Biedrins to sit down. Coach Nelson had been observing Davis's reprimands from the sidelines and now stood to address the players directly. Hey, guys, listen up. You played remarkably well today, especially on defense. I dare say, during last season's playoffs, I shouted myself hoarse, yet you did not display this level of intensity. Nelson paused before continuing, I can see how desperately you wish to win this game, especially you, Davis. Davis turned to look at Nelson. However, to secure victory, we must address two issues from the first half and the second half. Nelson stated incisively, first, our fast breaks must be executed, as they represent our greatest advantage. This requires us to pay more attention to defensive support in the second half. Secondly, we must effectively counter the opponent's pick-and-roll strategy. I must concede. That rookie from the Lakers is quite adept at executing the pick-and-roll. His passing vision and technique are commendable, although Bryant Davis was reluctant to acknowledge this. He had no choice but to agree. Come over and let us discuss tactics. Nielsen commenced sketching on the tactical board, and immediately, everyone gathered around. The essence of defending against the Lakers' pick-and-roll lies in exploiting the vulnerabilities of the ball handler, particularly that of the Lakers rookie. Within the Lakers locker room, the Zen master did not elaborate extensively on tactics. Instead, it was primarily the defensive coach, Santos, who addressed certain issues concerning the Golden State Warriors' collaborative defense. Lu Yusheng observed that the Zen master seldom assigned tactics during halftime, unless their strategy from the first half had utterly failed. Just before the second half commenced, the master suddenly turned to Lu Yusheng and inquired, Lu, do you know where the key to winning this match lies? It is in defending against Davis, Lu Yusheng replied. That is but one aspect, the master responded. The true key lies in your mindset. Mindset? Lu Yusheng felt somewhat perplexed, clearly. The issue lay in his inability to contain Davis's individual offensive prowess, so how is it related to mindset? If my conjecture is correct, in the second half, Nelson will implement certain adjustments specifically targeting you, which will undoubtedly render your performance exceedingly challenging. Therefore, maintaining a balanced mindset is crucial to securing victory in this match. Lu Yusheng nodded slightly, removed his training attire, and stepped onto the court. He pondered to himself, is this strategy aimed at me? It merely amounts to a double team, which is hardly something to fear. In the previous match, hadn't the Suns started with a double team against him? Yet, he had skillfully navigated through it with his exceptional passing ability. Could it be that the Warriors' double team would prove more formidable than that of the Suns? At this moment, Lu Yusheng remains oblivious to the formidable prowess of coach Don Nelson. The whistle blows. The third quarter of the match commences. The Lakers take possession. Chapter 73, a strategy tailored specifically for Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng observed that after the intermission, Bryant Davis did not return to the game and was replaced by Azabuk. Lu Yusheng felt no trepidation towards Azabuk. After all, he had already gained the upper hand over him in the first half. Azabuk, having faltered against Lu Yusheng previously and faced disdain from his leader Davis, now re-entered the game, motivated to redeem himself. Consequently, in the initial exchanges, Azabuk deliberately sought out Lu Yusheng to engage in confrontation. However, Lu Yusheng had long since deciphered his tactics, having failed to gain an advantage earlier. Azabuk remained no match for him now. After several attempts, Azabuk found himself unable to penetrate Lu Yusheng's defense, resorting to forced shots that clanged off the rim, managing only to draw a foul for 2 free throws. Meanwhile, the Lakers began to implement a triangle offense. With Davis absent, the Warriors' defense grew somewhat lax. Having already exerted considerable effort in the first half, which was beyond their usual defensive capabilities, now that their leader was off the court, they instinctively reverted to their customary level of play. As the Lakers executed their triangle offense, their attacks became fluid, overwhelming the Warriors. After a series of plays, the Lakers not only closed the gap but also took the lead by a point, forcing the Warriors to call a timeout. During the break, Coach Zen replaced Lu Yusheng with Smush Parker. Commentator Christopher remarked, Houston, I've identified a concern. Although Smush Parker remains the Lakers' starting point guard and his playing time appears comparable to Lu Yusheng's, it is clear that Coach Zen places less emphasis on him than on Lu Yusheng. I believe Coach Zen is conserving Lu Yusheng's stamina for the critical moments of the game. Do you think this might affect Parker's mentality? Allen Houston chuckled, of course. It will have an impact. After all, players are human, and being supplanted by a rookie can be difficult for most to accept. However, the NBA is the pinnacle of basketball competition, and in a competitive arena, survival of the fittest prevails. The player who performs best will earn more playing time. This is entirely reasonable. Moreover, I've heard that the Lakers' broadcasting contract is nearing expiration, and Warner is dissatisfied with their performance over the past 2 years. The new broadcasting contract may impose higher expectations for their regular season performance, placing significant pressure on management and the coaching staff. In such circumstances, they might prioritize results over player sentiments, leading to a situation where only those who excel remain on the court. Christopher added with a smile, I concur with your perspective. If Smush Parker wishes to reclaim what is rightfully his, he must demonstrate his value. Facing Azabuk now presents him with an ideal opportunity to prove himself. Regrettably, in the face of Azabuk, Smash Park failed to demonstrate his prowess as he could not propel his team to a commanding lead. During the ensuing moments of the game, he and Azabuk exchanged blunders, each responding to the other's mistakes without hesitation. Consequently, the score remained precariously close in a different manner. This was a scenario the Warriors welcomed. As long as the score did not widen, Byron Davis could enjoy ample rest. In response to Smash Park's performance on the court, both the Zen Master and other coaching staff could only shake their heads in disapproval, a chorus of disapproving gestures. Indeed, this segment of the game lacked excitement. Both teams' second units played in a rather conventional manner, causing the atmosphere at the Oracle Arena to gradually grow somber. Midway through the third quarter, an official timeout was called, with the score standing at 73 apiece. Following the timeout, the Warriors were the first to reintroduce their starting lineup. Upon Byron Davis's entry, the Zen Master promptly substituted in Lu Yusheng as well. The moment these two players took to the court, the previously subdued crowd erupted into fervent cheers. Commentator Christopher could not help but chuckle, remarking on the astonishing atmosphere a rookie could generate in an away game. Perhaps the last rookie to enjoy such treatment was LeBron? Allen Houston responded with a grin, asserting that LeBron certainly did not receive such an ovation in his first away game, crediting the support of the bearded Davis, who had been challenging Lu since the beginning, single-handedly elevating Lu Yusheng's stature within the Oracle Arena. Christopher chimed in, regardless of the reasons, he found the match exhilarating, with both team star players engaging in a captivating exchange of tactics. Oh no, Chris, if Kobe heard you say that, he would surely be displeased, as he is the Lakers' leading figure. Hey, don't misconstrue my words. I merely refer to this game. Christopher laughed. The Lakers' emblematic player is undoubtedly that guy. But in this match, Lu is unquestionably the core figure for the Lakers. Indeed, Houston concurred, with the score still closely contested. Can you predict who between Lu and Davis will ultimately lead their team to victory? It's hard to say, Allen Houston replied, as I mentioned earlier. Neither starting lineup has yet unraveled the other's primary tactics. The Lakers' pick-and-roll with Lu Yusheng and the Warriors' individual prowess with Davis. Now it hinges on who can first dismantle the other's strategy to gain the upper hand. Back to the court. The Lakers are on the offensive. Lu Yusheng advanced past half-court, with Davis stepping up to defend. Without needing Lu Yusheng to signal, Walton had already proactively moved to set a screen for him. Based on the Warriors' previous defensive tendencies, Lu Yusheng anticipated that they would not double-team him. So he adjusted his dribble, surveyed the defense, and prepared for a potential pass. Suddenly, he realized that the Warriors had altered their defensive strategy regarding the pick-and-roll. They either switched or double-teamed, but this time, following Walton's screen, they neither switched nor double-teamed. Instead, they employed a strategy where Baron Davis squeezed through to pursue from in front of Walton. The advantage of this defensive approach was that Walton could not immediately roll towards the basket, as Richardson, defending him, remained glued to his position. However, the downside was that before Davis could maneuver past Walton, Lu Yusheng would momentarily have some space. Yet, this window of opportunity was exceedingly brief, for Davis would quickly close in. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yusheng faced two choices, to drive inside or to take a shot. However, driving inside posed a significant risk. With the towering Warriors center looming ahead and the relentless Davis trailing behind, a misstep could easily lead to a sandwich defense. Therefore, in this brief opening, taking the shot was the most prudent course of action. Lu Yusheng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly leaping to take the shot. Byron Davis, pursuing from the side, sprang up in an attempt to disrupt Lu Yusheng's attempt at scoring. On the sidelines, Warriors coach Nelson noticed Lu Yusheng's moment of indecision before the shot, a subtle smile gracing his features. This was precisely the defensive strategy he had devised for Lu Yusheng. Such a tactic, if employed against someone like Kobe, would almost guarantee points for the opposition. However, he keenly perceived the rookie's technical shortcomings. His shooting was inconsistent. Thus, providing him with a fleeting opportunity mattered little. With uncertainty clouding his judgment, he would inevitably hesitate. The more one hesitates, the less confidence one possesses, leading to a diminishing success rate. Indeed, Lu Yusheng's moment of doubt, compounded by Davis's interference, resulted in a noticeably short attempt. Rebound, he shouted, charging toward the paint. As expected, the shot fell short, nearly grazing the front edge of the rim before clanking off. Andris Biedrins seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to Byron Davis. The Warriors launched a fast break. Chapter 74. Thank you for the reminder. The Warriors' strategic adjustments to counter the Lakers' pick-and-roll tactics yielded immediate results. Not only did they successfully thwart the Lakers' offensive series, but they also initiated their own fast break. The Lakers prepared for the inbound pass. Lu Yusheng advanced the ball past the half-court line, while Walton stepped forward to set a screen for him. The Warriors maintained their earlier defensive strategy, with Baron Davis pushing through to disrupt Lu Yusheng's rhythm. Once again, they provided him with a fleeting opportunity. However, having just missed a shot, Lu Yusheng opted not to take another attempt, but instead sought to drive towards the basket. The Warriors' interior players adhered strictly to the defensive scheme devised by Nelson, ensuring that their assignments remained intact, with several long arms reaching out to interfere. Lu Yusheng found himself unable to manage the ball effectively. As he had anticipated, he became ensnared within the Warriors' encirclement. Lu Yusheng hurriedly searched for his teammates, but the other players of the Warriors maintained their positions, leaving no teammates unmarked. Seizing the moment of Lu Yusheng's hesitation, Baron Davis swiftly intercepted the ball. The Warriors launched another fast break. Lu Yusheng desperately pursued the defense, yet he could not thwart the Warriors' relentless fast break, akin to a torrent. Leading the charge was the dunking champion Richardson, who culminated the swift attack with a breathtaking aerial folding dunk, eliciting an instantaneous surge of fervor from the fans at Oracle Arena. The clamorous roar of the crowd once again engulfed the atmosphere. Baron Davis, with his arms wide open, fervently stirred the emotions of the home supporters. During a free throw, Lu Yusheng noticed Luke Walton speaking to him, but the cacophony of the audience rendered the words inaudible. Leaning in closer, he finally discerned Walton's exhortation. "Lu, if you have space, shoot decisively. Why dribble inside? Put them away. You must possess confidence in your shooting. Do you understand?" With Lu Yusheng's basketball acumen, he certainly comprehended the principle. Yet, principles are merely principles. On to the next possession. Lu Yusheng refrained from dribbling further this time. Instead, he took a decisive shot. Yet, the outcome remained disappointing as the ball failed to find its mark. The Oracle Arena erupted with boos directed at Lu Yusheng. Commentator Christopher noted that it appeared Warriors head coach Don Nelson had devised a specialized defensive strategy aimed specifically at countering the Lakers' pick-and-roll tactics during halftime. And this strategy seemed remarkably effective, as the Lakers' subsequent offensive attempts all faltered. Allen Houston remarked, "Indeed, I have always maintained that Nelson is an exceptional coach. His insight into the game is astute, and this defensive scheme is nothing short of brilliant, seemingly tailored for Lu's shooting challenges." Nelson has swiftly identified Lu's inconsistency in shooting. Christopher chuckled, suggesting that after this match, Lu might need to attend your training camp. Allen Houston laughed in response. "Of course, that was just a jest. There are no shortcuts to mastering shooting. It requires diligent practice. However, I worry that if this situation continues, Lu may become increasingly disheartened and hesitant to take shots. Should he lose his confidence in shooting, it could leave a lasting impact on him." On the court, Lu Yusheng's face unmistakably displayed signs of frustration. Brian Shaw inquired of the Zen master whether Lu should be substituted, noting that he appeared to be struggling. The Zen master hesitated for a moment before responding, "No, let him find his own way to adjust." Lu Yusheng felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. His inability to score meant the Lakers' strategy was rendered ineffective. The Zen master refrained from calling a timeout, insisting that Lu must adjust on the court by himself. However, shooting is a skill that requires diligent practice off the court. One cannot simply hone it in the heat of the moment. In truth, while Lu Yusheng's shooting had never been exceptional, it had always been adequate. The crux of the matter lay in the Warriors' demand for a quick release when presented with an open shot, a pace that was insufficient for Lu's accustomed rhythm. Yet, the most significant obstacle was the mental turmoil he faced. Indeed, when one struggles to perform a task, inner demons begin to ensnare the mind, instilling a profound subconscious fear of confronting the challenge, which consequently leads to further decline in performance. Lu Yusheng vaguely recalls that it was Kobe who once said that even if he missed his first 20 shots, he would still resolutely take the 21st. This statement sounds incredibly inspirational and quintessentially Kobe. However, the reality is that if one were to adhere to such a philosophy in practice, it would likely result in the loss of the game. Moreover, it is improbable that Kobe would ever miss 20 consecutive shots. Lu Yusheng maneuvered the ball, gazing into the arrogant eyes of Baron Davis. Amidst the thunderous boos from the Warriors' home crowd, he momentarily lost his bearings, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ding! At that very moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that the system had also recognized his current predicament and had promptly bestowed upon him the skill of shooting. Ideally, it would be the signature moves of those legendary shooters. The sound that arrived at this moment was exceedingly comforting. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a brand new superstar signature skill. Would you like to open it now? Now. Instantly. At once. Lu Yusheng eagerly opened the newly acquired skill package bestowed by the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the signature skill of Tony Parker, the floater. Lu Yusheng, please, my friend, what I desperately require right now is shooting, not a floating shot. The pick and roll occurs near the arc of the three-point line. In that position, you expect me to execute a little floater? A floater for 3 points? Acquiring such a skill at this moment is hardly satisfying my thirst for success. He began to doubt whether his system, judging by previous performances, was merely a repurposed version of someone else's outdated system. Was he losing his edge? Lu, pass the ball. Luke Walton shouted at Lu Yusheng, pulling him back into the game. After several unsuccessful pick-and-roll attempts, Walton decided to abandon this tactic altogether. He intended to implement a triangle offense, positioning himself to receive the ball as soon as they crossed half-court. Lu Yusheng had no choice but to pass the ball. At that moment, the Warriors were surging, their defensive intensity at its peak, making it exceedingly difficult for the triangle offense to take effect. After several attempts to move the ball, the Lakers' tactics ultimately fell flat, culminating in Walton's ill-fated turnaround shot that clanged off the rim. The Warriors launched yet another swift counterattack like a rising tide. A thunderous dunk that seemed capable of shattering the rim ignited the fervor of the fans in attendance to an incandescent level. In stark contrast, the morale of the Lakers plummeted to a nadir. Each teammate's face was etched with expressions of despair. Hey, rookie, after this game, make sure to inform the media that your skills are nowhere near my league. Got it? Baron Davis approached, provocatively addressing Lu Yusheng, and let me tell you, you not only lack shooting ability, but your drives are utterly ineffective. As Lu Yusheng was about to retort, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He had conceived a method to counter the Warriors' tactics. Ecstatic, he grasped Baron Davis's hand and exclaimed, "Thank you for the reminder." Baron Davis, taken aback, reacted. "Get your hand off me." Chapter 75, The Military Order. The Lakers had failed to score for several consecutive possessions, while the Warriors capitalized on this opportunity to fully unleash their fast-paced offense. The score appeared to be widening. The whistle blew. Timeout. Although Coach Zen intended to allow Lu Yusheng to adjust on the court independently, he ultimately could not resist calling a timeout. He realized that the players' morale was significantly low, and without an intervention, this match could be lost. In the past, Coach Zen would have remained composed, calmly seated, for what was merely a regular season game. But circumstances had changed. With performance expectations in place, he could not afford to be so lenient. During the timeout, Coach Zen offered encouragement, urging everyone to enhance their defensive intensity. Smush Parker approached and inquired, "Coach, may I take on Baron Davis?" All eyes turned to Coach Zen. He calmly replied, "No substitutions for now." Parker, frustrated, asked, "Why not? He has been dominating me on the court. Why can't I give it a shot? At the very least, I can shoot." A heavy silence enveloped the group. It was evident that other teammates had begun to doubt Lu Yusheng's recent performance. Coach Zen responded, "Smash, listen to me. Their strategy varies based on personnel. If I send you in, they will adjust their defensive approach." Parker retorted, "Regardless of their tactics, my performance will undoubtedly surpass his. At the very least, they won't dare leave me open for a shot." "Phil, I truly cannot comprehend the nature of your relationship with him. Did he save your life? Why do you show him such leniency?" Parker pressed. Before Coach Zen could respond, Lu Yusheng interjected, "Come on, Smash. Do you not remember how you were overwhelmed by that bearded player in the first quarter? Have you forgotten so quickly? Regardless of my performance, we were only down by 8 points at the end of the first quarter, yet now, with the third quarter still ongoing, we are trailing by 11. Parker turned to Coach Zen. "Phil, I recall the last time I questioned your decision to keep me off the court. You stated before everyone that our goal was to achieve victory as a team, and that every player's time on the court must serve that purpose. Yet now, while we are significantly behind with him on the floor, and given the current trend, we may fall further behind. Why do you not substitute him? Please provide me with a satisfactory explanation." Lu Yusheng remarked, "All right, let us not put the coach in a difficult position. If you are solely fixated on the current score, I can provide you with a response right now." From this moment onward, Lu Yusheng glanced at the timer, noting that only 4 minutes remained in the third quarter. "If we cannot close the gap in the score by the end of this period, Then you shall determine my playing time from now on, all right? It's a deal? Certainly. Nonsense. Assistant coach Bryant Shaw exclaimed angrily. What are you two discussing? Your playing time is dictated by the coach, not by your whims. Smash, sit back down. Smush Parker raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet a subtle smile crept onto his face. He certainly did not believe that Lu Yusheng could bridge the score in just 4 minutes, even with his limited basketball acumen. Smash could easily discern that as long as the Warriors capitalized on Lu Yusheng's glaring shooting weakness, the Lakers' strategy would be rendered ineffective. Moreover, the momentum was entirely with the Golden State Warriors. At such a moment, when his teammates were devoid of confidence, narrowing the score was an arduous task. The timeout has concluded. Both teams returned to the court. Commentator Christopher remarked, seeing that Lu Yusheng remained on the floor. I had anticipated that the Zen master called this timeout to substitute him out, at least to readjust his mindset, but to my surprise, he did not do so. Indeed. Allen Houston concurred. I too believed that this timeout was for a substitution. Sometimes, when athletes are unable to find their rhythm, they can become overly fixated on their struggles, which only exacerbates their performance. Hence, it is indeed beneficial to step off the court for a moment of calm. During the timeout, I noticed a dispute seemingly arose between Smush Parker and the Zen master on the Lakers bench, though I am unsure of the cause, Christopher commented. Allen Houston chuckled. While I didn't catch exactly what they said, I suspect we can infer some context. He must feel that at this juncture, the Zen master ought to have substituted him for Lu Yusheng. Although he himself cannot contain Baron Davis, at least he would have liked another chance to try. Christopher laughed. If that is the case, then the pressure on Lu is even greater. The Zen master's trust in him is profound. And if he fails to lead the team out of this predicament, it would indeed betray that trust. Yes. Let us hope he does not succumb to excessive pressure and can adjust his mindset effectively. Houston, do you have any advice for his upcoming performance? How can he extricate himself from this shooting dilemma? Christopher inquired. I fear there may not be a viable solution. If the Lakers continue to rely on the pick-and-roll strategy, Lu's shooting issues will remain unaddressed, making this tactic futile. I noticed they attempted to shift strategies to a triangle offense earlier, but that too met with failure. Allen Houston remarked. To be frank, Chris, I currently possess no solid advice for Lu. We can only hope he conjures a miracle on his own. Back to the court. The Lakers are on the offensive. As Lu Yusheng dribbled past the half-court line, a whirlwind of emotion surged within him. This time, he had come bearing a mandate. Although Bryant Shaw had articulated that the player's playing time was at the discretion of the coach if he failed to lead the team to a comeback, the authority he had recently established among his teammates would dissipate into mere oblivion. Such a setback would pose significant challenges for him in directing his teammates to execute strategies in the future. Therefore, during these crucial 4 minutes, he must rally the team to equalize the score. Upon crossing the half-court, Luke Walton had already positioned himself, outstretched arms signaling Lu Yusheng for the ball. Lu Yusheng gestured for him to come over and set a screen for him. Walton hesitated, exclaiming, No, Lu, this is not feasible. Trust me, Luke. Lu Yusheng shouted back. With no other choice, Walton reluctantly moved up to set the screen for Lu Yusheng. The Warriors continued with their previous strategy, squeezing through the defender in front of the screen. Before Lu Yusheng stood yet another opportunity to shoot. Byron Davis was convinced that Lu Yusheng would certainly take the shot. After all, if he dribbled inside, he would find himself ensnared in their defensive encirclement, and Davis was poised to leap and interfere. However, to his astonishment, Lu Yusheng did not attempt a shot this time. Instead, he ventured further inside. Damn it, Bryant Shaw exclaimed from the sidelines, having just witnessed a mistake. Why was he dribbling further into the fray? At that moment, the Warriors' interior players adhered to their previous strategy, stretching their long arms to disrupt Lu Yusheng while ensuring their own defensive assignments remained intact. If he were to shoot, they would unhesitatingly leap to block him. Yet, what they did not anticipate was Lu Yusheng suddenly elevating his body. He intended to shoot. Warriors center Andris Biedrins wasted no time in attempting to block Lu Yusheng. However, unexpectedly, Lu Yusheng did not gather the ball. He simply rose in a fluid motion, executing a one-handed toss. The Zen master on the sidelines could not help but change his expression. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, soaring over the fingertips of Andris Biedrins, heading towards the hoop. Chapter 76, Closing the Gap. In the previous play, due to his waning confidence in shooting, Lu Yusheng had opted to drive inside, resulting in Davis directly intercepting the ball. No one expected that this time he would audaciously dare to penetrate again. Was he not merely stepping deeper into the Warriors' trap? To everyone's astonishment, he suddenly employed a high toss, a maneuver he had never attempted before. All eyes were fixated on Lu Yusheng's throw. The basketball soared over the leaping Andris Biedron's block, descending towards the hoop. The shot hit the front edge of the rim. It bounced several times before ultimately falling out. So close. After all, this technique was newly bestowed upon Lu Yusheng by the system. It required further practice to master and enhance. Nevertheless, for Lu Yusheng, disappointment was not in the equation, for he had discerned the critical vulnerability in the Warriors' defensive tactics. Commentator Christopher expressed a hint of regret, noting that Lu's toss was quite commendable, albeit just shy of success. Allen Houston remarked that it was evident Lu was attempting to unravel the Warriors' targeted defense. Yet such a one-handed throw is no trivial feat. Perhaps he should reconsider. Why? Is this technique particularly challenging? It doesn't appear overly complex, Christopher inquired. Do not underestimate this maneuver. While it may seem akin to a standard shot, the execution is immensely difficult, Houston responded. Really? Why is that? Christopher asked, perplexed. First and foremost, the environment in which it is executed significantly determines the level of difficulty. This particular maneuver is employed exclusively under a specific set of circumstances, namely, penetrating the interior while confronting the opposing team's interior players who remain in position. Allen Houston patiently elucidated that, when facing towering opponents, evading their blocks necessitates two critical factors, an exceptionally swift release and a sufficiently high arc. Furthermore, the shot must be executed mid-dribble, delivering a sudden strike, which mandates the use of a single-handed shot. When these complexities converge, one can grasp that this delicate floater is fundamentally more challenging than a standard shot. Christopher nodded in realization, acknowledging the intricacy of the technique. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that only a select few point guards in the league possess this skill. This maneuver not only tests the player's control over rhythm and timing, but also demands an extraordinary level of proficiency. As I recall, currently, only a handful of players such as Tony Parker, Steve Nash, and Chris Paul utilize this technique as a regular weapon. Utilizing this tactic could certainly counter the Warriors' defensive strategy against Lu Yusheng. However, due to his inconsistent shooting, he is compelled to drive towards the basket. Once inside, the Warriors' strategy involves maintaining their defensive assignments while striving to disrupt Lu Yusheng, preventing him from either penetrating further or executing a pass. Thus, the floater emerges as a direct scoring opportunity, representing the most exquisite countermeasure aside from a conventional shot. Regrettably, as I mentioned, this technique demands an exceptionally high level of mastery, and I do not believe Lu can acquire it in a short time frame. Consequently, the Lakers currently find themselves in a stalemate. Rebounding, Richardson of the Warriors secures the ball. It is passed to Baron Davis, and the entire Warriors team breaks out in transition. Get back, Lu Yusheng shouted to his teammates while closely trailing Davis. The bearded player dribbled swiftly, observing his teammates on the fast break, ever ready to deliver a pass. Upon witnessing the Warriors' fast break players outnumbering those of the Lakers in their defensive stance, Lu Yusheng realized that the only way to thwart the Warriors' swift advance was to anticipate to whom the bearded player would pass the ball and intercept that pass. Lu Yusheng followed closely behind Baron Davis, while keenly observing the movements of the other Warriors players. In that moment, he envisioned himself in the role of the bearded player, contemplating to whom he might pass the ball under such circumstances. Two players from the Warriors surged ahead, Richardson and Barnes. Richardson, the swiftest among them, raced down the center, heading straight for the basket. Naturally, the optimal pass would be to him. However, it was evident that the Lakers' defense was equally focused on Richardson. If the pass were successful, it would undoubtedly result in a direct score, yet the risk loomed large. A mishap could lead to a turnover in a disadvantageous situation, thus rendering the attempt futile. Consequently, Lu Yusheng concluded that the bearded player would not pass to Richardson. The second option lay with Barnes on the left flank, who was also in a forward position. Yet, a pressing concern arose. Vujacic was closely tailing him. To pass to Barnes would necessitate consideration of Vujacic's positioning. Were Lu Yusheng in the scenario, he would execute a feint to pass to Richardson, prompting Vujacic to instinctively commit to intercepting that pass, thereby creating an opening for a successful delivery. Indeed, the bearded player dribbled while making a motion as if he were about to pass to Richardson. As anticipated, both Vujacic and Walton instinctively accelerated towards Richardson's direction. Lu Yusheng was correct. The bearded man immediately retrieved the ball, intending to pass it to Barnes. As Lu Yusheng seized the opportune moment, he swiftly acted. The instant the bearded player passed the ball, he suddenly reached out, intercepting it midair. To his dismay, Davis had not anticipated that his seemingly discreet pass would be so easily discerned by Lu Yusheng, prompting an exclamation of frustration. The Lakers launched a counterattack. The Golden State Warriors responded quickly, and Lu Yusheng, unable to find a swift scoring opportunity, had no choice but to settle into a half-court offense. Once again, he called upon Walton to set a screen for him. Walton, somewhat reluctant, was aware that, following the Warriors' defensive adjustments, Lu Yusheng had already missed several shots, including the previous layup. However, the voice of the Zen master suddenly echoed from the sidelines. "Luke, go set a screen for him." Taken aback, Walton complied and moved up to set the screen for Lu Yusheng once more. This time, when the Warriors granted Lu Yusheng space for a shot, he still dribbled inward. Once again, he executed a sudden, unexpected floater. This time, it was Donald Foyle who lunged to block the shot, with greater speed and reach. Yet, Lu Yusheng's floater skillfully evaded his attempt at a block. Nevertheless, the shot appeared to fall just short. Lu Yusheng hurried towards the basket, intent on seizing the rebound. To his astonishment, the basketball danced upon the rim before finally dropping through. After a prolonged drought of scoring, the Lakers had finally found their mark. Although these 2 points seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of the Lakers' current predicament, for Lu Yusheng, this basket was pivotal. It signified the failure of the Warriors' coach's defensive strategy specifically designed to counter him, thereby allowing the Lakers to resume their pick-and-roll tactics, turning his attention back to the Warriors' offense. Lu Yusheng faced off against the formidable Davis in a one-on-one defense. Davis showcased an array of dazzling dribbles, skillfully manipulating Lu Yusheng's center of gravity, poised to make his move at any moment. Yet, this time, Lu Yusheng remarkably kept pace with Davis's rhythm, refusing to be outmaneuvered. Lu Yusheng observed that the bearded player appeared somewhat fatigued. Indeed, throughout the match, he had scarcely taken a moment to rest, exhibiting an exuberance akin to being electrified from the very outset, exerting himself tirelessly on both offensive and defensive fronts. Such an intense style of play, when extended to this point, inevitably leads to exhaustion. Davis, too, sensed that his stamina was no longer sufficient to facilitate his rapid breakthroughs. Faced with the impenetrable defense of Lu Yusheng, he was compelled to opt for a pass. However, the proactive offensive capabilities of his Warriors teammates were limited. When Barnes received the ball, time was running short. He attempted to dribble and drive but was staunchly guarded by Walton, resulting in a stalled possession. He was left with no choice but to return the ball to Davis. By the time Davis caught the pass, the clock had nearly expired, forcing him to hastily take a shot, only to miss entirely. Lu Yusheng retorted with Davis's earlier mocking words, stating that as a defender, even O'Neal could not shoot such preposterous shots as you do. Close your beak. Davis was instantly infuriated. As the Lakers embarked on their offensive possession, Lu Yusheng, after executing a pick and roll, continued to dribble inward. The Warriors' interior defense was momentarily unsettled by his 2 previous floaters. Just as Lu Yusheng initiated a shooting motion for another floater, 2 defenders from the Warriors leapt simultaneously to block him. However, this time, Lu Yusheng did not take the shot. Instead, with a somewhat awkward gesture resembling a prayer, he pulled the ball back and swiftly dribbled inside for a bank shot. He scored once more. Chapter 77, The Mysterious Formation Change. With a deft fake pass, Lu Yusheng evaded 2 Warriors' interior defenders and scored effortlessly. Commentator Christopher exclaimed, "Beautiful. That play by Lu was truly magnificent." Sensing the Lakers' momentum to close the gap, the Warriors promptly called for a timeout. Allen Houston remarked, "Indeed. Although Lu's previous fake was somewhat awkward, it still deceived the Warriors' big men. I believe those 2 defenders were rather reckless. After all, Lu has only made one difficult floater, which I doubt he can consistently master at this stage. So, do you think the Warriors' interior players should adhere to their previous defensive strategy, focusing on disruption rather than attempting to block Lu's floater?" "Absolutely," Houston asserted. "Their long arms are already sufficient to disrupt Lu, even if they don't interfere. Such floaters cannot consistently find the net, especially since his basic shooting remains unstable. They've been overly ambitious." Similarly, the bearded Davis shared this sentiment. He shouted at Adonai Fulier, who had just been faked out by Lu, that could just made one floater. "Why would you recklessly attempt to block? You're as foolish as a block of wood. Stick to the defensive strategy Nelson devised for us. Don't go for the block on his floater. You one team make another." Nelson concurred. "Yes, all you need to do is disrupt. Maintain the strategy we established at the outset. That shot was merely a stroke of luck. Understood?" He then turned to Baron Davis, saying, "Davis, it's your turn to take a breather." "No, this is a critical moment in the game. I cannot sit out." Davis firmly refused. Nelson sighed, a touch of exasperation evident. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Warriors initiated their offense, and once again, Lu Yusheng steadfastly defended against Davis's incisive drive, remaining resolutely in front of him. "Houston, have you noticed that Lu's defense seems to have suddenly improved?" Christopher, the commentator, remarked in surprise. "Oh no, Chris, you must understand. It's not that Lu's defense has strengthened, but rather that Davis is fatigued. Observe his footwork, it's clearly sluggish. His dribbling rhythm has noticeably slowed, lacking the sharp changes in direction he had before. All this indicates he is tired, and I believe Nelson should substitute him for a rest, after all. The fourth quarter is yet to come. Indeed, as you mentioned, the Warriors' offense is entirely initiated by Davis. Without his stamina, their attack will inevitably stagnate," Christopher added. As they suggested, the Warriors' subsequent offensive effort failed to execute their strategy, culminating in a forced shot that clanged off the rim. Returning to the Lakers' offensive possession. As Lu Yusheng crossed half-court, Walton prepared to set a screen for him. However, Lu signaled for him to return to his position. Walton paused, wondering if they were about to execute a triangle offense. In this round, Lu Yusheng opted for a triangle offense precisely because he discerned the Warriors' dwindling stamina. Their defense was evidently not as tenacious as it had been previously. Moreover, even when a tactic proves effective, it is imperative to vary the approach occasionally to disrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm. Indeed, this time, the triangle offense succeeded. Walton, with the ball in hand, feigned an attack while his teammates executed a flurry of screens and movements, swiftly creating an open shot for Vujacic, a mid-range jumper. It found its mark. The once roaring atmosphere of the Oracle Arena gradually fell into silence. Lu Yusheng glanced up at the scoreboard. The score had tightened, with only a 5-point deficit remaining. "Let's go, brothers. Hold them off for one more," Lu Yusheng shouted, rallying his teammates. As the score continued to close in, the rest of the Lakers finally exhaled, their morale gradually returning. In the subsequent possession, although they failed to defend against the Warriors, allowing them to score 2 points, the Warriors' strategy remained ineffective. In the final second, it was only through a fortunate buzzer beater from Davis that they managed to secure those points. Then it was the Lakers' turn to attack. Lu Yusheng, also known as Wharton, initiated a pick-and-roll strategy. As Lu penetrated the paint, the Warriors' interior defenders adhered strictly to the coach's directives, focusing solely on disruption rather than recklessly attempting to contest the shot. Lu Yusheng faced a remarkable layup. "The rebound," Davis exclaimed. Indeed, the ball struck the back rim. Warriors and Lakers players jostled fiercely beneath the basket in a frantic battle for the rebound. The sounds of muscle colliding echoed throughout the arena. Yet, after bouncing several times, the ball found its way in. The Warriors' interior players appeared somewhat disheartened. Davis shouted to them, "It's all right. Defend just the same next time." That was merely a stroke of luck. However, shortly after Davis's words, during the subsequent offensive possession for the Lakers, Lu Yusheng once more found success with a similar layup from nearly the same spot. The Warriors were compelled to call for a timeout once again. Commentator Christopher remarked, "Houston, while I have faith in your expertise and your authority in the realm of shooting, Lu has indeed executed yet another challenging layup. What is your perspective on this?" Allen Houston chuckled. "Oh dear, Chris, I truly find myself at a loss for how to respond to your question, as even I am beginning to doubt my own expertise." Christopher joined in the laughter. "I never anticipated that Lu, this rookie, would manage to sink several of these after my lengthy analysis on the difficulty of this skill. I am at a loss for an explanation. Perhaps he has secretly practiced this move before, or he might possess an extraordinary talent for it. That is the only rationale I can offer at this moment. Now, it is your turn to provide suggestions for the Warriors, for the situation has completely reversed. And they are evidently trapped in an offensive dilemma," Christopher noted. "Coach Nelson must allow Davis to rest," Allen Houston stated incisively. "Otherwise, if this situation persists and Davis continues to battle through fatigue into the fourth quarter, they will undoubtedly face dire consequences." Regrettably, upon the return from the timeout, Byron Davis stubbornly remained on the court, opting not to take a break. "This is unfortunate," Allen Houston remarked, "for I am uncertain whether this was Nelson's decision or Davis's own, but it is undoubtedly an irrational choice, and the Warriors may pay the price for it." Tragically, as Allen Houston had predicted, during the remaining minutes of the third quarter, Davis grew increasingly fatigued, leading to a complete stagnation of the Warriors' offense. And their defense dropped several levels. As their defensive prowess waned, the Lakers' pick-and-roll and triangle offense operated with unrestrained fluidity. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yusheng led the Lakers to a remarkable comeback, flipping the score by the end of the third quarter. During the intermission, Lu felt a sense of assurance regarding the match, for tactically, the Warriors seemed utterly incapable of restraining the Lakers, while their own offensive play had devolved into a quagmire. However, he did not anticipate that Nelson was not to be underestimated. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lu was astonished to discover that the Warriors had unexpectedly altered their lineup. Furthermore, this adjustment was exceedingly peculiar. Chapter 78, A Level Playing Field. The changes in the Golden State Warriors roster left everyone thoroughly bewildered. Don Nelson deployed a lineup featuring center Adonal Foyle, power forward Al Harrington, and small forward Matt Barnes, while the interior lineup remained largely unchanged. The backcourt exhibited a startling transformation. At the shooting guard position, Monta Ellis was introduced. Previously, Ellis had played only half of the game and had not returned in the second half for reasons unknown, leading many to believe he was unwell or hindered by some other issue. Thus, his sudden re-entry onto the court was quite unexpected. Meanwhile, the point guard position had bizarrely been assumed by Stephen Jackson. This left Lu Yusheng and the entire Lakers team in a state of disbelief, as Stephen Jackson, standing at 2.03 meters, typically played the small forward position and had never been seen operating as a point guard. Lu Yusheng pondered over the situation. Could it be that Nelson intended for Jackson to utilize his height and wingspan to restrict him? Yet, this seemed implausible. While height and wingspan are indeed advantageous, the speed and lateral movement of a small forward would struggle to match that of a point guard. Even LeBron, who may play as a point guard on offense, would not realistically defend against the opposing point guard. Furthermore, expecting Stephen Jackson, a small forward, to penetrate and create opportunities for his teammates or to orchestrate the offense seemed far-fetched, as he had never been seen playing as a point guard. This strategic shift aimed at curtailing Lu Yusheng in the Lakers' offense was perplexing not only to Lu Yusheng but also to the commentators. Christopher, in his confusion, sought clarification from Allen Houston. Houston, do you believe Nelson's decision for Jackson to play the point guard position is meant to counter Lu Yusheng's proficiency in pick-and-roll tactics? Yet, I cannot fathom how he could possibly restrict Lu. Although Lu's speed may not rival Davis's, he is, after all, a point guard. Allen Houston contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. No, I believe that cannot be the case. It is unrealistic to use a small forward to restrict the opposing point guard. I suspect it is Monta Ellis who will assume the role of point guard. Indeed, Houston's insight proved accurate. As the game commenced, it became evident that Monta Ellis was the one to receive the ball and play the point guard, while Stephen Jackson took on the role of shooting guard. Lu Yusheng seemed to finally comprehend Nelson's intentions. Although Monta Ellis had consistently played as a shooting guard, his remarkable agility, explosive speed, and impeccable ball-handling skills rendered him perfectly capable of assuming the point guard position. Most importantly, Monta Ellis possessed formidable offensive prowess. Utilizing him in the role of a point guard to create opportunities for his teammates aligned seamlessly with the Warriors' tactical approach. At this moment, Lu Yusheng finally comprehended that Nelson's decision not to allow Monta Ellis to play in the second half was not due to any injury or discomfort, but purely a strategic maneuver. Tasking Lu Yusheng with guarding Monta Ellis was no simple feat. Much like Davis, Ellis was an extraordinarily swift guard with formidable penetration skills. Given Lu Yusheng's current capabilities, defending against such players proved to be quite challenging. Moreover, Ellis had enjoyed an entire quarter of rest and was brimming with energy. As anticipated, when the fourth quarter commenced, in the very first offensive possession for the Warriors, Monta Ellis exploited his speed to breach Lu Yusheng's defense, effortlessly sinking a precise mid-range jumper over the Lakers' defenders. This tactical adjustment is indeed brilliant, remarked Christopher. It seems Coach Nelson foresaw that the Warriors would struggle offensively in the third quarter due to Davis's fatigue, hence he opted to rest Ellis for an entire period. Indeed, Coach Nelson must have contemplated this, for while I too had predicted the Warriors' predicament in the third quarter, I had not envisioned such an adept counter-strategy. This adjustment not only alleviated the fatigue issue concerning Baron Davis, allowing him to conserve energy for the closing moments of the game, but it also ensured that the Warriors maintained their offensive momentum. Truly impressive. Thus, I have always believed that Coach Don Nelson is a remarkably talented strategist. His lack of success can be attributed solely to misfortune, Allen Houston stated. Observing the situation now, it appears that the Warriors have rekindled their hopes, suggesting that both teams will once again find themselves on equal footing once Baron Davis has sufficiently rested and re-enters the game. The stage will be set for a true showdown. Back on the court, during the Warriors' offensive possession, Monta Ellis brought the ball past half-court. This time, Lu Yusheng defended valiantly. Although Ellis did not manage to break through, he was not fixated on penetration. Instead, he passed the ball and swiftly moved towards the three-point line. With a mere glance, Steven Jackson understood the cue and immediately vacated his position, creating space for a low-post isolation play. Lu Yusheng swiftly responded. The Warrior lobbed the ball to Monta Ellis from the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Ellis executed a triple-threat stance, yet Lu Yusheng remained unfazed by his feint. With time running short on the shot clock, Ellis commenced his dribble, simultaneously pivoting to back down Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng pushed him outward but refrained from exerting too much force, for he knew that a vigorous effort might allow Ellis to effortlessly maneuver past him with a swift turn. Monta Ellis feigned to the left and right, and at last, following a deceptive front pivot, he tricked Lu Yusheng into shifting his weight slightly to the left. Ellis, having sensed this, swiftly executed a backward pivot and launched a leaning jump shot. Lu Yusheng slightly lost his position and hurriedly leaped to block the shot. Yet, Ellis managed to release the ball. The Warriors were overtaken by the Lakers in the third quarter, plunging the atmosphere in the Oracle Arena into a somber state. As the fourth quarter commenced, Monta Ellis began to score consecutively, including 2 impressive plays against Lu Yusheng, gradually reigniting the enthusiasm of the Warriors fans. Cheers once again resonated throughout the Oracle Arena. This is another advantage of Monta Ellis playing the point guard position. He can utilize shooting guard techniques to challenge Lu, who is accustomed to defending against the opposing point guard, making it a formidable task for Lu. Allen Houston remarked, observing Lu Yusheng struggling to defend against Monta Ellis. Ujasic approached and inquired, Lu, would you like to switch defenses later? Lu Yusheng shook his head. Come on. Asking him to defend against a heavyweight small forward like Steven Jackson will only make things more arduous. It's all right. We shall retaliate. Lu Yusheng dribbled past half-court, initiating the familiar pick-and-roll strategy. The Warriors opted to squeeze through, and Lu Yusheng advanced inward, preparing to conclude with a jump shot. However, he was taken aback by Monta Ellis's remarkable agility, which surpassed even that of the burly Davis, as he swiftly positioned himself to Lu Yusheng's left. At this moment, Lu Yusheng found it challenging to execute a jump shot, for Ellis could easily disrupt his attempt. Allen Houston, witnessing this unfolding scene, exclaimed in dismay that it was over. Ellis was tightly glued to Lu, maintaining his position, leaving Lu in a precarious situation where he needed to pass quickly to avoid a turnover. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lu Yusheng did not pass the ball. Instead, he executed a surprising technical maneuver. Chapter 79, The Decisive Moment. Allen Houston could hardly believe his eyes as Lu Yusheng, lacking space for a jump shot, suddenly pivoted, turning his back to Monta Ellis. Christopher gasped in astonishment, questioning whether Lu intended to post up against Ellis. Indeed. In that moment, Lu Yusheng had but one option, to engage in a low-post isolation. Although Lamar Odom was also taken aback, he conceded the low post to Lu Yusheng. Despite having practiced this move recently, Lu had yet to fully master it. After all, the technique of low post play requires diligent practice. Even the seasoned players seek guidance from the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. What chance did a rookie like him have? Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng felt confident enough to give it a try against Monta Ellis, considering that their height and weight were comparable, and Lu possessed a slight edge in strength. As Lu Yusheng dribbled backwards, he endeavored to sense Ellis's center of gravity, adhering to the principles articulated by Kobe. However, to his astonishment, he found himself entirely incapable of perceiving his opponent's balance. After all, Monta Ellis had mastered this maneuver, fully aware of its intricacies, and thus refrained from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, he risked being easily outmaneuvered by a swift pivot. Yet, without the full force of his charge, Lu Yusheng's strength surpassed that of Ellis, allowing him to press forward assertively. The other players on the Warriors, witnessing this, began to attempt interference and support. No need. I can handle him, Monta Ellis declared with confidence. He was quite assured, for it was common knowledge that Lu Yusheng's most significant weakness lay in his inconsistent shooting. This individual struggled with even standard shots, let alone the more complex and challenging fadeaway jumpers. Thus, he was convinced of his ability to defend one-on-one, and even if he failed to apply pressure, he doubted Lu Yusheng could make the shot. As Lu Yusheng sensed he had entered his scoring territory, he suddenly executed a sharp pivot. Monta Ellis, convinced this was merely a feint, chose not to leap. To his surprise, however, Lu Yusheng, after completing his turn, effortlessly delivered a right-handed floater. It found its mark. Monta Ellis was left dumbfounded. What was this? Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that, under the current circumstances, Even a standard jump shot was unlikely to find the net, let alone a fading jumper, which was even more precarious. Thus, upon entering the area suitable for a shot, he executed a swift turn and a delicate toss. This maneuver elicited a chuckle from Allen Houston, while others employed a turning jump shot. Lu's approach was a turning toss, a truly unexpected display of skill. Christopher chimed in with a smile, noting that Lu demonstrated remarkable intelligence on the court. Cleverly finding ways to exploit his strengths while sidestepping his weaknesses, truly a delightful surprise. This, perhaps, epitomizes the basketball acumen of Asian players, remarked Allen Houston. He recalled that Yao Ming initially displayed a similar style, showcasing his cleverness by opting for jump shots when facing a formidable center like Shaquille O'Neal, thereby avoiding direct confrontation, and utilizing his physicality to dominate smaller opponents. Indeed, Christopher agreed, but I believe Lu still lacks certain qualities that Yao possessed. Oh, what might that be? It's rare to see Yao engage in a tit-for-tat battle with his opponents. When faced with a challenge, he didn't simply retaliate. His focus seemed perpetually on winning the game, which I greatly admire. That is certainly one of Yao's strengths, acknowledged Allen Houston. But Chris, you must concede that excessive calmness can render a game less captivating. The allure of our current match lies in the rivalry between the stars. When they genuinely compete against one another, it becomes all the more thrilling. I eagerly anticipate the encounters between Kobe and T-Mac each year, and their games consistently attract high viewership, as they cannot help but engage in subtle competition, adding tension to the match. Not quite, Christopher interjected. Kobe doesn't just compete with T-Mac, he competes with everyone, even with himself. Allen Houston laughed heartily. Indeed, that is precisely why we adore that guy. However, we seem to have strayed from the topic, he continued. Let's return to the matter at hand. The score remains tightly contested, and with the fourth quarter half over. Who do you predict will emerge victorious? It's truly difficult to forecast, Houston replied. Initially, I thought the Warriors might falter. But Nelson's strategic adjustments at the start of the fourth quarter have revitalized their offense. So, once arrested Baron Davis returns to the court. It's anyone's game. We must choose a side, Christopher insisted with a grin. I'll put my faith in the Warriors, Houston concluded. And your reasoning? The reasoning is quite simple, Allen Houston remarked. The robust Davis has enjoyed ample rest, and once revitalized, his ability to penetrate is insurmountable for both the Lakers and Lu. Thus, I believe the Warriors hold a slight advantage. As the game progressed, the score between the Lakers and the Warriors remained tightly contested. Seizing an opportunity during a foul, the Zen master substituted Lu Yusheng to grant him a brief respite. Once Lu exited the court, Smush Parker struggled to effectively guard Monta Ellis. Ellis executed his responsibilities with remarkable prowess, maintaining the Warriors' momentum and affording Baron Davis invaluable recuperation time. Midway through the fourth quarter, during an official timeout, the Warriors reintroduced Baron Davis, while Nelson chose to keep Monta Ellis on the floor, eschewing a break for him. The stakes were high, and Lu Yusheng undoubtedly understood this. Without hesitation, the Zen master summoned Lu back into the fray. The moment of truth had arrived. The commentator, Christopher, exclaimed with excitement, noting that the intensity of the match had far exceeded pre-game expectations, both in terms of player performance and tactical maneuvers. Now, both teams had once again deployed their starting lineups, and it seemed that the crucial 4 minutes that would determine the outcome of the game were upon us. The game resumed. The Warriors initiated their offense, with Baron Davis at the point guard position and Monta Ellis returning to his familiar shooting guard role. Faced with Lu Yusheng's defense, Baron Davis began to dribble. After enjoying a substantial half-quarter of rest, Davis re-entered the game with a noticeably different demeanor. His dribbling rhythm and the amplitude of his changes were significantly heightened. However, to his surprise, he still found it challenging to breach Lu Yusheng's defense as easily as before. This was not due to an enhancement in Lu's defensive skills, but rather a result of the defensive strategy the Zen master had devised during the timeout specifically for Davis. While Lu defended Davis, Luke Walton and Vujasic were prepared to execute fake help defense moves to disrupt Davis' rhythm, which made the bearded player hesitant to attack Lu aggressively. Observing this, Allen Houston immediately commented, "Brilliant, brilliant. I didn't expect the Zen master to alter his strategy as well." Just as Nelson had tailored a defensive tactic against Lu, this is a defensive scheme designed to counter Baron Davis's elusive penetrations. It appears that this approach is proving effective. As Davis seems somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to penetrate, Christopher added, "But if this defensive strategy is so effective, why did the Zen master wait until now to implement it? It is quite straightforward. for this tactic is rather unkind to the defenders on both sides. They must not only maintain control over their assigned opponents but also continuously disrupt Davis, requiring them to expend considerable energy in their relentless back and forth. Had it been employed prematurely, Walton and Vujasic would have lacked the stamina to endure until this moment. Moreover, an early implementation would grant the opposing team precious time to adapt. Indeed, the Zen master displayed his cunning foresight, having meticulously devised a defensive strategy aimed at Davis, opting to withhold its deployment until the game reached a critical juncture. Thus, when faced with the Lakers' sudden and targeted defense, Davis found himself devoid of avenues for breakthrough, reluctantly passing the ball to Monta Ellis. Upon receiving the pass, Ellis found himself tightly guarded by Vujasic, leaving him no choice but to engage in a pick-and-roll with Stephen Jackson. However, time was insufficient, compelling him to attempt a shot himself, which clanged off the rim. Now, it was the Lakers' turn to launch their offensive. Chapter 80. Internal Conflicts. As the decisive moment approached, the Zen master promptly activated a defensive strategy specifically tailored to counter Davis. Remarkably, this tactic proved immediately effective, successfully thwarting the Warriors' initial wave of offense. Following this, the Lakers commenced their offensive possession. As Lu Yusheng advanced past the halfway line, poised to execute a pick-and-roll, he swiftly discerned a shift in the Warriors' defense. The player tasked with guarding him had transformed from the formidable Davis to Monta Ellis. It appeared that not only had the Zen master prepared for this decisive moment, but Nelson had also devised a targeted defensive strategy during this critical juncture. Allen Houston expressed his astonishment, noting that when the Lakers intended to run the pick-and-roll, it was Monta Ellis who defended Lu Yusheng. In prior defensive sequences, Ellis had demonstrated a remarkable agility, allowing him to navigate through screens far more swiftly than Davis, thereby effectively disrupting Lu Yusheng's shooting rhythm post-pick. Christopher remarked that this match showcased not only the remarkable performances of the players on both sides, but also the thrilling tactical duel between the coaches. Indeed, after Lu Yusheng and Luke Walton executed the pick-and-roll, Ellis adeptly maneuvered past Walton and closely trailed Lu Yusheng, preventing him from releasing his shot in a timely manner. Lu Yusheng, adhering to his previous strategy, chose to confront Monta Ellis one-on-one despite the prevailing predicament. However, this time, the Warriors had a contingency plan. As Lu sought to overpower Ellis, both Davis and Stephen Jackson efficiently maintained their defensive assignments while persistently harassing Lu, preventing him from focusing on his offensive play. "Oh no," Allen Houston remarked. "This defensive tactic mirrors the philosophy of the Zen master almost perfectly. Brilliant." Indeed, this maneuver proved effective. Faced with incessant disruption from two defenders, Lu was unable to penetrate as he had before. Ultimately, the strategy faltered, leading him to pass the ball out to Walton. At this moment, with the shot clock dwindling, Walton could only provide a screen for Vujasic, allowing him to attempt a shot. Alas, the result was yet another miss. Both teams fell victim to each other's tactical defenses in this initial round, striking at one another's vulnerabilities, and neither could execute their strategy successfully, resulting in failure. It was inconceivable that two offensively potent teams would, in the decisive moments, find themselves relying on defense, Christopher chuckled. "Chris, I presume you've heard the adage, defense wins championships," Allen Houston remarked. Regardless of how dazzling or formidable a team's offense may be, when both sides have thoroughly analyzed each other's strategies, those tactics invariably collapse. At such junctures, defense becomes the critical factor for victory. It was evident that the illustrious coaches, Zen Master and Nelson, both comprehended this principle. "Of course, there exists an exception," Allen Houston added. "What circumstance is that?" "It pertains to the presence of a superstar. When both teams have deciphered each other's strategies and implemented targeted defenses, the value of a superstar becomes apparent, as they possess the unparalleled ability to dominate one-on-one. When tactics fail, they themselves become the most effective strategy. Indeed, this underscores why the playoffs are regarded as the stage for superstars, as both teams will engage in extensive targeted defenses, ultimately relying on the brilliance of the superstars to resolve the contest. Christopher remarked at this juncture, "I suspect the Lakers are deeply missing that man who excelled in such situations. Precisely, if Kobe were present, the Lakers would have a significantly greater chance of victory. Thus, it now hinges on who can first break the offensive stalemate." On the court, the contest between the Lakers and Warriors remained intensely competitive, with neither side seemingly able to unravel the other's tactics. Odom took a shot. Biedrins leaped the contest. It clanged off the rim. Lu Yusheng anticipated the trajectory of the ball, successfully seizing this precious offensive rebound. Lu Yusheng once again dribbles the ball to orchestrate an offensive play. Lu Yusheng dribbled the ball while contemplating how to penetrate the Warriors' defense. Luke Walton stepped in to set a screen for him. But Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that this tactic had been thoroughly countered by the Warriors, rendering its continuation futile. As the Lakers prepared to initiate the pick and roll, Monta Ellis and Davis promptly switched their defensive assignments. Monta Ellis swiftly maneuvered through, closely trailing Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng found himself with no room to maneuver. Stationed near the free throw line, the tactic had proven futile. At this moment, he reluctantly attempted to back down Monta Ellis. Yet the persistent harassment from Davis and Richardson's defensive support rendered him unable to proceed with confidence. As he hesitated with the ball, his attention was suddenly drawn to Odom, who was cutting towards the paint. A precise bounce pass found its way into Odom's hands. Facing the Warriors center's defensive assistance, Odom executed a deft bank shot. This seemingly fortuitous basket, born from a failed strategy, sparked an audacious idea within Lu Yusheng's mind. Although this notion was bold, he believed it might offer a glimmer of breakthrough amidst the adversity. However, he knew that Walton would likely disapprove. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yusheng's only focus was on victory. He yearned to win this game, momentarily setting aside any reservations. Meanwhile, the Warriors, thanks to Monta Ellis's penetration, finally created an open shot opportunity for Richardson, thereby breaking their scoring drought. The Lakers were back on offense. Lu Yusheng suddenly called for a timeout on the court. After the break, Brian Shaw inquired, "Lu, are you feeling unwell? What prompted you to call this timeout?" Lu Yusheng stated, "I would like to reorganize our tactics." Brian Shaw looked perplexed. "Reorganize the tactics? How so?" "Indeed," Lu Yusheng replied, "Phil, during our next offensive play, could we attempt to implement a triangle offense? We cannot execute the triangle offense at all. They have completely restricted our movements. How can we even attempt it?" Brian Shaw countered. "No. I have a new approach that will undoubtedly yield results," Lu Yusheng asserted confidently. The Zen master turned to Lu Yusheng and inquired, "What is your plan?" "My idea is as follows. Initially, we will feign a pick-and-roll strategy. After the pick, when Monta Ellis switches to defend me, I will receive the ball in the low post, acting as the tactical fulcrum in place of Luke Walton, and then we will initiate the triangle offense," Lu Yusheng explained. Upon hearing this, Luke Walton immediately expressed his discontent. "Do you simply believe that my facilitation is inadequate? Why complicate matters?" Traditionally, Walton had been the one to orchestrate the triangle offense, and Lu Yusheng's sudden proposal was bound to unsettle him. Lu Yu was eager to explain, but Luke Walton would not allow him to speak. "It matters not. You are now the tactical linchpin of our team. Whatever you dictate shall be done. If you instruct Phil to replace me, what right do I have to object?" With that, Luke Walton angrily tossed his towel aside and took a seat on the bench. Chapter 81, The Master's Plan. Lu Yusheng had anticipated that Luke Walton might react in this manner. In truth, he deeply comprehended Walton's sentiments. However, at this moment, there existed but a singular opportunity that could guide the team to victory in this match. He was unwilling to let it slip away. Lu Yusheng approached Luke Walton, attempting to elucidate his intentions. "Luke, I must convey to you that this tactic I am employing is merely a temporary measure aimed at countering the Warriors, and it will only be utilized for a few minutes. It is not intended for long-term application." "Hey, Luke, Lu, you both come here." Before Lu Yusheng could finish his words, the Zen master summoned them over. Although Luke Walton was somewhat reluctant, he rose and approached. This was not the time for petulance. The Zen master spoke directly. "Luke, we find ourselves in a predicament on the court. It would be prudent to consider Lu's suggestions, as they may prove beneficial to us." Luke Walton remained silent. "Lu, please continue with the strategy you were outlining." Lu Yusheng continued, stating, "I declare that this tactic is solely aimed at addressing the Warriors' current defense, and will only be employed for a few minutes." However, the Zen master abruptly interrupted him, insisting, "Just tell me your strategy." "Very well," he replied. Lu Yusheng remarked that Luke's support play was without fault. However, the Warriors possessed a corresponding defense. Richardson's stature was imposing, which hindered Luke's passing vision, effectively stifling their triangle offense. Yet, in the current scenario, were I to assume the central position and provide support, I would be confronted by Monta Ellis, who would be utterly incapable of limiting or disturbing my play. Thus, I could effortlessly deliver the ball for support, ensuring a favorable outcome. Much like the pass I executed to Odom moments ago. Due to Walton's influence, a profound silence enveloped the room. Lu Yusheng was eager to elaborate on the advantages of this strategy to everyone, but the pause time had already expired. without persuading his teammates and coaches. It seemed that execution was impossible. Unexpectedly for Lu Yusheng, Zen Master decisively announced, "All right, let's proceed as planned." Luke Walton, upon hearing this, exhibited visible irritation. Yet he said nothing and took to the court. The game continued. Brian Shaw, observing Walton on the court, addressed Zen Master, "Phil, do you not think your recent decision was somewhat inappropriate? After all, Luke is an experienced player. Asking him to relinquish his tactical position to heed the guidance of a rookie is rather unfair." Zen Master replied, "Shaw, I certainly understand your perspective. But you heard Lu's reasoning just now, did you not? We must secure this game." However, Shaw questioned, "Do you genuinely believe Lu's approach is viable?" Zen Master smiled slightly. "Shaw, let me share this with you. In fact, during the last game against the Suns, when Marion completely neutralized Walton, I had contemplated allowing Lu to take a shot. It is not that Luke's playmaking ability is inferior to Lu's. Rather, it is simply due to the differing defensive pressures they face. A player like Marion is a nightmare for the triangle offense, whereas Lu is matched against Nash, who cannot contain him at all. Thus, he can seamlessly assume Walton's tactical role. However, I did not anticipate that Lu would suddenly execute a pick-and-roll strategy on the court." Zen Master paused before continuing. "As for Lu, I cannot predict the trajectory of his playing career, but if he were to become a coach, he would undoubtedly excel. His tactical insight is remarkably gifted. In situations like the one we just witnessed, he can immediately conceive the idea of becoming the tactical fulcrum for the triangle offense, which is truly rare." Brian Shaw seemed surprised. "So you had already intended to do this? It appears that Luke Walton's tactical position will gradually be supplanted by Lu, correct?" Zen Master replied, "Luke Walton's role in the triangle offense will indeed be replaced, but that individual will certainly not be Lu. While Luke possesses excellent passing skills, the issue lies in his physicality at the small forward position. Many can effectively limit him, obstructing our tactical execution. The same applies to Lu. He can perform against players like Monta Ellis, but his physicality is also a disadvantage at the point guard position. If matched against stronger and taller guards, he too can be contained. So, who do you ultimately intend to designate as the tactical fulcrum?" Brian Shaw inquired. Zen Master adjusted his glasses. "Currently, our team lacks such a player. Initially, I had identified Yao Ming as the most suitable candidate. However, who could have predicted that he would forsake the more substantial contract we offered in favor of re-signing with the Rockets? This decision is perplexing to me. Heavens. He lacks a tactical role within the Rockets' current system, and under their style of play, Yao cannot truly showcase his capabilities. However, since he has made his choice, we find ourselves with little recourse. Nevertheless, Kubitschek and I have recently been deliberating on a feasible transaction. Perhaps we shall soon acquire the tactical fulcrum we desire." Brian Shaw inquired, "Who is it?" The Zen Master responded with a mysterious smile, "Guess." Brian Shaw, upon returning to the court, Luke Walton's countenance was so foul that even the referee dared not approach him. Lu Yusheng observed the situation keenly. However, he had no intention of voicing his thoughts at the moment. His sole focus was on securing victory in the match. As for the grievances with Walton, those would be addressed after the competition concluded. Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbled the ball, initiating the offensive play. Although Walton was reluctant, once on the court, he adhered strictly to the tactical plan, promptly positioning himself to set a screen for Lu Yusheng. Observing this, Monta Ellis hurriedly coordinated with Davis to switch defenses, advancing to guard Lu Yusheng. Remarkably, Walton's screen failed to impede Monta Ellis, allowing him to seamlessly trail Lu Yusheng to the low post near the free throw line. Commentator Christopher remarked on the evident decline in the Lakers player's stamina, noting that Walton's screen appeared ineffective, failing to obstruct the defender entirely, rendering the play ineffective. Allen Houston commented, expressing surprise that during the timeout, the Zen Master did not devise a different strategy, as the Lakers' offense seemed unchanged. Furthermore, the quality of the screen appeared subpar, complicating matters further. However, wait a moment, perhaps the screen was not of poor quality after all, but rather a feigned screen from the outset. Lu Yusheng, positioned with his back to the basket, orchestrated the play while his teammates alternated in providing screens, diligently moving to create open spaces around him. This formation embodied a triangular offense. Meanwhile, Davis and Richardson continued to adhere to their prior strategy, persistently applying pressure on Lu Yusheng. Should Lu Yusheng attempt to back down Ellis, their harassment would undoubtedly pose challenges for him. However, if Lu Yusheng merely focused on facilitating the play, their efforts to disrupt him would prove futile. Their frequent departures from their assigned defenders to apply pressure could inadvertently create openings. Indeed, the opportunity arose for Luke Walton. As Richardson endeavored to harass Lu Yusheng, Walton suddenly darted in the opposite direction, swiftly creating space between himself and Richardson. Observing this, Richardson hastily pursued. Yet Odom provided a critical screen, leaving Walton momentarily unguarded beyond the three-point line. With a swift motion, he released the ball. Lu Yusheng delivered the ball at the first opportunity. Without hesitation, Walton extended his arms and took the shot. The three-pointer found its mark. "I understand now. I comprehend," Allen Houston exclaimed, as it became clear that the Zen Master's strategy was that the pick-and-roll was merely a superficial guise. The essence remained to execute the triangle offense, with the only difference being that the facilitator transitioned from Walton to Lu Yusheng. Given the lesser defensive pressure Lu faced, the triangle offense could thrive once more. Such a maneuver was indeed brilliant. It was no wonder he was known as the Zen Master. Chapter 82, The Inner Demon. Following this basket, the Lakers completely dismantled the stalemate on the court. They shattered the carefully orchestrated defensive scheme of the Warriors. The next time Lu Yusheng initiated a pick-and-roll, Monta Ellis found himself at a loss, unsure whether to switch with the bearded player. If they did not switch, Lu Yusheng would execute the pick-and-roll. If they did, he would seamlessly transition into the triangle offense. The Warriors were caught in a bind, unable to defend effectively. In terms of offensive strategy, the Lakers had established an undeniable advantage. Conversely, the Warriors struggled to crack the targeted defense designed by the Zen Master, leading to a one-sided affair on the court. The Lakers swiftly forged a 7-point lead. Davis, in a fit of frustration, vocally reprimanded his teammates. This compelled the Warriors to call for yet another timeout. Commentator Christopher remarked, "With less than 3 minutes remaining and the Lakers leading by 7, it appeared that the game was firmly in the Lakers' grasp." "Houston, what do you think?" Allen Houston concurred, stating, "My perspective aligns with yours. During the decisive moments of the fourth quarter, when both teams deployed targeted defenses, I previously mentioned that the team capable of breaching the opponent's defensive strategy would gain the upper hand. The Lakers achieved this first, while the Warriors, thus far, have been unable to shake off the Lakers' defense. Walton and Vujacic consistently disrupted Davis, preventing him from penetrating Lu Yusheng, thereby hindering his ability to create space for his teammates. If, during this timeout, Nelson cannot devise a solution, the Warriors may be in dire straits." During the timeout, Lu Yusheng pondered what countermeasures the Warriors might employ next. Vujacic approached him, saying, "Hey, Lu, those passes you made earlier were fantastic. Keep it up, we need more of that." Lu Yusheng gestured for him to cease speaking, concerned that Wharton nearby might overhear, which would surely add to his discomfort. Vujacic, fully aware of this, chuckled and said, "It's all right, Lu, do not fret. I completely understand your intentions. You genuinely wish to assist us in clinching this match. As for that fellow Luke, there is no need for concern. He is not the sort to lack understanding. He merely finds himself in a moment of confusion." Lu Yusheng nodded. "Your primary task now is to deliver several more exquisite passes like the ones earlier, allowing me to enhance my statistics. As you are aware, it is only due to Kobe's absence in the past 2 games that I have had the opportunity to play for an extended duration. So I implore you to provide me with more quality passes. You need not worry about Luke. After the game, I will approach him for a discussion." "Thank you." Lu Yusheng patted Vujacic on the back. In the previous match against the Suns, Lu Yusheng could not tolerate Rondo's unsportsmanlike conduct and stood up for Vujacic. Although a physical confrontation did not ensue, among all the teammates, Vujacic was the one he trusted the most, forming a solid bond. Sometimes, the camaraderie between men is as simple as that. The timeout concluded. The game resumed. The Warriors initiated their offense. After Byron Davis dribbled past half-court, Monta Ellis stepped up to set a screen for him. It was evident that this was a tactical shift for the Warriors. Both the bearded Davis and Monta Ellis were capable of playing the point guard position, possessing formidable offensive and passing abilities. Thus, after their screen and roll, the Lakers were hesitant to double-team either player, granting them greater space to maneuver. Lu Yusheng was able to immediately comprehend the significance of this strategy because he had employed a similar tactic during the Summer League. When the offense stagnated, he and Famar executed pick-and-rolls. The thought process was remarkably similar. As anticipated, following the pick-and-roll, the Lakers hesitated to double-team and were left with no choice but to switch their defensive assignments. Lu Yusheng was tasked with guarding Monta Ellis, while Vujacic focused on defending Baron Davis. As Davis controlled the ball, Ellis and Richardson moved swiftly to the corners, compelling Lu Yusheng and Walton to follow suit. Consequently, the defenders on both sides were unable to impede the beard, thus creating an opportunity for Davis to engage in a one-on-one against Fujasic. Lu Yusheng silently admired Nelson. The old man was indeed brimming with wisdom. Wu Jikisi, though shorter than Monta Ellis, was not at a disadvantage in defense. Yet when tasked with guarding the bearded Byron Davis, his effectiveness would likely mirror that of Lu Yusheng. For Wu Jikisi's physical attributes were quite similar to those of Lu Yusheng. Indeed, when the disturbance ceased, Davis faced Wu Jikisi's one-on-one defense and effortlessly evaded him with merely 2 swift dribbles. Inside, Odom could only step up to assist, and without hesitation, Davis delivered a pass. The Warriors scored. It seems your predictions were correct, Houston. This timeout was orchestrated by Coach Nelson to address the offensive tactics, and he executed it remarkably well. Whenever the bearded one can isolate, the Warriors' offense thrives again, Christopher remarked. Indeed, I have always maintained that Nelson is no mediocre coach. He possesses genuine skill. However, he still reacts 2 plays slower than Zen Master. Had he employed this strategy during the previous timeout, the Lakers might not have held the lead they currently enjoy. This perhaps highlights the gap between him and the Zen Master. As the game progressed, both teams reignited their offensive strategies. Davis continuously created opportunities for his teammates with his unparalleled ability to score in isolation. Meanwhile, Lu Yusheng switched between pick-and-roll tactics and the triangle offense, consistently seeking chances for his teammates as well. Both sides could no longer contain the other's offense with targeted defense, resulting in a back-and-forth scoreline. Given this scenario, the Lakers held a scoring advantage, suggesting a stable outcome as the game neared its conclusion. However, the turning point arose with Lu Yusheng. During one offensive play, as the ball found its way to Lu Yusheng, he was suddenly presented with a promising open shot. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that he had no choice but to shoot. His teammates were ensnared in defense, leaving no opportunity for a pass, and time was insufficient to orchestrate another offensive strategy. He had to take the shot. However, at the very moment he leaped to execute the mid-range jumper, he felt the insidious grip of self-doubt. The shot itself was executed with a stiffness that betrayed his tension. As soon as he released the ball, Lu Yusheng shouted and sprinted towards the basket, hoping for the rebound. Alas, fortune was not on his side. The rebound fell into the hands of Barnes from the Warriors. With a swift motion, Barnes launched the ball to Davis, who was already on the fast break. A thunderous dunk ensued. The 4-point swing brought the score level in an instant. Lu Yusheng glanced at the clock. Only 42 seconds remained in the match, and the score stood at a tense 96-96. Both teams had but a single offensive opportunity left. A wave of frustration washed over him. Had it not been for his missed shot, which had allowed the opposition to counterattack, the Lakers would have been assured of victory. Now, they found themselves on equal footing, and the outcome had once again become uncertain. Should they lose this match tonight, the blame would undoubtedly rest upon his shoulders. As the Lakers initiated their next offensive play, Lu Yusheng's emotions were visibly affected by his previous shot, leading to a sense of urgency. Dribbling the ball, he replayed that cursed missed basket in his mind. During a pick-and-roll, desperate to shake off Monta Ellis's defense, he subconsciously pushed Ellis away with his hand. The whistle blew. The referee signaled a foul against Lu Yusheng. It was over. Despair engulfed him. As the team approached the free throw line, the Warriors were awarded 2 shots. Chapter 83. The clutch shot. Monta Ellis stepped up to the free throw line. The first shot was successful, 97-96. The Golden State Warriors had taken the lead. The Oracle Arena erupted with a thunderous roar of cheers. Lu Yusheng stood near the center court, engulfed by the tumultuous cheers that echoed like the roar of the sea. He lowered his head in despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, momentarily at a loss. Oh no, this foul could very well be the turning point in the match. Monta Ellis, as a shooting guard, boasted a free throw percentage of 71 from the previous season, a figure that, while not particularly impressive, was overshadowed by a more alarming statistic. In the fourth quarter, his free throw accuracy soared to 94. This indicated that as the game reached its critical moments, his precision only intensified. Commentator Christopher lamented, Lu's foul was truly unfortunate. Monta has consistently pursued him, and the strategy was not fully executed. He should not have been so hasty. Such a pity, really a pity. I surmise that Lu must have been affected by that earlier missed open shot, which altered his mindset. He has yet to conquer his inner demons. As an athlete, I completely understand this feeling, Allen Houston added, expressing regret. Lu played an outstanding game. utilizing his distinct basketball acumen to lead the Lakers to the brink of victory. Yet in the end, he was unable to transcend his mental struggles. It is genuinely unfortunate. Of course, the match was not yet over. Although the Lakers found themselves at a disadvantage, the NBA is a realm where miracles often unfold, especially in such a nail-biting contest. Everything remains uncertain, ladies and gentlemen. Let us await what transpires next. As he spoke, Monta Ellis made his second free throw, 98-96. And with only 34 seconds remaining, even if the Lakers managed to level the score, the Warriors would still possess the final opportunity for offense. This posed a significant challenge for the Lakers. Zen Master called a timeout to devise a strategy for his team. Lu Yusheng was in a state of confusion. Although he stood beside the Zen Master, his attention was utterly unable to focus on the tactical arrangements presented. The Zen Master's strategy remained centered on executing a pick-and-roll, with other teammates providing screens for Vujacic, enabling him to secure an open mid-range shot. The aim was to play it safe, to first secure a two-pointer to level the score. As the game resumed, Odom prepared to inbound the ball, intending to pass it to Lu Yusheng. However, the Warriors' defense was impenetrable, preventing the ball from reaching him, compelling Odom to pass to Walton instead. The other teammates commenced their screens for Vujacic. The Zen Master's design for these screens was unparalleled in the league. During his time with the Bulls, he had orchestrated countless crucial moments, guiding teammates to provide Michael Jordan with opportunities to find space. This time, the screen strategy was supposed to be flawlessly executed. Yet Lu Yusheng failed to grasp the Zen Master's instructions clearly. When it came time for him to set the screen, he stood there, bewildered and unmoving. What on earth is this guy doing? Brian Shaw could not contain his frustration and yelled at Lu Yusheng, "WTF? What are you doing?" The strategy was a chain of interlinked actions. Without Lu Yusheng's contribution, Vujacic was deprived of the opportunity for an open shot. Although Vujacic eventually received the ball, he faced defensive pressure, and with the shot clock winding down, he was forced to take a hurried shot. It was a miss. The Warriors seized the crucial rebound. Allen Houston remarked, "It seems the Lakers' strategy encountered a slight hiccup. From the Zen Master's setup, it appeared he aimed to create an open shot for Vujacic. But somewhere along the way, that opportunity was lost. Such a pity." Indeed, with only 10 seconds left in the game, the Warriors held possession and led by 2 points, making victory almost a certainty. The Lakers fought valiantly against the Warriors until the very end, yet they unexpectedly faced defeat, a bitter pill for them to swallow. It seemed the only recourse left for them was to resort to a strategy of fouling. Christopher's voice was laden with regret for the Lakers. Witnessing the Warriors firmly grasping the victory, the fans at Oracle Arena rose to their feet, their cheers crescendoing in waves, as if they might lift the very roof of the arena. "Lu, I truly cannot comprehend what you were thinking. The strategy was clearly designed. Yet you managed to commit such a basic error. Why didn't you set the screen? Tell me why." Brian Shaw erupted in anger towards Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng lowered his head, uttering not a word. Beside him, Smush Parker remarked with a sardonic tone, "Oh no, Coach Brian Shaw. I believe you ought not to unleash such fury upon our principal point guard." "Silence," came Shaw's curt reply, met with a derisive smirk from Smush Parker. The Zen Master, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to strategize for the team. At that moment, Lu Yusheng secretly wished for a scathing reprimand, akin to Shaw's fiery outburst directed at him. Yet, the Zen Master remained expressionless. At this juncture, the Zen Master's strategy was evident to all: commit an intentional foul, sending the Warriors to the free throw line, wagering on their proficiency in free throws. Should they convert one, the plan was to utilize the remaining time to attempt a three-pointer, aiming to equalize and force overtime. If both shots were successful, it would effectively signal the end of the match. The whistle blew, the timeout was over. The game resumed. The Warriors initiated the play. No sooner had the ball been inbound than the Lakers committed a rapid foul. The infraction was against the Warriors' center, Foyle. After all, large players tend to possess lower free throw percentages. Foyle had recorded a mere 38% success rate in the previous season, making him the ideal candidate for this foul. Moreover, the foul was executed with remarkable swiftness. Only a second had elapsed. As Foyle approached the free throw line, he had yet to shoot when the bearded Davis stepped forward to offer encouragement. "Brother, maintain your composure. If you can make just one, victory is assured." Foyle nodded, though he appeared somewhat anxious. Free throws in such pivotal moments test an athlete's mental fortitude, particularly for a player of his stature, who is not particularly adept at shooting from the line. Lu Yusheng stood alone, hunched over near the center line, acutely aware of the Warriors fans nearby who were vociferously booing him. He could even faintly discern some particularly scornful and derogatory remarks. This torrent of derision ignited a profound rage within him, a fury that was primarily directed at himself. The culmination of this anger manifested as a deep-seated frustration, which surged relentlessly to the forefront of his mind. "Hey, rookie, lift your spirits. The game is not over yet," came a voice from beside him. Lu Yusheng lifted his head, a hint of surprise evident on his face. "Luke Walton? Listen, you compelled me to execute a pick-and-roll with which I was unfamiliar. And I complied. You further insisted that I relinquish my position in the low post and the tactical core of our strategy, and I acquiesced. I have already sacrificed enough. I do not wish to lose this game in such a manner. You must take responsibility for my sacrifices, do you understand? So, put away that innocent expression of yours and secure this damned victory, or I assure you, I will not let this matter rest." After delivering his fierce ultimatum, Walton returned to the free throw line, preparing to seize the rebound. Though harsh, his words were merely a source of comfort. Lu Yusheng gazed at Walton, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He clenched his teeth. Indeed, the match was far from over. Foyer's first free throw fell short, eliciting a collective sigh of disappointment from the home crowd. The crucial second attempt found Foyer even more anxious. He dribbled the ball several times before finally lifting it to shoot. This time it soared over. The basketball struck the back rim and ricocheted high into the air. A rebound. Lu Yusheng hurriedly dashed inside. Walton, who had already penetrated the paint, exerted every ounce of strength to firmly box out the Warriors' Petterlin, allowing Bynum to seize the rebound with little contest. He passed the ball to Walton. The Lakers, having exhausted their timeouts, saw Walton swiftly deliver the ball to Lu Yusheng, who had already sprinted to the vicinity of the midcourt. All the Warriors players quickly retreated on defense. The bearded Davis immediately positioned himself before Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng dribbled swiftly past Davis, accelerating towards the basket with fervor. A mere layup would equalize the score and propel the game into overtime. The stakes were perilously high. However, the Warriors Barnes and Richardson had already arrived at the basket with remarkable speed, ready to establish a formidable defense. Lu Yusheng hastily halted his drive towards the basket, positioning himself beyond the three-point line, his eyes scanning the court for teammates ready to sprint. Yet, in such a critical moment, the Warriors would never grant the Lakers an open opportunity. Their defense effectively thwarted any chance for Lu's fellow players to receive the ball. Davis, elated, realized that with no shot available, Lu had no choice but to penetrate the defense. However, venturing inside only led to a dead end. Moreover, Davis would never permit him an easy breakthrough. Indeed, Lu made a decisive move, accelerating to his right to drive towards the basket. Without hesitation, Davis swiftly shifted to block him, determined not to allow any opportunity for Lu to breach their defenses. To Davis's astonishment, Lu suddenly halted. He executed a quick stop and leaped, preparing to shoot from beyond the arc. This completely caught Davis off guard, leaving him unable to react in time. And Lu released the shot. For Lu Yusheng, this moment marked the culmination of his choices. He had no alternatives left. Penetrating the interior, surrounded by the Warriors' formidable defense, he had no chance to shoot, and time was running out. Ultimately, he could only attempt this three-point shot. As for whether it would succeed, that had ceased to matter the instant he decided to shoot. After all, failing to take the shot would inevitably lead to defeat, a burden he was destined to bear. The crowd of Warriors fans fell silent, breathless as they watched the arc of the three-point shot soar through the air. Thud! The force was too great. Striking the back of the rim and bouncing high into the air. It was over. Allen Houston exclaimed. The game was finished. The Warriors erupted in joy, scrambling for the rebound. However, to their astonishment, the ball, after its vertical bounce, descended straight down into the net. It went in. Simultaneously, the sound signaling the end of the game echoed. A buzzer beater. With a miraculous three-pointer, Lu Yusheng had vanquished the Warriors. Christopher shouted with a volume that nearly shattered the audience's eardrums in sheer delight. Chapter 84. May I speak with you privately? With Lu Yusheng's final, decisive shot, the Los Angeles Lakers narrowly triumphed over the Golden State Warriors with a score of 99-98. This remarkable shot not only redeemed Lu Yusheng from a significant blunder in the game's closing moments, but also secured a hard-fought victory for the Lakers. Most players from the Warriors approached the Lakers to extend their greetings, while the disgruntled Davis retreated to the locker room alone, refusing all media interviews, including a pre-scheduled team interview. It was evident that the defeat had deeply embarrassed him. In stark contrast, Lu Yusheng found himself encircled by a throng of media personnel. Even Christopher could not help but exclaim that, although Lu's performance in today's game was indeed commendable, his current media influence had surpassed that of a mere rookie. A privilege typically reserved for legends like Kobe Bryant. Allen Houston chuckled and remarked that there was no way around it. Lu's unique background as a Chinese-American point guard had destined him for the limelight since he entered the league. Furthermore, his stunning performances in the past 2 games had naturally endeared him to the press. Indeed, following this victory, the Lakers had achieved 2 consecutive wins, a resounding start to the season, especially considering Kobe had yet to return. It appeared that the Lakers' prospects this year were boundless. Houston, what heights do you believe the Lakers can reach this season? Christopher inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Allen Houston replied, to put it simply, I have always believed that since Shaquille O'Neal's departure, the Lakers roster has been quite lopsided over the past 2 years. Aside from Kobe, they have been severely lacking in talent across all positions. For instance, last season, the configurations at other positions, apart from Kobe, might not even have been sufficient to reach the league's median. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. Over the past 2 years, if they intended to tank for draft picks, I would completely support it. Perhaps they believe they have amassed enough championships to spare, wanting other teams to experience that as well. Oh, if they truly wish to tank, I believe they should trade Kobe away. After all, allowing the world's finest basketball player to accompany them in their decline would be a loss for the sport and the NBA as a whole. Absolutely. The Lakers' ability to reach the playoffs in the West last year was solely due to Kobe's otherworldly performance, elevating them to heights that were not truly theirs. Yes, thus, even when the Lakers were leading the Suns 3-1, I maintained that they would not advance far in the playoffs. The team's configuration was far too flawed. Relying solely on Kobe was simply untenable. And what do you think about this year? It is difficult to say. Allen Houston remarked that although they secured victories in those 2 matches without Kobe, it was primarily due to the fact that the Suns and the Warriors had not anticipated the prowess of Lu Yusheng. This oversight is quite understandable, considering he is merely a rookie. It is indeed surprising that a newcomer could exhibit such maturity on the court, and they cannot be blamed for this miscalculation. However, Chris, one must recognize that a season is a lengthy endeavor. In the forthcoming matches, I am confident that other teams will scrutinize Lu Yusheng closely. Once they begin to target him relentlessly, the situation will become quite challenging. Indeed, during the latter part of today's game, the Golden State Warriors had already begun to focus on Lu, and for a certain stretch, he did appear to struggle. Therefore, if you inquire about the potential accomplishments of the Lakers this season, I believe 2 factors are paramount. First, whether the Lakers management can secure new talent during the mid-season to provide Kobe with a competent supporting cast. Second, how much Lu Yusheng can develop and whether he can emerge as the answer at the point guard position for the Lakers. This is crucial, and I remain optimistic about his prospects. Although he has only played 2 games thus far, the basketball intelligence and tactical acumen he has displayed suggest he does not resemble a typical rookie. Should he continue to perform at this level, I believe the Lakers still possess a significant chance this season. Absolutely, this young man plays with remarkable intelligence. To be candid, I have already become a fan of his. I believe he has the potential to become a superstar. If not, he may already be the darling of Los Angeles fans. Indeed, it seems the women of Los Angeles may have to endure a brief period of discomfort. Allen Houston chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, Lu Yusheng remained surrounded by the media, who were relentless in their inquiries. Lu, the game-winning shot you made today was simply breathtaking. We have yet to verify the statistics, but you might be the first rookie in NBA history to hit a game winner in just your 2nd game. Historically, such moments have been reserved for Kobe. Why would Phil Jackson assign you such a tactical role? Oh, my friend, I can tell you are trying to stir the pot. Lu Yusheng chuckled and remarked. I must inform you that the strategy for that final shot was not devised for me, a mere rookie. There are numerous players in the team who surpass my abilities. The tactic simply did not materialize as planned, and the ball fortuitously found its way into my hands, compelling me to take the shot. Another female journalist inquired. According to reliable sources, Kobe is set to make his comeback in the upcoming match against the Seattle Supersonics. In the 2 games during his absence, you performed admirably, and the Lakers displayed remarkable unity. Do you believe Kobe's return will affect your performance? It seems she is attempting to stir up controversy. Lu Yusheng pondered to himself that the media were keenly searching for any inconsistencies in his words to fabricate a sensational news story. It seemed imperative to approach the situation with utmost caution. "Madam," he began, "I must admit that I am at a loss for how to respond to your inquiry. It is common knowledge that Kobe is currently one of the premier basketball players. A superstar of his caliber, regardless of the team he graces, would instantly elevate that team to championship contention. His return will undoubtedly facilitate our play and enrich our tactical repertoire. The scenario you suggest is simply implausible." Lu Yusheng believed that his responses were impenetrable. Subsequently, other media outlets had numerous inquiries, yet he deftly deflected them, suggesting they pose their questions during the post-match interviews with the team. These individuals had crafted their questions meticulously, and one could easily find themselves ensnared in their traps. It was wiser not to confront them alone. Upon returning to the locker room, Lu Yusheng noticed a delightful atmosphere. Anyone who has played understands that winning such a nail-biting match is the most exhilarating experience. Yusheng, with a grin, pointed at Luke Walton and remarked to Lu, "Hey, Lu. I've already spoken with this guy. He expressed concerns that he might affect your performance, so he plans to transfer, leaving on the subway tonight." Luke Walton chuckled, "Hey kid, you should be grateful you sank that last three-pointer. Otherwise, I might have had to publicly thrash you in front of all the Oracle Arena fans." Indeed, it was not just Luke. The rest of the team would likely join in, as you nearly jeopardized the game. Odom added, "Moreover, and most importantly, you damn rookie. You stole our thunder. No worries, Luke. No matter how many people want to beat me up, I will ensure they reserve the core position for you." Lu Yusheng replied with a smile, "Oh, kid, I warn you, do not mention the tactical core business again. It's already irking me." Although Luke Walton said this, he maintained his smile as he came over to give Lu Yusheng a high five, saying, "Well done, kid, keep up the good work." Lu Yusheng smiled knowingly. A person like Luke Walton is perhaps what the Chinese refer to as a gentleman. After taking a shower and changing into fresh attire, Lu Yusheng unlocked his phone with the intention of calling Avril to share the joy of his victory. However, the call did not connect, suggesting that she was likely preoccupied. This left Lu Yusheng with a slight sense of disappointment. Yet, he quickly noticed a message from the journalist Meng Xia, who hailed from Huaxia. "Lu, congratulations on your triumphant victory. That decisive goal was simply stunning. I have just arrived in California, and regrettably, I fear I will miss your interview. Would it be possible for us to have a private conversation this evening?" Chapter 85. The Temptation of Beauty. Lu Yusheng did not respond to Meng Xiao's message. He preferred to stay in and continue his training tonight. The system had just bestowed upon him the skill of the Tony Parker's floater, which proved to be exceptionally useful. Initially, Lu Yusheng felt the name lacked grandeur, but after a single match, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this skill was a treasure for a point guard. It would undoubtedly enable him to navigate and execute various strategies with greater ease in the future. There was no doubt that this move would become a staple in his repertoire. However, his current proficiency was woefully inadequate. He needed to expedite his upgrade. Furthermore, his abysmal shooting performance today had left him utterly embarrassed, nearly costing his team the match. Although they emerged victorious and the media had lauded him excessively, Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that their win was largely fortuitous. His poor shooting at critical moments had posed significant challenges for the team. If he failed to improve his shooting, it would become his Achilles heel, and rival teams would undoubtedly exploit this weakness mercilessly. He needed to act swiftly. During the post-match press conference, the media's focus remained firmly on Lu Yusheng, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. After all, he was merely a rookie, and such media attention could create discontent among his teammates. "Lu, we noticed that Baron Davis was consistently provoking you today, and you two engaged in some rather unfriendly exchanges on the court. Could you share what was discussed?" A reporter inquired. "I can tell you this much. I primarily sought his advice on how to maintain a thick beard like his, and how to avoid having it dip into my soup while dining," he replied. Laughter erupted among the reporters. However, he didn't divulge his secret. "I suspect that he might tie his beard into a braid while eating, or perhaps he finishes his meal before it has a chance to fall into the soup, considering. As you all know, this guy possesses terrifying speed and explosiveness." Lu Yusheng's humor elicited laughter from all the reporters. However, he chose not to overshadow his teammates. So he feigned a slight discomfort and discreetly slipped away. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Wu Jiasasai and Walton, as is customary, planned to unwind at a bar. Lu Yusheng declined their invitation and returned to the hotel alone. After having a light meal and resting for a moment, he made his way to the training facility to continue practicing. At that moment, he suddenly grasped the mindset of Kobe. Previously, He had always believed that a superstar of Kobe's caliber would have mastered the fundamental skills thoroughly and wouldn't need to torment himself with such rigorous practice. However, he now understood that one could never fully master all techniques. Take shooting, for example. When training alone, one might feel that their shooting is flawless. Yet, when confronted with intense defense on the NBA court, amidst the cacophony of jeers from home fans, and when utterly fatigued, the reality becomes starkly different. What left Lu Yusheng most astonished today was the game-winning shot. Although it was indeed a stroke of luck, the exhilaration and excitement he felt when it swished through the net, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, was beyond description. No wonder those superstars revel in making clutch shots. The sensation is truly akin to soaring. Of course, once that player returned, Lu Yusheng would likely have little opportunity to take such decisive shots. Nevertheless, for him, it mattered little, as his role on the team was not defined by that. Lu Yusheng practiced dribbling and shooting alone, employing his imagination to recreate the defenses he would face on the court today, simulating the scene as he took shot after shot. An hour later, he was drenched in sweat and breathless. He sat down on the sidelines to rest. I thought to myself, perhaps it is time for you to find a practice partner. Suddenly, a sultry voice echoed from behind him. As Lu Yusheng turned around, he was unexpectedly confronted by Meng Xia. Dressed in a form-fitting short skirt, her black stockings accentuated the elegance of her legs, while her exquisite features and enchanting smile radiated the allure of an intelligent woman. "What brings you here?" Lu Yusheng inquired. "I came to find you. Since you didn't respond to my messages, I had no choice but to seek you out here," Meng Xia replied with a gentle smile. "How did you know I would be here?" he asked. "I took a guess. I watched the entire game between your team and the Warriors, and I witnessed your stunning performance, as well as your struggles and frustrations. So, I figured you would likely come here to practice your shooting." "It seems I was right," Meng Xia responded. Lu Yusheng smiled, finding the girl rather intriguing. "How long have you been practicing? I believe you ought to find a sparring partner, otherwise your stamina will be squandered on retrieving balls alone." Meng Xia remarked, "Do not hesitate to spend that little money. For you, it is merely a trifling sum." "Please do not say that. For a newcomer like me, it is certainly not an insignificant amount," Lu Yusheng replied. "It may not seem substantial to other newcomers, but for you, it undoubtedly is," Meng Xia continued. "Have you received any calls seeking you as a spokesperson yet?" "Not at all," he answered. "Do not fret. Given your current performance, I anticipate that before long, you will be inundated with offers. By the way, when that time comes, you will also need to find a manager to handle these affairs. If you do not have a suitable candidate, I can recommend someone to you. Absolutely reliable," Meng Xia said. "I haven't thought that far ahead. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it," Lu Yusheng replied. Meng Xia chuckled. "Are you certain you truly grew up in America?" "Why do you ask?" "Because I feel that you do not strike me as someone who has lived here for many years. Rather, you seem like a traditional Huaxia person. You hardly look me in the eye. Are you afraid I harbor ill intentions?" "Not at all," Lu Yusheng laughed. He indeed had not looked directly at Meng Xia, primarily because her appearance today was quite different from her last, and for some reason, it made him hesitant to gaze too long. "When do you plan to practice until?" "Lu the Great Star? I am feeling rather down today. Could you accompany me for a chat?" Meng Xia inquired. Lu Yusheng hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. It seemed unreasonable to turn them away after they had made the effort to come all the way here. After all, it was merely a conversation, and there was no harm in that. Lu Yusheng took a shower and changed his clothes. Upon emerging, he found Meng Xia engaged in a phone call. She appeared to be in a heated argument with someone, and in a fit of anger, she ended the call abruptly. Lu Yusheng approached, perplexed by the intensity of the anger. "What a fool, just ignore him. Shall we leave?" Meng Xia suggested as she drove Lu Yusheng to a nearby bar. Upon their arrival, Meng Xia remained largely silent, drowning her sorrows in drink. "What is troubling you?" Lu Yusheng inquired. "You asked me out to talk. If something is bothering you, at least share it with me. Even if I cannot assist, let me at least find some joy in the conversation." "Not amusing in the slightest," Meng Xia replied after taking a sip of her drink. "This tune is quite cheerful. Let us dance." Without waiting for Lu Yusheng's consent, she abruptly pulled him from his seat, leading him to the dance floor, where they joyfully swayed to the lively music. Lu Yusheng observed that the girl danced with a boldness that was indeed rather uncharacteristic of a Huaxia individual. "Your dancing is rather ungraceful," Meng Xia remarked. "Come. Allow me to teach you. This dance must be performed with sensuality." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Lu Yusheng. Her body pressed closely against his as they danced, under the dual stimulation of alcohol and hormones. Lu Yusheng felt a sudden reaction and swiftly created a bit of distance between them. Yet, Meng Xia remained unfazed, tightening her embrace once more and laughing. Oh, are you really that dramatic? You don't still lack a girlfriend, do you? A craftsman? Lu Yusheng. Chapter 86. I have already become your fan. Hello. May I ask if you are a player for the Lakers? A young Caucasian man suddenly approached Lu Yusheng. Lu Yusheng was somewhat taken aback, surprised that he could still be recognized under such lighting. Hello, he greeted politely. It really is you, exclaimed the young man, brimming with excitement. Your performance today was absolutely outstanding. That game-winning shot was simply spectacular. The Warriors must be seething with frustration. Wait, are you a local? Indeed. Then shouldn't you be a fan of the Warriors? I used to be, he chuckled, but their dismal performance has driven me away completely. These guys are truly disappointing. At this rate, I doubt the Golden State Warriors will ever clinch a championship in my lifetime. So let them all fade into oblivion. I might as well support Kobe instead. After all, my father is a Lakers fan, and that way, we won't have to argue over watching games anymore. Lu Yusheng hesitated to disclose that, in a decade's time, an exceptionally precise shooter would not only lead the Warriors to victory, but also help establish a dynasty. May I take a photo with you? Of course. Upon Lu Yusheng's agreement, the young man immediately gestured towards the back, exclaiming, it truly is him. Come quickly for a photograph. As Lu Yusheng turned around, approximately a dozen or 20 handsome young men and beautiful young women swiftly approached, surrounding him and eagerly pulling out their phones to capture a photograph together. Having already acquiesced to their wishes, Lu Yusheng had no choice but to oblige. Once the group photo concluded, a striking blonde girl noticed Meng Xia across the way and inquired, Lu, is this your girlfriend? Before Lu Yusheng could utter a word, Meng Xia promptly replied, yes, I am his girlfriend. The girl responded with a smile, how lovely. You two are quite a match. Wishing you both happiness. She then left with her companions. So, how was it? Meng Xia inquired. Not too bad. It's my first time experiencing the treatment of a star. I never imagined I could be recognized in such dim lighting. Who asked you that? I was asking about that girl you just spoke to. Oh, she was all right. Quite beautiful. Why did you claim to be my girlfriend? To spare you from trouble, Meng Xia stated. Do you believe me? If I hadn't said that, she would have immediately asked for your contact information. At that point, I could only congratulate you on having to support a junkie in the future. Huh. Are you saying she is a fan? How did you figure that out? Lu Yusheng asked, astonished. It's quite easy to discern, Meng Xia replied. You must be cautious from now on. Without a girlfriend, once you gain fame, there will be no shortage of beautiful girls pursuing you. They come in all varieties. But those types can ruin you. You needn't worry about that. I already have a girlfriend. Oh? I couldn't tell. What does she do? Lu Yusheng took out his wallet to show Meng Xia a photo of Avril. She is an actress. That is tantamount to nothing. Why? Meng Xia took a sip of her drink, and you will understand later. Lu Yusheng felt a sense of helplessness. Enough about me. Let us turn our conversation to you. To this day, I remain unaware of the reasons behind your melancholy. Meng Xia took a hearty gulp of her drink. It pertains to matters at work. Ah. That explains your absence from the interview today. What transpired? Common issues encountered by women in the workplace, Meng Xia replied with a hint of disdain. Is it the unspoken rules? Meng Xia nodded. It seems simple enough. Why not sue him? If it were that easy, I wouldn't be in such distress. Meng Xia countered. The situation in Huaxia differs vastly from here. I am currently faced with a pivotal decision in my life, to acquiesce to him or to forfeit my job. Is it that grave? There is no alternative. He wields that power. How utterly revolting. Then why not simply resign? Why should I? Meng Xia suddenly exclaimed, her passion igniting. Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested to reach this point? How dare that insufferable pig compel me to abandon all my hard work? Realizing she had overstepped, she quickly added, I apologize. I did not mean to direct my frustration at you. I understand. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Meng Xia smiled. No need. Focus on your game. You are destined for greatness, a superstar of tomorrow. Do not let yourself get entangled in such vile matters. I can manage this myself. I cherish my work in this place. I do not wish to leave it so easily. Despite her words, Lu Yusheng could discern that Meng Xia was likely bereft of a viable solution as she continued to drink. In truth, as a man of integrity, Lu Yusheng desired to aid her, but upon reflection, he realized he might not be of much help. Meng Xia drank for a considerable time before pulling Lu Yusheng onto the dance floor. After dancing, they resumed drinking, and before long, she was quite inebriated. Lu Yusheng wished to return her home, yet she was entirely inebriated, rendering it impossible to discern her residence. Consequently, he had no choice but to take her back to his hotel. He intended to book another room for himself. Before departing, he noticed that Meng Xia was still clad in high heels, so he gently removed her shoes, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, Meng Xia suddenly grasped his hand tightly. "Don't go. Don't leave me. I'm scared." "It's all right. This hotel has excellent security. There's nothing to fear. Just get some rest." "No," Meng Xia murmured, her eyes still hazy as she looked at Lu Yusheng with a pitiable gaze. "I'm truly frightened. Please don't abandon me alone, all right?" Lu Yusheng was taken aback. His heart softened. He nodded and said, "All right, I won't leave. I will stay here. You just sleep well." Meng Xia then smiled drunkenly. Yet her hand remained firmly grasping Lu Yusheng's. With no other choice, he sat by the bedside, keeping her company. The night in California was as enchanting as that of Los Angeles, yet Lu Yusheng lacked the spirit to admire the scenery, for he was utterly exhausted. With the bed occupied by Meng Xia, he could only lean against the bedside and gradually drift off to sleep. "Lu Yusheng, how did you end up sleeping on the floor?" Lu Yusheng drowsily opened his eyes and found Meng Xia's face right before him, prompting him to sit up abruptly. The day had dawned, with radiant sunlight streaming through the window. Suddenly feeling a chill, he sneezed. "Oh no, you wouldn't be catching a cold, would you?" Meng Xia exclaimed anxiously. "That would be disastrous, especially since you have a match tonight, right?" "Not at all," Lu Yusheng replied. "It's not that serious. I won't catch a cold." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he sneezed again. "You've got to be kidding me. Can't you just sleep in bed?" "I was completely inebriated last night. What could I have possibly done to you?" "I'm mainly worried I might lose control." "If you lose control, then so be it," Meng Xia retorted, as she too climbed out of bed and sat beside Lu Yusheng, her exaggeratedly large northern hemisphere pressed against him. "I am already your fan. Don't you wish to become mine?" Lu Yusheng sighed, conceding, "All right, I truly cannot grasp this ball." He stepped back, while Meng Xia, persistent, leaned closer, asserting, "Impossible. You are an exceptional point guard. There is nothing beyond your control." Suddenly, Lu Yusheng's phone rang, prompting him to hurriedly retrieve it. To his surprise, it was a call from Avril. Chapter 87. The Nemesis of Point Guards Phoenix. The office of the Suns' general manager, Steve Kerr, had yet to clock out. He was engrossed in a flurry of phone calls. Last season, the team had surged triumphantly into the Western Conference Finals, with fans harboring lofty hopes, believing it was their most promising year for a championship. However, to their dismay, they were ousted by Dallas in the finals, leaving the entire organization in profound sorrow. As the general manager, Steve Kerr felt an equal weight of regret. Kerr believed that one of the primary reasons for their bitter defeat in the conference finals was the inadequacy of the bench, which was simply no match for the Dallas Mavericks substitutes. Among them, Steve Nash's backup, Barbosa, was particularly appalling. His performance on the court resembled that of a sleepwalker. This dismal situation forced Nash to forego rest, and by the fourth quarter, he was utterly exhausted, succumbing to a barrage from the Mavericks. Consequently, during the offseason, Kerr canceled all vacation plans, dedicating himself to work since the end of the season. His diligence bore fruit. Prior to the new season, he had managed to secure formidable reinforcements at nearly every position. However, the point guard position was alarmingly scarce this summer. Kerr racked his brain, employing every conceivable strategy. Yet he could not find a suitable backup for Nash. As the new season approached, he and head coach Mike D'Antoni tirelessly searched for a fitting candidate. D'Antoni had set his sights on Steve Blake, a white point guard recently traded from the Trail Blazers to the Nuggets. Though not particularly robust, Blake possessed commendable organizational skills. Along with a decent passing ability and a reliable three-point shot, an excellent choice indeed. However, the Nuggets management was not naive. They recognized the Suns' urgent need for a competent backup for Nash and noted the scarcity of quality options in the current market. Consequently, when discussions about the trade ensued, they inflated the asking price significantly. Kerr was left to negotiate with various tactics. "Hey, Vanderwich, this is rather excessive. Offering Marion for Blake is akin to trading a pin for a villa, and moreover, their salaries cannot match," he protested. "Not to worry," chuckled Nuggets general manager Kiki Vandeweghe. "I will handle the salary issue. I assure you, we will find a way to make it work." "Absolutely impossible, Vanderweghe. As you know, Marion is of paramount importance to our current strategy. The team cannot afford to be without him. In contrast, Steve Blake holds negligible value for your current tactics, merely a supplementary piece in your trade. Moreover, his style may not even seamlessly integrate into your game plan." "Oh no, Cole?" Vanderweghe interjected. We are both professional managers, and you should comprehend that the price of commodities is determined not by their intrinsic worth but by their scarcity in the market. I concede that Blake may not align well with our strategy, yet Marion is a perfect fit for us. Go to hell, Vanderweghe, if you maintain this attitude. I cannot continue this conversation and may need to hang up. Please, it seems you are the one who called me and roused me from my dreams, doesn't it? I was in a reverie, dating Bianca. Vanderweghe, can't you lend a hand? I understand you are orchestrating a significant trade. If you assist me now, I might be able to return the favor later. What trade? I am unaware of any. Vanderweghe feigned ignorance. Well then, Cole, I sincerely advise you to contemplate my proposal. You need 3-point shooters, and Marion's shooting is inconsistent. I can offer you Steve Blake and a few additional sharpshooters. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Go to hell. Cole furiously hung up the phone, unable to restrain himself from cursing. That old fox. D'Antoni entered the room. What is the verdict? Rejected? That old bastard. I truly cannot fathom what goes on in his mind, suggesting we trade Marion. This is pure robbery. D'Antoni paused for a moment. Never mind. I believe we should abandon the notion of acquiring Blake, since he is keenly aware of our desperation for him. This trade is destined to be inequitable. Our main roster cannot be altered. We must not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. But how do we resolve Nash's backup issue? Currently, there are no superior options in the market aside from Blake. Steve Cole scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. Actually, during the last game, Steve Nash suggested a player to me. Oh? Who? You know that Chinese rookie from the Lakers? Cole was taken aback. Of course, I know him. I watched the entire game against us. Was Nash's suggestion him? Well, to be honest, that kid plays with remarkable intelligence, showcasing creativity and organization in passing. However, I initially thought it unwise to pursue a trade for a rookie based solely on a single performance, so I declined Nash's suggestion. Yet today, after watching him play against the Warriors, I have altered my previous stance. The young man exhibited an astonishing level of maturity and sophistication. Acquiring him would genuinely perfect our second unit. Kerr pondered for a moment, yet the execution of this plan presents its own challenges. After all, he is a rookie and can only devise strategies mid-season. Can he truly adapt? Absolutely, given his basketball acumen. I believe he will seamlessly integrate into the team in no time. I recall Kupchak inquiring about Barbosa during the offseason. After all, Barbosa has already proven himself. And trading him for Lu might be a consideration for the Lakers. D'Antoni, I believe you may be oversimplifying the situation, Kerr remarked. If you can discern that young man's potential, do you think the Zen master is oblivious to it? He was my coach, and I understand him well. Does that mean it is impossible? After reflecting for a moment, Kerr concluded that a possibility still exists. I think we must focus on the young man himself. As a rookie, he has yet to experience the world, and I believe this presents an opportunity for us. What do you intend to do? Kerr smiled. I plan to offer him an irresistible proposition. On Saturday, the Lakers are set to host the Seattle Supersonics. Originally, the plan was to return to Los Angeles after facing the Golden State Warriors on Thursday, but due to some issues with the plane, they could only depart the following morning. On the airplane, all the teammates were engaged in lively conversations, while Lu Yusheng sat in silence, gazing out the window. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his earlier interactions with Meng Xia. The girl is quite captivating, yet he has a girlfriend. So he ultimately refrained from crossing any boundaries. Hey, nemesis of point guards, why so quiet? Vujasic approached him with a question. Lu Yusheng frowned, pondering the term kryptonite for point guards. Wu Jiasi chuckled. You haven't seen that article on ESPN, have you? What article? Lu Yusheng replied, utterly bewildered. Wu Jiasi retrieved the piece from his phone and said, take a look for yourself. Lu Yusheng curiously picked up his phone. The article was penned by the renowned ESPN commentator, Stephen A. Smith. Merely reading the title sent a shiver down Lu Yusheng's spine. Lu, the most astonishing rookie in the past decade, the future nemesis of point guards in the NBA. Goodness. Although Lu Yusheng is aware that American journalists have a penchant for sensational headlines to capture attention, this title seems to invite trouble. He briefly skimmed through the article, which initially lavished praise on Lu Yusheng's performance in the past 2 games. However, the tone shifted dramatically as it began to criticize the current point guards in the league for their complacency and lack of ambition. It is astonishing that elite point guards such as Nash and Baron Davis have been overwhelmed by a rookie like Lu Yusheng, which speaks volumes about the caliber of other point guards in the league. Lu Yusheng did not dare to finish reading the article. He only felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. He then glanced at the article's view and share counts, which only intensified his bewilderment. Was this individual not creating enemies for Lu Yusheng? In Lu Yusheng's heart, a torrent of frustration surged, wishing fervently to strangle the writer of this absurd article. Following this, would the opposing point guard mercilessly target him in the upcoming matches? Chapter 88. Worthless due to the flight. The preparation time for this game against the Seattle Supersonics was woefully inadequate, rendering everything rather hurried. However, nearly everyone within the Lakers organization exhibited a remarkable sense of ease. One reason for this was that the Seattle Supersonics were currently not regarded as a formidable team. Their decline was rather peculiar. During the 2004 to 2005 season, they had achieved a commendable record of 52 wins and 30 losses, making a notable run to the Western Conference semifinals, where they faced the champion Spurs fiercely. Yet, by the last season, the 2005 to 2006 season, despite the core roster remaining largely unchanged and even bolstered, they could only manage a dismal 35 wins, a performance that rendered them incapable of entering the playoffs amidst the fierce competition in the West. Following the conclusion of that season, the Supersonics were sold to an investment group from Oklahoma City, which expressed intentions to relocate the team, claiming that the recently renovated Key Arena was now too antiquated for their needs. Perhaps this uncertainty affected both the players and fans, as they exhibited a lackluster performance in the early games of the season, succumbing to defeats against the Trail Blazers and the Warriors, without yet securing their first victory. Thus, in the eyes of the Lakers, the Supersonics were indeed not a formidable adversary. Furthermore, another reason for their confidence lay in the return of their star player, Kobe Bryant, who was set to don his number 24 jersey once more after a minor injury had sidelined him for the first 2 games of the new season. The Lakers had triumphed in both matches without him, against formidable Western teams, and with Kobe's return to face a weaker opponent, victory seemed almost assured. Consequently, during practice, the entire team radiated a sense of tranquility. The Zen master merely guided them through offensive tactics, while he refrained from imposing any specific defensive strategies, remarking that since the previous season, the Supersonics' offense had become incomprehensible to anyone. This is not to imply that the offensive tactics of the Supersonics are particularly profound or enigmatic. Rather, it seems their strategies are rather haphazard, meandering aimlessly. It remains uncertain whether their head coach, Bob Hill, has lost control of the team or if he simply lacks the intellectual depth for the task at hand. In any case, the Supersonics' offense appears disorganized, yet fortunately, their players possess considerable offensive talent. Even amidst such chaotic play, last season, Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis each averaged over 20 points per game. Among the entire team, the most diligent was Kobe Bryant. During practice, he frequently called for pauses, repeatedly stressing the importance of defending against Allen and Lewis. He insisted that when they are positioned beyond the three-point arc, it is imperative to ensure that we have defenders contesting their shots. Kobe emphasized, particularly addressing Walton, that Lewis is a shooter who thrives on rhythm. If he is not effectively contained early on, once he finds his shooting touch, it becomes exceedingly difficult to rein him in. Additionally, he cautioned Odom that Ray Allen often utilizes the solid screen set by Nick Collison, and it is crucial to adhere to our agreed-upon strategy, switching on defense to prevent Allen from having an easy shot, should he seek a screen from Danny Fortson. It is worth noting that Fortson tends to engage in subtle pushing as the screen concludes. This is an opportunity we must exploit. Do you understand? Luke Walton and Odom nodded cautiously, though internally they felt a twinge of impatience. There seemed little need for such seriousness when dealing with a weaker team. Lu Yusheng stood by, listening intently, and he discerned several notable characteristics. Firstly, Kobe appeared to focus exclusively on defense during pre-game preparations and training, rarely mentioning matters of offense. Whether this stemmed from an overabundance of confidence in himself and the Lakers' offensive capabilities, or a steadfast belief that defense was the key to victory, remained unclear. Secondly, Kobe seemed to possess an extensive knowledge of the habits and traits of numerous players, including those in supporting roles. He had just referred to the Seattle Supersonics bench player, Danny Fortson, and a habitual motion he made during screens. In truth, this player had seen limited playing time throughout his NBA career. Yet Kobe was able to recall his name and habitual actions with such precision. This was rather remarkable. It must have required considerable study of Supersonics game footage to capture such details. After all, in his previous life, Lu Yusheng had also scrutinized countless tapes, often pausing to observe finer points. The title of videophile was indeed well-deserved. After the training session concluded, Kobe requested Lu Yusheng to stay behind. Lu, do not leave just yet. I have some matters to discuss with you. Luke Walton and Sasha Vujasic exchanged knowing glances and snickered quietly, offering their sardonic well wishes. Cherish the time alone with that guy. I hope you emerge unscathed tomorrow. Good luck. Lu Yusheng felt a profound sense of unease in his heart. After all, the last time he trained alone with Kobe, he nearly reached a breaking point, crying out for help. This time, surely he would not be seeking to make up for their previous missed one-on-one duel? Once the others had departed, Kobe made a phone call before returning to the court. Noticing Lu Yusheng seated on the sidelines, he tossed a basketball in his direction, questioning why he was merely sitting there. Get up and train, he commanded. Lu Yusheng had no choice but to sit up. Is it a one-on-one challenge? No need. The stone that had been hanging over Lu Yu's head finally fell to the ground. As long as it is not a one-on-one confrontation, everything is acceptable. With your current skill level, you are utterly unqualified to challenge me individually. Kobe added, how can you possibly face me in a duel when you cannot even shoot properly? Lu Yusheng, the last time we trained together, I didn't realize that you couldn't shoot. It's not that I cannot shoot. I simply have not yet acclimated to shooting under high-intensity conditions, Lu Yusheng attempted to explain. Is there any distinction? Kobe replied solemnly. A point guard without shooting ability. How can one penetrate? How can one create opportunities for teammates? In the last game, your inability to shoot nearly cost us dearly. It seems this fellow, despite not participating in the game, still observed keenly. I admit, this is indeed one of my few shortcomings, and I have been diligently practicing. Lu Yusheng confessed. One of the few shortcomings? Kobe scoffed coldly. I truly do not comprehend where your confidence stems from. Come here. Let me outline the deficiencies you exhibited in these two games, one by one. First, have you not noticed how challenging it is for you to break through on the left side? Lu Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, as if realizing the truth in that observation. This was due to the fact that when he advanced towards the left, his center of gravity was significantly higher than when he maneuvered to the right, and there was virtually no preliminary feint to set it up. Was there? Lu Yusheng felt a twinge of confusion, as he had never before paid attention to this detail. Thus, he dribbled the ball and attempted his usual breakthrough maneuvers to the left and right. Indeed, he found that his center of gravity seemed to be slightly higher when shifting to the left than when moving to the right. Lu Yusheng felt a surge of astonishment. This must be a detail he had observed while reviewing the match footage. It was something he had never noticed himself, nor had any coach ever brought it to his attention. Indeed, I had overlooked this aspect previously. Furthermore, during your defensive play, you failed to observe your opponent's offensive tendencies. Kobe remarked that if one were to pay close attention, one would surely notice a distinct characteristic in Baron Davis's right side drives. He subconsciously glances at his left foot. Yet he has managed to penetrate from the right side against you 4 consecutive times in the same manner. Lu Yusheng, 3. Silence. The third, and also the most foolish. The fifth point. Lu Yusheng, who am I? Where am I? Am I truly the nemesis of the future league's point guards? There will be another chapter later. It's a bit late now, so feel free to read it in the morning. Chapter 89, The Master of the Staples Center. The following day, Lu Yusheng awoke to find that it was already midday. As he rose from his bed, a wave of soreness enveloped his entire body. Yesterday, Kobe had subjected him to nearly 3 hours of rigorous training with scarcely a moment's respite. Upon returning to his apartment, he felt utterly depleted. There was no thought in his mind but one, to lie down, irrespective of the location, without even taking a shower or changing his clothes. He succumbed to slumber right there on his bed. This experience brought him both a sense of fortune and a tinge of unease. The fortunate aspect was that being the recipient of such intensive training from Kobe indicated the high regard in which Kobe held him. However, the man was indeed a challenging individual to engage with. Firstly, he would offer no form of praise whatsoever. One should abandon any such illusions. Even neutral comments like not bad or adequate were seldom heard. Most often, his remarks were laced with expletives and were the training session to be broadcast live. One could only imagine that Kobe's words would be muted throughout, despite the slight blow to his pride. How many individuals could truly relish the privilege of receiving such exclusive training from Kobe? Lu Yusheng harbors concerns that if Kobe continues to rigorously train himself in this manner, he may indeed succumb to depression. This is no exaggeration. Imagine, when every technical movement you execute appears as mere rubbish in his eyes. As he repeatedly corrects your actions and demonstrates the proper technique, while you are utterly unable to discern the difference between your execution and his. You find yourself berated and feeling utterly inadequate, as he relentlessly dismantles your defense with his seemingly boundless offensive prowess. When exhaustion envelopes you, Yet he fervently urges you to rise from the floor and continue defending. You might genuinely reach a breaking point. Nevertheless, during those harrowing 3 hours yesterday, the most significant lesson Lu Yusheng gleaned from Kobe was the importance of detail. Indeed, it is the detail that matters. Whether in offense or defense, Kobe perceives an abundance of nuances. A particular technical movement, which Lu Yusheng may have performed thousands of times since he began playing, is still subject to refinement under Kobe's scrutiny. The critical aspect is that these subtle details yield results that are strikingly different. Lu Yusheng believes that this is probably the reason behind Kobe's greatness. Why is it that only he could discern these nuances? Because while you may have practiced a few thousand times, he has likely done so tens of thousands of times. Typically, Lakers home games commence at 7:30 p.m. American time, and there is no training prior to the match. Thus, Lu Yusheng still has a considerable amount of time to rest. Lu Yusheng had a simple lunch and intended to indulge in a bit more sleep. However, to his surprise, he was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone shortly after dozing off. "Hello, is this Mr. Lu Yusheng?" A woman's voice came through the line. "Yes, this is he," Lu Yusheng replied groggily. "I am disheartened, the brand marketing manager of Reebok. I apologize for taking up a couple of your minutes, but I have some exciting news to share. This year, we are launching a global image promotion plan by continent, and congratulations, you and Mr. Yao Ming have been selected as the Asian ambassadors." Disheartened anticipated that, given Lu Yusheng's inexperience, he would be utterly astonished by her announcement. However, to her surprise, there was no response from him after she finished speaking. "Hello, Mr. Lu Yusheng, are you there?" A loud snore emanated from the other end. Disheartened scratched her head, calling out for a while, yet all she received in reply was the sound of snoring, leaving her with no choice but to concede defeat. Lu Yusheng awoke once more to discover that it was already 4 in the afternoon, a moment when he deemed it nearly time to embark on his journey. His apartment was conveniently situated near the Staples Center, thus rendering traffic congestion a non-issue. A leisurely stroll would suffice. However, what took him by surprise was the near mishap of arriving late today. As he stepped onto the street, he was instantly recognized by the fervent Lakers fans of Los Angeles. At that very moment, a throng of enthusiastic supporters had gathered near the Staples Center, eager to enter the arena ahead of time. With a single shout, he was swiftly surrounded by a multitude of ardent Lakers aficionados, all clamoring for photographs and autographs. To his astonishment, he noticed that among them were several individuals proudly donning his jersey. Lu Yusheng felt a sense of joy. At least in Los Angeles, he had garnered a modicum of fame. However, with an increasing number of fans requesting photographs, he glanced at the time and realized that if he delayed any further, he might miss his commitments. Reluctantly, he had to decline the enthusiastic fans who surged towards him. Yet, they were unwilling to let him leave, encircling Lu Yusheng and demanding his autograph, unwilling to relent. Lu Yusheng was both elated and anxious, feeling utterly helpless despite his best efforts. Just as he was steeped in worry, a bright voice rang out from the crowd of Lakers fans. "Hey, everyone, listen to me. If you do not wish for the Lakers starting point guard to be Smush Parker during tonight's game, we must urge him to prepare for the match post-haste." As Lu Yusheng turned around, he was unexpectedly met with the sight of Meng Xia. She sat in the car, clad in professional attire, waving at him and gesturing for him to get in. "Please make way. He must prepare for the competition," she called out. "I presume none of you would wish for Kobe to return only to find no one passing him the ball, would you?" A knowing smile spread among the crowd as they finally cleared a path. Lu Yusheng hurriedly got into Meng Xiao's car. "What are you doing here?" Lu Yusheng inquired. "I'm working. Today is indeed a pivotal match, and we certainly have to be on duty." "Is this match really considered pivotal?" The meaning of Lu Yusheng is that, after all, the supersonic team cannot be considered a formidable opponent, and there exists no deep-seated rivalry with the Lakers. Naturally, it is a focal point. Kobe's inaugural game of the new season, and moreover, the first collaboration between Kobe and yourself, heralding the future's nemesis to point guards in the league. Meng Xia chuckled. "Have you read that article?" "Of course, such a sensational piece. Who could possibly miss it?" "Not only have I read it, but many players in the league have as well. Some have even shared it on social media. Do you know that fellow, Smith?" "Not at all." "Do you wish to express gratitude towards him?" "I wish to eliminate him." Meng Xia laughed heartily. Lu Yusheng whispered with a carefree smile, "Have your troubles been resolved?" "Not yet. We'll discuss this later. For now, focus on preparing for the match," Meng Xia replied. "By the way, I kindly urge you to acquire a vehicle in the future. Do you truly revel in the adoration of your fans? Do you relish the thought of strolling the streets, fearing they might not recognize you? There's no need for that. My apartment is just around the corner. Walking takes no more than 10 minutes. Trust me. If you continue to walk like this, without at least a 10-hour delay accompanied by a call to the authorities, you will undoubtedly fail to reach the Staples Center. Lu Yusheng chuckled as he recalled his initial intention for renting this apartment. Convenience. Little did he expect that it would now become a source of trouble. As they exited the vehicle, Meng Xiao encouraged Lu Yusheng, urging him to excel against the Seattle Supersonics, suggesting that accumulating impressive statistics would enhance his endorsement contract. Most Lakers fans anticipated a massacre that evening, believing the Lakers would effortlessly triumph over the Supersonics. However, the unfolding of the game would surpass all expectations. At 7:00 p.m., the players' entrance ceremony commenced. When Lu Yusheng's name was called, and he dashed onto the court, a fervent wave of applause erupted from the Staples Center crowd. Unlike his previous game against the Suns, where cheers and boos mingled, this reception was entirely different. His last match against the Warriors had culminated in a last-minute victory, capturing the hearts of numerous Lakers supporters. When Kobe's name resonated through the arena, the deafening and prolonged cheers left Lu Yusheng profoundly astonished. Despite having played 2 games prior, he had never experienced such exaggerated and enduring applause. Perhaps this was why he was regarded as the true master of this arena. Chapter 90. Signature Move. At 7:30 p.m. Los Angeles time, a whistle signaled the official commencement of the game between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Seattle Supersonics. The Supersonics starting lineup featured center Mohamed Sena, power forward Chris Wilcox, small forward Rashard Lewis, shooting guard Ray Allen, and point guard Luke Ridnour. The Lakers starting 5 consisted of center Andrew Bynum, power forward Lamar Odom, small forward Luke Walton, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, and point guard Smush Parker. There were minimal changes, with the only notable adjustment being the spotlight on Kobe Bryant in the shooting guard position. Although it was evident that Lu Yusheng's performance overshadowed Smush Parker's, and many anticipated his entry into the starting lineup, Coach Zen Master opted to retain Parker as a starter. Nevertheless, Lu Yusheng harbored no grievances. In fact, he viewed it as a judicious decision. After all, Smush Parker was merely a pseudo-starter, and it would ultimately be Lu Yusheng who would confront the opposing team's main lineup. Thus, during the first half of the first quarter, Lu Yusheng sat on the sidelines, meticulously observing the tactics of the opposing starters and the unique attributes of each player. He could also ponder strategies to counter their tactics, enhancing his confidence for when he would ultimately take the court. This situation presented Lu Yusheng with a distinct advantage. As the game commenced, the Lakers initiated the offensive play. After Smush Parker dribbled past half court, he passed the ball to Luke Walton, who was already positioned at the free throw line. In the absence of Lu Yusheng, they naturally resorted to their familiar triangle offense. Rashard Lewis, tasked with defending Walton, had encountered knee issues throughout his career, which hindered his defensive prowess. However, Walton's own offensive capabilities were rather limited, making Lewis's defense sufficient. Moreover, Lewis possessed an exceptional wingspan, which could effectively restrict and disrupt Walton's playmaking. Upon noticing that Smush Parker had created an opportunity with a screen near the corner three-point line, Walton hastily delivered a pass. To his surprise, Lewis's long arm intercepted the ball, which was swiftly snatched by the Supersonics point guard, Luke Ridnour, who initiated a rapid fast break. Although Ridnour stood at 6 feet 2 inches, he exhibited remarkable explosiveness and speed. As he dribbled forward, Parker rushed to defend, but Ridnour evaded him with a swift change of direction. Kobe Bryant quickly closed in to provide assistance. Ridnour attempted to employ a similar maneuver to outpace Kobe, yet Bryant's defensive reputation was well earned. He had anticipated Ridnour's intentions and positioned himself strategically in Ridnour's path. With just a little more dribbling, Ridnour risked having the ball stolen. Consequently, he was compelled to halt his advance and settle just beyond the three-point line, where Kobe immediately pressed forward to apply pressure. Lu Yusheng observed the defensive maneuver and couldn't help but applaud. It was truly a remarkable display. Kobe's mastery of maintaining distance from the ball handler was nothing short of perfection. Had he leaned forward even an inch more, Luke Ridnour might have drawn a charging foul. Or if Kobe attempted a steal, Ridnour could have easily broken through. Yet, he managed to position himself in a way that profoundly unsettled his opponent. Anticipation and spatial awareness, such are the subtleties of the game. Once the ball handler is restricted, the fast break effectively comes to an end. Players from both the Supersonics and the Lakers slowed their pace, preparing for a half-court battle. Unexpectedly, Luke Ridnour spotted Chris Wilcox completely unguarded under the basket and delivered a swift pass. Odom, lost in thought, failed to notice that Wilcox had stealthily evaded his defense. By the time he realized, Wilcox had already secured the ball beneath the hoop and executed a thunderous dunk. The Supersonics scored first. Initially, Lu Yusheng assumed Kobe would chastise Odom for the oversight, but to his surprise, Kobe remained composed, likely due to the early stage of the match. As the Lakers initiated their next offensive play, they reverted to their triangle offense. Luke Walton, with his back to Lewis, surveyed the court for open teammates. Odom, utilizing a screen from Smush Parker, managed to create a moment of separation, perhaps due to the previous pass being disrupted by Lewis's long reach. Walton recognized the opportunity but hesitated, causing it to slip away. The others had to continue seeking openings through additional screens. This time, however, the Supersonics denied them any chance. The shot clock was winding down, and the strategy had yet to materialize. Kobe maneuvered himself in front of Ray Allen, demanding the ball. Walton lofted the pass. And as Kobe caught it, the crowd erupted in anticipation even before he executed any technical moves. Moreover, upon receiving the ball, the Supersonics players flanking him were poised to disrupt Kobe's isolation play. Kobe, backing in against Ray Allen, who, in terms of height and strength, was above average for a shooting guard, effortlessly pushed him back. With the shot clock dwindling, the Supersonics players surrounding Kobe were convinced that he would not pass this time and swiftly double-teamed him. 3 defenders closed in. Kobe executed a deceptive pivot to the right, spun left, and launched a jump shot. Swish! The ball barely grazed the rim, finding nothing but net. The crowd erupted into a fervent cheer. Although Lu Yusheng was accustomed to witnessing Kobe's uncanny ability to take on multiple defenders, experiencing it live was a completely different level of awe compared to watching it on television. This is the nature of a superstar of Kobe's caliber. When the strategy falters, he himself becomes the strategy. In the previous game against the Warriors, the Zen Master employed tactics to restrict Baron Davis's formidable one-on-one capabilities by having defenders continuously disrupt him, which rendered Davis quite uncomfortable. Faced with this defensive approach, he struggled to score. However, when Kobe encountered a nearly identical defense, he displayed an entirely different effect. The disturbances seemed non-existent to him, and he remained impervious to their influence. Even when confronted with a triple team, his shooting mechanics did not waver in the slightest. Such psychological fortitude and technical consistency can only be described as terrifying. The game was broadcasted live across the nation by Warner, featuring their esteemed commentator Stan Van Gundy, who was joined by former NBA star Mark Jackson as a guest analyst. Upon witnessing one of Kobe's plays, Van Gundy remarked, "Wow, Kobe's signature post-up move. That shot was exquisite." Jackson, have you noticed that since Kobe donned the number 24 jersey this year, his post moves seem to resemble Michael's even more closely? Jackson replied, "Indeed, I have observed that he increasingly mirrors that individual, though I refer specifically to the technical aspects. Having played against Michael, I can attest that the footwork and intricacies of Kobe's movements in that position are strikingly similar. If he were to wear a Bulls jersey, I dare say even Michael himself would struggle to distinguish between them." Before the game commenced, I noticed that many of our colleagues predicted a significant victory for the Lakers. Mark, what are your thoughts? Jackson responded, "Predicting outcomes is not my forte. Perhaps it is best if I refrain from making any predictions." Mark Jackson demonstrated his acumen, avoiding potential ire from Sonics fans. Yet, Van Gundy was undeterred and posed a more pointed inquiry. "Let us discuss this year's most talked about rookie, Lu Yusheng. Surely, you have read our colleague A. Smith's article in which he asserts that given Lu's demonstrated potential in the past 2 games, he will soon ascend to the ranks of the league's elite point guards. Furthermore, he believes Lu will become a formidable adversary for future point guards in the league." Mark, as a legendary point guard in NBA history, what is your perspective on this? In response to this question, Mark Jackson smiled. "To be honest, I am somewhat reluctant to answer that." Van Gundy inquired, "What is it that amuses you? Is it the question itself, or A. Smith's article that you find amusing?" Jackson chuckled. "Did I laugh? You are still smiling." Jackson replied, "All right, since you insist on compelling me to respond, I shall provide a brief commentary. Indeed, I must confess that I have not witnessed Lu's 2 recent matches. I have merely perused some highlights online. Thus, my assessment may be somewhat one-sided. And I hope both Lu and the Lakers fans can extend their understanding. No worries, Mark. Given your esteemed historical stature as a point guard, I trust that no one will question your insights, so please feel free to express your thoughts. To elaborate, Dor, I must emphasize that while the position of point guard is fixed, the style of play associated with it is not uniform. Throughout history, Legendary point guards have thrived with distinct styles. For instance, Magic Johnson, a towering figure in the realm of point guards, possesses the physique of a center, yet plays the position with remarkable finesse. He excels not only in half-court scenarios, easily overpowering opposing point guards, but also in fast breaks, delivering exquisite passes. Another example is Isaiah Thomas, renowned for his tenacious defense, boasts a career average of 2.6 steals, often dismantling rival point guards with his ferocity. Then there's Oscar Robertson, a veritable jack-of-all-trades, effortlessly accumulating points, rebounds, and assists, with his triple-double record still unbroken. More recently, we have Steve Nash, whose physical limitations render his defense less formidable, yet his fast break passes and overarching court vision rank among the finest in history. Lastly, we have the archetypal point guards, like myself and the contemporary Chris Paul, who prioritize orchestrating the team's offense as their foremost responsibility. My point, is that the styles of point guards are vastly diverse. It is rare to find two point guards in history with identical styles. Therefore, I find it difficult to concur with A. Smith's prediction that Lu Yusheng will become the nemesis of point guards in the league, regardless of one's defensive prowess. It is implausible to effectively counter all stylistic opponents. I concur with that sentiment, Stan said. Returning to the player Lu, from the highlights I have viewed, I discern certain admirable qualities of an exceptional point guard within him, as well as the nascent traits of a top-tier player. The term nascent is intentional. Certain passes and technical maneuvers exhibit glimmers reminiscent of legendary point guards. However, this does not guarantee that he will ascend to the ranks of a premier point guard, as he still faces a long journey of growth and trials. You may not fully grasp my perspective, so let me illustrate with an example. Jason Williams. White chocolate. Indeed, that is how his fans affectionately refer to him, Mark Jackson remarked. When he first entered the league, he occasionally delivered passes of remarkable creativity that broke through defenses. Do you recall how the media extolled him? They proclaimed him the next Magic Johnson. Yes, I do recall that. I too observed the nascent traits of a top-tier point guard in him. But now, do you think he still has the potential to become a premier point guard? The likelihood seems quite slim. It is not merely improbable, it is utterly impossible. Do you understand the reason? Initially, he did exhibit a hallmark of a premier point guard, the capacity for imaginative passing. Do not underestimate this trait. It is a quality found in all legendary floor generals. However, as time progressed, it became apparent that Jason Williams seemed to possess little more than this attribute, and it was diminishing. What about other aspects? His ability to orchestrate the team, his overarching vision, and his control of tempo are all utterly chaotic, rendering him incapable of ascending to the ranks of an elite point guard. I see. Standall suddenly comprehended. You mean to say that even though Lu currently displays some semblance of becoming a top-tier point guard, these are merely seeds, and whether they will indeed flourish into greatness requires further time to test their potential to bear fruit. Precisely. The point guard serves as the brain of the team. Imaginative passing is but one facet. A comprehensive vision, mastery of offensive and defensive rhythms, court awareness, and crucial decision-making in pivotal moments are all indispensable. Mark Jackson remarked that A. Smith's prediction of Lu becoming a nemesis for the league's point guards is purely sensationalism. Such a figure does not exist. As for Lu's future accomplishments and stature, it is indeed premature to make such forecasts. Standall could not help but admire Mark Jackson's cunning. He spoke extensively yet managed to evade entrapment, ensuring he offended no one. Well, it seems we have delved rather deeply into this recent hot topic. Let us redirect our focus back to the game, Standall suggested. Unexpectedly, the match did not unfold as many media outlets had predicted, with one side dominating. Rather, it was quite surprising to see that the Supersonics were still in the lead. Indeed, during the early part of the first quarter, the Lakers appeared unable to gain a significant advantage over the Seattle Supersonics. The Supersonics' defense was not particularly strong, allowing the Lakers' triangle offense to flourish. Yet the issue lay in their shooting accuracy. This evening, the hoops at Staples Center seemed unkind to the Lakers, resulting in a lack of scoring. On the defensive end, due to the Supersonics' lack of a coherent strategy, the Lakers could not implement targeted defenses, relying solely on instinct and awareness. Consequently, their focus seemed scattered, affording the Supersonics numerous opportunities. With many sharpshooters on their roster, the Supersonics found their shooting touch this evening, enabling them to lead the score. At this moment, the Supersonics were on the offensive. Luke Ridnour had orchestrated the play beyond the three-point line for quite some time without generating any effective opportunities. Just as the Lakers fans anticipated the possession would conclude after 20 seconds, Rashard Lewis suddenly seized the moment, slipping past Luke Walton with the aid of a teammate's screen to create a scoring opportunity. In this instance, Luke Walton and Odom deviated from the pregame strategy established by coach. Just as Walton maneuvered past the defenders, Lewis had already released a three-point shot. It went in. The Supersonics led by 6 points at 17-11. The Lakers called for a timeout. Upon returning to the bench, Kobe erupted in fury, directing his wrath towards Walton and Odom. Aware of their misstep, Walton and Odom remained silent. Commentator Stott remarked that this game was not unfolding as simply as the media had predicted. It seemed the Lakers players were notably distracted from the onset. Indeed, both offensively and defensively, they exhibited numerous avoidable errors, a clear manifestation of their inattentiveness and underestimation of the opponent. Mark Jackson expressed concern, stating that if they approached the game with such a mindset, they were likely to encounter peril. He hoped that this timeout would prompt a realization, urging them to focus intently on the game ahead. I find myself curious whether the Zen Master would deploy Lu in the upcoming moments, as the potential synergy between him and Kobe is a significant point of interest for this match, much anticipated by the Lakers fans, stated Stott. However, to the disappointment of Stott and the fans in attendance, following the timeout, the Zen Master still opted not to field Lu Yusheng. Instead, Jordan Farmar replaced Smush Parker. The silver lining was that Kobe was also substituted for Vujacic, suggesting that Lu Yusheng might indeed take the court alongside Kobe. Lu Yusheng was not particularly anxious. He spent half a quarter observing the game, seeking to uncover the Achilles heel of the Supersonic team. However, to be candid, he found nothing. Their offensive strategy was exceedingly haphazard. Although they occasionally employed screens and pick and rolls, there was a distinct lack of coherent tactics, resulting in a style of play that was truly chaotic. While such an approach might seem disorganized and lacking in unity, it posed a challenge for opponents, particularly when their players were in good form. At this juncture, Lu Yusheng believed that the Lakers should intensify their defensive efforts to curb the Supersonics' rhythm. Yet, the Zen Master opted to send Farmar and Vujacic onto the court, significantly diminishing the defensive intensity. This decision left Lu Yusheng somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he speculated that the Zen Master's substitutions might carry some deeper significance. For he was indeed the Zen Master, a depth of insight far beyond Lu Yusheng's comprehension. Lu Yusheng, with a mindset eager for learning, sought to uncover the profound significance behind the coach's substitution strategy. The match continued, yet from the outset, the unfolding dynamics were precisely as Lu Yusheng had anticipated. Once Jordan Farmar and Vujacic took to the court, the Lakers' defensive intensity plummeted. This decline afforded the already informed shooters of the Supersonics, Ray Allen, Lewis, and Luke Ridnour, an abundance of opportunities. Within a mere 2 minutes, they dramatically widened the score gap to 26-12. The coach had no choice but to call for another timeout. Lu Yusheng understood that the recent substitution was not a decision imbued with profound significance by the Zen Master. It was merely a habitual change that had gone awry. "Kobe, you're up." Kobe immediately rose to his feet. The Zen Master finally directed his gaze towards Lu Yusheng, saying, "Lu, you will replace Farmar." As Lu Yusheng and Kobe Bryant both took to the court, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the fans at Staples Center. Despite the Lakers trailing significantly, this moment imbued Lu Yusheng with immense pressure. It was not only the daunting scoreline, but also the reality of sharing the court with his idol for the first time. He was anxious about whether he could truly shine and earn Kobe's recognition. Chapter 92. Utter futility upon Lu Yusheng's entry onto the court. The first round commenced with possession firmly in the hands of the Lakers. Lu Yusheng dribbled past the halfway line. Walton hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether to persist with the triangle offense or to employ the pick-and-roll strategy following Lu Yusheng's arrival. Lu Yusheng discerned his predicament and directly signaled for him to execute a triangle offense. After all, when Kobe was on the court, he naturally took the lead, orchestrating the strategies he was most familiar with. Upon receiving the ball, Walton began to facilitate the play. Lu Yusheng commenced his movement, providing Kobe with an off-ball screen that obstructed the defense of Ray Allen. However, following a timeout, the Supersonics appeared well prepared for the Lakers' triangle offense. As Lu Yusheng set the screen, Ray Allen ceased to pursue and instead switched defensive assignments with Luke Ridnour, who was guarding Lu Yusheng. Consequently, Ray Allen defended Lu Yusheng while Luke Ridnour took on the task of guarding Kobe. Although the screen did not create an open shot for Kobe, he found himself facing Ridnour, a point guard standing at a modest height of 188 meters. This situation essentially presented a completely open opportunity for Kobe. Walton, without hesitation, lofted the ball to Kobe. As Kobe held the ball near the three-point line, he confronted Ridnour. Ridnour diligently employed quick footwork to defend, preventing Kobe from easily penetrating the defense. Meanwhile, Ray Allen and Lewis instinctively gravitated towards Kobe, poised to provide assistance should he attempt to drive. Kobe executed a triple threat stance. Yet Ridnour's swift movements rendered him impervious to the feint. Lu Yusheng presumed that, under such circumstances, Kobe would backpedal into the paint, especially considering that Luke Ridnour, as a Caucasian point guard, was significantly disadvantaged in height and strength against Kobe. However, to his surprise, Kobe explosively initiated his movement, taking a decisive step to the right, effortlessly surpassing Ridnour by half a body length. Such an astonishing first step. Ridnour and the help defender were utterly unprepared for the maneuver. After bypassing Ridnour, Kobe chose not to drive further into the lane but instead elevated for a mid-range jump shot. It found its mark. Commentator Stan Dahl remarked that he found the Supersonics' defensive strategy perplexing. Why switch defenders and place Ridnour, who clearly lacked the necessary height and strength, against Kobe? Wasn't he that tantamount to handing over points? Mark Jackson interjected, noting that the solid off-ball screen set by Lu for Kobe had been effective. Had the Supersonics not switched, Kobe might have taken a shot directly, resulting in an even easier score. It was a dilemma, and one had to choose. Relatively speaking, their strategy seemed marginally better, as it posed some degree of difficulty. Dahl chuckled, but for Kobe, that difficulty might not hold much weight. In past encounters, opponents had devised numerous defensive tactics specifically aimed at Kobe, yet today, it appeared that the Supersonics had not done so. Although they were currently enjoying a substantial lead, Kobe had already amassed a significant number of points. I surmise that Coach Bob Hill's strategy for the Supersonics in this game was to focus on executing their own offense, leaving Kobe unaddressed, for it seemed futile to target him. Mark Jackson stated that thus far, this strategy appeared effective. Although Kobe had scored nearly all of the Lakers' points, the Supersonics had successfully opened up their three-point shooting, maintaining a considerable lead. They relied heavily on the three-pointer, which was crucial for them. Returning to the court, it was the Lakers' defensive possession. The Supersonics had scored consecutively in several previous possessions, prompting a timeout for the Lakers. Therefore, the critical first possession following the timeout was essential to curtail their momentum. As Ridnour dribbled past half-court, he scanned the court, keenly observing his teammates' movements. Lu Yusheng meticulously observed from the sidelines that Luke Ridnour seldom initiates a drive. He is typically poised to distribute the ball to his teammates unless they utterly fail to create an opportunity. Therefore, Lu Yusheng's task was to disrupt and limit his passing as much as possible. However, the passing skills of this Caucasian point guard are formidable, making it quite challenging to restrain him. Indeed, it wasn't long before Luke Ridnour identified Lewis, who had emerged from the corner using a screen, and delivered a pass with his left hand. Upon receiving the ball, Lewis did not hesitate and launched a three-pointer. Luke Walton had exerted himself to contest the shot, leaping in an attempt to disrupt it. Yet, at that moment, Lewis appeared to be brimming with confidence, and despite Walton's interference, the shot found its mark. A splendid basket. Mark Jackson remarked, I have always been intrigued. In truth, Rashard Lewis's shooting form is rather unconventional and somewhat awkward, yet for some reason, he is remarkably accurate. This particular shot further infuriated Kobe, who directed his ire at Walton, questioning how such a wide-open opportunity could be afforded. Could you not focus a bit more? He demanded. Luke Walton felt unjustly accused, claiming, I was screened. I did my utmost to contest. Kobe seemed oblivious to this. But Lu Yusheng clearly recognized that the fault lay with Odom. When the opposing power forward set the screen for Lewis, Odom ought to have switched defensive assignments. Yet he failed to do so. The pregame strategy was to contest their three-point shots, particularly those from Lewis and Ray Allen, ensuring that there was always a defender present when screens were employed. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Odom appeared utterly unfocused during this match, almost as if he were in a trance. Despite Kobe having already expressed his frustration once, Odom seemed to remain inattentive, moving at a pace that was astonishingly slow, whether on defense or offense, as if he were consistently a half-step behind. Lu Yusheng surmised that he was perhaps overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by Khloe Kardashian the previous night, as the Lakers initiated their offensive sequence. The opportunity fortuitously fell into the hands of Odom. The moment he took his shot, Lu Yusheng sensed it would fall short and hurriedly dashed toward the basket. His anticipation proved accurate. The ball indeed fell short and rebounded directly in his direction. Lu Yusheng effortlessly secured an offensive rebound. The Supersonics' interior defense swiftly closed in, leaving Lu Yusheng unable to make a play, compelling him to pass the ball to Walton outside. After the pass, he hurriedly moved to provide support, preparing to orchestrate another strategic maneuver. However, Kobe was also demanding the ball, and Walton had no choice but to pass it to him. Once in possession, Kobe executed a direct one-on-one against Ray Allen. During his time with the Supersonics, Ray Allen was no slouch on defense, as he was still the team's cornerstone. Kobe dribbled and feigned several times, yet Ray Allen remained unfazed, steadfastly maintaining his position in front of Kobe. With time running short, Kobe had no option but to force a contested shot against Ray Allen. Miraculously, the shot found its mark. Although it went in, Lu Yusheng felt no elation. In the few possessions since he and Kobe entered the game, they had not addressed the Lakers' defensive woes, and the offensive efforts remained stagnant, still heavily reliant on Kobe's individual prowess. Apart from that earlier offensive rebound, he had not contributed significantly and failed to ignite any synergy with Kobe. Moreover, contrasting the current form of the Lakers' other teammates with that of the Supersonics players, it seemed that this match was perilously poised. Chapter 93. Lu Yusheng's strategy in the subsequent possessions. The Lakers' defense continued to exhibit gaping flaws, lacking any semblance of vigor. Odom and Bynum remained sluggish, appearing consistently a step behind on both offense and defense. This resulted in the Lakers facing challenges on both ends of the court. While Kobe could at least provide a safety net on offense, the lack of intensity on defense allowed the Supersonic shooters to find their rhythm, and their momentum had reached a crescendo. Lu Yusheng believed that, under such circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable to substitute Odom and his companions, as their presence on the court had become largely detrimental. However, it was a notion that Lu Yusheng could not openly express. As a rookie, he held no authority to voice such opinions and would only risk offending his teammates. As Lu Yusheng pondered, the Lakers unexpectedly called for a timeout. The Zen master could no longer contain his frustration. During the break, he erupted in anger, promptly substituting Bynum and Odom for Chris Mim and Turiev. Lu Yusheng initially believed that the recent personnel changes would alleviate the Lakers' predicament, particularly on the defensive front. However, to his astonishment, the arrival of these two individuals did not bring about any significant improvement in the Lakers' challenges. Lu Yusheng could distinctly sense that the demeanor of these two individuals bore a striking resemblance to that of Odom and Bynum, both appearing a step behind. What on earth has happened to these fellows today? Even the commentator, Stendhal, expressed his bewilderment. Have you noticed, Mark, that not only the starting players of the Lakers seem somewhat distracted today, but even the freshly substituted bench players appear to share the same affliction? Do they truly regard the Supersonics with such disdain? For heaven's sake, they are currently trailing. Indeed, it is rather peculiar, replied Mark Jackson. However, I believe it may not solely be attributed to underestimating their opponents. We have all observed the grave expression on Kobe's face during the recent timeout. He was furiously reprimanding his teammates. Under such circumstances, they should not be taking their opponents lightly. I suspect there may be other underlying reasons. This remains a conundrum. During one of the timeouts, Lu Yusheng could not refrain from inquiring of Walton, "What is wrong with these guys today? They seem as feeble as limp noodles." Luke Walton appeared equally exasperated, replying, "Those damned rascals went out partying together last night and only returned this morning." No wonder. Lu Yusheng shook his head in resignation upon hearing this. There was a match tonight, yet these fellows had been carefree from the previous night until this morning. They exuded an air of arrogance, completely underestimating the Seattle Supersonics. It was no wonder that even in the face of Kobe's furious demeanor, they remained languid and lacked enthusiasm. It turned out that it was not a matter of unwillingness to be spirited. Rather, they were utterly incapable of mustering any energy. Liu sensed an ominous predicament. In such a state, how could this group of individuals possibly compete in the forthcoming match? Were their positions varied, substitution might have been feasible. The issue, however, lay in their overlapping roles, rendering it impossible to replace any of them. As he pondered this, Luke Ridnour dribbled in search of a teammate for a screen. The Supersonics power forward, Chris Wilcox, proactively stepped forward to set a pick for him. Lu shouted at Turiev, urging him to switch defense. However, the latter seemed utterly dazed, failing to respond. He neither adjusted his position nor focused on Chris Wilcox, instead watching helplessly as Luke Ridnour penetrated straight into the lane. Chris Mim had no choice but to step up for support, yet when Ridnour executed a feigned shot, Mim, like a startled bird, darted past him. Ridnour, feigning a shot but delivering a precise pass, found Mohamed Sena in the paint. A thunderous dunk ensued, unchallenged. with the first quarter drawing to a close. The Seattle Supersonics had established a commanding lead of 36-20 over the Lakers. The home crowd at Staples Center began to emit a sporadic chorus of boos. Prior to the game, expectations had suggested a one-sided massacre at the hands of the Lakers. Yet, as the first quarter concluded, it became evident that a slaughter was indeed occurring, but the roles of butcher and prey had reversed, with the Supersonics taking on the former. Kobe, filled with fury and embarrassment, unleashed a torrent of criticism towards Turieff, Odom, and the others. Eventually, his ire was indiscriminate, targeting anyone within reach. This turmoil even rendered Phil Jackson unable to effectively strategize. Lu Yusheng understood Kobe's frustration. He had prepared extensively for the first game of the new season, only to have everything derailed by the negligence of these individuals. Given his intense desire to win, it was only natural for him to be enraged. However, Lu Yusheng believed that expressing anger towards these players would be futile in the current situation. It was imperative to find a solution instead. Moreover, the most pressing issue was that Kobe had already played nearly an entire quarter, and it was certain he would need a break at the start of the second quarter. This meant that the Lakers would lose even the point of offensive stability. He pulled the Zen Master aside and whispered, "Phil, I have a suggestion. In the second quarter, I will take the substitutes to play, keeping Bynum on the court in the paint, and bringing in Arteist, Bujasic, and Farmar." The Zen Master was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that Arteist play the small forward position? This lineup seems rather diminutive." "Yes, I understand," Lu Yusheng replied. "But Phil, due to certain specific reasons, Odom and the others are not at full strength. You've seen it. When they are on the court, our defensive lapses are too pronounced. I believe it would be best for them to take the entire second quarter to rest and prepare for the second half." The Zen Master understood Lu Yusheng's reference to specific reasons and cast a resigned glance at the players in question. "Very well, if this continues. I fear there may not be a second half. Let us try it your way, although it is somewhat risky." Lu Yusheng was acutely aware that this notion was fraught with peril. Removing the power forward and relying solely on the frail Bynum, akin to a soft-shelled shrimp, signified a significant reduction in the Lakers' height on the court, potentially jeopardizing their rebounding capabilities. Moreover, should the opposition exploit their height advantage to dominate in the paint, the defensive pressure could escalate considerably. However, as the Zen Master aptly stated, if these individuals were not benched, continuing in this manner might render a second half altogether impossible. Lu Yusheng's strategy is that the Supersonics excel in their most lethal weapon, the three-point shot. Therefore, the foremost task is to restrict their long-range shooting. Effective defense against three-pointers hinges on having defenders consistently present to disrupt those shooters, which necessitates swift mobility and agile footwork, ideally employing switches during screens. As for the possibility of them exploiting their height for easy baskets, Lu Yusheng believes that this is not the forte of the Supersonics players. Even if they were to pursue that tactic, it would yield merely 2 points, far less devastating than a three-pointer, allowing the Lakers to easily counteract. With the sound of the whistle, the second quarter resumes. The Supersonics have deployed their rotation, leaving Ray Allen and Mohamed Sena to lead the bench players. Commentator Stendhal was taken aback upon witnessing the Lakers lineup for the second quarter, expressing confusion over Phil Jackson's unconventional adjustment, questioning the absence of height and the reliability of rebounding. However, Mark Jackson quickly discerned the rationale behind the change, asserting that it was a thoughtful strategy aimed at addressing their three-point defense issues. In the first quarter, the Supersonics had successfully converted too many three-point shots, which was the primary reason for the Lakers' deficit. Thus, the most urgent matter to rectify is their perimeter defense. While Phil Jackson's adjustment may seem audacious, it is highly targeted and could yield unexpectedly favorable results. Lu Yusheng was on the court discussing defensive strategies with his teammates. When their shooters, Ray Allen, Wilkins, and Watson executed a pick-and-roll, it was imperative that they maintain their switch regardless of who they faced. The Supersonics initiated the game with the ball. Backup point guard Watson dribbled past half-court and set up a pick with Ray Allen. Farmar and Lu Yusheng immediately switched, with Lu Yusheng tightly guarding Ray Allen. Seeing no opportunity, Ray Allen had no choice but to pass the ball back to Watson. Watson attempted to penetrate past Farmar, but Farmar, being a point guard himself, showcased sufficient speed and explosiveness, thwarting Watson's advancement. Observing this, their power forward, Gorabel, stepped up to set a screen, prompting Farmar to swiftly switch with Alonzo McGee. Although McGee was currently playing the 4 position, he was originally a versatile 2-3 player, maintaining impressive speed. Against Watson, his quick lateral movement and wingspan effectively enveloped him. At that moment, Lu Yusheng astutely noticed Ray Allen signaling for Wilkins to come over for an off-ball screen. He immediately shouted to Vujasic to switch. Consequently, when Ray Allen received the ball beyond the three-point line, Vujasic had already positioned himself in front of him, denying any opportunity for an open three-pointer. With the shot clock winding down, Ray Allen had no choice but to hurriedly attempt a three-pointer under Vujasic's pressure. It clanked off the rim. The basketball ricocheted out. Lu Yusheng was overjoyed. His defensive strategy had indeed yielded immediate results. Chapter 94. So you have your day too. The Lakers launched an offensive. When Kobe and Walton were absent from the court, Lu Yusheng reverted to the pick-and-roll tactic with which he was well acquainted. Farmar, who had partnered with Lu Yusheng during the Summer League, was adept at executing this strategy. At that moment, Lu Yusheng noticed that the Supersonics' defense against the pick-and-roll was riddled with flaws. As the screen was set, Watson attempted to navigate around it, while Ray Allen sought to double-team. Seizing upon this opportunity, Lu Yusheng executed a precise bounce pass to Farmar. Farmar, in an open position, took a mid-range shot and scored. As the Supersonics prepared to inbound the ball, Ray Allen advised Watson, next time, double-team him without hesitation. That kid is a rookie. A few double teams will rattle him. Watson nodded in agreement. During the Supersonics' offensive possession, Ray Allen and Wilkins tirelessly sought off-ball screens to create shooting space. However, the Lakers bench displayed remarkable tactical execution, switching on screens and denying them any opportunity for an open shot. Watson, while dribbling, attempted to pass but found defenders in front of both Allen and Wilkins, momentarily forgetting the situation and taking an extra dribble. The referee's whistle blew. A traveling violation. Oh. Yet another offensive blunder. Stott remarked, "Mark, you were right. The Zen Masters adjustments have indeed proven effective. The Supersonics have failed to score on their last two possessions. And this one was a particularly basic error. The Lakers' defensive scheme seems to have thrown them off balance." Indeed, the last desperate three-point attempt by Ray Allen could also be classified as a mistake, as their strategy was never executed properly. Furthermore, defensively, they allowed the Lakers to execute a pick-and-roll with ease, showcasing poor defense. "Do you think the Supersonics should call a timeout to reorganize their strategy?" Stott inquired. "I don't believe it's necessary just yet," Mark Jackson replied. "After all, they have only played 2 offensive possessions and still hold a significant lead, allowing them to adjust on the court. I previously mentioned that the Lakers' current lineup is proficient in defending against three-pointers and possesses sufficient agility, but they are lacking in height at nearly every position. I believe the Supersonics should find a way to exploit this weakness." The Lakers' offense continued, once again initiated by Lu Yusheng's pick-and-roll strategy. This time, following the screen, Ray Allen and Watson immediately double-teamed Lu Yusheng. However, they evidently underestimated his passing ability. What they considered an impenetrable trap revealed to Lu Yusheng a concealed passing lane. Once again, it was a bounce pass. The basketball slipped between Watson's legs, tracing a peculiar zigzag trajectory into Farmar's hands. Ray Allen and Watson were taken aback, having never anticipated that this rookie, Lu Yusheng, could deliver such a masterful bounce pass. As a result of the double team, Farmar found himself wide open within 3 meters of the basket. He jumped and confidently scored. The whistle blew. The Supersonics called for a timeout. Despite holding a significant lead, Coach Bob Hill could no longer contain his unease and requested a pause in play. Addressing Watson, he expressed his frustrations, stating, "I have long advised you and Luke Ridnour to study the playing style of the Lakers' number 6. I have also mentioned that the young man is quite adept at screens. Do not double-team him. What part of my instruction did you fail to grasp? I am acutely aware that you do not regard me as highly as your former coach, McMillan. However, regardless of your perceptions, you must take responsibility for your own performance. Such an attitude towards the game will only lead to your further decline." Though his words seemed directed at Watson and Ridnour, they were equally aimed at Ray Allen, who understood the gravity of the situation yet remained silent, merely wiping away his sweat. Furthermore, Bob Hill continued, "The Lakers' current lineup is specifically designed to counter our three-point shooting, yet they are noticeably undersized. You should exploit our height advantage. Must I teach you such basic principles?" The Supersonics bench was enveloped in silence, with everyone sipping their drinks and wiping sweat, not a single voice breaking the stillness, creating a rather somber atmosphere. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Bob Hill sighed helplessly, muttering a weak "let's go," a phrase likely audible only to himself. Meanwhile, upon sitting on the bench, Lu Yusheng was immediately approached by Kobe, who inquired, "Who did you learn the ground pass and angle control from?" Lu Yusheng felt that his previous 2 bounce passes were quite effective. Must he face criticism for that? Of course, it is also possible that Kobe perceived those passes as risky and prone to error. However, in reality, what appeared to others as being on the verge of a mistake seemed perfectly secure in Lu Yusheng's eyes. It was merely a matter of an unconventional angle. After all, he had been trained under the tutelage of a master like Stockton in the art of passing. My own practice may not yet be fully refined. I trust one will improve in the future. Perhaps you could offer me guidance next time, Kobe replied calmly. Lu Yusheng, what? I can't believe it. After knowing this individual for so long, this is the first time he has truly acknowledged him. Moreover, he even took the initiative to seek guidance from me. This revelation fills Teacher Lu with immense joy. Images of instructing Kobe flood his mind. The tuition fees are inconsequential, but he is determined to correct him thoroughly, just as he was taught, encouraging him to practice repeatedly until perfection is achieved. Weren't you quite clever when you taught me? What has happened now? Aren't you the so-called master of techniques? How can you falter on such a simple maneuver? Look at you now. All right, let me demonstrate it once more. This time, sharpen your eyes and pay close attention to the details. Do you understand? The details. Lu Yusheng had already begun to mentally berate the individual in question. He chuckled softly, determined to ensure that this person experienced the torment of repetition in action. However, one must remember that a point guard's mere ability to pass is far from sufficient. Why, when presented with an open shot, did you not take it? Kobe swiftly interrupted Lu Yusheng's train of thought, stating that the intricate tactics we employ are designed precisely to create opportunities for shooting. When such an opportunity arises and one refrains from taking the shot, it is a foolish act for a point guard. Do you understand? Oh, understood. The whistle blew, and the game resumed. Kobe remarked that their bench lineup was lacking in strength, and this was the perfect opportunity to close the scoring gap. Lu Yusheng murmured softly. It is not that they are too weak. Rather, it is that I am simply too strong, is it not? What did you say? Oh, I mentioned that today's dinner is a tad too salty. Chapter 95, Conflict. The match continues. During this timeout, the Supersonics did not make any substitutions. Despite the significant errors in both their offense and defense in the previous plays, this lineup had only been on the court for a brief period, and they still maintained a lead, rendering a switch to the starting lineup unnecessary at this juncture. The Supersonics launched their offense. After Watson dribbled past half-court, Lu Yusheng noticed that he did not seek out his teammates' openings as he had previously. Moreover, the other members of the Supersonics did not attempt to set screens off the ball, showing no intention of creating shooting opportunities for their marksmen. Watson directly lobbed the ball to the power forward, Danny Fortson, who had already established position in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Fortson was being defended by Aaron McKee. As a swingman, McKee stood at a mere 1.94 meters, dwarfed by the towering 2.09 meters of Fortson. The disparity was not merely in height. Weight and strength were also miles apart. Even though McKee exerted every effort to contest the defense, he was unable to withstand the relentless advance of the tank-like Fortson. As Fortson backed McKee into his offensive space, he executed a smooth turnaround hook shot. McKee leaped with all his might to interfere. However, the block had virtually no impact. The difference was insurmountable. Fortson effortlessly scored 2 points. Mark Jackson remarked that the most concerning issue for the Lakers with their current lineup had indeed materialized. Although the Supersonics were a tad slow to react, they regained their composure after the timeout, consciously abandoning their three-point strategy in favor of exploiting their height advantage against the Lakers. Indeed, Stan Van Gundy concurred in the presence of Fortson. McKee appears akin to an elementary school student. This is far too easy. If the Supersonics continue to play in this manner, the Lakers may find it impossible to withstand the onslaught. Certainly, I believe the Zen Master anticipated the challenges this lineup would face when he deployed them. I wonder if he has communicated a strategy to the Lakers to counter this. Back to the game. Although the Supersonics had just capitalized on their height advantage to score, the Lakers swiftly responded with a quick throw-in, launching a fast break to net another point. This lineup, though shorter in stature, possessed remarkable agility. Once they initiated a fast break, the Supersonics found it exceedingly difficult to keep pace. Turning back, the Supersonics reverted to their previous strategy, once again lobbing the ball to Fortson in the paint, replicating the earlier play with ease against McKee. Unable to contain his frustration, McKee exclaimed, "That guy is built like an ox. I simply cannot defend against him. In the next round, if they continue to play in this manner, I will be utterly incapable of withstanding it." "Fear not, we shall have support," Lu Yusheng reassured him. To Sasha and Farmar, Lu Yusheng advised, "Should they attempt to isolate again, you both should disrupt from the flanks. If he takes too long to pass, feel free to seize the opportunity for a steal. This strategy had often been employed by the Lakers to thwart opponents from exploiting mismatches for isolation plays. As Lu Yusheng contemplated suggesting a smaller lineup to the Zen master, he naturally took this into account. The drawback of such defensive tactics lies in the rapid depletion of the stamina of the supporting players, which is why it is typically reserved for critical moments at the end of a game. However, this lineup presented no such concerns. All were substitutes with limited playing time, thus free from worries regarding fatigue. Consequently, when the Supersonics once again sought to exploit Danny Fortson's advantage against Aaron McKie, Vujacic and Farmar began to incessantly harass Fortson without losing control of their own assignments. Fortson indeed found himself in a quandary, his resolve wavering as he hesitated. Vujacic feigned a steal. Fortson immediately halted his dribbling, deterred from advancing further. Meanwhile, on the other side, Farmar, seizing the moment of distraction, swiftly executed a steal. It was successful. Farmar promptly passed the ball to Lu Yusheng. The Lakers launched a rapid fast break. This small lineup moved with remarkable speed, leaving the Supersonics unable to mount an effective defense. As Lu Yusheng skillfully dribbled the ball, employing a feint to distract and outmaneuver the returning defender Ray Allen, he delivered a dazzling no-look pass to Vujacic, who effortlessly scored with a layup. Wow, truly the master, Mark Jackson praised, observing that his initial suspicion was correct. The Zen master had indeed devised a comprehensive strategy to counter the opposing team's various plays while preparing to deploy this unconventional lineup. The intricate double-teaming and harassment were perfectly suited for such a nimble formation. Indeed, it was a flawless response. At this moment, in the players' tunnel, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns, Steve Kerr, was closely monitoring Lu Yusheng's every move on the court, his gaze reflecting satisfaction. Being a former point guard himself, Kerr could discern a fellow playmaker's potential after merely a few possessions. As the Supersonics' sole advantage was nullified by the Lakers, their offense began to falter, becoming hesitant and clumsy. Failing to score for several consecutive possessions, relying solely on a foul by Gobert to earn 2 free throws, of which only one was converted. On the other hand, the Lakers, capitalizing on the Supersonics' disorganized defense, saw Lu Yusheng orchestrating the offense with remarkable clarity, not only spreading the scoring across the court but also exploiting the Supersonics' offensive blunders to initiate swift counterattacks. The Supersonics gradually found themselves overwhelmed. As the score tightened to 42-38, with the Lakers trailing by merely 6 points, Bob Hill was compelled to call another timeout. While Stephen A. Smith's claim that Lu was the nemesis of all point guards may have been somewhat exaggerated, it was undeniable that this rookie possessed remarkable talent. Mark Jackson lauded him, noting that he had led the Lakers bench to execute an offense and defense far more exhilarating than that of the starters, narrowing the score gap. I've seen this script before. In their last game against the Warriors, the starters dug a hole, and Lu Yusheng, alongside the reserves, managed to close the gap. Stan Van Gundy remarked. After Lu Yu exited the game, the other Lakers players promptly approached him to exchange high fives. Odom remarked, "Lu, you played exceptionally well today. Be sure to take a moment to rest." Lu Yusheng silently lamented, "Brother, if it weren't for your escapades last night, would I be this fatigued?" The Seattle Supersonics bench was rife with tension. In light of the dismal performance of the second unit, head coach Bob Hill unleashed a tempest of fury upon his players once more. "Let me reiterate, when executing screens, do not double-team that damned number 6. Are you even listening to my directives?" Allen. This time, Bob Hill spared no subtlety, directing his wrath squarely at the team star, Ray Allen. "Tell me, you scoundrel, why must you insist on double-teaming him? Do not attempt to feign innocence. I am not deaf. I can hear everything you say on the court." The entire roster of the Supersonics was momentarily taken aback. It was common knowledge that coach Bob Hill and team leader Ray Allen had long harbored mutual disdain, yet traditionally, Bob had been the one to yield during their disputes. This was a familiar dynamic in the NBA, no matter how esteemed a coach might be. Openly challenging the team star was an unthinkable act. If matters escalated to an irreconcilable point, it was invariably the coach who would face dismissal without hesitation. In this ecosystem of NBA teams, the star player wielded absolute influence. However, today, no one anticipated that Bob Hill would so brazenly confront Ray Allen, especially with such coarse language. Since his arrival at the Supersonics, Ray had been the face of the franchise and was unaccustomed to such indignity. Moreover, he had long harbored a disdain for this individual. Ray Allen rose abruptly from his seat, flinging his towel to the ground. "Have you been overindulging in substances? Are you certain of what you were saying, you fool?" With Ray Allen also erupting in fury, the atmosphere on the Supersonics bench grew increasingly tense. No one expected that in the next moment, Bob Hill would suddenly charge at Ray Allen, seizing the collar of his jersey. You ask if I know what I am doing? Let me tell you, from the very first day I joined the Supersonics, I have been acutely aware of my actions. Bob Hill shouted with fervor. He intended to say more, but was restrained by his teammates as the timeout was about to conclude, signaling the resumption of the game. The conflict on the Supersonics bench was captured live, with Stan Van Gundy exclaiming, "Oh, no." It appears that a discontent has arisen between the head coach of the Supersonics, Bob Hill, and their star player, Ray Allen, which bodes ill for the team. Indeed, it is rare to witness such intense discord between a coach and his leading athlete, escalating even to physical confrontation, truly astonishing. Mark Jackson remarked that the rumors of a long-standing feud between Ray Allen and Coach Bob Hill are likely grounded in truth. If their discord has erupted into the public arena of competition, it seems Coach Bob Hill's position may soon be in jeopardy, particularly considering the Supersonics' dismal performance last season, which prompted a mid-season coaching change. Unfortunately, Coach Hill's arrival has not salvaged their poor record. Stan Dahl noted that since the onset of the new season, they appear to have continued their downward spiral, failing to secure a single victory thus far. It is reasonable to assume that the management of the Supersonics is currently under immense pressure, seeking a scapegoat. Mark Jackson acknowledged the understandable frustration of the Supersonics fans and management, as the team once thrived under coach Nate McMillan, reaching the heights of the Western Conference semifinals, making their current struggles difficult to accept. Is there a possibility of bringing Coach McMillan back? Stan Dahl inquired. I believe Coach McMillan would be a fitting choice for the Supersonics, and the players hold him in high regard. Unfortunately, Mark Jackson replied, it seems unlikely. According to insider reports, there exists an irreconcilable rift between the team president, Wally Walker, and Coach McMillan. The specifics remain unclear, but it is certain that Coach McMillan will not return to the Supersonics. Stan Dahl sighed and asked, Mark, what do you think of Coach Bob Hill's coaching abilities? On this topic, I can certainly engage with our fans, as he previously served as an assistant coach for the Toronto Raptors while I was playing in Toronto. Mark Jackson responded, I must first tell you that Bob Hill is a workaholic. Regardless of the hour I call him, he is always awake, often residing in the arena to the extent that even his wife could no longer tolerate his frequent absences and subsequently divorced him. Wow, this is the first time I've heard this. He truly is an obsessive character. Indeed, his passion for basketball borders on fanaticism. If he were a player, I would venture to say that with his dedication, he would achieve far more than I have. Then he must be quite difficult to work with. Not at all, Dahl. Do not misconstrue this conflict as reflective of his character. He is genuinely amiable, gentle, and kind. He only becomes assertive and relentless while working. He has always aspired to lead Toronto to a championship, yet even we, the players, lacked confidence at the time. Honestly, with such a dismal roster, how could we possibly contend for a title? Yet that individual was fervently passionate, exhibiting more confidence than any of us. He toiled late into the night, frequently seeking our then head coach, Bryant, to discuss potential new strategies. Eventually, even Bryant could no longer tolerate him, and shortly thereafter, he departed from the team. Although the organization offered little explanation, I have always felt this matter was profoundly linked to Bryant. Stan Dahl observed Bob Hill on the court, realizing the essence of his character. Indeed, he was not only diligent, but possessed considerable talent. Mark Jackson remarked that upon hearing of Hill's ascension to the head coach of the Supersonics, he felt genuinely elated, believing that divine favor had finally bestowed upon him a stage to demonstrate his abilities. However, the outcome took an unfortunate turn, which is truly regrettable. Stan Dahl cited this, acknowledging the somewhat melancholic tale of Coach Bob Hill. Nevertheless, we still hope that the Supersonics players would remain unaffected by the earlier incident and focus on completing the game at hand. Yet, how could the players of the Supersonics remain unperturbed? At the onset of the new season, the team was sold and was on the verge of relocating to wretched Oklahoma City. Now, with the head coach nearly clashing with the team's star player, how could they possibly concentrate on the game? Consequently, after the mid-second quarter timeout, the Supersonics players appeared noticeably distracted on the court. They were swiftly capitalized upon by Lu Yusheng and the substitutes, who unleashed a barrage of scoring. By the end of the second quarter, the Lakers had transformed a 6-point deficit into a 10-point lead, 49-59. This was a scene I had dreaded witnessing. Stan Dahl observed that the Supersonics had begun the match splendidly, holding a significant advantage, but they were clearly affected by the recent on-court conflict, succumbing to the Lakers' relentless assault. If they could not recalibrate their focus in the second half, the prospects of victory appeared grim. This was initially a game they had a considerable chance of winning. Mark Jackson lamented. No one could have anticipated this turn of events, yet we still hoped that the discord within their locker room could be resolved swiftly, allowing the players to return to the essence of the game, which is what I, along with countless fans, most desired. However, this remained merely the noble wish of Mark Jackson, for within the confines of the locker room, the conflict between Bob Hill and the Supersonics players erupted completely. Hill, I know you harbor disdain for us. You've never liked us. You think we are lazy and that we do not execute your strategies. However, I believe you had no reason to behave that way on the court. You have brought us disgrace. Rashard Lewis exclaimed in anger. No, the disgrace is not mine, but yours. Each of you, with your exorbitant salaries, cannot even defend a simple pick and roll on the world's premier basketball stage. You have brought shame upon the Supersonics fans. So what? We have always played in this manner. Coach McMillan has never imposed such harsh demands upon us, yet we still managed to achieve a record of 50 wins. Bob Hill scoffed, remarking that you have only secured that 50-win record during your years with the Supersonics. What is there to boast about? Let me tell you. Without a championship, even a 70-win record holds no value. Enough, I truly cannot be bothered to engage with a lunatic like you. We do not even comprehend what you truly wish to accomplish. You may inquire with any of them if anyone holds any affection for you, Lewis stated coldly. No one desires to play for you. You heard me correctly. No one. We only wish to play for Coach McMillan. Bob Hill nodded, saying, well, since you broached the subject, allow me to articulate my aspirations. I yearn to fulfill my dream of winning a championship. I wish to forge a team of unwavering spirit, one that can sweep through the entire NBA. I refuse to endure the shame of having spent so many years in the NBA without ever securing a championship. Ray Allen, who had been seated silently, suddenly perked up upon hearing these words. I arrived at this team brimming with confidence. Yet I did not anticipate encountering a group devoid of ambition or fortitude. They do not aspire to compete for the championship, nor do they seek to become legends, or even to earn more money. They merely wish to welcome back their former coach and remain in his company. At this juncture, Coach Bob Hill's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice slightly hoarse. Let me tell you, Allen, I am utterly disappointed in you and them. I loathe you all. I am aware that my position as head coach is precarious and may soon be lost, perhaps even after this game. Thus, I must express my heartfelt sentiments today. If you continue in this manner, squandering your talents, you shall never attain a championship in your lifetime. Never. With that, Bob Hill turned in anger and stormed out of the locker room. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. This guy has truly lost his mind, Lewis remarked, shrugging his shoulders. Allen, you should have spoken up more. You are our leader. Ray Allen sighed, concluding that he suspected this fellow might not return for the second half. Let us discuss our tactics and strive to win this game. The doors swung open. To everyone's surprise, Bob Hill re-entered the locker room, once again clutching the tactical board. The players were momentarily taken aback. Bob Hill composed himself and said, Come here. Let us review the strategies for the second half. Chapter 97. McMillan's confession after Coach Bob Hill had outlined the second half strategies for the Supersonics. He prepared to leave the locker room once more. Hey, Hill. Ray Allen suddenly called out to him. Bob Hill came to a halt. After a moment's hesitation, Ray inquired. You'll still be on the court in the second half, right? Perhaps, Bob replied before walking away. He was unaware that a piece of paper had slipped from his pocket and fallen to the ground. Coach, you dropped something, Wilkins noted. However, Bob Hill did not hear him and continued on his way. Ray Allen approached slowly and picked up the paper. Bob Hill exited the locker room, not heading toward the court through the players' tunnel, but rather in the opposite direction. At that moment, his face was streaked with tears. The arena staff members who brushed past him couldn't help but cast sidelong glances at his disheveled state. Hey, Hill, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind. Bob, recognizing the familiar tone, paused and turned around. Standing before him was a portly middle-aged African-American man. Coach McMillan? He asked, astonished. Indeed, it was Mike McMillan, the former head coach of the Seattle Supersonics. Bob was taken aback, not only by McMillan's unexpected presence, but also by his transformed appearance. His beard and hair were predominantly gray, and he had gained considerable weight since their last encounter. Hill, it's been a while, McMillan said, stepping forward to embrace Bob warmly. Bob quickly seized the opportunity to wipe away his tears. What brings you here? He inquired. I brought my grandson on vacation to Los Angeles, McMillan explained. Today happens to be the game between the Supersonics and the Lakers. And since my grandson is a fan of Kobe, I decided to bring him and my family to watch the match. Bob paused, realizing that McMillan was likely aware of the earlier conflict. How is your family? He asked, attempting to shift the conversation. Oh, thank you, they're all well. McMillan replied before pausing, then continued, Hill, what was going on between you and Alan just now? Bob was taken aback by McMillan's directness. It's nothing serious. Just a tactical disagreement, he replied. Surely it's not that simple? McMillan expressed skepticism. I've coached Alan for a long time. He is a gentle and humble kid who wouldn't escalate matters to that extent over tactics. I've heard you two have had ongoing tensions. Is that true? With McMillan's probing, Bob Hill felt there was no need for further concealment. He sighed and admitted, yes, we have indeed had a rift, not just with Ray Allen, but with other players as well. McMillan furrowed his brow, pondering how things had come to this. You must ask yourself that. I am equally perplexed as to what enchantment you have cast upon them, for they regard you with unwavering affection, akin to a child's attachment to their mother. Ever since your departure, the majority of the players have disregarded my tactical directives. They recoil at my every demand, believing I can never measure up to you. Bob Hill lamented. Upon hearing this, McMillan fell silent. After a moment, he responded, These young men have mostly been under my guidance since they entered the league. Their backgrounds mirror mine, fostering a profound sense of empathy. I have genuinely treated them as if they were my own children. Over the course of 5 years, we have indeed forged a deep bond. Indeed, they still believe that it was I who conspired with management to oust you. Why then do you not reveal the truth to them? I see no necessity for that. They are professional athletes, regardless of the circumstances surrounding your departure. They must adapt swiftly to the new coach's strategies. Such adaptability is a requisite trait for any professional player, Bob Hill replied. Moreover, McMillan, I remain in the dark about your reasons for leaving, especially since you later suggested to management that I take over as head coach. McMillan sighed. I apologize. I had assumed you were aware. I recall discussing it with you once. Indeed, we did speak, but you did not disclose your reasons for leaving at that time. McMillan scratched his head. Initially, like you, I was brimming with ambition, eager to lead them to the finals and hoist the O'Brien Trophy together. I devoted 5 arduous years to this endeavor, and at long last, in my 5th year, we achieved 50 wins and advanced to the Western Conference semifinals. At that moment, the entire team and I were filled with confidence, believing our dreams were within reach. However, when we faced the Spurs under Popovich's leadership, I suddenly realized that the principles I had steadfastly adhered to were fundamentally flawed. The 3-point strategy that I had always prided myself on faltered against the Spurs' defense, and our own defense could not withstand their relentless array of tactics. With a wistful sigh, McMillan continued, For a long time, I clung to the belief that defense was of little importance. The best defense is an overwhelming offense. Moreover, a 3-point basket is always worth 1 more point than a 2-pointer. When one scores more points than the opponent, victory is assured, which is why I was so devoted to the 3-point strategy. I was fortunate to have exceptional shooters like Lewis and Ray Allen on the Supersonics. You know, Ray Allen may be considered one of the most phenomenal 3-point shooters in NBA history. I took this as a divine affirmation of my basketball philosophy, prompting me to ardently promote my ideals. Yet, when I led them into the Western Conference semifinals against the Spurs, only to be utterly defeated and rendered powerless, it dawned upon me the folly of my unwavering beliefs. Even with a historic sharpshooter like Ray Allen on my team, we could not secure victory. Thus, my philosophy was fundamentally flawed. A harmonious balance between offense and defense is indeed the cornerstone for a team's enduring success. Regrettably, I realized this too late. I deeply understood that I had instilled in them detrimental defensive habits, and as long as I remained, they would never genuinely prioritize defense. My presence would ultimately lead to their downfall, particularly for Ray Allen and Lewis, who possessed the potential to become legendary stars. I could not allow them to pay the price for my errors with their illustrious careers. Therefore, for their sake, I resolved to leave the team. And in penance for my mistakes, I decided to retire from basketball entirely, severing all ties, even foregoing farewells. After my departure, I never reached out to any of them again. My resolute actions were intended to ensure they would completely forget me, enabling them to embrace a new basketball philosophy and begin valuing defense. The reason I recommended you to the management was precisely that. I recognized your exceptional talent and your strategic prowess on the defensive end. However, I did not foresee that this would inadvertently harm you, Hill. I am truly sorry. Bob Hill wiped away his tears, realizing that such sentiments were now futile. Given the circumstances, I surmised that my tenure might conclude after this game. I regretted uttering those words to them. I should not have. Tears streamed down Bob Hill's face once more. No, Hill, you cannot leave. I can approach the management and explain that the discord between you and the players rests solely on my shoulders. I can also clarify to Ray Allen and the others the reasons for my departure. You simply cannot walk away. You are vital to them, Coach McMillan implored earnestly. No. McMillan, I am compelled to leave this position for personal reasons. Personal reasons? Mike McMillan paused, as if he began to grasp the underlying truth. Hill, is there anything I can assist you with? Let us not discuss it now, Mike. I sincerely appreciate you coming to see me. I will call you later, Hill replied. You know, the game has commenced, and I must return to my position. For now, I am still their head coach, and I need to be with them. Bidding farewell to McMillan, Bob Hill felt a tumult of emotions within him. He adjusted his attire and made his way towards the players' tunnel, acutely aware that this might very well be his final game with the Supersonics. Moreover, given the circumstances, the players seemed disheartened, making victory a formidable challenge. After all, during the latter part of the first half, they had already faltered. In the second half, with the Lakers reinserting their starting lineup, the point gap was likely to widen beyond redemption. He walked into the arena with his head bowed, as all eyes were fixated on the action, oblivious to his presence. However, when Bob Hill finally glanced up at the scoreboard, he was utterly astonished. He thought he might be mistaken and took a closer look. He was not mistaken. At this moment, the Supersonics had astonishingly surged ahead with a score of 71-65. What on earth was happening? Chapter 98, A Return to the Court. As the second quarter commenced, Phil Jackson heeded Lu Yusheng's advice and substituted Lamar Odom, along with a few of the so-called nightclub princes, bringing in a smaller lineup to counter the Supersonics' three-point strategy. This tactical shift immediately yielded commendable results. Furthermore, internal discord within the Supersonics led to the Lakers overcoming the score at halftime. Phil could distinctly sense the disarray within the Supersonics' ranks, prompting him to decisively deploy his starting unit at the onset of the third quarter to extend their lead and swiftly conclude the match. Little did he anticipate that the landscape of the game would drastically change with the start of the third quarter. Lu Yusheng sat on the sidelines, taking a moment to rest after having admirably fulfilled the task assigned to him by the Zen Master. He believed that he had undoubtedly secured victory in this match. Earlier, when a conflict erupted on the bench of the Supersonics, he had observed with some surprise that it involved a confrontation between the opposing coach and Ray Allen. As for Coach Bob Hill, Lu Yusheng had little recollection of him from his previous life, and he was taken aback to discover that, despite his seemingly refined demeanor, he possessed such a fiery temper. Lu Yusheng opined that such an open conflict between the players and their coach on the court indicated a lack of intent to continue, as the team would undoubtedly prioritize addressing the coach in such circumstances. Indeed, as the second half commenced, Lu noted the conspicuous absence of the opposing coach, Bob Hill. Under these conditions, he anticipated that the Supersonics would soon capitulate. However, to his astonishment, the situation on the court unfolded contrary to his expectations. The Lakers swiftly widened the score gap with overwhelming force. Furthermore, the Supersonics players appeared far from the lackluster performance he had anticipated. On the contrary, they played with significantly greater intensity than in the first half. Offensively, the Supersonics reinitiated their three-point strategy. Once the Lakers' primary lineup took the court, their height advantage was immediately evident, yet their mobility was notably deficient. Although Odom and his peers had enjoyed an entire quarter of rest, their performance showed little improvement, with their reactions and movements remaining sluggish. Consequently, the Blazers were once again able to exploit the three-point opportunities. On the defensive end, they focused on limiting Luke Walton's effectiveness. When Walton orchestrated plays, others promptly employed switch defense strategies to ensure that the Lakers were denied open shot opportunities. This significantly curtailed the success rate of the Lakers' triangle offense, compelling them to rely solely on Kobe's extraordinary individual prowess for scoring. As a result, the dynamics on the court swiftly mirrored those of the first quarter, with the Supersonics flourishing in their three-point shooting while the Lakers depended solely on Kobe's relentless efforts. The Supersonics rapidly closed the score gap and ultimately took the lead. Stan Dahl marveled at the unforeseen turn of events. He had anticipated the Supersonics would gradually collapse in the second half, especially given the absence of their coach, Bob Hill. On the sidelines, he had expected the Lakers to secure victory by the third quarter, yet surprisingly, the Supersonics emerged from halftime seemingly invigorated, reclaiming their advantage. Mark Jackson remarked on the mystery surrounding what transpired in the Supersonics locker room during halftime. Their performance upon returning to the court was indeed remarkable, with players demonstrating exceptional tactical execution, and their defense appeared significantly more vigorous than in the first quarter. Sitting on the sidelines, Bob Hill watched his team's performance with a sense of disbelief. These players were evidently adhering strictly to the tactics he had laid out during halftime, even executing defensive strategies against the triangle offense precisely as he had instructed. What was going on? Had Coach McMillan imparted some crucial insight to them? This is inconceivable. Just a moment ago, McMillan was with me. It is impossible for him to have had the time to converse with them. Bob Hill sat in the stands, visibly perplexed. The Zen master shared the same confusion. He glanced at Lu Yusheng, seated beside him, and inquired, "Lu, given the current situation on the court, where do you believe our shortcomings lie?" The problem remains consistent with the first quarter. The mobility of our players is woefully inadequate. Despite our height advantage, the movement and reaction speed of Odom and his companions are simply too sluggish to effectively defend against their three-point shots, Lu Yusheng asserted without hesitation. Moreover, when we attempt to mount an offense, their proactive switching strategy renders our triangle offense utterly ineffective. The Zen master then asked, "Is there any potential solution to this predicament?" Lu Yusheng cast a glance at him, wondering if the old man had taken him for an assistant coach. Indeed, when Walton orchestrated the play, the Supersonics employed a strategy of switching defense, allowing Odom and Bynum to seek out the smaller player for a screen. After the screen, a significant advantage of size over smallness would be established. However, the dilemma lay in their current condition. Even if they attempted to exploit this size mismatch, would they be able to score? The Zen master nodded, acknowledging that these fellows lacked even the strength to attempt it. It seemed this match held little hope for them. "Lu, how is your stamina?" he inquired. "I'm fine. I've had ample rest," Lu Yusheng replied. "Then go summon Aaron McKee and Mim. When the next timeout comes, you three will take the court and replace those feeble players," the Zen master instructed. "Proceed with the strategy you proposed earlier, utilizing a smaller lineup to counter their three-point shooting. As for the offensive tactics, let Kobe decide." Lu Yusheng nodded. During the official pause, he and his companions promptly took to the court, replacing Odom and the others. Standall remarked, "Mark, I've noticed that although Smush Parker is the starting point guard for the Lakers, Phil Jackson evidently places greater trust in Lu. Whenever the Lakers find themselves in a predicament, Phil is quick to send Lu in to remedy the situation. This is probably no longer a well-kept secret." Mark Jackson chuckled in response. "But surely Parker must feel uneasy about this? After all, he has spent several years in the NBA, only to be overshadowed by a rookie." No, Dole. You are mistaken. Lu has not eclipsed any of his brilliance," Standall retorted. "Is that so? Because Parker hardly possesses any brilliance to begin with." "Oh no, Mark. That might be a bit too harsh. Perhaps you could be a tad more diplomatic?" Standall laughed. "No, I have been quite diplomatic. Given his abysmal performance in last season's playoffs, it is a blessing that he even has the opportunity to play this season. I doubt Phil is concerned about his feelings. He can leave if he wishes, as I have Lu as my point guard. What is there to fear?" While Mark's perspective may have been somewhat blunt, Lu had indeed demonstrated in the first half that he could rescue the team from dire straits. Now that the Lakers found themselves in turmoil once again, let us observe whether this remarkable rookie can once more unleash his extraordinary prowess. Chapter 99. Bob Hill's tactical shift. Lu Yusheng seems to have made an early appearance. Several key players from the Autumn team have yet to take the court, as they have not played a single minute in the second quarter, and we are merely halfway through the third. However, there appears to be little recourse. Those individuals have been disappointingly lackluster today. Initially, it was hoped that allowing them to rest for an entire quarter would yield a significant improvement in their performance during the second half. Yet, it now seems unlikely that we can rely on them for this match. If Lu Yusheng fails to step up, relying solely on Kobe, the Lakers are likely to face defeat in this match. Of course, if Kobe can replicate the extraordinary form he displayed last season, victory is still within reach. However, it is evident that this season, the Zen master does not wish for Kobe to continue playing in that manner. He desires Kobe to channel more of his energy towards the playoffs. After all, that is the stage where he should truly showcase his prowess. Upon entering the game, Lu Yusheng, as per usual, entrusted the ball to Luke Walton to execute the triangle offense. However, this time, Lu Yusheng signaled to center Mimu beyond the three-point line, requesting him to set a screen for him without the ball. Mimu swiftly adhered to the strategy devised during the timeout, moving to provide Lu Yusheng with the necessary screen. The Supersonics, showing no hesitation, immediately executed a switch. Their center, Muhammad, took over the defensive assignment against Lu Yusheng, while Walton promptly delivered the ball to him. Lu Yusheng, with the ball in hand, faced the opposing center and began to execute a series of dramatic crossovers. With the finesse reminiscent of Tim Hardaway's signature between-the-legs maneuver, Lu effortlessly maneuvered past Muhammad, penetrating into the paint. The other members of the Supersonics rushed forward in a desperate attempt to provide defensive support. Lu Yusheng feigned a layup, discreetly observing his teammates' movements. A covert pass was delivered to the cutting Kobe. Rashard Lewis and Wilcox soared into the air to block the shot. From Lu Yusheng's perspective, Kobe had virtually no room for offense. He hurriedly raised his hands, hoping Kobe would pass the ball back to him. However, to Lu Yusheng's astonishment, Kobe unhesitatingly took off with the ball. In midair, twisting his waist, he executed an extreme pull-up, his right hand threading between the two defenders. With a delicate layup, he scored. The arena erupted in a fervent cheer. Lu Yusheng quietly marveled at the fortune of the Waste sister. Wow, that pull rod is simply exquisite. He felt as though this individual could do as they pleased in midair, regardless of the number of defenders. It seemed there was always a way to send the ball through the hoop. Stendhal could not help but exclaim. Indeed, Kobe's recent play had undeniably uplifted the spirits of the team. However, it must be said that prior to this moment, Lu's drives and assists were equally remarkable. He had an opportunity for offense with that last play, yet he consistently focused on observing his teammates' movements. In any situation, maintaining awareness of his teammates' positions is an essential quality of a proficient point guard, Mark Jackson added. Indeed, it appears Lu's magic remains intact. He consistently addresses the Lakers' offensive challenges the moment he steps onto the court. Following this, during the defensive round, the Lakers emulated the tactics of the second quarter's bench lineup, successfully limiting the Supersonic strategies by capitalizing on their mobility advantage. The whistle blew. The Supersonics swiftly called for a timeout. Just as the Lakers were gaining momentum, the Supersonics immediately requested a pause. "I hadn't noticed when Coach Bob Hill returned to the sidelines," Stendhal remarked. It seems not only the Supersonics players were unaffected by the previous incident, but Coach Hill has also resumed his position. "This timeout was timely," Mark Jackson commented. As I mentioned earlier, despite the Lakers scoring only once upon returning from the pause, they successfully defended against the Supersonics' offense. This exchange of offense and defense swiftly halted the decline in momentum, which is quite uplifting. I believe Coach Hill will implement targeted strategic adjustments during this timeout. "Guys, you are doing exceptionally well," Bob Hill addressed the Supersonics team. "Look, you forced them to switch to a smaller lineup to counter our three-point shooting. In this scenario, I trust you understand how to proceed, right? Wilcox, Lewis, utilize your height advantage and teach them a lesson." "Understood." "Mohammed, you're out. Grabiel, you'll take his place at the 5 position. Furthermore, during the defensive round, it is time to focus on that number 6. Bob Hill stated. "We cannot allow a rookie to continue causing havoc. No matter how skilled, he is still merely a newcomer. This is how we will proceed." "Understood?" After outlining the strategy, Bob Hill inquired. "Understood." The Supersonics responded in unison, their voices resonant, including Ray Allen. Bob Hill was momentarily taken aback. Since becoming head coach, he had rarely encountered such unequivocal affirmation of his tactical plans from his players. For a moment, he found himself somewhat at a loss. "Also," Bob Hill said solemnly, "I apologize for what I said to you all in the locker room." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Ray Allen remarked, "Coach Hill, let us set aside these discussions for now and focus on the game. After the match, I would like to have a proper conversation with you, if that is agreeable." Bob Hill gazed at Ray Allen in astonishment. Of course," Bob Hill repeated earnestly. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout, and the game resumed. The Supersonics players returned to the court. Bob Hill remained seated, gazing at them with a complex expression, his eyes glistening once more with unshed tears. The game resumed with the Lakers' offensive possession. As Lu Yusheng dribbled past half court, he continued to execute the triangle offense. Once again, Mimura stepped forward to set a screen for Lu Yusheng without the ball. The Supersonics maintained their strategy of switching defenses, denying the Lakers any opportunity for open shots. Mark Jackson expressed his confusion, noting that the Supersonics' defensive approach showed no signs of variation. He had anticipated that Coach Bob Hill would instruct them to alter their defensive strategy during the timeout, but they remained steadfast in their switching, allowing their center to confront the Lakers' point guard. Although the newly substituted Grabiel was more agile than Muhammad, Lu Yusheng, positioned as a point guard, would undoubtedly find a way to break through him. Indeed, Once Lu Yusheng penetrated the defense, whether he opted to shoot or pass, he could directly facilitate scoring for the Lakers. However, things were different this time. Mark Jackson exclaimed as Grabble took a significant step back in the face of Lu Yusheng. This was a clear indication of a strategy to allow a shot while preventing a drive. Lu Yusheng on the court understood that Coach Bob Hill's timeout was specifically aimed at him. He had accurately assessed Lu Yusheng's inconsistency in shooting, thus opting to grant him a degree of shooting space post-switch while resolutely preventing him from taking a shot. The inevitable had come to pass. After Lu Yusheng's shooting issues were exposed in the previous game, he would undoubtedly be mercilessly targeted in the subsequent matches. Liu thought he could evade this situation. But unexpectedly, when the crucial moment of the competition arrived, what was inevitable still came to pass. "Lu, shoot the ball. For heaven's sake. What are you hesitating for?" Kobe exclaimed in fury. Lu Yusheng had no choice but to rise up for a shot. Grabble swiftly lunged forward to block it. Lu Yusheng was taken aback in midair, astonished by the astonishing speed of his opponent's shot. That attempt had missed the mark. This exemplifies the rationale behind Bob Hill's decision to substitute in Grabble. Although Grabble may not possess a physical advantage among interior players, he compensates with his agility, rapid shooting speed, and remarkably long wingspan. Had Lu Yusheng truly attempted a shot, Grabble could have managed to disrupt it, albeit with difficulty. Chapter 100. The Master's Enlightenment. Lu Yusheng initially believed that the last-second shot he made would liberate him from his shooting anxieties. However, it has become apparent that this is not the case. When presented with opportunities to shoot, he still experiences a lingering sense of unease. The Supersonics' defensive strategy against him is unwavering. They allow him to shoot, but deny him the lane. The more resolute they are in their approach, the greater the pressure on Lu Yusheng becomes. In the ensuing moments, regardless of which player from the Supersonics switches to guard him, this strategy remains consistently applied. In a moment of hesitation, Lu Yusheng squandered two excellent offensive opportunities. Kobe grew impatient, exclaiming, "What on earth are you hesitating for? When opportunities arise, you must take the shot. Do you understand?" Fortunately, during these exchanges, the Lakers' defense did not afford the Supersonics any chances. However, Lu Yusheng felt a growing sense of panic within. He even feared that opportunities would present themselves, compelling him to shoot. Gradually, the Zen master on the sidelines noticed a marked decline in Lu Yusheng's focus during the game. Mistakes began to manifest not only on the offensive end, but also in defense. Under such circumstances, the Zen master had no choice but to substitute him during a timeout. Commentator Standall remarked, "It appears that Lu's rookie magic has come to an end. We anticipated that Lu would rescue the team in the second half as he did in the first, but unexpectedly,